What's good with it?
Not much.
Hey, what's going on?
What do you mean? There's plenty good with it, dude. Get real, man.
Tell me about the flat Earth.
What do you think about it?
I've been hearing stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's all over the place, dude. I mean, you can feed into it. You can believe the lies, right? You can become them, or you can, open your eyes and see the truth for yourself.
One of my friends told me yesterday, he said, I can't believe it because he can see the curvature at the beach. So what do you tell him?
I mean, if he sees curvature, dude, let him be. You'll know what to do. You know?
He believes in QAnon, but he can't believe in flat because he sees curvature at the beach.
What? He believes in what?
QAnon.
What's
Heard
that?
about that? The Q.
Yeah, what's that about?
Just different like conspiracies, like pedophiles. I think maybe part of it's true, but it may be rooted in the truth. But it's like they're talking about like they're gonna arrest Obama, put him in Guantanamo Bay. They're gonna arrest Clinton, and then it doesn't happen. So it's like, I think they're trying to lead you off on a wild goose chase. I think it's controlled opposition.
Have you heard of a girl called Probably Alexandra?
Nope.
No.
Yeah. You ought to look her up. She's what brought me to Flat Earth, actually, because she had a video on why they censor it, and I was like, you know what? That makes a lot of fucking sense. And so I started looking into Flat Earth, and bam.
Can you put the video in Livestream, please?
Yeah, she has a ton of videos, actually.
No, check it out.
Yeah, she debunks QAnon pretty hard, but she also keeps up with some of the political ongoings. Not that there's much really going on. This is her research channel. I'm gonna post the other one also.
And she. Oh, who goes there?
This other one's her perspective on the ongoing political nonsense. Yeah, her FE vid is like not the best, but it is what sparked my interest personally, I will say. Then I found Flat Earth Brothers. Then I found Taboo Conspiracy. Then I found Globebusters. Then I found Discord.
What's the most profound truth that you've come to thus far on your journey?
That's a tough one.
Like the best of the best, what's the ultimate thing you've come across so far?
After you figure out flat Earth, that just makes all the other lies crumble apart. So it just makes you see everything else in a
Yeah,
different light.
there's stuff bigger than flat Earth. Flat Earth is like a drop in the pond.
Well, it's like their foundational lie that all their other lies is built upon.
Yeah, so we got that. What's the truth?
Right. Well,
What's the ultimate truth
obviously,
you
to
found so far?
explain, check it out. To explain that the Earth is geocentric is obviously created, so that like destroys evolution and atheism.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying, like, have you come across some really profound truth that you would share with somebody?
That right there. I don't know. What's bigger than that?
Oh, okay,
That
okay.
for sure. There's like you're special,
That
created,
I'll
divine.
tell you one bigger. I'm not expecting the conversation to go off on this, but one bigger, in my opinion, than flat Earth is that your birth certificate is a security, and that you have the ability, if you are willing to learn then what you need to know to take control of that, and no longer like you know the term in the Bible, be in the world but not of the world. You can be in the world, but you are not a, like none of their laws are applicable, because what is legal is like the undoing of God's law. Like that's what legal means. And so it just, I don't know, it gets really deep. And no one has to believe me. I'm not trying to change anyone's mind or anything either. I'm just saying.
Uh, I got a couple guys in the check-in. I'll be back.
Yeah. All I'm gonna say is if you think humans exist, you got a long ways to go.
Hey, I got a question about this Alexandria. Did she ever show her face? Or did she ever talk in person, or is it all like just like data?
She she does most of her stuff in person. She stopped doing it in person a little later in some of the more recent videos, because she has trouble. She has some condition that causes her pain, like constant pain. But she's gotten help with somebody with all that. But either way, she does a
You
lot
know what
of
she
it
looks like?
personally.
She's a real person. You know what she looks like?
Oh yeah, oh
Okay,
yeah,
that's my
she's
question.
legit.
Okay, thank you.
You have to literally dissolve your imagination and start with a clean canvas and thank your reality onto it. Welcome. Just ask yourself the question, how well do you think your body is functioning? Like, do you think all things are firing on all cylinders everywhere? If not, fix it. Work towards that. See what you're truly capable of before you mock it.
Are you doing like a health plan or something, like a health kick?
No, no, I'm just saying people should look into the true reality, which is their being in this existence, right? And see what is currently affecting it, as well as what the possibilities of this thing is, because there's many people that are unaware. And this just ties into the thing that we were talking about earlier about like investigating further truths that can take you to the next level. You know what I mean?
Is this related to Alexandria?
I mean, all things are related. That's the point, right?
If you have a presentation on the health or food or whatever, I'll be glad to hear it later. Remind me.
Oh no, 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 it's nothing about that. They're already pushing that shit, right? What's the ultimate truth you've come across? Truth.
I think this, but you're saying there's much deeper.
I mean, there's things that are literally infinite that you have access to. We all have access to, but you just have to get there. And there's certain routes and paths that you'll have to follow to make that journey. But at the end of that, there is total understanding. Like there is, there's no need to think, there's no need to try, there's no need to do anything. You just simply are. But you just get there.
Yo, we got a Glober here. He's new. His name's Cheeky. We're gonna do the 3 points with him. You can unmute yourself now, Cheeky. What's up?
Yo.
So the first question we always ask first is, who directly measured the Earth's surface to be a globe, and how did they do it? Right, and if you don't know, you can just say, I don't know, and then we could move on. Right, just
I
be...
don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
All right, cool. So the second question is, who's measured the Earth axial rotation of 15 degrees per hour, and who did it and how?
I don't know. Once again.
Cool. All right, no problem. So the third question is how do you have measurable gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon when the globe claims an open system of outer space of 10 to the negative 17 torr adjacent to our pressurized system?
And once again, I do not know. I'm new to this stuff.
All right, cool, no problem. So we established you don't know who's directly measured the Earth to be curving, nor the Earth rotating, or how it can exist in a vacuum of outer space. Right, so right now at this point, it's just a belief that you hold that if you do believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum, you don't know how it was done or by who.
Mhm.
Right, so we can either show you the black swan now, or you can ask like a one question real quick, and then we'll move on to that.
What's the black swan?
Cool, perfect. So if you're in the live stream voice text, if you'll click that, that's where we'll show you. Right, so it's an observation off the coast of California that's been repeated and verified over and over. Right, so it's testing the physical constraints of the globe geometry as per the radius value of 3959 miles. Right, so they claim the specific size, and we can go test it.
Alright.
All right, so I'm posting it right now. So off the coast of California, this is a 1.5 foot observer height. Right, so if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon, right, formerly known as Earth curvature. And we go test that, right? So I'll also give you a globe calculator so you can just verify this math is right. Right, so this is what we want you to do. Just verify the reality you live in yourself. Like most of us has actually gone out and tested the Earth's surface. Right, so at this 1 foot observer height, the horizon is beyond 30 miles instead of 1.225 miles. And I'll post you the globe calculator for you.
Okay.
Right, so at 1 foot observer height, the geometric horizon would be at 1.225 because 1 times 1.225 is 1.225. So a foot and a half is 1.5 miles away. So why is the horizon over 30 miles instead of 1 mile?
Say that again. My Discord's being really laggy.
He said, say again. All right, well, why is the horizon, as per your globe geometry that's claimed, that dictates that your geometric horizon can only be a mile and a half from a foot and a half? Right, instead we're seeing over 30 miles here in the Black Swan.
Mm.
Right, so if it's not curving anywhere, what is it?
That would make it flat.
Right, so there's multiple different methods you can do to test this. Right, we also have direct measurements via laser transits. Right, so were you ever taught in school like how they measured the Earth to be a globe? Right, you were saying you don't know. Well, you should probably look into that because there's actually no direct globe measurements. Right, same thing about the Earth spinning, right? You don't experience the Earth to be rotating right now, do you? Do you think your house is moving 1,037 miles per hour? Right, you hear that
Um,
right now, that noise? That's the Earth not spinning.
right.
Right. So you only observe a flat, motionless Earth, right? So the globe model would have to present us empirical, repeatable, verifiable evidence, and there's none of that. You got any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Yeah, man. We had some more Globers in the check-in. I'm not sure if they got verified and moved over. Sean, where are you at, Sean?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, bro? What brings you here?
No, I was
Have you
just
been
listening
here
on
long?
the. I've been listening on the YouTube for a few years.
Oh, yeah.
You're,
Yo, is Geomancer a Glober? Can you talk Geomancer?
I must say he can't talk.
Yeah. Yo, Cheeky, if you want to continue talking, that's cool. Like, why would you believe that the Earth is a ball if you were just presented all this stuff and they never taught you evidence for the globe?
Well, if I was never taught with that, and I still thought it was a bot, I would say because it was like, because like, I feel like before you said all this, in my mind it was just like common sense.
Right, so we were all taught the globe uh just by showing us pictures. It's called authoritarian evidence, where you are told what to believe, but it wasn't ever verified. It's actually just secondhand information like hearsay. So when you actually go test the Earth's surface, you cannot ever verify that you live on a globe, nor do you experience one, but the globe is falsifiable, and that's what's been done. Right, so that geometric horizon distance was over 2,000% farther than geometrically possible if the radius was 3959. So that radius value would have to be 1.8 million miles to see 31.8 miles from a foot and a half. Right, so that's 3 times bigger than the sun
Mm-hmm.
that the globe claims the sun size is. And I'll post you some more math for it. Right. Not only that, we can see mountains clear across Lake Michigan, 50 to 60 miles away, where the entire Chicago skyline would be hidden behind Earth curvature. Instead, we have multiple time lapses of seeing the entire Chicago skyline. Right, and then on the news, they just say it's a mirage, and it happens all the time. It's just like when you have clear visibility, because the water's laying flat, it's not curving. No one's actually measured an expanse of water to be curving. Right, I'll show you all this stuff. 1 second.
Hey, Cheeky, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So you said that you thought the globe was just common sense.
I thought it was round just because of common sense.
Right. So what common sense would lead you to
Just
believe?
like
Sorry,
just like in school. Just like in
right,
school.
But your common senses, right? What do you personally perceive that would lead you to believe that it's a globe, right? That it's curving and spinning. When you say common sense, it should be something that everybody senses and experiences, right? So what would lead you to believe, if you were never told that you were living on a spinning ball in a vacuum with a solar system, what would lead you to believe that based on your common senses?
Mostly like majority belief, I guess.
Right, so that's a bandwagon fallacy, also called just appeal to consensus. Right, so there was something that used to be taught called the phlogiston theory. So this phlogiston theory was taught for over 100 years, and what was taught, what it's about, they told everyone that the reason things catches on fire and how flammable it is because of the amount of phlogiston in that. Right, it was just an insane story, just made up just to have a story for it. Right, so I wish they would actually teach you all the specifics of the globe, like the size and how to test it and what experiments you can do. Right, saying that you're rotating 1,000 miles per hour, it's batshit crazy. Right, you don't experience that. What do you see when you go outside? You see the sun, moon, and stars moving above you, right? So you see the luminaries move across the sky, not that you're moving. So you can actually test how, if the Earth was spinning, it's actually simple, right? So you can demonstrate that it's not rotating by taking a drone off the surface of the Earth, right? So the drones with these cameras, and you could do time lapses. So you just keep the drone still in the inertial reference frame, which would be the air. And you would do that time lapse to see if the Earth is rotating underneath or if the luminaries are the one moving. Because the globe claims something that is called Coriolis. Do you know what that is?
No.
Right, so Coriolis is 2 reference frames. So for Earth, the Earth would be the non-inertial spinning reference frame, and objects in the inertial reference frame would get an apparent deflection, not because they are actually moving, but because you're the one moving and it only appeared to do so. So that's why it's called apparent. So this is what happens whenever you do take a drone up in the air. So over 25 minutes, so the Earth says that the Earth is rotating 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. So about half of that, this drone would be 400 to 500 miles away in a different location from the Earth rotating underneath it. Right, so you can take like an airplane to certain destinations, and flight paths going west, where the location would meet you more than halfway. You would get a apparent 1,000 mile per hour boost, and it would just be way faster to fly west and to fly east, you would have to outrun the speed of the Earth, right? So that's crazy, right? So obviously, you don't ever see the Earth rotating. You got any questions about that? So yeah, dude, they're saying that the Earth is rotating underneath sniper bullets, footballs, pendulums, gyros. Right, so the Earth is rotating underneath everything, and they have to say it is because that's how they explain the sun moving across the sky. So that's what you observe is the sun moving above around you, right? But they say it's actually standing still, and you're the one moving, and it only appears to be moving because you're moving. Right? Are you understanding that? Are you there?
Yeah.
Right. So Albert Einstein actually said that there's no optical experiment you can do to prove that the Earth is rotating. Oh, not only that, you're saying you think it's common sense. Well, that's mostly because, right, not because you experience it, but because it's everywhere on TV and from NASA and just what you are taught, right? But if you actually go to NASA's websites, those images of Earth, they admit multiple times that they're flat maps wrapped onto a ball in Photoshop, not that they're pictures from outer space. Right, so they admit that they show you cartoons, right? But people are too lazy to go figure that out, right? And they also say on video that it is photoshopped, but it has to be, right? So why would the pictures of Earth from space have to be photoshopped? Well, that's because there is no outer space that's thermodynamically impossible, like how the third point, how you can't have gas pressure without containment, right? Due to entropy and natural laws and gas laws. Right, so I'm posting you those NASA links that where they admit that they're just flat maps wrapped onto a ball. Right, so you don't have pictures from outer space or common sense to think that it's a globe. Yo, what's up, Mike? So you got any question yet, Chiki? Because we just went over tons of stuff with you. You want to take a minute and digest all that you were given?
Yeah.
Right, so we have tons of information channels down at the bottom, like long distance observations and laser tests and all that. So you now know about the black swan, right? And that's just one of many observations that's been repeated and verified over and over, right? So we just encourage you to go test the Earth and figure it out.
Do have one question.
What's up, man?
It's kind of irrelevant regarding everything you told me, but like, you know the helmet cam footage from like
What
the
is it?
ISS and stuff like. You know, like the helmet cam footage of like the from like the ISS stuff.
Right, so you have no means to verify any of NASA's claims. So we have these known admitted liars, right? And it's antithetical to these natural laws and gas laws. So how would you go about verifying the distance to the light in the sky they say the ISS is?
What if I send you a video? This is what I mean. I'll send you. It's just a YouTube link.
Right, so you're trying to show me like spacewalks and stuff?
Mm.
Right, so how can you have a spacewalk in a vacuum that can't possibly exist? Right, so that claim is automatically voided unless you can give me a demonstration of measurable gas pressure without containment or a vacuum
Bro,
without
you ain't
containment.
got to go all there. All you got to do is say, we can't verify that was taken where it said it was taken. Plus, we can't repeat it or test it. We can't repeat it. We can't verify it.
Right, totally agree. Thanks.
I mean, can you go up there and throw my helmet on and repeat that for me and verify 100% that it's a reality? Cheeky.
Oh, yeah, you do have a point there.
I mean, I don't have to say fake, CGI, any of that shit. Just verify it's real for me, and that'll make it empirical scientific evidence. Until then, it's just, it is what it is. It's an image.
What happened? Did we talk? Did we scare the global away?
Not sure.
Where did Box Top go?
Not sure.
We were doing so well.
He had to go, but that's Glover was pretty interesting.
Not sure.
He was listening. I think it was a bit above him because he was like, "It's all new thing." I mean, when I first heard this stuff, it was pretty much over my head. I had to really think about it for a while, and then took a couple of weeks, and then it kind of sank in.
Yeah, it hurts people's head to wake up and realize they really don't have any scientific evidence of what they believe. They thought it was so real, but they couldn't prove it if they tried. That dude's still waiting to exhale. Boy, we get some names in here, don't we? We got a lint licker, a geomancer. What's up, Josh?
Lint liquor cootie queen.
I'm talking to you, carpet muncher. I identify as a lesbian also. It's cool.
I identify as a motorcycle. Them there banana.
I don't identify as a motorcycle. I own a few, but I'm not one.
Yeah, I think for some people they're just not at that level to take it all in at once. You got to give them a bit of slower, give them to them a bit slow, and then give them a bit, just the easy stuff first, and then take it real slow. Because I think it can be a bit overwhelming for some people. Speaking for myself now, when I first heard all, it was good, but it was I think it was a bit fast for me to absorb.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people even think about flat Earth or globe Earth. I think you just take it for granted that it's round because you've seen it round, but you don't really think about it, or even you don't even consider it. It's not something that I'd ever considered. I mean, maybe some people do, but I don't think I've ever considered in my whole life to think about the Earth is whether it's round or flat. It's just something you just hear and you just accept, But so it's quite shocking to hear something, for the first time.
Well, it's taught to you at such a young age that it is a globe, that you really don't question it, or you don't think to question it.
Yeah, you got to start them young with the flat Earth. That's what I do. Teach them from a young age, you know. But you got to add in the clause. Don't be telling no one right now because they're not going to understand you. I know 6-year-olds who can prove the flat Earth. They can actually reason it out and they can tell you why it's flat. And then also the problem is a lot of people aren't functioning at their full capacity because IQs have dropped a lot because of the food, the graphene oxide, all the stuff that's in the food, and all the stuff that they're poisoning us with, fluoride. So all that stuff lowers your IQ a lot. So people would be potentially a lot more clever and a lot more intelligent if they weren't poisoned, you know?
$100%.
And they can't really help that because it's just been poisoning for years and years and years, their whole lives. From birth, from the jabs to all the things along the way, food, the air, the chemtrails, all the stuff, the killing them all the time.
What are you guys on about?
About the flat Earth.
Shh, there he is. Shh, be quiet. He's here now. Don't say nothing else about him.
What are you guys on about, man? Damn it.
But did a good job. He did a really good job. I like the way he did that, man. He knows his facts and he did his homework. So that's pretty good, man. That was awesome.
What's that?
Did I miss something?
Yeah.
Cool.
I guess I missed it too. I don't know. I was watching a video on admin mod, so.
All right. There's some interesting people coming in today, man. I was listening while I was working. Very interesting stuff.
I caught a couple of them while I was in the barn. I got home about 7, but I had some shit to do in the barn.
Yep. Yeah, I was running around. Anyway, good stuff, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Now I'm cracking a beer.
Bro, you know, I didn't on mic and say shit while I was working on putting the trim back on this truck. I painted this 78 Ford for my brother. I polished all the aluminum. I was installing all the aluminum trim, headlight bezels and shit.
Did you rub the aluminum out, or you just clean it up, or what?
Shit, I use a buffer wheel on that stuff. And Dremel buffers, paper wheels.
Compound. Polishing compound?
Yeah, I polished the shit out of it, dude. It's blinging. It looks brand new. I had to.
Yeah, I mean, aluminum can shine up so sweet, man.
Yeah, it's easy to get dents out of, too, yeah.
But it's got that little nice little blue haze to it sometimes.
Yeah. I like it clean. The truck turned out good.
I've seen pictures. Yeah, it looks good.
Well, I got my father's old 78 in a high metallic blue, all polished out, nice rims. So my brother wanted to recreate it. So we pretty much both got the same truck now. Just mine was my father's.
Nice. I'm glad he restored it. Perfect.
Yeah, he's got his own Route 66 out back. He's got his own outhouse. It's a bar. He just wants to park the old man truck that looks like the old man's outside his barn, you know?
Yeah. That's a good look.
My brother got the biggest Hot Wheels set you ever seen in your life.
Yeah. Tell me more.
T-buckets, coupes, roadsters.
Does he have the Volkswagen bus with the surfboard?
Oh, we got a few of them. We both got a few of them.
Now those are the top dog Hot Wheels, man.
I ain't got no surfboard, but
You gotta have the surfboard, man.
I got the bus with the Rex.
They didn't make a lot of them.
I got one of them old panel wagons too.
But the Volkswagen bus with the surfboard, if you ever get one of those, man, they're worth a fucking bank.
Yeah, most of his Hot Wheels are life size and drivable.
Got it. I like those too, man. Those are kind of fun Hot Wheels. I'm not a motorhead. I'm a string head, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, talk about guitars, man. I got you covered.
What? Defender Strat or the Les Paul? Which one you want to talk about?
Well, Strat's gonna get you through the gig, man. No matter what, you can get just about any sound you want out of one of those if you know what you're doing. But you can't get the Les Paul sound out of it. You just can't do it.
I know a lot of guys that have the Les and the Fender at home, and they jam out on the Ibanez when they're working.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah.
Because they take a good beating, you know.
Yeah. Go ahead. What'd you say?
Hey, Flat Earth, dude.
Yeah.
The Earth is a globe.
Cool. You can play with balls.
I thought a globe sat on the desk.
It does.
Oh, well, is the Earth model globe? Is that the name of the scientific model? Globe?
It's heliocentric, which means...
No. Heliocentric would be the universe, not the globe, but no, try again. Most guys don't even know your own model, bro. We'll get there.
What is it?
We can work this out between the two of us. Well, are we going to talk about a universal model or an Earth model? Because you really have no scientific model for either.
I want to talk about Santa Claus.
But your model would be the GSW-84 ellipsoid model.
Yeah, but no one's going to call it that.
Well, nobody calls it a globe either.
People can barely remember their own phone number, let alone that.
I remember the first phone number we ever had at this house.
Me too, man.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. There's a lot of dumb people in this world, isn't there?
Dude, I used to know like 27 people's phone numbers in my head. Now I couldn't get 3 out if I fucking, you know.
I still memorize them.
Okay. Anyways,
fucked me up.
Can I tell you why the Earth is a globe?
It's not a globe. A globe is something that sits on a desk. It's a decoration.
You got to learn your model before you go.
Yeah. A globe could also be something you put over a light fixture in a house.
You best learn your model first.
Well, a globe is opposite of flat. That's my point.
Actually, it's not.
I've heard a glober say that flat is...
You need to look up the definition of globe, man. What's the opposite of flat? Shaped?
Rough.
Any shape?
Any shape, I guess.
And flat is a description of a surface.
Right.
Just like level is, you know, if I'm going to level the face of a board flat. Now, I'm not telling you the shape of the board. I'm just telling you what I'm going to do to the surface.
The opposite of flat is curved.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
No, because
the opposite.
you can have a flat round table and round is curved, right? And
Yeah.
the table can be flat.
Fuck.
And it still can be round,
At
flat
least it's
and round.
fuck. Fuck.
Have you ever
The Earth is
Googled?
like a basketball. How about that?
It's not actually. A basketball is not larger in the center than it is at the tops.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're
So what? The proper word then is the Earth is a sphere.
that's not even true.
Well, it may be true with the evidence that I could present to you.
Well, that's not what your model states. It says oblate spheroid, but hey. And the model is an ellipsoid model, so your model doesn't prove shit. That's like saying my map proves the land when the map's not the land and the land's not the map.
Well, you're assuming my model is someone else's model because I never said that. I can tell you my personal model. It's going to be different from what Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Models are for things you can't observe in reality. So give us your fairy tale. Let's hear it.
Okay.
And the opposite of flat is actually vertical or bumpy.
So the stars, opposite of flat is bumpy.
Vertical or bumpy.
Wouldn't the opposite of vertical be horizontal? Okay, anyways. The stars rotate around Polaris in the North Pole, right? And they go clockwise. But in the South Pole, they go counterclockwise.
They go clockwise too.
Everything moves.
Hold on. What you're saying is we live on a globe that spins one way, but at either end of the globe, you can view an opposite rotation. So, do you know how asinine that sounds? So the statement is not that there is opposite rotations, but that it appears opposite. Because when you're looking north, you're looking north, and they go left to right. When you're looking south, they go right to left. Because you're facing another direction. It's just like if you view traffic from one side of the street and you cross the street and you view traffic from the other side of the street. It's going to appear to be different directions, but it's not. It just appears that way. Of course, you guys only do a little bit of research. You don't read the whole article. It's like you read the fucking. You read the title and then you said, "Ooh, I'll get these flat earthers." When they read the whole article and probably 30 articles on the same topic.
The stars go clockwise around the North Pole, but they go counterclockwise around the South Pole.
They go east to west on the entire in your model. They all spin one way. You're a moron if you can't understand that.
Everything moves east to west. Sun, moon, stars, boom. Check it.
Yeah, and that opposite rotation is an apparent thing because you're viewing one from the north, facing north, and one facing south.
Right. If you look at your ceiling fan,
think about it.
From one side of the room, it looks like it's going one way, and if you walk on the other, it looks like it's going the other.
I know they're
simple.
They're all going in the same direction. Nobody says not one star goes the opposite direction. What is that called?
I was just in a globe Earth server, and that was their argument.
I know it is, but most globe earthers know it's an apparent thing. It appears that way. They appear to go counterclockwise.
Yeah, it's just, like Mike said, cross the street.
On a globe, if you say it's a globe and it rotates east to west, well, then everything you look above can only go in one direction.
But they're saying when you go to the opposite side of the hemisphere, they're gonna go in opposite direction.
But they go west.
They're not going to go in the opposite direction. The only way that would be possible on a globe is if the top hemisphere spin one way and the bottom hemisphere spin the other. So you got this transformer globe, 2-part globe, 2 different rotations.
Right.
Or are the stars what's moving and not the globe?
This shit doesn't get old, man.
Either way, it's not good for your model.
This is so easily fun at this point.
Well, it's laughable.
It is. It's laughable. I'm here for a piss, taking a piss, having a beer. I know the globe model.
Yeah, you got any newer shit I can laugh at? I laughed at this 5 years ago. I'm bored of this. This is redundant and obtuse.
Better newer shit to laugh at.
So, but I still do get enjoyment out of the people who come here and say, no, we don't understand, but then they don't understand what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, I have another argument to bring to you. Are you ready for it?
Exactly, bro. You're exactly right.
We're ready, man.
They have no fucking clue what they're talking about. No fucking clue.
Because you don't know what you're talking about. Of course we're ready. Go ahead.
I can hit him with 2 fists like Hadouken.
Starts with
it's hilarious.
Let him bring it. Let him bring it, Mike.
Aristophanes.
Aristophanes? Oh, shit. Let me get another beer. Hold my beer.
Fuck, I was just going to tag you in, man. Aristophanes bores me. How many assumptions did he make to do his theoretical quantification? Or are you going to assert it's a measurement? Shadows. Yeah, shadows. First, you have to assume how light propagates, how far away it is. They couldn't properly or accurately measure a stadia. They assumed Alexander and Cyrene were on the same longitude when we know damn well they're not.
Let me hold your beer. Go ahead.
And who came up with the angle of the shadow would be 1/25th of the radius of a globe if Earth was a globe? Not to mention it works in both models. All you have to do is not assume an infinitely distant light source, a closer light source. Not assume parallel light, but assume converging light rays as we observe in nature. So it's not exclusive to your model, but it's not a measurement. It's if this is true and that's true, then this is true and that's true, and then we can infer this, and that means it's probably that. That's not an experiment. It's not a measurement. It's not proof of shit in science.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the Globe Earth server and totally own these motherfuckers. Thank you, man.
Hold on. You got a lot more work. You got a lot more work.
If you're going back to debate flat Earth and more, dude, they're just gonna tell you nuh-uh and mute you just like they do me.
Yeah, they're I'll come back to the
pussies. Wow.
Are you in debate flat Earth and more? Hell, I might have to follow you over there.
Yeah, that's the one I'm in.
Those guys are pricks.
Yeah. You guys go ahead.
So those guys block you if you just have a different
Josh?
Are you serious?
Let Davey spit that out there. What are you saying, Davey?
What's up? What's up, brother? No, I'm saying he's saying those guys over there, they just block you if you have a different opinion.
No, they block me because I'm the battle mod and they know they can't handle this. But
no, I know that. I know that. But I'm saying
here's a link to that server if you want to go over and they probably.
Oh, I'll get kicked out in 2 seconds. Forget about it,
dude. I got
I went there with groups of people and they let the other guys talk, but I've been muted over there for like a year, bro.
They're just like, battle mod? Yeah, fuck that guy. Don't let him talk.
Yeah, right. Like, how the fuck? How you gonna talk to? How you gonna talk to people that believe we live on a ball? It's hard, it's impossible, you know.
Well, because they haven't thought about it, looked at it. They don't like reality. They're stuck in Hollywood movies. They're just totally blown away by what they fucking learned in school, and their friend works for NASA. Of course, they're not going to believe us.
Yeah, you just
No,
got to learn to laugh at it. This is a guy who thinks he's smart because he knows all this. But then if this isn't true, he's not smart, so he's going to hold on to it like a fucking a crab on a ball sack.
I'm gonna see if I could join. I'm gonna see what happens.
He's a Klingon from Star Trek.
Come back and report.
Hey guys, this is the Earth that moves 66,000 miles around the sun. Is that right?
66,600 miles an hour around the sun. It's 360.
How fast around the sun?
666, man.
66,600.
Is it 1,000 or 100?
66,600.
100,000. Let's confuse it.
66,600 miles per hour.
Round it up.
Yeah.
667.
Yeah, were you asking how big the orbit is around the sun?
It's not an elliptical orbit. It's a what's the name of it? I forget. Fuck.
What is it? They do say it's elliptical.
Apocalyptic.
Apocalyptic.
Yeah, it looks like a NASCAR track.
That's what it is. Each time they say, it's a new años every time an epoch is completed, right?
Yep.
Yes.
And each time the epoch happens, happens on the ellipse. So it's the epoch ellipse.
Dude, that's so Democ. Where's Democ? That's an awesome breakdown of those words, man. Awesome.
But apocalypse means revealing.
Right, yeah. People are always.
It could also mean the epoch of the ellipse, the age of, or the time that it takes for one orbit, one ellipse,
Right.
But then again, I think that has to do with the great year and the Aquarian bullshit, so.
The great year. Is that 2120?
I don't fucking know how long it is, but it's a long, long time, man. It's like 3,600 years.
Some shit like that. 2156. That's the numbers in my head, but it's close. It's close. That's
something like that. It's like when the zodiac resets.
Yeah. It changes over to the next. We've gone from from
God
Pisces
was made
to
flesh.
Aquarius.
In their motto, the great attractor at the center of the universe keeps the universe together.
I thought it was a big
bang.
So I was listening.
It changes, bro.
Did the great attractor attract the one that got the Big Bang?
This year, but not the year of the Big Bang. It'll be different next year, too.
I've always told these scientists type, that, Big Bang, Big Bang, Big Bang. And I go, you do realize that takes a lot of faith and religion with no actual evidence of it. Well, what are you talking about? This and this and this? It's like, yeah, no, the only Big Bang that really happened is the night that
when
your
I
dad
banged
fucked
your
your mom. Yeah.
The night your dad banged your mom and you came out.
But I am your dad, son. No, Luke. I am your father.
Yeah, but dude, I would not want to lay claim to being, the one that sired these people. So,
well, there can always be
no doubt about that. Like shit.
It's his mama's genes. You can just blame it on he got that dumb shit from his mom.
Yeah, but that still, man.
Well,
that's like, why would I even get with the woman? I mean, yeah.
I know they gave us the apple. What the hell
man.
are we thinking?
We thought, back in the day, I was like, light speed was so fast, man. I thought eyesight was faster, and then I'm like, it's 186,500 miles a second. And I was like, fuck, that's really fast. Fuck, man, that's fast.
183,000 or 183 million miles per second.
Always trip out on that speed, man. I'm like, fuck, man, that's like so fast. But then I was listening to Robert Bassano one day, and he said the NASA or somebody claimed that the fucking universe is expanding at like 95 million miles a fucking second. And I was like, what?
Oh, yeah, dude.
They just make shit the fuck up, man. Yeah, the universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second. I was like, Fuck off.
It's
Yeah.
like, okay, buddy, I don't feel any of that, but yeah, if you say so.
What's it's expanding into there, pal? You got any pictures? Anything? Nothing.
Skin him, boy. Skin him.
It's expanding into the tape measure they're using to measure it.
It's 1,300,000 is how fast the galaxy is moving around the Great Attractor.
Who's here?
Right.
Who's here? Who's that? Get him, good boy. Get him.
Coyotes.
4 different vectors.
Them damn coyotes.
Oh, your dog does that too?
Don't feel anything. Wait
Yeah,
a
but
minute.
he'll chase them down.
I felt that I
Dan-
had a fart coming on. That's about all I'm going to feel from this
I know
fucking
damn well
galactic motion.
when there's a coyote on the property, my dog goes nuts. He don't like them fuckers even on our land by his animals.
Oh, he likes them. He wants to go play with them, but they're scared of him.
Well, there's like 5 of them maybe. And then there'd be just like one dog. It's not fair.
Well, that's the thing. Like, he's chased like 4 of them into a thicket, and you heard the coyotes yelping and running in different directions, and he
I
comes
let
up like
my
5
dog
minutes
out.
later. Like, where'd they go?
When I let my dog out when the coyotes are out there, actually I got 3 dogs, but it's all assholes and elbows. Soon as they get
Now we
moving.
know who let the dogs out.
That's right. Well, I don't like the coyotes around the horse stables or the cattle barn. So I let the dogs do their job. When they come back in, I give them a treat. They're bloody, I give them a bath.
Yeah. And you guys talk to Sonny, man? I haven't heard him on in a bit.
Yeah, I was just wondering when he said, "Where's T-Mock?" I was thinking, "Where's Sonny too?"
I get it. Sonny's like, it's getting close to almost winter here. Where, it's only 70 degrees outside or 68. Damn.
Yeah, it's the end of my season, man. Here in another 2 weeks, I'll have all kinds of time.
But yeah, as I was gonna say, in the next 2-3 weeks, man, yeah, it gets really chilly where you're at, man. Oof. But you'll have a nice day. Yeah,
it's a time of year when I got the most time. So I do winter sports, snowmobiling,
I like
ice fishing, quad and hunting.
Get yourself in the shop and build some shit. If I can fire up that welder of yours, man. Right? That's the time to do that, man. It's just bury yourself in the shop, man. Build some cool shit. That's what I like to do when it's cold, man. Just shut the door, turn the heat on, fucking fire up some fucking machinery. Fuck it. Yeah. Build a slide guitar. Those are cool.
Yeah, except for out here where
I want to build
cold
a
for me
cigar.
ain't cold for you.
I want to build a cigar box guitar.
Oh man, dude, they make you can go get a kit from
I don't want a kit.
Just buy a kit. Start with a kit, and you can mod.
I got old guitar parts.
But yeah, I mean, I get it, man. But the neck's the hardest part. You got to shape that fucking neck and put the frets on it and all that.
Yep.
So, but
you crown the frets.
I could just put a neck off of an old guitar on there.
File and crown them, polish them.
That's you don't have to do that probably on a cigar guitar, but yeah, regular guitar you're gonna do that. But yeah,
seal a rosewood veneer so it's good. Oil it.
I was thinking cherry
with ebony fingerboard.
Yeah, I got a nice big fat cherry branch that fell off my cherry tree.
For the neck?
To do something with it, yeah.
Well, if you're gonna make it like a 4-string,
it's heavy.
Slide guitar.
It's solid.
Cherry's not bad. Yeah, go with it, man. Fuck it. What the hell's gonna happen? Put a truss rod in it.
Right.
The neck will fucking bend if you don't. Truss rods are gods.
Ever heard that Samantha Fish? You ever heard Samantha Fish?
I do not.
Samantha Fish, she does. Well, she plays on one of them, and
Yeah.
she does Shake 'Em On Down. Here, I'll give you a video. This girl jams.
I like a lot of the slide guitar. There's some good slide guitar on the cigar box.
I got an old lap steel in the garage. It was my dad's.
Lap steels are fun, man.
That thing's kind of hard. I always wanted to learn how to play So Lonesome I Could Die on that motherfucker from Hank, but I just can't get it down right.
You're too busy doing other shit, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about finding somebody who actually knows how to play it and pay for some lessons this winter.
You probably catch a YouTube video on how to play it.
I can get it twangy. It's just it's awkward for me.
Dude, the guys that play steel guitar is just fucking ridiculously good, man. The good ones are just like make it look so easy, and it's so fucking hard, man.
I watched a few YouTube videos on lap steel, but it's kind of hard. I don't know whether I want to set it on a pod system and stand up, or if I want to sit down with the motherfucker.
Right. But nah, it's a great invention. It's a great guitar. Sounds amazing.
You can't get twangier. You can't get twangier.
And
no,
that's the pedal. They got the pedal steel, man. Gives it a lot of that twang too, man.
Hey, that motherfucker will whine and cry and all that shit.
Yeah, you gotta have the pedal steel though, man, for that whiny shit. And that's a complicated little system that they devised to come up with that, man.
Listen to that video. It's Samantha.
I'll be right back, man. I'll be right back.
I've transvestigated her 3 times. I still can't tell.
That's a man, baby.
I met her in real life. She's kind of big and tall.
Yeah, but notice the curves. Look at the curves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that booty do push out sideways.
Them childbearing hips.
Oh, you look like it. I know she plays that guitar. She made it too.
That's hot, man. That's a hot lick, dude.
Yeah, I knew you'd like the music, not just her singing, but the guitar riffs. It's pretty heavy. I like it. I like the guitar in that song. You in my house and shake 'em on down.
She can sing her ass off, feel it.
Yeah, she got other videos. She can sing. Took my ex-wife to see her. I got to meet her in person. He's all right. I enjoyed the show anyway. It was worth going out to. Took my cousin and his wife too. I mean, shit, halfway through it, I was trashed anyway. I still drank a lot then.
She's just like this heavy blues player, man. Dig it, man. It's cool.
Yeah, it's bluesy. It's real bluesy.
Yeah, it's really bluesy. Good stuff, man.
The whole show was.
Mm-hmm.
The whole show was bluesy. She goes.
It's so fun to play, man. It's so easy. You can get pretty fucking hammered and still play the blues. Yeah.
Yeah, she plays that guitar in those soapbox guitar contests too.
She's a real pro, man. No doubt about it.
Yeah, she works that motherfucker.
Oh yeah, she's pro, man. I'm gonna give her that.
Yeah, I'd
Shit,
say
oh,
those biceps and shoulders are
That's
those. He said, old boy said her favorite day at the gym is biceps and shoulders. You build them playing guitar, bro.
yeah. Oh
Tell
yeah.
him. Tell him, motherfucker, play a guitar till he got guns.
Well, at least calluses. It'd be good.
Yeah. Fuck. I played till my fingers bad when I was learning how to play an acoustic
Oh, yeah.
6-string. I took classical lessons when I was younger.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have not ever guessed that. That would have been like the last thing I'd be like. I took a hard rock lessons when I was
I learned
classical.
Yeah, I learned on a 12-string.
Oh, that's too many strings, man. You can't do it.
Yeah, now I've got so many boxers breaks and smashed my hands, arthritis, bursitis.
Yeah, you're not going to be playing any 12 strings anytime soon, man.
No.
That's
I enjoy hearing you guys play. I play every now and then, but I just can't be on time every fret, every beat. You know what I mean?
I do, man. I
got to really beat my fingers up to do it, and I just can't take it no more, man. I'll wake up the next day fucking feeling carpal tunnel-y.
Yeah.
But, seriously. I work with my hands too
guitar is a
much.
great instrument just you always have a friend with you, man. If you got a guitar, man, you know.
Yeah, I can.
You don't
my slow
you don't need
melody.
fucking hangouts or fucking
Oh no!
Discord.
When I talk to that motherfucker, if I strum her right, she talks back to me.
That's right.
If I don't, she bitches at me.
Yeah, that should be on a T-shirt, man. Fuck.
You know what I'm saying? When I'm playing this here girl right, she's singing.
Did you just make that up?
Yeah. But if I ain't playing her right, she's bitching. It's all in the fingers, boys. You got to have magic hands.
Gotta have the magic fingers, baby. Hey.
That's right.
And some people have this fluidity, man. That's just like, whoa. I know I could never do it, but it's fun to see other people do it. Yeah.
Yeah, my boy plays death metal, dude, and I watch that motherfucker change up his position so fucking quick. I'm like, man, I wish I could just play fucking AC/DC again, and this motherfucker's over here. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, it's good to watch good musicians, man. I know so many, man, and been honored to meet so many and watch so many, and yeah, they're amazing, man. Not all of them are really cool people, but they can play some fucking music. Those bitches.
Yeah, but the real musicians will like stop when the crowd's in trouble.
No, they just keep playing, dude.
Lord. Not my friends. They start a mosh pit. Get your face split.
What a cuck show that fucking nightmare.
Well, I was talking about like Travis Scott, you know.
We used to run motherfuckers over flat in the mosh pit. Be like, start a mosh pit. Get your face split.
Mike,
Buck
did you
pushing? I hit with bare fists.
Mike, did you hear what happened on the weekend, man? Over at that concert at their fucking.
It was a stampede.
Yeah, bullshit. I've seen mosh pits. Listen, I've seen motherfuckers come out the mosh pit pretzeled.
Oh yeah,
but they lived.
Fucking bleeding, fucking broke.
But they lived.
Like fucking get me out of here. Like, yeah, okay, no problem.
His shit didn't look anything. Look at some of the mosh pits. Look at Google or YouTube, the craziest mosh pit ever. Nobody fucking died in there.
No shit.
Dude, who knows what the fuck was going on there? There was a stampede at the gate, like during the day. And then I'm like, okay, I've seen that before. Okay. And then there was a stampede to go see because this guy came on and fucking started singing. What? And I'm like, I've never seen that, dude. I don't care. I've seen some of the greatest bands.
He's not even a good singer. He can't do acapella. He's all electronic voice box. That's all he is. He's got pedals for his fucking mic, dude.
I've seen just like The mosh pits from hell, us festivals, summer struts. Fucking, I've been to them all, man. And
Slipknot. Yeah.
it
Nobody
doesn't
died
matter
there.
how hard you're fucking pushing, man. There's no fucking
Nobody died there. I don't push in the wash pit. I'll punch a motherfucker, especially if they're trying to ram me.
pushing. It's just equilibrium takes over at some point because people are pushing back. Remember that too, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, dude. The hardest crowd I've ever been in was fucking Puddle of Mud, believe it or not.
Really?
Tell me more, man.
Dude, like not even Rob Zombie fucking that crowd wasn't pushing that hard to get up to the fucking rail, dude.
It's
Dude,
not that
Puddle
hard.
of Mud, it was a small arena. Like even Corn I could get up. I was able to go backstage. I had
You
passes
can
for
push
Corn.
your way through,
But like
man.
Puddle of Mud, that was the hardest fucking crowd to get around. You're just getting pushed on all sides.
Hey, a year ago, this was a super
It was a
spread.
small arena too.
It's a super spreader event. I have no doubt.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be.
Yeah, I've been in concerts where you can literally feel the ground tremble under you, man, and nobody died.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like not even talking about getting out the fucking butter knife to spread the peanut butter. You're just gonna grab the fucking rubber spatula, super spread that shit.
Somebody dropped a crowd mob, fucking smash them up. Fuck, I don't know what the hell that is, but that looks like fun to go watch for sure.
What? No, fuck that. Be in the middle.
Yeah.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go, pussies.
30 years ago, I'm in the middle, man. Not today, man. I'm not gonna be jumping in that. Fuck that, man.
Hell no.
I'll pay money to go see some shit.
20 years ago.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even do that.
I'll buy you
Like,
a
you
ticket.
guys are
I'll buy you a
nuts.
ticket on the field. I'm gonna be up there in the first row.
I was so fast, and I was fast.
Adjacent to the stage.
Nobody's gonna touch me, man. You're not even gonna fucking come close. Anyway, that's an awesome fucking gift, dude. I love that. So yeah, there was some smashing bullshit going on over the weekend. Anyway,
I'm doing a discussion right now on another server. Can someone give me the distances to the sun that changed like 10 times? You know that one that's changed like since Newton, since Einstein. The distances to the sun started at 3 million miles and it went to like 90 million miles. Anybody have that meme?
somebody will bring it up. Hey, hold on.
I sure don't.
I don't think I do. That's a good one, though. That sounds like a good one. I would mooch that if somebody posts that. That would be
It shows how inaccurate science is, and that obviously it changes over time.
Yeah. Hey, we're 3 million miles closer to the sun, and we're freezing our balls off. How's that feel? That's all I got. That's what they tell us, man. In the wintertime, we're 3 million miles closer to the heat source, but yet we're freezing our asses off. Right? I find that just humorously ridiculous.
Everything they tell you as an explanation is ridiculous. In fact, it's so fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Cyrus.
Fucking serious, come through, bitch. Take that. Fucking. That is a good one. I might have that somewhere. Fuck. I might have. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, I'm saving it now. Now I've got it. I'm saving it. I can organize my memes, man, so I can pull them up quicker. I'm too lazy, man. Damn it. Sorry. Too damn lazy. I don't know. I'm not lazy, but I just can't find the energy to organize my memes properly. Damn it. Everybody be cool, man. The boss is here. Everybody be cool, man. What's up, Helio?
You talking about Battlemod? The boss has been here for a while. That's Battlemod. He's the boss.
Okay. If you say he's the boss, man, I'm going with that one then.
All right. I mean, whatever. Yeah, this shit about that shit that happened in Houston, that's some pretty weird shit, isn't it?
It's like a super demonic.
It's like I've been to so many big concerts, and you have these huge mosh pits and shit, and nobody dies, and freaking people just on the shit at each other. I've been in mosh pits, and it's like, oh, somebody falls down, and it's like, hey, everybody get the fuck back and get this somebody's up so they can start moshing again, you know?
Equilibrium takes over, Helio.
But I saw a video on Facebook that was from that concert, and there were some people like they were just like, stop! There are people getting freaking trampled down here. People are dying. I mean, and he's like, wait, who told me to? I saw a video. It was a rap concert, so I'm not familiar with the artist or whatever because I don't really follow that shit. But anyway, he did stop. And he's like, who told me to stop? And this video I saw on Facebook was like, oh, yeah, I told you to stop because there's people that are just like being trampled underfoot. You know, it's like people are like really hurt and dying here. And he's like, well, fuck you, man. It's like, it's like, what? It's like, pay attention, man. So. I don't know. I don't know, man. But I don't know if that was actual footage or something on Facebook. You know, it's fine. And these kind of things. And then I saw this video of their stage setup. It was like a upside down cross leading into a tunnel, which whatever. That's
it's demonic.
That's just kind of the way. That's kind of the way. Whatever it is.
It's very artsy and very edgy. Is what it was.
It's edgy. It's just a cross leading into a tunnel to hell. I don't know. We'll see.
It's edgy, man. It's far out, man.
Hey, you guys ever seen those? Like those? It's just like this. It's not a mosh pit, but it's like where they set up like on each side of the thing, and then they run toward each other. And
we're just watching
people don't even die. They don't even die then.
There's a gift in the back. There's a gift going on at.
It's like moshers know how to do it, man. They do it right.
Man. Check 842 in the text. It's like that is, one of those kind of fucking festivals, man. I want to go to one of those and just watch,
Yeah, I've been in. I mean, not that, but, that type of thing. But at the same time, it's just like, I mean, you might get a couple bruises, but for the most part, you're going to come out okay.
Somebody's gonna get a busted leg or arm and nose.
No, you're not gonna get a broken leg. You're gonna get some bruises.
Well, if you're obviously you have to be in pretty good shape to fucking go rocking into a wall of people coming from both directions. You're not gonna if you're like weak or something. Yeah,
that's fucking hilarious.
It's fucking awesome, isn't it?
Hey, but nobody died. But nobody died. Nobody died. It was just like, fuck yeah, I did this on purpose.
Nobody got hurt. Nobody died.
I don't say nobody got hurt, but they probably woke up next morning going,
"That's an old
shit,
saying,
that was intense."
Do you remember Dave J? Flat Earther? Anybody?
Name sounds
familiar. That was his YouTube channel, man, Dave J. But he had that saying, man, nobody died, nobody got hurt. And I was like, that was pretty good.
What is that? Passes the Future just posted. Is that Gojira?
Dave J, man, 2015.
Yeah, that's Gojira.
Cool.
Anyway, nobody remembers Dave. All right, cool, man. He was pretty interesting guy, man.
Well, The name sounds familiar, but I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
specifically
he didn't
remember.
have any like breakthrough super videos or anything, but he would be sitting around talking about flat Earth, man. Yeah,
Cool. You know, we all been around a
cool.
long time.
That's cool.
And but when it comes to like these super mosh pits and shit, I mean, it's like the metal folks. It's like nobody dies, you know. When even in this type of situation, you know, you get some bruises and shit, but nobody dies. But this Houston debacle, people died.
Well, that's they're telling
And
us.
that's not metal. That's not what
Yeah.
metal people help each other out. It's just like, hey, nigga, get back, get the fuck up. Somebody's on the ground. We got to help them up so they can get back in the pit.
Yep.
Because I've fallen in the pit many times.
See,
And it's just like when somebody falls down, everybody like puts their arms out and freaking clears the crowd out, gets the motherfucker back up, and then you get back in the pit. You don't let people trample on somebody. Just doesn't happen.
That ain't cool, man. You don't want to like, dude.
Dude, I've been in a lot of pits where people fall down, and it's just like every single time you'll have several people just pushing people back, help the sumbitch up so he can get back in the pit.
Right. You know. Meanwhile, you're throwing, you know, a couple elbows might be flying, but
yeah, but it's gentle. It's just like it's more of a defensive thing than an offensive thing. And if people get offensive, then they'll be ejected pretty quickly, or they'll get punched in the mouth.
Helio, have you heard this song from Lamb of God? O Muerta?
I probably have. Have you heard that Lamb of God? Didn't they have a shit? Never mind. I'm not going to talk about it right now until I remember exactly what I'm talking about. But this one, no.
Yeah.
Well, I may have.
You'd like it.
Probably heard it.
You'd be into it.
Didn't they do a cover album? Burn the Priest.
I'm not sure. I know.
That's what it was. That's what I was trying to think of.
Kill Switch Engaged did a cover, not a cover album, but they did cover.
Hold on. Let me find this Burn the Priest stuff. I think Lamb of God did a separate project called Burn the Priest. Hold on. And it's pretty badass. If you like Lamb of God. Maybe thinking of a different band because there's so much shit.
Yeah, here's Gojira.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Amazonia.
sure. Pretty sure it was Burn the Priest.
And that's got like one of my playlists on it. So
My bad. Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, let Gojira. They just put a new album out, didn't they? Earlier this year.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they did.
I haven't been keeping up on anything. I know Soulfly put out a new one too. It's their new singles, just Go Ahead and Die.
Just go ahead and die. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm already dead, man. I'm dead to the world. I never existed.
And like apparently the album art, it's like the medical caduceus, but instead of the two serpents with the flying with wings and all that on the pole, it's one serpent on a pole. So yeah.
You know, there's a band named Go Ahead and Die too.
Really?
Yeah. Roadkill. Toxic Freedom. Truckload Full of Bodies. They're called GAAD. Here, I'll share one with you.
Yeah, truckload of bodies.
Yep.
What the shit is going on?
There's also Cavalier Conspiracy. Killer be killed.
Mm-hmm.
These are all Cavalera's bullshits, you know. But that Cavalier Conspiracy, he's playing with his son and his brother.
Yep.
Now, see, I'm pretty sure I know a band that you know about. Hmm.
Yeah, freaking Lamb of God had another album called Burn the Priest. Anyway, that was the song Burn the Priest. But there was another, it was like an alternative group. Dude, this song I was just listening to came out in 2018, but this album I'm talking about came out, I think, like late 2019 or 2020. Trying to find it. Shouldn't be this hard to find. This is crazy. But
there you go, Mike.
I'm not a huge Lamb of God fan, but I've seen them live a couple times, and they're pretty badass live. Have you ever seen them live?
No.
Lamb of God?
No.
Oh, yeah, they have a great show. I saw Lamb of God and Slayer and freaking Anthrax. It was a good show. Was out of control at that show.
I think Mike likes it.
Yeah, I'm hip to that. My cat just started eating all my chips off my fucking plate.
Yeah, that's Head P, Head Planet Earth. So Head HED and then PE.
Apparently, he likes honey barbecue. Cat.
So do raccoons. They don't get that shit in nature. It's like spicy, sweet, tangy, barbecuey, smoky. Yes.
Raccoons like chips. They love bags of chips.
I'm not even saying like raccoons like cat.
Huh?
That's just what you said. Raccoons like cat.
Nope.
No.
They hate cats. They run away from them.
Oh, I don't know. I've never seen a raccoon.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
I've seen some
lots of
big ass
possum.
raccoons, but they don't want to have anything to do with my house cats.
Hey, Helio, have you ever had a donkey walk up to your, have you ever opened up your front door and there's a donkey staring you in the face?
Yep.
Well, I mean, No, not at my house, but I mean, I wouldn't expect a donkey to walk up to my
Dude.
front door because I don't have donkeys. There's no such thing as a wild donkey.
Bullshit. Bullshit. There's wild
Right.
burros, man. There's wild donkeys everywhere out here. Fucking this one donkey
man.
like was up on the porch and like knocking on the door and moving stuff around, and I was like, okay, someone's screwing around on the front porch. And I opened the door real fast to like surprise somebody. I was like, okay, what are you doing? The donkey is sitting there staring me in the face. I'm just like, okay. Well, that wasn't expected. Fucking jackass. Sitting there on my porch, eating boxes and shit.
My
You sure it wasn't your neighbor? Your neighbor's donkey got out of the fence?
My
No,
neighbor's
Helio,
donkey
they're wild
always comes
donkeys.
over.
After World War II, or during World War II, there was a Strategic Metal Act, and all the miners out here had to let their donkeys go and close their mines. They could either kill them or set them loose, and a lot of them set them loose. So they've just been out here. Check out Oatman, Arizona. Wild donkeys.
I mean, how do
I'm fucking telling
how
you,
the
dude. There's
wild
fucking wild ass
donkeys?
everywhere out here.
I'm going to take your word for it for now. But how, as far as breeding goes, I'm trying to figure out how donkeys can find each other and breed and live in the wild that way.
Oh, dude, they bray and they find each other. I mean, shit, you can hear them for like miles just going. It's like, holy shit.
Fuck me.
I like
the other day, one of the young males was getting old enough, like didn't have any like down left on it.
I thought
the
they
other
went.
donkeys were chasing it off.
Isn't that
Well,
what
it's
they
more
do?
like
They got to work up to a hee-haw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
fucking annoying.
Oh God, fucking
Yeah,
donkeys.
he's got it down pat.
I worked on a farm. I worked on a farm where, like, somebody. I mean, it's hard to train a donkey, but at the same time, they would tie a pony to a donkey to train the horse.
Yeah, and you see how those donkeys have that cross on their back, that dark cross, like at the base of their mane. There's a dark spot that goes down, and then it's a black spot that goes down their back. It looks like a cross. These things they also have, like, if you look, you can't really tell there, but if you look at their feet, like down by their haunches and stuff, it's can't remember what it's called, but a lot of times it's considered green. So horses that have that and donkeys that have that, they're like I can't remember what it's called. It's like that, or considered a green horse, like a wild, almost like a zebra
Yeah, that's
pattern.
what I'm saying. I mean,
Zebra
it's
stripe pattern.
like, but people will pay money when they buy a pony. They'll pay money to someone that has a donkey that can train the horse, and they'll tie that freaking horse to the donkey, and that donkey will lead the horse around. And that's how they train a lot of ponies. Tie them to a donkey, man. Because once you tie that fucking horse to the donkey, he can't do anything because the donkey's so stubborn, But it's also trained, I mean, it's, donkeys are smart, bro. And so, but yeah, you tie a pony to a donkey, man, and they train them to be led, and you don't have to do as much work. You just let the donkey do the work. I've seen it done. And then once you start to train the pony after it's been led by the donkey for a while, then it's a lot easier to train them. You ever heard of that, Mike? I used to work for an animal, large animal vet. Yeah. It's like I was just like, what? Why is this horse tied to this fucking donkey? And it wasn't. It was a pony, and whatever. So the donkey moves, the horse moves. Blink, blink, blink. They tie the freaking horse to the donkey, man, and it trains it how to move. And then, so yeah. Donkeys are smart, man. Stubborn as hell and smart.
How are you feeling, my friend? Are you okay?
Woohoo! Helio, would you like a wild ass? Would you like some Arizona ass?
I don't know why you're asking me that.
Because all you have to do is come out here with a horse trailer and we'll corral you a fucking donkey.
I don't have anywhere to put it, so I don't know why I would need a donkey.
Put it in your bathtub.
Fuck that.
Donkeys are that guy. You'd be that guy
assholes.
that's seen, riding a donkey to the fucking bar, and the bar would be cool enough to let you bring the fucking donkey in. It's like, fuck yeah.
Riding donkeys is not the best idea. They're usually more like you can load you can lead a donkey, but trying to ride them, just like it's like Battle Mob posted there. I mean, it's not the best. You don't want to necessarily,
especially when you're hammered, huh?
Use it as a pack animal. That would be even better because they'll follow you, but they don't want you to sit on them.
Guy was so big it took 4 donkeys to get that motherfucker out of the mountains.
Yeah, donkeys don't want you to ride them, bro. Man, they
I had to go.
They don't mind carrying some weight, but they definitely
Oh,
don't
bigger
want you
jackass. The little ones, no, they don't like being ridden, but a bigger jackass will let you.
Yeah, but there's not any reason to, really. They're not.
You ain't never been drunk playing with a donkey before, then, if there ain't no reason to
Dude,
ride.
you just have to start eating them, and then they'll start coming around often. And they'll
and then you're like, look,
you, and then
look, bitch, you ate my carrots. I'm fucking riding you.
Motherfucker, you've been eating my dog's food.
Right. I'm fucking riding you, motherfucker.
They probably laugh at you as much as you laugh at them.
I caught you in my hammock yesterday, you little son of a bitch.
Some bitch
You're getting ridden.
That gif you just posted, what's he got, a fucking MP5 or something?
Yeah, he's like, we going to war. Hold on, doggy. We going to war, motherfucker. Well, maybe we ain't. Hey, that's my fucking swing.
Holy shit.
Fuck that. Jacob, he's got a donkey. That motherfucker's like a dog, man. He can literally sick the donkey on you and shit. Motherfucker come knock you down with his ass.
Can you hear me or not?
That donkey likes me too. He always comes wandering over here. I'm like, shoo, go on, boy. Fuck on.
Yes,
go on. Take your Amish ass home, Amish donkey.
But can you hear me or not?
Yeah.
We can hear
but it's not great quality.
Oh, that's it. I can hear you yelling at me, man.
I'm sorry.
He goes, okay, I'm sorry.
Man.
We're clowning Siller. Yeah, what do you got, Siller?
It's 7 a.m. here in Greece. I'm just coming to work and I'm listening to you and just want to participate.
I was just picking on you, man.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, I can hear you. You don't got to yell at me.
Okay, Siller, do you have something to say about the donkeys?
You got a donkey? We ride you on a donkey?
Every time I ride it, he goes straight to the tree. On doesn't.
Attaboy.
If he sees a cliff, he will try to drop you there.
Yeah, that's why they're called jackasses.
Yeah, you're better off to hook a cart up to the motherfucker and ride the cart.
In my village, they try to see here the teeth of the donkey, so they can see how old he is and everything that. And every time he opens the mouth, he closes it immediately and bites.
Sounds like my goat. My goat's a dickhead too.
But they're strong. You can carry many things, woods, anything you want. But it's very tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can carry a lot of gold ore on the backs of the bastards too.
So it's not too expensive. I think it's okay. It's I think $500, $600 if it's small. You can buy it, but it's not only for war, like the dogs.
Yeah, just hook them bastards up to a cart, make them pull that shit.
If you have time, it's the best thing for you to do the dog job.
Yeah.
You can do it very slowly, but very accurate. Precisely, accurately. How can you say it?
Accurate.
How's the
Accuracy, accurate.
word? Accurate, yes. Very precisely.
See, this here is donkey abuse. Look at this image. I put two.
Nice bong rip, man.
They overloaded that donkey.
Yeah, it's
he's doing bong rips.
it's
I'm
my
hitting.
virus.
I'm hitting a
It's my
happy.
virus glass.
Hey, I was wondering the other day. You're Cyrus. Are you Cyrus the virus?
Yep, exactly. Yep, that's exactly where I got Cyrus from. Cyrus the
Con
virus.
Air, baby.
Yep.
Siler is nickname from.
Okay, so what's the capacity of the C-130?
I said, put the bunny down.
Put the bunny down. I don't know the capacity of Charlie 130.
What's the CG of that particular AC-130 that they're transporting us on?
Actually, I do not know. And it's not an AC. I think it's just Charlie 130. AC 130 is only in Call of Duty, man.
You mean load capacity of a C-130?
Yeah.
I could Google that shit.
No,
Right.
not load capacity,
I know.
the CG.
CG is what? Cargo? No?
Center of gravity.
Oh.
It's like
Am
the
I
pivot
supposed to
point.
know that because I'm Cyrus the virus? Is that it?
Yeah.
Because I'm about to fucking hijack the plane?
I mean,
Right.
you got your buddy Swamp Thing that's going to fly it.
Well, you got to distribute the weight evenly.
I mean,
Same
what
way
I mean
with
by Swamp Thing is, battle
any
mod.
trailer. Any trailer. Hey, we ain't making it to the airport. We're putting this down on the strip, son. Vegas, here we come.
Vegas.
I
Look
like
how
that
old
movie.
those fucking tires are, man. What the fuck?
I know.
Those rims,
I know. That shit's like off a 19
dude,
GMC
that's
or
like a
some shit.
single fucking. That's like a chariot wheel with rubber on it. What the fuck, dude?
No, it's a car's wheel, dude, or something. Some kind of. I don't
Have
even
you
fucking
seen
know.
what
Bro.
car do you know of has one fucking bolt?
Center, yeah, right. I'm trying to think.
That's what I was thinking. Chariot wheel, dude.
Like
We got
They just
aftermarket.
put a tire on it.
Aftermarket. Oh, does the Model A have single?
It's probably
Actually,
a Pakistani special.
AC-130 is
It is a
made by
Pakistani
Lockheed. It's not a gunship if you mean naval ship. It's AC-130 is an airplane.
Transport, yeah.
Yeah, it's a transport. It's made by Lockheed.
Lockheed.
But it's considered a gunship.
Anytime they fucking have a howitzer sticking out of it, it's a fucking gunship.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can even do that with the
not only
C-130.
that,
C-130 is usually Air Force.
the new AC-130 is fucking heavily armored.
And then isn't there also a KC for the civilian, where it's like the tankers for dropping fire retardant?
Yeah, I think there's something like that. But the new one, man, they can fuck. That bitch is heavily armored. It can take a bunch of shit. I was reading some shit on that the other day. The new 130 is a bad motherfucker.
See, I know the C-130 is cargo plane, but it can also swap the cargo and lock into the cargo rack seating. But with the AC, it's adjustable cargo, so it's flexible cargo, can all liquids, solids, whatever.
Yeah, before it's over, they'll have fucking lasers on the front of them bitches.
Yeah. Well, don't Boeing already have one of those things?
There's supposed to be a AC-130 gunship that is armed with lasers. Yeah.
Oh, and because of all of the threats of the Chinese of the Chinese Navy, and the Chinese having like missiles that can fucking take us out, that our phalanx cannot defeat, they mounted the railgun on the first Navy vessel.
Yeah, they got bombs and shit on the wings of them fucking new ones, the new 130.
I'm thinking the other littoral ships are going to have railguns on them as well. Because littorals can work in deep sea, but they're meant for rivers and shallow waterways.
Yeah, that new Lockheed motherfucker is bad. A lot different than what we had in the 90s.
Everything's different than we had in the 90s. Look at the computers.
Right.
Shit, look at video games.
Well, we used the Hercules transport when we went to, Desert Shield. The original, the C-130, just a Hercules.
Yeah. Holy shit, that's a big fucking spider.
I thought you meant a naval gunship. My bad, Hila. It is a gunship, though. They can equip it with anything. Yeah. The motherfucker's got a load capacity like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, in the 90s, in 89 and 90, we started moving in the desert to stay. You know what I'm saying? We used the Hercules and the Workhorse to get there. The C-130 and the C-141. C-145 C-130. You moved a lot of shit there, though. Quick.
Burped. The sound of safety.
Brat. Yeah. Sound of safety, my ass. Not sure at the other end
It's
of
the
it.
scariest sound you'll ever hear. Just think about the time when the technology is going to be out there where they won't even have to send troops into a country. They'll just send an autonomous vehicle, and after the vehicle gets there, it'll deploy sub-vehicles that are equipped with shape charges that have individual targets of combatants, and
It'll be
hunters
video
seek them
games.
out and take them out.
It'll be
Kind of
video
already is,
games.
Mike.
I
Man,
know.
it is video games, bro. People just sit in fucking containers and press buttons now.
Give me a UAV with a fucking 50 cal belt fed and a motherfucking some
And
sidewinder
no shit.
missiles. Some
It's a
sidewinder
badass
missiles,
fucking,
and
yeah.
you're damn right. It'll be a motherfucking video
Oh
game.
yeah, fucking sidewinders. Yeah, sir. Yeah, it's a nice video
You have
game.
a lock. Fire at will. Be putting that shit on auto fire.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I miss doing VCP and LPOP fucking training. I missed that shit.
And I've got where I live, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Well, it's in Bentonville, where Walmart is from, right? Walmart. They have there was an article that came out on Facebook today. They have autonomous vehicles shipping products from factory to or from warehouse to Walmart distribution centers or whatever, to different Walmarts have autonomous vehicles. They go certain routes that they take. They're already doing that now. So I'll be driving. I haven't seen one yet, but now that they've announced it, I'll probably see it more often. Maybe I'll see one day. It's a box truck. It's a box truck with no driver. It's going from a Walmart warehouse to a Walmart, to a neighborhood market or a Walmart. And it's just a box truck, and there's nobody driving it.
Seems like it'd be easier to hijack then.
That's what my first thought was. Yeah, carjackings are going to go up.
Well, we'll see.
Let's try to make countermeasures for that.
Well, they
Probably
announced it on the news.
Spurs, huh?
They announced it on the local news here. There's going to be just get used to seeing box trucks, Walmart box trucks just rolling around the city.
The Star Lifter, that's a heavy lift.
Yeah, that's a C-141. That brought in a lot of the equipment. Tents, equipment.
Food.
Vehicles.
AC-130, when I said it was gunship, that's literally what it's called. But yeah, it's not. Air and sea, they use the same terminology for them.
All C-130s were technically a gunship, even the Flying Fortress, because they had a gunship right above. It had a swivel gun pilot above. Yeah.
But if you look at the AC-1, if you look at the AC-130, though, it's specifically designed for.
Well, they got rockets now. You know what the Hercules is, right? We bombed China with them. They had 5-man guns on them.
Yeah, but the Hercules isn't as. It would have to. It has to fly higher. It's a jet engine. aircraft, isn't it?
The
Where the
first bomber?
AC-1... No,
Yeah.
the Hercules is a jet engine aircraft. You know, as
The
compared
newer
to
ones are, yeah.
yeah, like the AC-130 is. It's see, I grew up in Jacksonville, Arkansas, where it was the largest C-130 air base in the world, and so there were C-130s just constantly, like all day long. You know, it's just.
I mean, the first ones were propellers, though. You know that, right? Propeller
No.
ships.
All C-130s are propeller. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Yeah. Oh,
The
so
new
they have
ones, right?
C-130s now that are jet propelled. Sure, fine,
It's different
whatever.
different classifications.
But the
they-
AC-130 is still a propeller aircraft.
C-130 rolling
I
down the
think
strip.
they need a shorter runway if they're prop engines. If I'm not mistaken, if they're props, they don't need as long as a runway.
Well, the
That's why they
Hercules
prop on them.
a prop engine. The
Yeah.
C-130's Hercules is. So's the AC-130 though.
Yeah, it's prop. They can fly a lot lower and target.
They have advantages to them.
Target a lot better.
Hey, what the fuck is that snorkel out there for? Is that just for refueling?
Isn't there an air sampler that sticks out in the front of the wing too, or an airspeed, whatever it is?
It's like something it was on the C-130 that was taken off. You see it sticking out of the nose.
Sometimes it's an airspeed gauge or something.
Yeah, it's not a fuel thing.
See it?
No. Yeah, I see it. But no, that's
Yeah, but see, I think that's for refueling because it's long. It's not like one of the air samplers.
no. Talk about refueling in flight.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of the prop planes do that type of thing. The refueling in flight. And if I'm thinking about it right, maybe I'm not, but. Trying to find a good video of the AC-130 in action, like in a firefight. It's just not a fight. They're just freaking. They have one side of the plane just like they lean out and then just go, just destroy like hundreds of yards of freaking, just like freaking 100mm rounds and shit, just like just destroy. And it moves the plane sideways when they're firing, and it's just like it's hard to even keep flight. I just go
gun ready.
Bring the rain.
See some really cool videos. I'm trying to find one.
Gun ready. Launching the howitzer. Gun ready.
And from what I understand, that they used a lot of the AC-130 in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Let's see if this is a good one.
I mean, not in Desert Shield, but in Sensen.
Well, not Iraq, but like
Afghanistan.
Iran, the
Iraq,
puppy war.
Contra.
Here's one inside the ship. Oh shit.
Well, generally they got a gauge that it's a difference between static pressure and something else that they get airspeed from. It's really not a tube that sticks out. There's not something spinning on the front of the plane that tells you your airspeed. Winds can affect that, high pressure and low pressure. So it's to do with static pressure.
I know, but on smaller planes, at least the ones I saw when I was a kid, they have these little air sampler thingies in the wings.
And I don't know what it does. I don't know whether it tells them what the pressure is or what it is, but it's some kind of air sampler thing that takes some kind of measurement. I don't know what it does. But they're on both sides of the wing, so I would assume they're not refueling things. That's all I'm saying. I could be wrong.
This looks pretty badass. That's that video I just posted. This is inside the AC-130. Yeah. I don't feel bad for the people on the ground, but it still looks badass.
Shit, that C-141 is bad too, but it's a jet.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
I mean, the Hercules is the second generation, though. First, it was a Flying Fortress, you know.
Right.
Which
but
wasn't.
Still, you got to think that the friend or foe indicator, you know, or whatever the fuck the system is, you'd have to be suicidal to fly your plane towards U.S. military like bases, FOPs, anything like that, or FOBs, anything like that, because
You
they're
guys
all
do know
able
what the
to
Flying
now.
Fortress was, right?
Yeah.
B-52, right?
Yeah, B-17 all the way up to the B-52.
Bombers.
Those are bombers, though, right? Totally different.
That's what the
I don't know.
Bs
It's the
was,
same.
yeah.
It's the same round as the phalanx. It's land-based phalanx, but it's got
You think the
airburst
Hercules
rounds.
isn't a bomber?
The Hercules will drop Moabs and 1,000-pound bombs off the back.
Yeah,
Well,
we can bring
you can do that
300
with
tons of. We can
You can
bring
dro-
300 tons of military equipment. You don't think we can drop a bomb with a Hercules?
Yeah, well, you can drop a.
Yeah, all you need is that fucking skid plate, and
Yeah,
deploy
you
a
can
drone
drop
chute.
you can drop a Moab with a C-130 too, but the AC-130 was a whole different animal. That's all I'm saying.
It is, but what do you think it's designed for, Julio?
It's designed to fucking
It's just a
blast
design.
the shit out of people.
You think it's to fight against? You think it's to fight against jets and people on the ground? This big ass target. They're more designed for moving equipment and manpower, and doing it while being able to lay suppression fire, ground fire, open a hole, and bring in the fucking people to set up base camp.
To be honest, and I think the military's already figured this out. You wouldn't put an AC-130 somewhere if you're going to do if you're going to destroy a plane. You would make sure that they don't have anti-aircraft guns and shit in that area before you.
Most nations do,
because you're going to have to fly lower. You're going to have to fly lower in a certain area, to actually really get what needs to be done, and with the AC-130 the way it's designed. But anyway. So they're very selective about where they send in the AC-130s.
Those shells, dude. Those things are huge. That one we get one
Yeah, it's 20 millimeter Gatling gun.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's classified as a ground attack variant.
I thought it was
transport.
a 50 millimeter, but
The
I guess that's
M61A1 20 millimeter Gatling gun is capable of acquiring its target and firing at a rate of 45,000 rounds or 4,500 rounds per minute. The Forward Area Defense and Command and Control, or FAD-C2 system, integrates the sensors, weapons, and wiring systems for the CRAM interceptors. Things are badass, dude.
Like I said, I mean, they wouldn't send the AC-130s into an area where there's.
So is that an explosive that's on the tip of it, or is that just the
airburst
lead hitting the ground? Oh,
it's airburst.
I think like some of the guns on the
so it's like anti-aircraft round.
Right. It blows up.
Some
right
of them
before
are
you-
solid slug, but they're still like anti-aircraft. But when they're designed for like out at sea, for taking out ship-to-ship missiles, so they didn't they had the firepower and the volume. They didn't necessarily need the shrapnel, but on land, they don't want like all those rounds going in and potentially taking out civilians when they land.
Yeah, the only time I would use
They'll
that big
detonate
ass
in there.
target for counter air support would be at night. I wouldn't use that during the day. I don't care where you're at, that thing will get shot down. It's an easy target.
Exactly. So that's what I was saying. If there's,
it's for night
you
missions.
you wouldn't use the AC-130. If there's, a risk of, of them getting shot down.
Yeah,
here's another video of.
You don't have to have surface to air for a target that big or anti-aircraft. You can get shot out of the air by infantry troops in that.
Well, it
Yeah,
depends
you
on.
see the square building? Yeah, that's a mosque. Don't fuck with that square building. You're clear to engage the rectangular
A
building.
square building is a mosque.
Yeah, isn't that what they say in that one?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, the square building with all the vehicles around it. Yeah, that's a
I've
mosque.
seen that one.
Do not engage the mosque. You're clear
there's
to engage the rectangular building right next to it, though.
There's actually a movie about that.
And the guy had the crosshairs right on it. Oh, and then he moved it off.
Yeah, they can equip
I
them
see
with
it. I see it. Yeah.
Sidewinder
Okay.
missiles. They can equip them with Sidewinder missiles, homing missiles, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, sure. If you see the AC-130, it's got all the guns sticking out the side and shit.
Yeah,
and they bank around and then just like they hold their position. It's just like
it has like 5 classes.
Yeah, it has
the
different. It has all kinds of
AC-130A,
fucking
the
different guns on it.
AC-130H, U, W.
Yeah.
Which one shoots the saber rounds? Those ones that cut through steel and all that.
They're purpose specific.
Yep.
Those special forces use those.
Yeah.
The nighttime mission, that'd be great because we could deploy from it, parachute down, and they can lay suppression fire.
Yeah, because they can fly at low altitude because they're a propeller.
Well, that shaft's pretty cool. Big old. It's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of them can fly at low altitude.
Gun ready.
All the prop ships can.
Light him up.
That's why they're so
you
good.
got him. No, he's still laying there.
They're still loud as fuck. They're loud as fuck, though.
They can fly by and drop us and turn around and come back and support us.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. I grew up around a C-130 air base.
Yeah, we wouldn't use them during the day. We'd use them at night. We'd deploy under darkness. Same way we hit the desert.
Yeah, C-130 is more of a.
We might even land one of them bitches for our first base camp.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like I said, C-130.
It's got all the
shoot from it at least, right?
I grew up around the
got
largest.
all the equipment in it, heavy guns, and it's armor plated.
Yeah, C-130 is basically was designed as a cargo plane, but then they utilized it in different ways. Transport cargo. Yeah, sure. And I grew up in the largest C-130 base in the world. If I'm being repetitive, tell me so. Whatever.
Hey, that's a nice pipe, Cyrus.
Got a little greedy there.
C-130 rolling down the strip. Airborne daddy gonna take a little trip. Jump up, Chapel F. Right for the door. Clip my mountain, count to 4. If my chute don't open wide, I got another one by my side. And if that one should fail me too, well, look out, world, 'cause I'm a-coming through. Singing, hey, boppery bop. Bop, boppery bop.
I'm coming at you with a broken leg.
Low boppery bop.
Goddamn, this shit's stuck to the jar, man.
We use some of them
Velcro.
C-130s just to train motherfuckers to parachute from. And you better miss the prop, bitch. That's the joke, because you drop adjacent to the prop, to the rear of the prop. So that's a joke. But hey, it's funny. It's always funny. They're like, "What?" We're at the back of the plane, like this dumbass. I always love to watch the first time.
As long as the plane's not moving backwards, you think you're gonna be okay.
Hey, and let me say, only after my first time did I like to watch the first time.
I've never jumped. I've always wanted to jump, man. But
I was like, prop, what? Wait, there's a propeller back here? What the fuck, man? Nobody said nothing about this shit in training.
Ain't no propping back.
Right.
That's funny. I've always wanted to jump, though.
I don't think I would have done it if there'd been a choice. I mean, I had a choice, fail out or, rise.
Either one of you guys flown in one of those things?
Right. I have. Rise to the occasion or.
Hey, Mike, have you been in a C-130?
Yeah, I've jumped out. I've rode in a few transports. I've been in a Hercules, yeah.
Oh, cool.
We use them to deploy into the desert from parachute. The first boots hit the sands were special ops and Desert Shield. And then one MEF took the desert over. From the moment them planes started flying, they didn't stop for a couple weeks. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had no meals.
Yeah, once it starts, it don't stop, right? Oh, look at that. Are you guys watching this airborne video I showed? You get the little red guys running around. Damn. That's pretty hardcore.
What the hell?
That recoil on that.
Dude, what the fuck?
Crazy, bro. It's like, what is that? Like some kind of a gas shock that stops it from going back and blowing up and taking off the back of the gun?
It's just like they're showing like the infrared of these like little people running around, and they're just like pow pow,
yeah.
Bam,
wow,
like damn,
that's crazy, right?
I told you, AC-30's gunship, AC-130 gunship, man, it's badass. They're focusing, bro. It's like now. Fucking crazy, bro.
It's like fun though. It's like it'd be fun to fly around in there, firing off shells.
Yeah, but it's not fun to kill people necessarily. But it's just like they're all just
well,
like
no, but I'm
scrambling,
saying,
going,
like
what the fuck is going on, dude? I'm a guy. You can't throw your hands up, to the gunship. Well, that's what I was saying about the gunship. You can, the way the AC-130 flies, you can actually be at lower altitude with the propeller ship and utilize this the way that they're doing. Wow, man, that's freaking crazy.
That little plane, is that plane that big? It doesn't look that big.
Oh, it's fucking huge, bro. I've seen them up close. They're fucking huge.
I know I seen one fly over my house once, and I was like, "What the hell?"
Well, I had them fly over my house every day when I was growing up because I lived in the city where at the largest Air Force AC-130 or not.
I see the
C-130 air base in the world, and I saw exactly. And I've been inside one before. Yeah, they're fucking huge. Like, I would say about shit,
Is that a
60,
laser beam?
70 yards long, like from nose to tail. I think they're about 70 to 80 yards long. It's a cargo plane, but this the AC-130 is like they utilized all that space to fill it up with guns, basically different types of guns, so they can use it at lower altitudes, and then put these type of radar maps and everything, what you guys were just watching. Say, hey, let's radar. These are cameras, and there's a whole team working, saying, hey, these are the bad guys. Let's hit them with this 102 millimeter freaking shell. Bam! But most of the C-130s are built for cargo. But the AC-130 does that shit.
Do you feel like they're preparing for war, like a major war
So,
worldwide? That
wait,
if
let me see if you recognize this. So be it. Threaten no more. To secure peace is to prepare for war.
just didn't give a
So
fuck, huh?
be it. Settle the score. Touch me again for the words that you will hear evermore.
So we
Don't trade on me. I don't know. I don't agree with with this bullshit. But it is fascinating. I mean, we're kind of sitting
Can
back
you guys hear me?
watching them. I can hear you. I'm just being an asshole and talking over you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying, do you guys think that they could pull out like a white rabbit out of their hat, which is like a big war, in order to take control of the narrative, in case that they are going to lose the narrative?
Well, don't you think that? Have you ever considered that they would provoke you on purpose to get a response so that they can prevent you with a solution? That's called the Hegelian dialectic. Have you ever heard of the Hegelian dialectic?
Yeah, of course.
All right, so this is what they do. Everybody's like, who's they? It's like, you might even be they. You might.
I'm actually looking forward for them initiating this war, because I think that when it comes to all the different factions and excuse me, world leaders, they're all pretty much in agreement when it comes to the disease that we're not allowed to talk about. But when it comes to like the war, I don't think the world leaders are in agreement. Like every other faction and world leader is going to use that war as an opportunity to gain a leg up over their competition.
I kind of agree with you. I think that some of what what they're trying to do now is kind of falling apart because I feel like the elite are really kind of faltering in some of their events that they're trying to put together for everyone is kind of falling apart. Which their reaction from each individual countries and jurisdictions are.
Good afternoon,
I mean,
guys.
there's different reactions. I feel like it's kind of like the screws are coming loose for them, where they thought they had control, but just my opinion. as a person that's knowledgeable about this and just sitting back looking, I really feel like they haven't totally lost control, because they can't, because they have all the the financial power and everything, but they don't have power over our spirit. So it's kind of we're gonna have to kind of wait this out. But at the same time, everyone that's spiritual and everyone,
Hey, we got a new guy.
Be solidified. Boom. We're gonna win in the end. Go ahead. I'm not gonna lose hope.
Bon Bold Clat, welcome to the conversation.
It's Bumbleclats.
It's Bumbleclot, yeah.
Yo, sorry.
Oh, Bumbleclot, stop the bud cut crying, man.
Yo, this guy's the GOAT.
Me Bumbleclot, huh?
Hey, Skeptic. Sound like you're very smart about the flat Earth. Can you explain to me how the Earth is flat, please?
How the Earth? All right. So how the Earth is flat? All right. So wait. You say you don't believe me?
I believe the Earth is round, man.
All right, but you said you don't believe me. Did I say the Earth is flat?
No, he said because I don't believe.
Oh, believe. Okay, cool. All right, so you asked me. I don't. Well, for one thing, I'm not here to convince you that the Earth is flat, and no other flat earther here is here to convince you the Earth is flat. We're here to help you to understand how we've come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat.
But you're not sure, right?
No, I'm absolutely sure that the Earth cannot be a globe, and flat is not a shape. So that's not what. If you're asking me to convince you that the Earth is flat, then you're asking the wrong question.
I should ask you why the Earth isn't round.
Okay, that's a better question. I have plenty of answers for that.
Let's get started. I love you.
All right. Boom. Let's get started on the question why the Earth cannot possibly be a globe third rock from the sun. Let's go.
Before you start, by the way, I'm just going to tell you I'm actually really stupid. So if you use smart terminologies, I do not understand none of that.
Oh, well, let's start with what you know about the globe in the first place, right? I used to think the Earth was a globe. You think the Earth is a globe now. I used to think it was a globe, but now I don't. So, all right, cool. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, so you woke up, in other words.
Yeah, sure. So the Earth. Have you ever? Let's go with.
He was asking
you guys
you
want
for
to do the
evidence,
three
yeah?
questions? You guys wanted to go to the three questions with this guy. I mean, it's like I don't know if it's going to help, but we should do the
Yeah,
three
I'll do it.
questions, right? Go ahead. If you don't mind, if I defer to someone else, because
I mean, he was trying to address you, bro. Like he just wanted to talk to you. But
I get it.
Don't leave
No,
him
but
hanging like that.
everyone here is going to say the same thing. It's
No
not
deference.
like,
No deference on the table. You've
I
used
just
all
like
your
Ilia's voice
deferences.
better.
Would you like to phone a friend?
I mean, I can do it. I can't do it as well as other people because I get on a different level.
Bombaclat, I think a better approach for you would be Bombaclat. I think a better approach for you would be firstly, like you present your number one reason for why you think the Earth is round, and then we dismantle that, and you go down from there.
One time I sent listen, I have proof. The Earth is round. By the way, with due respect, I like Helios' voice.
Okay, well, all right. If you want to do it, let's go to the three main claims.
But let me tell you why I think the Earth is round.
Okay. Let's
One time, 2 years ago, bought a GoPro camera.
A
Send the weather.
GoPro camera? Is that what you said?
A Pro-Go camera.
A Pro-Go
GoPro.
camera.
Hey man, listen.
All right, so you're gonna tell us about your cam up.
And I send it.
One of your
and
friends cammed up.
I send my camera, right? Because I bought it with my money.
Yeah, but
with a weather balloon. And I could see the Earth is round.
Where did you see the round Earth?
From a weather balloon. And at what altitude?
I saw the curve, man.
Where? Like with your own
Yeah, I
weather
don't get
balloon?
that. No, you didn't see the curve. You saw the curve on TV in the movie.
No, I saw it on my GoPro.
No, you saw
His
Supposed to make
GoPro.
everything look curved.
He's
Mine
got the
does.
whole lobby open. So GoPro has a fisheye lens.
I'm calling bullshit, Bumbleclad. Where's the video?
Yeah, he's
Man, there's
Come
hundreds
on,
of videos
Bubba.
on YouTube.
If you actually
Where's
want to
the
talk
video?
to us, no.
there are.
Hey, I'm a man. Can you actually be honest with us? I mean, how did you find the server? Let's start with that.
Oh, dude, I got
Because
you.
I can tell you're already lying. You don't even know. You're just trying to make shit up.
How can I
Let's
send this
stop
video?
it.
How can I send this video? How can I send this video?
Honestly, he's drunk as fuck, but his spidey senses are still working.
I'm drunk too, but this guy's just obviously lying. He's just making shit up.
I'm drunk too.
Yo, here.
Oh my god, man.
I think I have the right. So which one?
Understand.
Which one do you want me to answer first? How did I find the server?
No, I want. You said something about a GoPro lens or some shit, and you said you wanted to talk to me. I'm talking to you now. So you said you have a GoPro lens or whatever. You haven't done shit
Pro-Go
at all. I can tell that you're lying, bro.
But look at the video I sent you, bro.
What video? Your video?
Sure. It's a YouTube video.
Sure. My video. All right, send me your video. Send it to me. But you can send it to me.
Post it again and it'll pop up with the whole video. I gave you link perms.
Man.
All right, I see it. I see it now. Let's see. This is so Overlook Horizon. This is your video. That's your video?
This is not my video, but I can tell you.
Oh, well, why the fuck did you say it was your video then?
No. I did not say that.
It. That's his
Exactly.
citation.
Citation. You know, like you use in school and stuff.
He meant his video as in like the one he posted, right? That's how I
Okay, cool. So
Okay.
it's
Yeah, that's how
the
I
video you posted.
Exactly.
All right, so let's take a look at your 98,500 foot.
Yeah, so
weather
I see
balloon
curvature from like 100 feet up. So Bumbleclad, why did you say you did this?
I did it with my uncle one time.
Yeah.
But not this video. Not this
not
video.
that video. I'm gonna have to ask for my uncle.
Yeah. Sure you do. So
Man.
Sure you do.
So why is that curvature? Why is there the same amount of curvature from 100 feet and 69,000 feet? Why is there the same amount of curvature?
Does it matter? Because
Yes.
I can tell you,
It absolutely does matter.
From one point to another and send the same weather balloon, and it would show the same thing, meaning there is a curve.
What curve? Where?
Yeah,
The curve you're
in your
seeing.
dreams, maybe in your dreams, but not in real life.
Could it be an optical effect for the fisheye lens of the GoPro camera?
That's the
Well, you could be right.
Come on, guys. We don't have to attack him. We can attack
Exactly, bro. Like, what the hell?
we can attack the
All right,
evidence.
I'll shut up. He asked me
Dude, I
originally,
like your
but
voice,
yeah, I mean,
man.
I
You
just
can't
called the
attack me like
bullshit out
that.
right away.
Can't attack me like that.
Yeah,
man.
and he came in here like Helio's a man. I want to debate Helio, man.
Dude, you hurt me, Helio.
Dude, I could tell right away that you didn't have shit.
Dude, but
Dude,
if I'm
we can
ignorant in a
take-
subject, you can just educate me. instead
He
of
said he
telling me
brought you candy, but he ate the whole box of candy while he was in the
like,
VC
welcome me into the
Can
flat
we?
Earth instead
All
of
right.
telling me I'm stupid in a way.
Welcome to the
Guys,
Flat
can
Earth
we?
Discord server. We have plenty of information here we can share. We're telling you what you posted doesn't prove anything about globe at all. I mean, it's a fisheye lens, and it's really if you lend any credence to that video you posted, if you think that really helps your helps the globe side, it's just there's nothing there for that. I mean, how am I supposed to respond to some bullshit fisheye lens video? What am I supposed to say about that?
That's my only proof. So can you show me your proofs?
Bumbleclot, I got a question for you. Do you know of any time in the past when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that to find the radius value? Or just, any method, but hopefully a directly measuring it?
I have a question.
Nobody ever measures the Earth, bro. It's still bullshit. Come on.
Dude.
Well, here. Let me just say this. So they told us in school that the Earth is a ball and it's rotating and orbiting the sun. It has a radius value of 3,959 miles.
With all
So
due
I'm asking you,
respect, I don't like
how did
the
they
voice.
come up
I
with that
only like
number?
Helio's voice. I think he got this. He can explain this very well.
Yeah, why were we wasting time with this?
Yeah, why do you want to hear me talk? I mean, just because my voice is sexy, I don't give a fuck what you
It's
think.
because if I can hear your voice, I feel like I can actually absorb more information.
Right.
No, dude, for real.
You're just
like a
troll, man.
personal problem.
Just, I'm not going to let you waste anyone else's here.
I'm for real,
I mean,
man.
it's like
Because
we're
your
having a
voice is
conversation
sexy
here.
and you know it.
All of us have as much to offer as I do.
Oh my lord!
Just because
Is
you
it
like
that
my
big
voice
of a
doesn't
deal
fucking
to
matter.
ask to talk to one person? Is that
Yeah,
It's
fucking.
really
What the hell are you
that's
talking about?
Is it
Dude.
that big of a deal? Is what I'm saying. Really?
I mean,
you sounded pretty chill.
You don't have this, bro.
Helio, if you're a moderator, you're supposed to have the base information of what you're talking about. Meaning you don't need help from other person to prove your point, right?
Because we're gonna all say the same fucking thing. You're the only one that has the question here.
Then
We're gonna
please,
all say the same thing.
you can be the one talking.
I don't have to be though.
You are not a moderator, Bumbleclad. You do not determine who is talking to you.
Okay, then I'll do the next. Yo, Batamod and all the y'all mods, can you give me permission to talk to Helio and Helio only?
It's bullshit.
No, if you want to talk to me and me only, we can set that up at another time, and I'll record it and I'll put it up on my fucking channel if you want to do it later. But not right now. We're having a conversation here.
Well, the conversation is about
it
the
would
same
be
topic
nice.
of
Hold on, Bumbleclot. It would be nice if 5 different people didn't jump on him at once and just one guy sorted this out. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Let's be adult.
But it's actually weird that he came in here and just wants to talk to me.
Well, you got fans, bro. What the hell?
Dude,
People
I
come in
saw the
here
live
and
stream.
talk about they want to hang battle mod. Well,
I heard-
I get it.
I heard your
Yeah,
voice.
yeah, that's true.
He came through your live stream.
No homo, your voice is fucking sexy, dude.
Yeah, but so is that the only reason you want to talk to me? You don't give a shit
Radio
about flat Earth? Is that the only reason you want to talk because my voice sounds cool?
Because I joined.
What the fuck?
I joined. Listen, I joined because I've never been in this Discord, right? And I know you guys have some good points. I heard about you guys from the streamers. So I actually heard your voice when I went to check out the YouTube channel. I'm like,
Okay.
damn, this guy's voice is amazing. I want to talk to him.
Oh, he can
I
sing
want
too,
you to
man.
actually to show me
Hey,
your proof.
have you heard me sing yet?
No, but we can.
I'm just fucking.
He can sing actually. He's really good.
Sing good. But yeah, but as far as the flat Earth stuff, it's for me it's a done deal. But if you're new to the topic, sure. I mean, I'm willing to introduce you to it. But everyone here that you're meeting and that you're talking to, we're pretty much in agreement. We don't agree on everything, but as far as level stationary plane, we're on the same page, bro.
All right, then let me hear your point.
Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth?
The Earth. Well, looks like my whole life has been aligned with my GoPro. So yes, I mean no, I haven't.
No. Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes?
I don't think so.
Have you been to the ocean?
Oh no. What does that mean? If I've been in?
At the shore, at a beach. Have you been to a beach, like on
Did you
an
stick your
ocean
toe
shore?
in? Did you go up to your ass? Had your head
Ocean
been in the
shore.
ocean?
I mean,
Yeah, have you been to the shore, like a beach, and
My
looked
name is-
across the ocean?
my name is Mamba Klats.
Are you
Like a
lonely?
beach.
This is a very
a
simple
beach.
question. Why are
Yeah.
you
You
not
like
answering my question?
sunset
This is a
walks
yes
on
or
the
no
beach.
question.
Yes, I've been. Listen, Elio, I've been.
Yes, you have been to the ocean and seen the horizon from a beach.
Believe it.
Horizon.
Yes?
I believe I have.
You believe you have, or you actually have?
He
I've
was
been
on
to the
acid,
beach.
I think.
I've been.
Oh, I love that.
I've been on the beach, man.
You've stood on a beach and looked as far as you can see across the ocean, right?
Right.
And there was no curve.
Thank
until
you,
looked
God.
at
How?
your GoPro.
Oh, I'm about to have a heart attack. It was so hard to get him to say yes.
But
He
no
was on
baller
acid.
ever
He
comes
was on
in
acid,
here and
so,
says
you
they
know.
can see the curvature with their eyeballs.
All
It's
right.
always
So,
my
hold
GoPro.
on. Here's the next question. So,
English is my second language, by the way.
all right, cool.
Isn't it
So,
me?
you speak English quite well, and props to you. So,
Thank you.
do you know what the horizon
What do you
is?
speak, amigo? What do you speak?
Yo sí hablo eso también.
Ah, sí, señor. I don't speak español.
Arigato
¿Cómo está?
Oh, that is Japanese. Oh, konnichiwa.
Shimatsune.
Aichiwa.
All right. You speak
Oh,
Japanese
Tomio
too, huh?
Egato.
Tatanamachimashiba. 3 languages, my boy.
Oh, 3. All right. I got 2 under my belt, not 3.
What is it?
All right, not bad. I speak Arabic.
Oh, dude, my
and,
girlfriend.
English, obviously.
Dude, my girlfriend is Arabic.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know.
Alhamdulillah.
I don't know what
Alhamdulillah.
country.
I think you could set them up.
There you go. Yeah,
This is
there
a-
you go, man.
Mashallah.
Wait.
You guys are enabling this mother-fucker to not talk about the horizon.
Oh, shit.
We're horizoning right now, man. Don't worry.
Alhamdulillah.
Are you
Allahu Akbar.
horizoning?
Inshallah.
You're funny.
Alhamdulillah.
Nice.
Alhamdulillah. Inshallah.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what the
Yes,
first one
God
means?
is great. In God's will.
Alhamdulillah is more of like thanks to the Creator.
Oh, there you go.
Alhamdulillah is Thank
How about
God.
Habib?
That's what-
Habib
that
bitch.
means Habibi or like my lover or
Habib.
baby.
Habib.
Or,
It's like I love you, right?
yeah, Habibi or like yeah.
Habib, my love.
Hub. It comes from the word HB hub or hat, which would be
Yep.
love.
I'm telling you, bro. I know my shit. All right, back
My
to the
love.
flat
Not
earth.
bad, dude. Yeah, cool. Back to
Yo.
flat Earth.
All right,
Good to know.
Helio. Second question.
No, we ain't done with the first question yet.
He's like,
What are you talking about? He's
I'm
trying to
telling you,
move
man, his
on.
spidey senses are working somehow.
Come on, guys. Don't make me feel bad about myself.
All right, so when
I've
you
seen
so
seven
you've
wonders
been to the
of
ocean
the
shore and
world.
you look across the sea
I've
or the
seen
ocean.
beauty
Yeah.
of
When
diamonds
you
and
see as
pearls.
far as you can see,
But
it's the horizon. It's the apparent position where the ground appears to meet the sky. Right? It's boom. They compress together. It's just like I can't see any further. Is that the curvature of the Earth in your mind?
No. Because I know
It can't be, can it?
it cannot be exact.
Yeah. Okay. So where is the curvature of the Earth?
Curvature of the Earth is where it happens.
Well, I mean, if we lived on the third rock from the sun, I mean,
That's whatever. That's what happens.
on this point, I mean, I'm going to go off of 3 points for a minute. Hey,
all right,
Bumbleclaw. So, are you aware of the number of this third rock from the sun? You know, the circumference of said ball Earth. Or rock from the sun spinning around?
No idea.
You should make yourself aware before you come in and say flat earthers are dumb.
Wait, when did I come out of my mouth?
I didn't say you said. Well, I did say you said we're dumb,
you
but
did.
a lot of people do. And you've since you
been very respectful.
You found
man.
your way here. No, since you found your way here,
He's been all right.
You've probably heard people say, "Well, no, flat earthers are dumb," but we actually know their model, and so this is what we're challenging. So if you're not
The ego has
familiar,
fallen.
Listen, I asked a wise guy one time. I'm seeking the truth. That's why I want to be a flat earth. You know what he said to me?
Did you say you asked a wise guy one time?
He said, seek a job instead. That's the best advice I've ever heard, man.
Okay, well, you're talking to a wise guy right now.
That's what I like to hear.
I say, it's Michael Corleone. I could tell you this, but I'd have to whack you when I was done.
Yeah, don't tell anybody our secrets over here. Come on.
All right, question number 2, right?
No. No, we ain't got past the first one yet.
Shit, all right.
You ain't ready for the second one. We're gonna have to get over this curve thing. You know, you think the horizon is the curve, don't you?
No, I don't.
Okay, so what is the horizon?
The horizon is the limitation of your eyesight.
Okay, so you can only see so far as a man standing on Earth, right?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
We're getting something, right?
You're trying to get off this so hard. It's just like you already. I feel like you're trolling a little bit because I think you already knew this. But anyway, that's a conceit. Yeah,
I just think I have a good sense of humor.
Second point. All right, second point. Let's talk about the claim that the Earth is spinning.
Okay.
All right. So if Earth is a ball and it's spinning,
right?
But is it spinning or it's just moving?
Ooh.
It has one rotation every 24 hours. It's not necessarily spinning, but it's just rotating at one rotation per 24 hours. Just so happens, though.
You drink, right?
Huh?
It's going to be out of topic, but you drink?
Yeah, that's not a secret amongst.
How much have you drank tonight?
One beer.
Yeah, I had one beer. So anyway, so at the equator with the circumference of the Earth, which you probably don't know what the circumference is.
You're assuming.
Yes, I'm assuming. All right, so if I'm not assuming, can you give me the circumference of Earth?
The what of Earth?
6.666.
You know what? Fuck this. You guys do it, man. I'm tired. He wants to hear my voice. You heard my fucking voice. You guys fucking take care of this shit.
Did we get a rage quit, man?
No, I'm not rage quitting. I just don't feel like playing with this fucking dumbass.
Oh,
dude, what do you call me dumbass?
That's a defeat. He got a notch in his belt.
Guys, I think you guys have witnessed the first globe earther to beat a flat earth.
I'm not rage quitting. I just don't feel like bullshitting with somebody that's just like trying to frickin' take the piss out of me. You know, fuck that.
What are you talking about?
Everybody else knows what I'm talking about, so whatever.
I'm not like any person that comes here.
You said something about the earth spinning. He asked how much you had to drink.
That wrong to do?
That's why it's spinning. Funny guy.
Well, I asked him if he knew the circumference of Earth, and he was just like, "Do you?" And I was like, "Yes." And it's just like, this is too fucking slow. I'm talking to a fucking retard.
Dude, don't say that. That's actually like offensive.
I don't give a fuck if I offended you, dipshit. You just you like to hear my voice. You like the way it sounds now. Fucking
He
asshole.
may have offended you.
You're with the big boys now, right?
He may have offended you, but on the bright side, he's got a fantastic sounding voice.
Dude, I'm actually heard that actually Helio has just screamed at me.
That's your opinion and your choice. I think your choice to be offended by it.
Amberclut's sitting there stroking himself while listening to Helio, and I think that just upset him.
Oh, like he's mad, but Helio, like he should be like I don't know, a commentator.
Oh my god, bro! StickyKeys.com.
Oh wow. Nah, Helio, I love you, man. Listen, bro, I actually love your voice. Can you please
Hey, do you want me to sound sexy now? How's this sound?
I love it, man. I'm gonna save that one. Wait.
Say it and use it for your ASMR stuff.
Say my name for my intro on YouTube later on. I mean, not later on, one day.
Hey, are you recording this now? Share it with all your friends and lead them back to this Discord. Maybe they can have better arguments.
Coming up next on 24/7 Flatter TV Radio, a dying bromance. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I'm live streaming this shit right now, and that's why I don't give a fuck what you say.
So can you say my name?
It's on YouTube. No shit.
Say my
I'm
name.
the one
Say my
live streaming.
name.
Okay.
Say my name. Say Bumba Clap. Hello.
What the fuck is up with this?
That's not a knife.
No, Helio, come on.
What's up, Vince?
How's it going, guys?
Oh, what's up,
Vince,
man?
where you been, bro?
What up?
Is that a knife in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
No, he said that's a knife. That's a knife. He didn't say this is a knife. He said that's a knife.
I'm just calling my own.
I'm your father, Luke.
Wait, Finch, are you a flat earther?
I'm what people like to call a lamb kebab.
Oh.
Lamb kebab? Was that it? Is that what I heard?
Tie me Roo down, bro.
No, Helio. You there, buddy?
Wallabies, they a vicious breed.
Yeah.
Helio. What's your favorite beer?
Molson. Away.
Is that Jack?
I drink Jack beer.
All right,
the answer is free beer, always.
No.
Baby long neck.
I drink
that
Miller Lite.
Whiskey beer, son.
No, I drink Miller Lite as a standard because it's just kind of like a blank beer. It has alcohol and it's, because all my favorite beers you can't drink a lot.
How many of those do you drink, Helio?
I drink as many as it takes, whatever the fuck I want to drink.
Just way too many, right?
Probably,
I thought you drink
sure.
whiskey. You don't. Oh.
I used to drink whiskey, but whiskey doesn't like me.
Okay. Guy once told me once too many and 1,000 never enough.
Yeah.
Yo, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Nah, deadass. Can we continue?
No, we can't because you're not on the same level as me, and it just. I mean, you should realize that you should be embarrassed by now because you.
I think Roger, he wanted to talk to you earlier, but
the thing is, you're the teacher, man. I'm the student.
Shifu.
Yeah, but you're.
Think I'm a special ed or something.
Shifu, what is the meaning of life?
I think that you should be a little more respectful of the room than you are, and what you're doing is really kind of disrespecting me and the rest.
What did I say?
Hey, look, bro, you're acting like a half-sucked mango. All right, just get your shit together and sort it out. All right.
Half-sucked mango.
Hey, Finch. Hold on, guys. Finch, were you listening to me talk to this guy before you jumped in?
Yeah, it was a little bit weird.
Yeah, it's just like he's being a dickhead. He's being a dickhead. So that's why I'm treating him like a fucking prick.
He's just trying to get the mod roll. Finch, you're not getting it up to 2 years, man. You need 2 more years. By the
And
way,
she's been
Helio,
here for over 2 years. So what the fuck are you talking
Been here at
about?
least 4 years, bro.
you're too late, my mind. You hear my mind?
10-year now, man.
Oh shit! This
No, Helio,
fucking
Helio.
guy.
No bullshit though. What did I say that got you offended?
Everything. I think you're just like this is. It's kind of weird for someone to just. I've met people like you before, and you really, at the end of the day, could give a shit about anything that we talk about. You're not gonna. You're just like a short timer. You don't give a fuck what we talk about. You just like try to take the piss out of everybody as long as you possibly can till we get tired of your bullshit.
But you don't know me.
Yeah, well, yes, I do. I actually know you. I'm describing people like you. I just did that.
So can I say you're a racist?
You can say it, but you can't prove it.
Okay, you cannot prove me neither.
No, I can prove that you're just making up all kinds of bullshit that can't suss out because hey, guess who's been here the whole fucking time on this server? Me, not you.
But what if I'm not? And you're just assuming at this point because that's what you are. Then you're wrong.
Who sounds dumber, me or Blumpy Cat or whatever the fuck your name is?
Dude, Bumbaclat.
Bombastic fucking procrastinator.
Dude, nah. Real question though. How does seasons work on Flat Earth? I need you to answer me that question if you can.
Your
please.
mama, that's how seasons work.
Yeah, that's all
right. There we go.
Come on, man. Don't offend my mom.
I don't
you want to know how the seasons
No,
work?
you already offended your mom by making yourself an embarrassment on here tonight.
It's these imaginary lines called the tropics and the equator. It depends on where the sun is centralized. That depends on the seasons.
That guy deserves some odd.
That's why I told you guys to take over because I'm about to get really pissed off at this fucking asshole.
Whoa.
Dude,
The seasons just follow the sun as it circles in and out over the flat plane. It gets closer to the northern central section and it brings summer to the northern center. As it circles out toward the outer periphery, the outer southern perimeter, it brings summer down there toward the, rather outward toward the outer perimeter. So
I got
seasons
you
just
straight.
follow the sun as it circles between the tropics. That's it.
How can the North Star be 20 degrees of the horizon viewed from the equator?
The stars just dip down like looking down a hallway. Imagine the stars plastered to a nice flat hallway. If you go further and further down the hallway, they'll appear to dip toward the horizon, similar to what we see over this flat, motionless plane.
Yeah, nah, I'm not buying that one, bro.
It makes sense. Looking down a hallway, you can tell that it's flat, level, and parallel, but everything appears to dip down toward the level of the eyes. The ceiling dips down, the floor ramps up, and the two zones appear to smash together to make a horizon. It's the same principle.
Bro, you should give me a real answer. Come on, man.
It's just perspective. Perspective.
So you're telling me because
That
my
is-
ass cheeks are round, I can
That
assume
is a real
And
answer.
you're not really
Mr.
engaging with the
Roundass.
topic. So, do you have any other serious questions? Or are you just here to troll, or what?
Why do you think everybody that comes here is trolls, man? Why can't you think somebody
Because
has
people
just
don't take the time to process
survive?
the responses or give any sort of substantive answer.
Dude, but listen.
You just say outrageous crap.
Listen to what you said. If the
You're
thing is,
either a
no,
troll or
because
an anti-flat earther, dude.
Dude. Wait, what?
You're either a troll or an anti-flat earther.
Neither of those.
If you have a serious
Dude,
question,
hearing
just
you
direct
for
it
the
to the
past
chat.
hour.
Come on, guys. You guys don't have an answer for that
Man.
one? The last
Come on,
question?
man.
I do.
Like, bottom odd.
I do, but he won't accept it.
Nah, dude. The thing is, I don't buy that answer.
Well, when light's refracted, which way does it go? Up or down?
Down.
Down. So it's stellar refraction. The further you get away from it, the more down it goes. So that's how the North Star could be viewed from 20 degrees off the horizon. It goes by the inverse square law. The farther you get away from it, the more it seems to go down because of refraction. So whenever you're looking at a stellar object, it has an absolute position and an apparent position due to refraction through our atmosphere of light and scattering and absorption to the point of extinction.
I actually have a good question, guys. I think it will be the best question of tonight. Helio, if I dig down Earth, what would happen if I just continue digging down, straight down?
I don't think anybody on Earth
That's a good
actually
question.
can answer that because
that is a good question.
the deepest we've dug is the Russian super borehole.
And that was
you never
what,
heard about that Chinese tunnel that runs
7 miles
through
or
the
something
earth?
like that? 8 miles.
Helio went for a smoke.
Oh shit!
He needed that for sure. What about my boy
Roger
here?
Guidestones prove the Earth doesn't move because the North Star is always visible 365 days a year through the same peer hole.
Hey, Joshua. I actually like your voice. Can you please replace Helio?
Nah, that's not my job to replace Helio.
Check your DMs, Josh.
Josh, come on, man. I need you to explain to me how the Earth is flat without offending me or attacking my mom.
The best way I can explain it, like, see, when you say the Earth is flat, that's the thing, right? That's like one of these things where flat is a surface feature, right? It does not necessarily, something that's straight. Flat is a surface feature, so relative flatness, right? So even when you say have a granite inspection plate to find things when you're doing engineering to do exact
like a true block
measurements,
Yeah,
you
true
need,
block.
Yeah, you need a flat block. It's true, and it's true to a certain degree. I can't remember what it is, but it's like freaking
Our
fine as
best
frog hair, man.
capabilities.
So
Within
It
1
depends
millionth,
on the reading of the
Joshua,
plate.
it's true within with
but if
generally
you
double A, triple
generally
A, and whatever.
generally it's within a millionth.
But if you zoom in, it'll have peaks and valleys. It won't be as smooth as it seems, right? Same thing with the razor blade. You look at a razor blade or a knife edge, and that knife edge looks like it's straight and like one solid flat surface, right? But when you look at it underneath the microscope, you'll notice that there's all these sawtooth edges and feathers coming off the edge, right? So flat is just a general term for a surface feature. Now, water, however, which Earth seems to be about 71% water, right? That's what all the academics claim, and all the science type all agree that Earth is about 71% water. So 29% land.
Did you measure it yourself?
No, I'm just going based off of the numbers, okay?
What numbers?
Now, just going off of those numbers where they say the ocean or the Earth itself, where we live, is made 71% of water. Water lays flat. It doesn't bend around a curve unless you're like peeing. Right? If you're like urinating, then yeah, you'll see the water bending a little bit. Or like say it's coming over a waterfall, you'll see it bending. But one of the things about liquids is it finds its level. Right? It doesn't have a definite shape because it takes the shape of its container. You know what I mean?
Liquid doesn't bend.
Right. So basically what I'm saying is water finds a level. That's how we determine what level is. Right. So like the basic thing that I can say is it's not exactly flat, but the water portion of it is flat. And if it were a ball, that water portion would have to be bending, right? We would have to be able to account for an arc, some sort of a radius, and it's not just going away from your eye, it's also crowning. You know what I mean? It's like kind of hard for me to explain. If I were a good like artist, I could probably draw it out and help conceptualize what I'm trying to convey.
I don't know about that one, man. The thing is, if I grab water, I think.
Well,
water
yeah,
can
like if water's in free fall, the surface tension, the meniscus, will form a circular roundish droplet, right?
Right.
But while it's at rest, because see, while it's in free fall, it's not at rest. But while it's rest, it's a different story. Like, look at a bottle of water, put it sideways a little bit. Take a couple drink out, take a drink out of it, put it sideways. That's a good level right there. You could pretty much line that up wherever that's sitting with the horizon. When you're at the ocean, it'll line up. It's incredible.
It's a micron. So a plate is true within a micron. Or a millionth of
an inch, yeah.
Millionth of a meter, yeah.
That's like freaking frog's hair, man. Finer than frog's hair.
Man, Joshua, with all disrespect, I feel like you should be the mod, not Helio.
You said with all disrespect.
You
said
with all
disrespect.
Yeah.
You know your shit, man. I wish Helio did because he has a good voice, but you surpass him, man. You have the voice and the
No, the
knowledge.
thing is this is Helio's playground here, man. I'm new.
You're new, but he couldn't answer me my basic questions that you answered with details.
Well, he was flustered.
What does that mean?
He was agitated. Agitated. Yeah, he was shook up like a beer container.
I don't know what I said, dude. Actually, not dead ass. Real question. Y'all got offended.
Oh, this isn't my platform. This is a collaborative effort. We all do this. It's not my platform. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, I'm sorry, Helio. Please don't be mad at me.
He said your playground.
I'm sorry, Helio. Don't dock my pay.
No, but yeah, we're all getting paid.
He said
here.
your playground. Nobody said platform. He said it's your playground.
Bro, playground, this is...
Be proud of
you
it,
guys
man.
aren't getting paid.
Don't piss in my sandbox.
Yeah.
You play here, you sing here.
Listen, there's a pooper scooper by the entrance. If you piss in the sandbox, you got to get that wet shit out and they'll sift it.
Scoop. I got the pooper scooper.
This ain't your Sunday Cheerios, damn it. You piss in my sandbox, you got to clean that shit up.
Hey, I have a question now. Hey, Helio.
And remove the blood of your enemies, too. Don't forget that.
Just like you asked Finch, were you listening when Joshua was speaking to me?
Hey.
Oh my god!
Say again? What's that?
What the fuck is up with you, bro? Like Joshua and Michael, we're on the same page, bro. We're not trying to interrupt each other.
But you saw how Joshua didn't offend me, right? Yo, Finch, shut up. You're not a mod. Yo,
to be honest, I could give a fuck if I offended you or not. To be honest, I mean, and that should be obvious.
That's a different type of class. You're a poor person. Joshua's a rich in spirit.
You're right. So what?
Actually, I am poor.
Finch, mute.
Bro, I'm literally going to sneeze at you. Just wait. Just wait 3 seconds. It's coming. It's coming so fucking fast.
Oh, this is great.
And I think I've spoken to Finch one time, but I think he had... Finch, did you used to have a car as a avatar?
Hey, mate. Can I bum my fag, mate?
Hey, what's that?
Did you used to have a car as a picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember talking to you a couple months ago. How you doing?
Not bad, mate. Not bad.
Awkward.
How are you?
Finch can play the shit out of guitar and sing.
I sure can.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've done that.
Yeah.
Sure has.
Yo, Finch.
What?
Can you tell me why the earth is flat?
Did you know a finch is a bird?
Yeah, I get a bird's eye view, bro.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I just can't get over that.
It's that voice, man.
Look at that. Just look at that. The Hoover Dam. Why is it flat?
Yo, Joshua, can you say my name?
You didn't know that, did you? You didn't know a finch was a bird. Don't lie.
I didn't, actually. You're a wise man.
Bumbachalut?
Man.
You know what's really interesting to me about the Hoover Dam?
Hoover Dam. That's not my name. Bumbleclap.
You know what the dam is damming? You know what river it's damming?
Yes,
Not
it's
you,
the
Mike.
river I piss in. It's also the river I fish in.
Come
I
on.
haven't said nothing.
Traditionally, what it's called?
Colorado
What
River.
river? Ooh, yeah. Someone gave the right answer. Colorado River.
But
And,
what it's you said Hoover Dam, but what's the real name of the dam?
Yeah, I know.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
I knew you didn't know.
I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant on one thing so far.
Boulder Canyon Dam.
One thing in Flat
Boulder
Earth.
Canyon. I've been to Boulder City. I lived in Vegas.
Yeah,
for
Boulder City's right.
like
Well,
8
Boulder
months.
City, Nevada,
I thought it
is
was
right
just
on the other
Boulder
side,
Dam.
right there next to the dam, the Hoover Dam, Boulder Canyon
Yeah,
Dam.
Hoover didn't build it either. Who built it?
Roosevelt.
Of course, Hoover
Yep.
didn't build it. Yeah.
You goddamn right.
And Roosevelt didn't build the Roosevelt Tunnel either.
That's right. Damn good.
Anyway,
Who's buried at Grant's tomb?
So, what lake is created by the
Not
Hoover
Grant.
Dam? There's a lake created by the Hoover Dam, which is called Lake Mead. Right? That's in
Yep.
Nevada. Yep.
And then above the reservoir, you have another dam that's called Glen Canyon Dam, right? And then above that, you have Lake Powell.
It's quite extensive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the same shit would happen if they dammed up the Niagara.
You know what would have happened if nobody built dams there?
There'd still be fucking pink dolphins in the river.
Maybe.
I don't.
Yeah, there used to be pink pygmy dolphins in the river, similar to the dolphins that ingress into the Amazon.
Okay, who's got the fucking train?
Oh, sorry. That's just the midnight train coming. About
I was just saying,
20 minutes too
I
early.
I don't mind the train.
I hear that train a coming.
It's coming
Coming
around
around
the
the
bend.
bend. And I ain't
seen
seen sunshine since I don't know when.
Yeah, but it's like
stuck in
11:40,
Folsom
right?
Prison.
Fucking
question here, boys.
Time keeps dragging home.
How can I get the gold rank in here?
But that train keeps a rolling on down to San Antone.
How many Bitcoins you got?
Bumba, all you got to do what I did.
When I was just a
and then I
baby,
decided
my
the
mama
wasn't
told
flat,
me,
so then I
son,
did it.
always be a good boy. Don't ever play with guns. But I shot a man in Reno just
to watch him die.
When I hear that train a coming, I hang my head and cry. There's probably rich folk drinking in that fancy dining car. They're probably sipping coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free.
Right.
Hey,
but
y'all.
those people keep a moving.
Yo, I have
And
a
that's
question.
what tortures me.
Hey, y'all. Where's Johnny Cash from?
Arkansas.
Arkansas. That's what I'm talking about. Arkansas.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you better make it a good one.
Watch
because
this. Watch.
You better make it a good question because the last few questions you asked were not really good.
Nah, the last two was good. Wait. If the battle mod or any of you mods go to space one time, y'all see the Earth is round.
Oh, see, that's not a good question.
Let me finish.
Well, it's rhetorical. So let me answer that real quick.
Yeah,
Just
let
hold it
Battle
right
Mod
there.
answer that one.
Right there. Can I just finish it though?
Well, the question is, if we see absolute proof from space that the Earth was a globe, would we accept it?
No. If you go physically to space, right, on a spaceship, and you come down on Earth and be like, "Yo, guys, the Earth is round."
Can't.
No.
How is that different than what he just said?
Yo, stop screaming at me, please.
No.
What do you mean spaceship?
Dude. on a spaceship, man.
In the
Pretty
face of
sure-
undeniable proof, I would do nothing
Like-
but accept it. So just give me that
Like
undeniable
a
proof. That's
naval
what I've been
ship
waiting
with
for.
thrusters?
So if
That'd
you
be
go to
fucking
space
dope.
Batamon, you will come back and tell them, yo, guys, the Earth is actually round. Would you guys believe Batamon? The best question anybody have asked in this
I
Discord.
would. I've known the motherfucker for 4 years now. Yeah, if he actually was on
I
a
am
rocket,
not a Mason.
if Battlemon was on a rocket and went to
No, he said spaceship.
spaceship, I mean, how do you?
Fuck you. What does
Well,
that
see,
mean?
son,
I'm not
I'd have to
amazing.
take your
What?
I'd have to take your mama to space with me, son. I can't make my own sandwich. I've always had a maid for that.
Yeah, if Battlemon took your
I like that
mother,
energy.
if Battlemon took your mother to space with him,
Would I be your
and
daddy?
would she and would you take his word over hers? I'm just
Call me stepdaddy.
To
Would
be
he be your
honest,
space
I
daddy?
wouldn't be mad. Battlemon is the goat himself.
Yeah, but if Battlemon were to take your mom to space and never come back, would he be your space daddy?
Like he will be my. Yeah.
What I want to know is if I slapped her ass hard enough, would that create pressure so I could propel myself through space?
All I tell you is, if you smack her ass, you make sure you fuck her good.
Well, that's
Hey, I got a
supposed to
question.
be a given.
This is a serious question, okay? Why are hemorrhoids called hemorrhoids? They should be called asteroids.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Fuck.
Not sure why. That's a really good point.
Early one morning while making my rounds, I took a shot of cocaine and I shot my woman down. I went right home and I went to bed. I stuck that loving 44 beneath my head.
Anybody who laughed at that is just
What
trying to get
happened,
ranked up,
Mike?
man.
What'd you spill?
That's the cocaine blues. That's Johnny.
Yeah,
I heard you go, shit. Fuck.
That's some Arkansas shit right
Oh.
there. You just don't understand.
That was my water coming out my sinuses at the asteroid, Joe. Thanks, motherfucker. I had to blow my nose. Fuck. I don't know about
something.
what. Hey, what do homosexuals call hemorrhoids or asteroids?
I don't
Speed
fucking know.
bumps. Speed bumps.
Speed Holy shit, Mike. Oh man.
Bloody stink pillows? I don't know.
Bloody stink pillows.
I said speed bumps, damn it. What are you, snorting cocaine?
Yeah, see, let's make a track where the vehicle hits the whoops, and we take all of the fucking troops and we give them brain damage. Yeah, then some to go fight the Nazis.
Trouble behind.
Yo, Helio,
Yeah, what's up?
And you know
can you walk on space?
Notion just crossed my mind. Oh, sorry. What was the
Can you
notion
walk on
that you were
space? Is there gravity on space?
gravity on space?
Well, space isn't just outer space. You should be specific about that. Space could be any area not occupied already by concrete.
Is there gravity outside Earth?
Space is
Wait,
just
hold on.
a function of area, a mathematical equation.
Yeah,
How
but-
much space is in that box?
We're gonna have to understand what he means by gravity. Before
Yeah, can you be specific when you're talking about gravity? What do you mean by gravity?
Does thing comes down?
What?
Hey,
Those things come down?
Joshua, I love you, but I gotta give it to Helio here.
What? I'm asking you, what do you mean by gravity? I mean, can you explain this? What do you
If I throw an
exactly
apple,
mean by gravity?
if an apple would fall on my head,
Are you going back to the cartoon Newton thing where it was just like Newton was sitting under a tree and an apple hit him in the head?
Bob Newton, my boy.
Gravity? Newton's your boy?
No, nothing.
Nutton's your boy. I wouldn't claim that if I was you.
I don't know about that. I'd rather be power stroking than
That
using
sounded
that
kind
Dodge
of
Cummins.
suspect. He said nutting your boy, and you said power stroking. I am so fucking
Yeah, but
confused
it's just
right
like,
now.
dude, this is leading down an avenue that we shouldn't go down.
Hell, I
I
think
thought we were talking about gravity, but now we're talking about freaking Pornhub or
we
some
went
shit.
up the off ramp. I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
Halo, can you answer my question though?
No.
Yo, Fee,
All right.
stop sucking his
Well,
fuck.
but you're gonna have to
Shut up.
ask a legitimate question before we can answer it. That's
He did. Is there gravity in space?
Man,
Yeah.
listen, I'm tired of Flange, man. You need to
Is
get
there
man.
gravity? That's not what you asked, though.
Flange is just trying to get his mods.
Oh yeah, he did. He asked if he could walk on space,
Sorry, I feel a sneeze coming
like a
on, bro.
spacewalk.
I said, outside of what you call flat Earth, is there gravity?
Wait. Outside of flat Earth, nobody here's claimed that. You're making that shit up. Nobody has said that.
What are you
There
trying
is
to say?
nothing outside of Earth.
So there's no stars or anything like that?
What are you? No, Earth is Earth, always has
man,
been,
what is
always
this, your
will
fifth
be.
beer or
I've said
something?
that from the very beginning when
You
I
need to
started
stop
this
drinking,
channel
boy.
and everything. What?
You need to stop drinking. What are you doing?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Everyone here can confirm that I've always said this from the beginning of everyone knows that every time I say Earth
You're
is
bugging.
Earth, hold on. Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. No matter how much I drink or communicate on here, I've always said the same thing. Right, Michael?
Since the beginning of time, I'm telling you, God said, "Let there be light," and that man hits a switch.
Let
Yeah,
there
it's
be light.
Earth. Yeah,
He
but
got a Jeep starter jacket.
don't give this cop out just because I'm drinking. Doesn't mean that you can say that I'm saying
don't buy it.
something
I
that
just
I
don't buy it.
didn't say
I don't buy
fucking
it.
4 years ago,
I
5
don't buy
years
it.
ago. I've always
I don't-
been saying.
I don't buy it.
I'm not trying to sell it. God damn it!
I don't believe it.
From a clot, man. From a clot.
You don't have to fucking believe me. You don't even have to be here. Nobody here is trying to convince you that the earth is flat. You found your way here. You ask the questions, we answer them, and then you can take.
You haven't answered not even one correctly.
Correct. All right, what's the correct answer to your question?
I just don't buy anything you're saying, dude.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to sell you anything.
You're not understanding this. The thing is, you're not understanding how this works.
Well, how what works?
That I'm not buying anything you're telling me.
Okay, well, tell me how the globe Earth works.
Well, we live on a globe. And the reason why is because of gravity. Gravitational pull of Einstein of 4th math degrees of actually Einstein proved it.
Really? How did he prove that?
Nice work, Salad.
By the way, I don't want nobody interrupting
He's
our
stuttering.
conversation.
He's stuttering now. Okay.
All right. I don't want nobody interrupting our conversation. This is serious.
All right. So it's just me and him. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom.
Prove your worth.
Tell me how Einstein proved the globe
Building
works.
castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and
He
I.
I'll get a room and you can take Chris M with
Einstein
you.
actually said that the Earth is a globe.
He said, how did he demonstrate that, though?
Through math.
Math isn't a demonstration, it's quantification.
Yeah, it's
Which is
it's
an
a
abstract
language.
construct of man. So we're giving concretism to the abstract.
Listen, I know you're smart. Let me just keep talking to Helio.
Wait, do you think I disagree with Michael on this? I mean, I do understand exactly what we're talking about the same thing. It's just like I want to talk to Helio because he seems dumber or whatever.
gave
That's
privity
not
to
true.
privation.
I actually understand it
Thing is,
exactly.
I'm not buying it, bro.
We're not trying to sell it again. I just told you that shit. We're not trying to sell you flat Earth. We're just talking about what we observe.
So, Fink,
I'm
stop it.
so enjoying this joint.
Fuck is wrong with this?
I'm about to light it too, man.
The thing is, Helio, is that you're not understanding that you're not proving anything. You need to give me examples and how.
I don't have to. I don't have to sell you the flat Earth. If you don't want to see what we're talking about, then fucking fuck off. Go somewhere else.
I'm telling you.
Are you trying to convince me that I'm wrong about the flat Earth?
I'm trying to
Fucking
see.
hang out here all day. We'll take the piss out of
Somebody's
you,
buying
just like
some
we're
Girl
doing
Scout
now.
cookies, damn it. I ain't
You
leaving.
asked for this shit, bro.
No, I can't even hear
You
you, Mike.
fucking came and asked me to talk to you. Just like, I only want to talk to Helio. Now you got it. All right?
Hey, but listen.
This is me. All right, so you have proof of the globe Earth. I'm telling you, I was being gentle at first, but this,
oh my God, my friend,
this
you
is
are not gentle.
bullshit. This
Is it
fucking
spicy?
guy
You
keeps
need to
saying,
put
I want to
lubricant
talk
in
to
the baby powder,
Helio,
bro.
and now he's fucking saying,
You
I
are
got
waxing
proof
his
of the
ass on aisle
globe.
5.
And this every time we ask him for proof of the globe, this motherfucker says,
oh my God.
hey,
Mama has
I
nothing
got
to do
proof
with
of the
Mario.
Oh my God,
globe,
clean
but
up
you don't
aisle
have any
5.
proof. He doesn't know shit about the
Hey,
globe.
going to burst blood vessel, buddy. Blood vessel going to burst, buddy. Very
Can
relaxed.
you show me your proof instead?
I'm
I
going
cannot
to
prove you
sell
wrong.
this
You
like
prove me
crack.
wrong instead.
My store is in the hood.
I tell you
You
what, my
prove me wrong
bloody,
instead.
hey, bloody. I
Oh,
tell you
these
what, bloody.
crackheads will love
Bloody
this.
fucking.
Hey there, I can do that too. Don't do it like that, alright, motherfucker?
Oh, shit.
I will be selling 2 crack burgers,
You
2 crack
bloody.
burgers, 1 crack fry, and a crack
I
Helio
tell you, buddy,
video.
I have chain. I got
$10.99.
chain. 7-Eleven chain, buddy, all over the United States.
Oh,
How
we
many
will
you
get
got?
rich.
Hey, you still want to talk to me?
Like you
Buddy,
motherfucker.
Helio, I tell you, Helio, you come to my
Bloody
7-Eleven,
bastard.
you buy 2, you
Bloody
get
you
1 free, and then you
motherfucker.
buy 2 more.
Oh my God.
You
He showed the
motherfucker.
shit out of you.
Why are we doing Indian accents now?
Oh
This
my
is
God, he
fucking
showed the
weird.
shit out of you. He really reamed your asshole. Yes, he did. Oh my God. Motherfucker. He reamed your asshole good.
that was really good.
No Vaseline.
Oh my fucking goodness. What the fuck is up with the Indian shit? How did this turn to Indian shit? This is
Oh my
weird.
God, he needs lubricant.
Yo, can't touch the Helio.
He still hey, hold on. He still wants to talk to me. He wants to do it. He wants to have a rebuttal. You guys let him have his little fucking rebuttal. All right. So, what do you know about it? What do you know about the globe?
I want you to prove me wrong. Yo, Fink. Yo, Fink, it's not funny anymore. Stop it,
What
bro.
do you have? What do you have, Boomer Clot?
Dude,
Or
it's
bum the asshole clot? What do you got? What do you got?
Come on, man. At least I'll say your name right.
Boomer
Helio.
Bumclot.
buddy.
It's Bumbleclat.
Oh,
You're
bum
Boomer now.
clot. It looks like it sounds like that you have a bunch of shit plugged up in your asshole.
All right, listen.
That
So,
is
anyways,
bum, buddy. That's bum.
All right, so
Oh my God, now they're bum
he's
bodies.
been asking for a one-on-one with Helio Skeptic in his prime, which I'm
He
not
wants
in my
to be your
prime.
bosom buddy.
I'm just tired of his bullshit.
Bosom.
Can you let him talk to
Helio,
me?
your
He
prime
has
was
a question
15
for
years
me
ago.
again.
Yo.
Another question for me. What do you
I'm
got?
not a mod, but can we quiet?
I think he's
Yeah, we
liking
know
the
you're not a
Boomer
mod,
booty.
bro.
Okay, but anyways, yo, Helio.
Yeah,
Listen,
what you got?
Can you prove me wrong?
Wrong about what?
That the Earth is not round.
Earth is not round?
Yes, please.
All right, so you're claiming that Earth is round.
Because I've been thought that the Earth is round.
All right, no, hold on. So let's calm down a little bit. So your claim is that the Earth is round.
Because that's what I've been thought.
Okay, cool. So what do you mean by round?
Hemispherical, buddy.
Hold on, guys, everybody. It's just me and Bum. He's requesting this one-on-one. So Earth is round. What do you mean by round?
It's a globe.
Oh, globe. Okay, so Earth is a globe.
Correcto.
Okay, and it's the third rock from the sun in the solar system, just like we were all taught as, students in school, right? Solar system. Right. Hold on! Just me and him. Just me and him.
Please.
So third rock from the sun in the solar system, correct?
What's the question?
I'm asking you if you think the Earth is the third rock from the sun in the solar system, just like they taught us in school, like above your crib, you had whatever.
I just
solar
you
system.
just round.
Round?
Globe, a globe.
Oh, a globe. So how big is this globe, Earth?
You asking me about the measure?
Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't you know that? If you're going to come inside this argument and talk about the size of Earth, then you better know it.
But everyone knows you don't come inside.
Hold on. How large is Earth? This third rock from the sun. How large is this Earth? Say it now. If you Google it, I'm going to call your ass out.
3,958.8 miles.
How big?
3,958.8 miles.
Okay, that's pretty close. All right, cool. So, in that case, when you stand on the shore, which I was asking you earlier, about an hour ago, we were talking about standing on the shore.
Correcto.
What would you how far would you expect to see?
I believe somebody.
The ocean.
I believe somebody told me it was 2.0.
2.0. What do you mean by that?
How far I can see? You said right. Well, my vision is 2020, meaning I can see 2020, right?
All right. So then you can see 2.0.
2020, right? My vision is 2020.
Hold on, Mike. Let him frickin' cash himself out.
Hold it right there. Damn it, Fish.
I'm trying to call his ass out,
friend.
and Michael.
You're gonna have to use the lubricant, my friend. This passenger has a tight ass.
He said 2.0.
I forgot sand in. I forgot sand in petroleum jelly, buddy.
I was right. Where does the Indian accent come in?
He wants petroleum jelly plus 2.0.
I'm the 7-Eleven, buddy.
That would be an extra $1.99. Okay, shut up.
Oh, come on, guys. I'm gonna have a conversation with my boy here, Ilya.
All right. Hey, here's what I want you to do: is go invite all your friends. Hopefully, people that are smarter than you to come in.
As soon as you forgot to prove me wrong and attack me personally, that's when you lose.
Karma's a bitch, ain't she?
No. The reason I'm doing this is because you said 2.0, which had nothing to do with the exact argument I was trying to get you to.
I said my vision is 2020.
That is petroleum jelly plus.
What about vision?
Extra lubricant for your asshole.
I don't buy it, bro.
Makes it very good, buddy.
Yo, can we be quiet, please? Come on, Davey.
Literally when wet.
And by the way, YouTube chat,
baby.
This is the result of what happens with globe retardism. This is all you with
Late
you
night
in the YouTube chat
better
all the
not
time.
Cyrus.
Piezo Mojado.
You freaking weirdo
Caution.
believers
Slippery
don't
when
even
wet.
really have real answers to any questions we ask.
Dangerous
all the
when wet,
time.
buddy. When
Yo.
wet, it is very dangerous.
Yo,
Vendetta.
Let me talk to my boy here, Helios.
I claim Vendetta.
No,
not vendetta.
I'm done with you.
When it is
There's no reason for
nobody.
We'll be quiet.
you just started making shit up off the top of your head. You have nothing to offer to the conversation.
I just don't buy it, bro. I just don't buy it. Like you've been telling me stuff that I don't buy it.
It's not nobody's selling anything. I already told you that.
Oh my God, I am selling petroleum
the
jelly.
thing
How
is-
many times must
listen.
I say this?
Listen, the thing is, you have not taught me anything about how the Earth is flat. Playing, you're not getting the mod tonight, dude. Chill.
Hey, and you know what? You don't like my sale. If you think I'm trying to sell something, and you don't like what I'm selling, fuck off. Go fucking buy some other bullshit.
Go buy some petroleum jelly, buddy, from Buttermart.
Comes with a strawberry incense.
I'll wait.
Only $19.99. Aisle 5.
I'll wait.
Buy two again. Buy two for the price of three, get one free.
Yo,
buddy.
Finch. Yo, Finch. Actually, Davey.
What do you want, mate?
You like to talk too much. You want to prove me how the Earth is flat?
Oh man, it's a good fucking laugh.
Dingo Wrangler, right?
I'm dying, man. It's pretty good, man.
So what? Since Helio cannot prove me it, can you prove me it? You talk too much, so come on.
Who'd you call out?
Top shelf.
Finch or Davey, they talk too much. Trying to get the promotion here.
London down under, buddy.
Welcome to training day. You are up next, Davey.
Davey, come on, my boy. Since Helio can improve himself.
Yeah, this is training day, Mike, isn't it? It's how to deal. This is how to deal with trolls.
These guys.
This is how to deal with trolls.
This is
right
the
here.
first day. You better get used to it. Next time,
Yeah,
my
I ain't
next
gonna
guy's
lie,
coming
man.
in with all the most advanced arguments.
Yeah, Brum so and so is a fucking. He's a total troll. He's pretty good at it. So yeah, this he got me triggered.
Boy, he's very original.
But why, dude? Just because I have some good vibes doesn't mean I'm a troll, dude.
No, you're definitely a troll,
Oh,
but
no,
you're
you
pretty
are a
good at
troll.
it. You're pretty good at it.
No, dude. No, listen. You're trying to convince me I'm a troll, but I'm not a troll. You're not gonna do that to my head.
I'm not buying it.
Buddy, you vibe good, buddy. You vibe good. I like.
Davey.
You got good. You got
You are
good.
buying petroleum jelly.
Good
Yeah,
vibe
this B plus.
trolio. Good vibe
B
trolio.
plus,
Yo,
B plus
Helio.
trolling, buddy. B plus.
Helio, listen, nah, dead ass, bro. I love you, man. And
I
wish
know,
you-
cool. I mean,
I wish-
I love me too. So fucking
There
go
we
ahead
go.
and do
We could
whatever.
do
Are you gonna
something
buy what
interesting
he was
then.
selling now?
But the thing is,
I'm
I
selling
wanted you to-
petroleum jelly.
I wanted you to buy it. I mean, I want
And
you to
rubber
sell it
nipples.
so I can
Would
buy
you like
it.
rubber nipples?
But your sell wasn't good enough. So I please ask for Davey to give me a better sell. But I'm not trolling, man.
You already depend on it, Bumbleclut.
Yo, my name is Bumbleclats.
I'm selling rubber nipples. Buy 2 for the price of 3, get 1 free.
Yo, I have a question. How can I get mod in the server?
Oh, you will never
You're
get
working
it.
on it.
Next question.
Okay, how can I get gold?
You get there.
Never.
Telling me this because I'm a globe earther. I'm
We
not
had
getting
an
anything.
overpass, a disagreement here. Hold on. You buy petroleum jelly, he gets gold.
Buddy, okay. Buddy, Buttermont has fake petroleum jelly. My petroleum jelly has sand in it. It is original.
Oh, you
for
some
extra
bitch.
for extra feel, buddy. Extra friction.
You are not my
Cyrus.
buddy anymore.
Yeah, Cyrus, what's your
You're stealing my
ex-girlfriend
sale.
again?
Hey, this is
What's
a
up, buddy?
war. I am getting the AK.
Buddy, I have chained 7-Eleven chain, buddy, across United States. Very American. Very American.
You've known some.
I have American friend with big bomb.
What's
You
up?
will no longer have chain.
I can tell Cyrus has had a lot of communications with Indians, maybe even
Yeah, I've practiced for
ex-girlfriend, maybe
fucking
Cyrus.
years.
Yeah, his
Okay.
Indian accent is
Okay.
really good. I agree with you,
Cyrus,
XO. That's really good.
I would take 8-pack Diet Coke, one pack Newport cigarette.
Hey,
100 buddy,
Cyrus, stop it, you
100.
bastard.
100.
Yes, the long one.
Stop it, you bastard.
I see.
To go.
This is the most racism I've ever heard on the channel.
Oh,
Yes,
you are
I
buying
fucking
what?
love it.
Oh,
I mean, it's so fucking.
he is looking for whatchamacallit, candy bar.
Where's the racist kid? Where's memes when you need them? Where's he?
What do we have? All candy bar here, buddy.
We only have Snickers. Don't lie.
Oh no Snickers.
You buy Snickers.
I don't. I buy petroleum jelly.
Hurry up and buy.
Yo, Cyrus is actually Indian. I just found his Facebook.
I'm not.
What the fuck? You thought Cyrus is the Indian? Man, holy shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
We will
Actually
see
found
you in
him.
the parking lot, my friend.
Look, I found his
I will
Facebook.
sweep up the bottle caps with
I don't
your
know.
face.
Africa's pretty far from India.
Africa, buddy. I am from Africa. You want to believe?
Oh,
We don't have same accent.
Speaking of Africa, we saw the Afro scene, aisle 3.
Yo, I found
We
you.
have the spray on and the bottle of grease.
Buddy, do you have a hair pick next to it, buddy? I need hair pick. I don't. I have steel wool hair, buddy.
Aisle 4.
You know steel wool.
Aisle 4.
I gotta hear Cyrus.
All flat is a racist. David, racist.
Oh my god, just buy a sticky honey bun.
Buddy, this guy is straight hair buffalo hunter, buddy. I know this motherfucker.
Oh,
He is American.
Yo, I found you, Cyrus.
Hey, I got a request. Cyrus, can you do
What up?
Can you do your top 10 flat Earth proofs with your Indian accent, please?
Oh,
solo,
for
just solo.
sure.
Top
I mean,
10.
buddy,
That's
just
okay, they'll do
the right top of my head, buddy. I try. First, we have on the shelf is water is level. Do you understand? Water, not curvature. Buddy.
Yo, is that your Facebook right there that I just found?
Oh my god, you are lost
I gotta
already.
take a long grip for this. I can't keep it up for too long.
Yeah, you're Indian.
I want to hear you. I just want to hear you do the top 10.
Well, top 10. That's a lot, man.
What
Shit.
the level is flat?
Top 5.
No, hold on. He's got to do bum with the Indian
I gotta do
accent.
Do my name, bro.
I need smoke, buddy. I need smoke.
Yo, Joshua, can you say my name, please, before I go, since Healy doesn't want to do it?
Oh my
I
god.
fucking did it, bro.
Wait, you gotta
Quit
stick
being a
around. You
bitch.
gotta stick
Bum,
around.
bum,
My
bum,
name.
my buddy.
Come on, do
My
it.
name.
Can you say Bumbleclats?
Bumbleclat.
Bumbleclats.
Now you need to say it.
Bun-
Come on, fully, man. You can't just stop.
Bumbleclat.
Oh my god, he is winking twice. Right now, I swear he is whacking.
Bumbleclat. Did I say it correctly,
You're
buddy?
not gonna stick around for the top 5?
You are helping him whack. Oh my god.
Buddy, W is V, buddy. It is VAC.
He's a
W
real
is
pervert.
V. It is very like German.
How about we do Bombaclat?
What's
Can you do your top 5 questions for a flat earther, and then have Cyrus reply?
No, I'll have Helio reply.
No, I already did that shit. I want Cyrus to do
Helio,
Bumbleclad.
you should get demoted, my guy.
I want Cyrus. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I want Cyrus to do Bumbleclad.
You're not worth having that mud rank if you cannot prove why the
Oh
Earth
my
is
god.
flat.
Look, there he is.
Bombaclat needs a flat smack.
Bumbleclat. Needs flat smack. I agree, buddy.
Look
Oh,
at
this
my
does.
dear.
This is every day, buddy. In
I
front
am
of
doing a jit
7-Eleven.
on you.
It is every day, buddy. This is how it is. Party.
Let's say he came in and you're at the counter, you're at the 7-Eleven, and you're about to.
That is my wife.
Flat smack this guy.
Are you saying my wife has a beard?
No, buddy. I like beard, buddy. It's good. But wife and beard, no good. No good. Must shave.
No good.
No.
Yeah, you guys
There
are
is
trolls, man.
razor blade invention.
You guys are trolls, man.
No, I think that you're the biggest
Yeah.
troll because just like people that are crazy don't think they're crazy.
I
but
feel
that's
like
makes them
what you're
crazy,
trying to
right?
do is convince me that I'm a troll. So
Hair
you
remover.
feel like the troll. So you're
the
not.
fact
Your
that
psychology
Oh my God, we
is
have
too
a hair
understanding for
remover.
me.
I'll do.
You're using reverse psychology on me, my guy. Not gonna work.
exactly.
You are
Exactly.
looking
I
for the
am
maxi
using
pads.
reverse
They are in
psychology,
aisle 1. Feminine products. Aisle 1.
You know what's really funny is just like he's saying we're trolls. We do this 24 hours a day. We've been doing it for several years now.
That doesn't
And
make
this new guy comes in here and saying we're trolling people. And since we're having a little bit of fun, he's like, you guys are trolling. It's like he tries to troll, but he's not really good at it. And then he's just embarrassed and that he's not a big enough troll or whatever. He doesn't know how to use social media or YouTube or whatever to make fun or whatever. He's not even intellectually.
My boy.
He's not intellectually honest enough with himself to actually understand the argument, and so he embarrasses himself. He's trying to call my ass out when I've been doing this fucking shit for 4 years.
You've been doing it for
Now
4 years. So
he's trying to call me out, and then he's just like, who can I try to embarrass on their own fucking platform? The answer is nobody. So create your own platform.
You are very mad.
And then do what you gotta do, bitch.
Yo, don't call me a bitch, bro.
You're a bitch.
Dude, don't call me a bitch, bro. Bro, you
You're
know
a
what I
bitch.
can do. You know who I am, bro.
We have a
I
troll
don't know
winner.
who you are. You just can't. I just met you tonight. I don't know who you are. I've been doing this for fucking 4 years.
Bro, I'm Bumbleclats. I don't give a fuck. You've been doing this for 4 years. You know who I
I don't
am,
give
bro.
a fuck who you are.
I'm
So-
Bumbleclats.
Where'd you get your name?
Okay, well now I hear your name. Do you have a platform that we can go take a look at? I mean, I've been doing this shit for 4 years.
Go to gaytube.com.
You have a gay
Find
tube
yourself.
got time? Yeah, I don't doubt it.
I dare you to search
You
that.
sound gay as fuck to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Ask yourself why. You know those questions, and how do you know that I'm gay?
I don't
It takes
give a
the gay-
fuck if you're
it
gay
takes
or not.
the
No,
gay-
I'm a hetero,
Hey, man,
but
it
I
takes-
don't give a fuck if
It
you're
takes
gay.
a gay
you
guy
know?
to know who's gay. So
No, I'm not gay.
congratulations, you prove
I'm
yourself.
not gay. But gay means happy, so fucking I'm
you
happy
go.
right
You're
now.
just not
So
cut out
whatever.
for marriage. There you
Fuck
go.
off, dickhead.
Exactly. Fuck off, Davey.
Yeah, I muted his ass. I'm done with that fucking asshole.
I still want to hear the top 5 on his way out. So just in case he's listening, we can
All
hear
right.
Cyrus.
If you guys
Cyrus
want to
do his
keep
top
talking to him, you can unmute him. You know, whatever. Fuck, he's a fucking prick.
Come on,
Cyrus coughing right now, buddy. I am very sick and I'm still ripping bong, and my lungs are fucked. So I just keep unmuting myself because.
Can I apologize?
Davey, I'm
quit
sorry
humping
for
that
your
camel.
lungs, Davey. I mean, I hope your lungs are doing well.
Quit humping that camel.
Are your lungs doing well, Helio?
You've
Yeah,
been following
what?
too many
Well,
camels.
Does it sound like my lungs are doing well? I mean, I'm speaking.
You got to put the
You're
camel down after you
smoking
smoke it
camel.
one time.
No, I don't smoke Camels. I smoke Marlboros.
Exactly. You're dying soon, man.
No, buddy. He was talking about camel. I used camel skin to create rolling paper. It is very good, very thin. Camel skin, buddy. Never heard. It is in my 7-Eleven.
Camel skin?
How can
Camel
you
skin
keep this
condoms?
up, bro? That's so fucking
Camel
hilarious.
skin condoms, aisle 7.
Oh, buddy, that is extra pleasure. Very good, very good.
Helio, my left nut itches.
Buy
You do
2,
me a
price
favor.
of 3, get 1 free.
Hey, Cyrus, were you listening to me and Michael talking to this dipshit beforehand?
Yeah,
man,
I've
it's
been
just
here.
like,
Come on,
holy
man.
The whole
fucking
time.
shit. How,
Damn,
it's
You
like,
called his
oh,
name. He is
Don't call
wanking to
me
your
that.
voice right now.
I think he likes you, man. I think he really likes you.
I'm
he was a huge fan, right?
I'm a huge
Okay,
fan.
let me tell you. Let me tell you in Indian. He has bonar for you, bonar, buddy. You know bonar?
But well, you're gonna have to tell me what that means. I don't know. I don't know what that means.
I think right now, buddy, he has boner for you.
That sounds kind of scary. I don't know. It sounds just like I'm gonna have a stalker soon. I don't know.
Yo, Hilly, I love you, man.
I love you guys too. But it's like I'm accidentally popular.
Oh,
basically.
they are going to hump.
Buddy, it is mushy mushy, buddy. It is all mushy mushy now. Love.
Holy shit! Stop speaking a foreign language. It sounds sexy. That even makes me more scared. You know, if people are just, like coming from foreign countries.
We will get spike in Vaseline sale, buddy.
Johnny chick stuff.
Oh,
homosexuals.
That makes me want to buy guns. That makes me want to buy guns.
Yo, can we be best friends, Helio? Can we be best friends?
Homosexual products, aisle 3.
Please, Helio.
Buddy, I don't have in my store, buddy. You go to Buttermont. And
This is the fucking internet. It's like I just want to talk to you, Helio.
I even sell baggage of butt ugly.
Buddy, my store go aisle 1, 2, 4, 5. No, aisle 3, buddy. I skip. No, buddy. Homo ammunition.
Oh my god, you are a homo racist.
No, it not
Do you know what's really weird to me?
What you said the Vaseline, the petroleum jelly, the homos buy that.
I ain't gonna lie. I've been a huge fan of. I'm a huge fan of
the cocoa butter.
Bomba clap. Are you a fan of bomba clap?
Cocoa butter, buddy. Cocoa butter, very good.
Are you a big fan
Once
of bomba
this settles down or whatever, a lot of us, we're a huge fans of like
smell
men.
like nuts.
Okay,
Coconuts.
God, it's not over yet. Am I still being heard?
Oh my god, you're still talking. You're trying to sell cocoa butter and petroleum jelly, my friend.
I'm not going to get it, dude. Like Cyrus, man, your freaking India accent is fucking badass.
You want fire, buddy. It is diamond fire.
Well, it's just like I've been a huge fan over the years.
Butt loose. I give you free Snickers.
Damn it.
Do you like me,
I
man?
might as well not.
Do you like me,
Go
man?
ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
You need cocoa butter.
Helio, do you like me, man?
I like your voice.
Do you love me, bro?
No, man.
I like
I
you
like
better than
everyone's
IO5.
voice. I'm just like people, including like radio voice or whatever. So maybe that's why I talk the way that I do when I'm online. Sometimes it's just like people just like, oh, you sound like you're just, and then people get attached to the voice. And
Your voice causes boners, dude. You got a
You're a
boner.
virgin.
Oh my god,
well, it's just kind of weird to me. It's just like,
thank you, come again.
hold on. Here's the thing. Like when I come on here and talk, sometimes I talk different than I do in person. And it doesn't cause boners when I talk in person.
Oh, it's diarrhea, man.
I'm just talking, but I don't necessarily. It's not a purposeful thing, but at the same time, I've been doing it for so long. It's kind of, it's kind of like it's just the way I talk on here, and so I have a.
You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. Everyone's all bonered out.
Hey man, listen.
When people
you just sound like an old fart.
I was gonna say, and people are like,
"Oh my god,
they're more infatuated with the way my voice sounds instead of what I'm actually saying."
Bombaclat's gonna lose his load here.
I can. Hey man, listen. I can tell you, bro.
He can go fucking do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
Your voice is more attractive than probably.
Yes, I
how
do.
You look.
See.
Hey, that's absolutely true. But
honest man, I love it.
I'm a big sexy guy. I ain't gonna lie. But
thank you. Come again.
Hey, when Bombaclat,
you motherfucker. You know about cocoa butter.
Wait. Davey needs to say something.
You bastard, get out my store.
I found a
You go now.
Y'all niggas almost as crazy as me. God
You
damn.
buy cocoa butter.
crazier,
You hurry
bro.
up. You buy cocoa butter. You go.
Buddy, Mike, I find the best product. It is Vaseline and cocoa butter at the same time, buddy.
Well, I mean, to be honest, even though
Your butt would
the
have
way
got shaved and it would smell like nuts all night.
Very good coconut.
Oh my God, you have best store. I bow to you.
Buddy, I
to
tell
be
you.
honest, like
It's
inside
hardly-
the
He
server,
went to the 7-Eleven Quickie College.
I might take another rip, man.
You guys are
This
fucking
is
taking
great.
the piss out of me right now, but I'm not the only one inside the server that has a great voice or whatever. And I don't even realize it. I'm speaking my mind. And
I tell
for
you,
the
I
love of
have best
Joshua.
voice. I have best voice, buddy. I sing in Indian.
You have the
Joshua needs to talk, man. Joshua has to go himself.
It's just we move on forward from there because
Hey, you know why?
it's the best
Hey,
thing to
Helio,
do.
you know why Bombaclat likes your voice so much? Because when his dick is soft, it says Helio, but when it's
Oh
hard,
my
it says
God.
heliocentrism.
Buddy. Oh, this is good one. Good one, buddy.
Oh my God.
He has
He
literally
went
hit
there.
within, buddy.
He was in the Viagra aisle.
Here's another phrase
Shit is
that
the
I
funniest shit
often
I've heard,
use.
baby.
That is pretty good.
Here's another phrase that I
God
often
damn,
use.
Davey's a clown.
It do what it do. It
So I
do
haven't
what
heard
it
Joshua in
do.
a second. Joshua, you talk again. So you can
Oh,
humble
buddy.
people here.
We get double
That
bonus.
would mean I would have to
Humble
put my
Helios voice,
headphones
man.
back on.
Humble
Oh, no.
Helios voice. Come on. Just talk.
Why are we arguing about my voice? I'm on
He
here.
is
because
jerking
you
off right
sound-
and left now.
I mean, I'm really kind of
I thought I
self-conscious.
smelled cocoa butter.
Because Helio is the story of my life.
Story of my
Buddy.
life. Story of, isn't that what's the name of that band that did
I
that
don't
song?
fucking
Story
know.
of
This
my
is your
life.
story.
I approve.
No, this is
Apollo.
my. No, this is our.
This is the story of Dennis's life.
It's like Helio. Every time he comes on, it's all about him, and just like you motherfuckers make it about me. God
Yo,
damn.
Helio.
Bullshit.
I'm just trying to talk.
Yes, we
God
did.
damn.
Yo, Helio. I'm not buying it, bro.
Make
But
it
we
about
are
me.
selling it that fall.
Yeah, but let's just have people talk
Buddy,
about.
I
this
am
or
not
whatever.
selling
Fuck.
you. I am
A,
not
man.
selling.
Hurry up and buy.
Up and buy. This is like, dudes. I'll buy your story because your voice is really fucking fantastic. It was just like, well, what if I told you a
You
lie?
know
Would
buy
you?
nothing. You get fucking ass out of store.
You get us out
I
of fucking store now.
I pay you
You
narration,
motherfucker.
buddy.
What?
You know narration?
Homeboy, I can't even remember. Some of the bomb in it. That guy that was talking earlier, he's like,
buddy, Helio, buddy.
because his
Helio.
voice is better than everybody else's voice, and
You
I'm
have
right by
Oh,
what
you are
he's
kidding yourself,
saying.
my friend.
Motherfucker, I ain't selling you shit.
He just throwing you.
I think somebody needs to mute Davey because it's getting feedback from his thing every time somebody talks. His thing goes up.
No, I think we're all just
Hey,
talking
Davey,
over
can
each
you,
other. We're just being a bunch of
Davey, are you still there, Davey?
Oh, that there looks like some swagola.
Hey, Davey, are you still there?
You know.
I see sucker leaves.
No, he's server
Yeah, I
muted.
didn't
I'll
manicure
unmute
them,
him.
just
I
trimmed it
think
off the fucking
actually,
flash and put it in the
to be
fucking-
honest, I think Davey was trying to say something earlier, and then we got.
He left his mic though.
I do not.
His mic is still.
Yo, Davey
I
tried to
feel-
say something to get the mod rank. Can he say it again?
Mud rank, buddy. What mud?
Yeah, he was trying to say something about me.
I just
Cyrus,
fucking slipped big time. I didn't know what the fuck I was gonna say. What-
Cyrus, are you ready for the flat smack? I want to hear Cyrus flat smack him.
Buddy, yes, buddy. I flat smack. I take
Top
him
five.
continuum. You like Einstein continuum, buddy? Okay, we solved Einstein tensor equation.
Continuum, Cyrus, you're gonna take him through the continuum.
Yeah, to the continuum.
Oh my god, my friend, you're talking over him.
Buddy,
That
no
would be
problem. Continuum,
amazing.
continuum is very bendy. I take him and I bend him into the continuum.
And this is the
bend.
the bentenuum and the
Oh my-
continuum of the bendy warpy
Oh my
space
god, my
time.
friend, no good. You're no good. You talk. He talk.
Tell us
No
about
good.
gravity. I think actually you should steal Bombaklat.
Bombaklat.
I think you should call yourself Bombaklat. Just steal his name for your character.
Repeat after me. Bombaklat.
Bombaklat. Oh my god, you cannot say it. You fucking Americans. You're bastages.
Bombaklat. I
You
tell you,
Americans
but it's
bunchod. You bunchod.
Banjod.
Oh my goodness,
my throat is fucking killing me. All right, let me go
All
make some
these
tea.
American bastages, they cannot say anything properly.
But he
Did
actually
you just say go
American.
make some tea?
But
Yeah,
you
my
getting bastage.
I know.
I'll pour.
Isn't it like fucking midnight? Oh no.
Oh yeah, it is
Did you
11:27. Yeah,
Did
but
you guys
I'm gonna have to
jump
jump off.
time?
I didn't realize what time it is. I just now looked at the clock.
2:95.
Holy fucking
You
shit!
guys
I
going
gotta
some
leave.
time, but guess what? It's
Oh,
12
Go
here.
fuck your
It's
drag dog, man.
12:27
Shit, it's
here.
only Monday, man. Tuesday.
yeah, it's all
You can
good.
take assignment.
You have to work in the morning.
Yeah, stop
Buddy,
getting
speak
drunk,
to Buddy.
man. Get a job. He lives.
I got a job too.
Well, what do you work? What do you work, man? What do
I
you work?
did take a
Oh my
nap
God.
when I took a nap when I
Too
came
long, Jones.
home. Yeah.
Yo, what do you work?
I can only. Yeah, my.
I work on your mom's booty.
7 to 3:30 a.m. Or 7
It is a
a.m.
big
to
job.
3:30.
Come on. What do you work at, man?
Right
What
on
I-
your mom's booty.
Buddy, do not dox yourself.
Ooh,
What do you
yeah.
work at?
I'm on your mom's
I have
booty.
four,
Like,
I have four ladders and a
So you're
scaffolding on her
saying what do
buttocks.
you work at? You work
I'm
clean
a,
It
toilets?
is a big job.
pretty much a 9 to 5er, but it's 7
Damn,
to
man. Feel
3:30
bad for you.
or why?
How old are you, man?
Why do you feel bad for me?
You mean I can donate you some money, bro?
For what?
Feel bad. I feel
Buy
like
that scaffolding? Because we're going to need scaffolding climb your mama's big
because
ass.
listen. The
It
thing
is a
is,
big job. We will need 4 ladders and 2 scaffoldings.
Very round task.
Hey man,
It
listen,
is
I'm
a big
25
booty.
and I'm successful in life.
I mean, they sent a
I'm not
probe to
I'm not
Mars, but
talking
they
about.
could
I'm
not
not.
send a
Hey,
probe
listen.
to your
I'm not
mom's
talking
booty.
about flat Earth in here. I have a job, man. I make money.
Buddy,
So
what?
you
What?
do,
I need to
so you
focus on
do
getting
have a
money.
job,
So
but
you have a
don't.
job, so that
I have a
means you
job.
slave away for
You don't have a
40
job,
hours a
but you make
week
money,
away
but
from
you
your
do have a
family,
job.
time
Hey
you'll never
man.
I
get
got
back,
people
and you
like you
get
that work for me
fucking
and I make
debt
money.
Oh
tokens in
yeah.
return.
What do you work?
Yeah.
Tell me, please.
I work telling motherfuckers like you what to do.
Oh yeah. How much money you get from that?
Lots. I have
Your
a lot
mama?
of contracts.
Ah, my mama. Yeah, that's what a 9 to 5 sounds. Getting paid $2 a
That's
day.
just a Corvette and a
I
diamond
am a
ring
9
away.
to 5er,
That's
but
all.
Michael's
I'd
on
take
different.
anybody's mom.
Hey man, I'll take yours. I take her off the grave, man.
I mean, what is she like? Mercedes, Cadillac, Corvette, Camaro?
Your mom's booty hole must be bones right now.
Listen, you could get some
how you
new
know that his
shoes
mom is
if you
Hey,
was calling me
man.
stepdaddy. I'd get your mama off that welfare, you know.
Hey man, listen, bro. I make money, dude. You don't need
You
to.
could finally go out in public
It's chilling.
without
Hey,
holes
listen.
in your jeans
My
from
mom
sucking
is
dick all
chilling.
night.
My mom is chilling in her bed, fucking her husband. Your mom is in the grave, probably, man. So I don't know what to tell you about it.
Oh yeah, my mom is in the grave. This is true.
You're next. You're next. You know that, right?
So
Well, you're after me. So
in
what?
bed with her husband and not
You need
your
to
dad.
stop.
Listen, death is a part of life.
wasting your
No,
life
no,
on
wait
flat Earth
right there.
Discord
Wait,
24/7.
hold up. Wait right
Get
there.
a
This is
job.
not a Goldberg Discord.
Oh,
Death is a part of
retire,
life.
man.
All people will die. Don't make
We all
fun of
will
other
die.
people, how close
Listen.
they are to death. Just enjoy your life.
The thing is, man,
You're
I
crossing
can
the line
retire at
now.
any moment. I can retire at any moment. Good.
I could too, but I'm just not a lazy bitch. I'm used to
You
doing
sound like
things.
you're lazy, actually, because you're on a flat Earth Discord 24/7 talking about dumb shit.
Until all that
Actually,
money
I'm not
is
on here
worthless.
24/7. Listen,
Wait
dude, I
until
didn't get
your
on
bank
till
accounts
10
are
o'clock
drained
tonight because I
because
worked from 6 a.m. this morning until 10 p.m.
there's a debt that has to be
What
paid, and
at
that's fucking
McDonald's
on
or
taken out
something?
of your bank account.
No.
Listen, man, I'll make more than 200 a year, bro. I'm chilling.
So what do you
Only
do?
5
What do
years
you do?
old.
All right,
That's not even
Real
gas
estate,
money.
my boy.
Listen, dude.
Real
Hold on,
estate.
Bombo.
Wait, you are flexing. You are flexing
Listen,
without muscles,
flexing.
buddy.
I'm
You flex,
Yeah, I
you show
know.
muscle, buddy. Old
Hey,
job, you
man,
can, man.
let me flex,
What you wanna do?
boy. I work hard for it, you know what I mean?
All
So
right,
I could
cool.
spend
young-
Bombo,
200,000 tomorrow and it wouldn't
I
change
don't
my
need to sit
life
in
a
the
bit.
Discord talking about
Yeah,
flat Earth because I have nothing
So
better to do.
and
he does
now,
real estate. He says he
now it
works hard
comes,
for it, which
now it
means
comes
he
to
bakes
light.
cookies and fucking cleans houses for a living.
Exactly,
And makes
bro.
good money for
You guys
cleaning
actually the
houses.
ones
Sure.
that work for man.
Bonbo, it comes to light
Oh
now.
my God.
When it comes to the ultimate argument about this topic,
If money is a
he-
platform for authority, I think I stand above you. That's all I'm going to say.
yeah, sure, and none of
Well,
that
you can
matters.
doubt it all you want, but
Yeah, none of that. He wanted to talk to me.
You can tell
Now
about
you're
a
talking to
person
me,
when
bro.
I can literally sit here and talk for hours doing nothing. Y'all need a job, man.
Listen,
Y'all need a
I'm a
job.
9-to-5er. You make more money than me. So does Michael.
Listen,
I don't give a fuck, bro. You
Listen,
wanted to talk to me all
bro,
night.
I'm
Talk to
giving
me
you the
now.
best advice, man.
All
All right,
right,
here, I'll talk
cool.
to you.
Check this out. You
I'll
want
give
to
you the
talk
best
to me
advice,
about
man.
this?
You need a job?
Josh is out
Yeah,
getting
now,
nuts, man.
I
listen,
don't
20
need a
minutes
job.
ago you
I have
didn't want
one.
to talk, but now that I
Hey,
want to
man.
talk, all of a sudden you want to fucking talk,
Listen,
man.
That lady's
What is
funny,
it?
dude.
What
got
is
you,
it?
man.
Hold on.
I got you. Listen,
Hold
I
on.
go to my
Don't
toilet.
listen. Shut up,
this
bro.
is funny.
I will
Come on.
ban
My
everybody
bad,
in the
Michael.
lobby.
Come
I
on,
will
come on.
ban
Michael.
everyone in the lobby.
Come on.
The entire lobby.
Come on.
Listen, butt cheeks.
Who's
I
the
didn't
butt?
get on here
Me?
until 10 o'clock at night. Yeah, don't
Is it
start
me?
telling people they spend all day on here when you don't know
Bro,
that to be true.
I
Yeah,
can
that's
see
what
it
that's
on the
what I
live
was.
stream, bro.
That's
It just
about what
makes
I
you
was
look asinine.
addressed. Yeah.
It just makes you look asinine when you start
Nah,
saying
bro.
things that you have no way of knowing whether or not they're true.
I do. I
So
know the truth.
I can joke around all night long.
You guys live stream it, man, 24/7.
Well, yeah, get on the live stream and see if I was on here
I
all
don't
day.
have time. I don't have time for that. I have people that tells me that. And I've seen it too sometimes.
Well, good for that. See, I'm normally on here from
making
10
money.
o'clock at night till about 3 in the
I'm actually
morning.
making money right
That's
now.
my
actually.
time because
Talking to you guys, chilling.
that's nice.
Gives a shit about your
Listen,
fucking
That's nice.
money.
Well,
If I caught you
You're not getting the
debating
point.
while you
You're
were
not buying
working,
it.
I'd fire your ass.
Listen. Hitler, you're not buying it. I need to buy it this time. What I'm telling you is, you need to become successful, man. Instead of wasting your life talking shit on the Discord, man.
Nah, money's worthless.
Well, that's just
the
it,
thing that
man.
you don't understand.
That's what a broke nigga
I'm
would
not
say.
a child.
That's what a broke nigga would say.
You're wasting your life
Listen,
with
trust me.
money.
You know how many hours
Trust
a
me,
day I
you're
work?
wasting
Listen,
your
I
life
want to
with
I
tell
make
you
over
something.
200. You know how many
I was
times?
close
You
to
know how easy
retirement
it is?
before I even got to where I could navigate the internet. I was already paid. My money's made. I'm making money to leave to my children right now.
No, you don't. Don't lie to
Fuck,
yourself.
I'm 50 years old, dude.
And what
I
have you
spent
accomplished? Tell
I
me.
spent my life. Well, I spent 12 years in service to my country. I built 3 companies. I own and
Companies?
operate 3
Of what?
companies. Yeah, asphalt,
Of what?
heavy equipment repair
Of
service.
what?
I just
Companies of
said
what?
This
asphalt.
guy shouldn't be welcome
A
here. He's such a
paving
fucking
company.
dick.
A
I'm
heavy
speaking.
a paving company. An asphalt
yeah.
maintenance company, and a
Yeah.
heavy equipment and fleet vehicle repair service. I also own a salvage yard. That's right here on my property in a classic restoration. But
So that's why you spend all your days talking shit on the Discord.
well, I have all day to do it. I can do whatever I want. I'm successful. Yes.
You just need a job.
I could
I'm
give
trying to
my
tell you.
daughter more money right now than you've ever had in your entire
No,
life, and it
bullshit.
wouldn't change my life one bit.
You can lie to yourself if that helps you go to sleep at night. I'm nobody to tell you otherwise. If it helps you,
You ever had $1 million?
I can tell you I can make $1 million in 3 years.
Have you made $1 million in your life?
No, I started 2 years
Then
ago.
I'm not bullshitting you. You need to bow down,
give me
plebeian.
2 more years, and I'll have your sister working for me and your daughters. Promise.
I doubt it.
I promise you,
Oh,
man.
Mr. Ego, you're a young man.
I doubt it.
Hey, man, listen, it's good to
And
be
how
ego
many
when you live in
sisters do
jail.
I got
It is
since
good,
you're
my
going to
guy.
bring sisters
Hey, man,
into
listen,
it?
I'm here to give you guys
Is it
a nice
easier for a
advice.
camel to go through the eye of a
to give you guys a nice advice. I'm here to get to inspire you guys to do
Oh
better.
my god, I would be
Shit on the
selling your
Discord.
mom's fat ass on aisle
For
4.
real. For real.
That is it.
Are we all dick
Do you
maturing right now?
Boys. Take
No
it as
do
an
you guys
advice.
think that Bond is
No
under
one's
the impression
I
that
would be
the
selling the
people
fat
that
chick next to the Diet
The
Coke.
thing is, man, listen, you see a bunch of people,
I
man. It's
hold on.
bad.
7
40,
Eleven
50,
chain,
60 years
buddy.
old, 40,
Here-
30, wasting
this
their
is
last time in
weird.
the
This is
24/7 Discord
See,
talking
like I
shit.
said,
hold
he's
on.
either a
Come
troll
on,
No,
or an
man.
hold on,
anti-flat
hold
earther.
on, guys. Hold on, just for a second, guys.
No, hold it right there.
I think he's
What were
of
you
the
saying,
impression
Josh?
that the
He's
only
either a
reason.
troll or an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, I think he's of the impression that the only thing we have to do is just sit here and talk
And
about flat
so
Earth all
far,
day.
Yeah, I
I'm
think he's
pro
they have
trolling
all
you.
an immense power struggle
But,
within
This
his own
is not
family, so he's
fucking.
got
That's
to
not what we
express it
do. I mean, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
this is just
with
one
his
thing I do
peers.
with my day.
This is a hobby of ours, and
Bro.
I think it's important. That's what we.
I
That's
could be
why
on
we
the
do
internet
this.
talking to your mama.
I literally heard Battle Mod earlier said about that y'all seek the truth of the lies and the flat earth, whatever. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
but
wasting your
that's
time,
not
man.
how we make our
Healthy
living.
mentality.
We spend a lot of time here because it's very interesting to us. This isn't
Bro,
our life.
y'all need to be some lazy motherfuckers just talk shit on the Discord, man.
I don't
Y'all
even
need to
spend a
get
lot of time
y'all need
here.
to get a fucking job, Mod. Come on, man. I've seen you thousands of times, man. On live.
Dude, I'll take your job from
Well,
you.
you're not here that often
Come
because
on, come
I'm
for it.
normally not
Take your
here till
job
late
from
in
you
the
and
day.
drain your
Mod,
accounts.
Mod, come on, be real with yourself, man.
I'll drain your accounts.
I am.
Come on.
All I gotta do is just fucking jump
Oh,
out in front of you
wait, who's talking?
and act like, you hurt me bad. Sue you for everything you have.
I'm not hurt at
Buddy,
all.
you
Man.
will pay.
Wait, what are you saying? You coming
There's
from a
no-
job?
He said he's gonna confiscate all your 7-Elevens.
Oh shit! Who's
He's gonna
this?
confiscate all your 7-Elevens.
Oh,
That was
no, that was funny. No, no.
I was
Yeah,
sealed
Bumble
your
clap,
parking
man.
lot.
You're a sad motherfucker.
I'm not
To be
sad.
honest, man, bro.
I'm not sad, bro.
You're
I'm
a sad
not-
motherfucker.
listen,
Why do you come in here talking with flat earthers when you ain't got nothing to do with this?
Because
You
listen,
don't even give a fuck about it. So fuck off, bro.
Let me explain, bro.
Fuck off.
Dan, yo, don't be mad. I'm not that one, right?
I ain't mad.
Yes,
You,
you are.
if you don't give a fuck about it, go somewhere else. Why are you fucking with flat earthers?
Because I get paid for doing this, bro.
I bet you do.
So
How much do you
for
get
being a
paid
shill?
Yo,
for
can
fucking
you
with flat earthers?
How much do you get paid for being a shill? You just admitted to being a
I don't
shill.
get.
How much do you get paid for being a shill?
But let me explain.
I
bro.
think he
How
gets
much do
troll
you get paid
points.
for being a shill?
He's
Like,
trolled
relax.
every motherfucker in this lobby. I think he gets troll points.
Every single one of us, he has. He has. Every single one of us.
Listen.
Yeah, because you're all triggered right now and you're talking over each other.
Listen, right now, my main objective was not to talk about Earth and flat. I came here to tell you guys stop wasting your time. Time is priceless.
On what?
Listen, y'all think y'all doing the real shit about discovering the world government's like literally secrets when y'all are just wasting your time when they don't give a fuck about y'all guys. I need to go get a fucking job, man. Your future son and grandsons are gonna have a hard life, man. Y'all need to work for
We're
it.
not children. What are you talking about?
You're
I'm already a
in a 24/7 Discord.
I'm already a grandfather, dude, and this is what I do as a
Exactly.
pastime.
How old are you, son?
I'm
How old are you,
25.
son? I got
I'm
fucking
25.
shoes older than you.
About to be 26.
I have shoes older than you.
You do. That's good for you. But I'm
You're
telling
a
you,
fucking little punk.
isn't it good when you're
A
successful
little
in a young
punk.
age?
Enjoy your youth.
Isn't it
It
good when you're
is.
successful?
It is
in a young
good
Enjoy
when
age?
you're
your youth.
successful.
I'm really impressed that he liked my sexy voice, though.
Listen, what I'm trying to do
That
is
Before
was
we
a
ban
troll.
him, I mean, I just want to
He was
notice
trolling you.
everyone knows that he likes my sexy voice.
I do, man. Listen,
No, he was trolling you. He still is
No,
trolling you, man. What's
no,
wrong
I'm
with your
about to
troll
ban him,
meter?
so I just want
no,
to
you're
make sure
not.
that everyone knows
ban me,
that he
you're
likes my sexy voice.
you ban me, you're a little pussy,
Listen,
bro.
I gotta say something. Just because when I offered him the free on ban, I told him he could troll whoever he wanted because it was boring down here. And he earned that free on ban, so you go ahead and you do whatever you want.
Oh my
He
god.
trolls every motherfucker in
Yo,
this lobby. This
nah,
dude
bro.
actually isn't that bad. He's just trolling you.
Oh my. Guys,
Good
is
job,
this
man.
the reverse
I'm not going to
psychology?
server ban him.
He might be good in cog dis for a while
Yeah.
while he can just
I told you, bro. You
control
trolled
the other
out.
cog dissers.
Man.
Welcome to Flat Earth School.
I'm speaking
How
facts,
to
bro.
deal with a troll 101.
I'm speaking facts, bro.
And, hey, none of you all ever answered that question. How can Polaris be seen 20 degrees off the horizon from the equator on a flat Earth? You guys should learn that one. You should learn the answer to that one.
Yo, for real, you need to get demoted for that. But anyways, yo, listen,
This guy.
nah, for
So
real.
wait a minute. Are you so under the
God
globe's
dang,
perspective? Like, is it supposed to be there? Do you think the flat Earth means that no matter where you're at, the North Star
Yeah,
should
you're
always be straight up above
you're
your head?
talking Greek to that motherfucker. He doesn't know shit about that.
Mother's good. I don't fuck mothers. Only yours if she she
You
looks
want to
good.
know what the mainstream ideal about that is? It should never be 20 degrees off the horizon. If the Earth is flat, it should be 45.
Yeah, what you got to say about that, Bon Clat?
Can you repeat that? I'm
No, I
sorry.
was answering Joshua, but the reason is because refraction does move light downward. And the further you are away from it, the
Hey,
more
can I make you guys a
atmosphere
promise?
is between you. When it's right above you, you're only looking through one air mass.
Yo,
But
can I
when
make
you,
you guys a promise?
I think
excuse me, hold
Bombo
on.
would just be
when,
like,
when you're 3,000 miles away from it, you're looking through the equivalent of 7 air masses. And refraction is inversely squared all the way through that. So from an angle distance, you're looking through the furthest and most densest points of the atmosphere from ground level. So
of course,
refraction is going to
yes.
be greater at a distance, which is going to push it down. So it's going to appear to be 20 degrees off the
You're
horizon, but
looking,
it's actually higher than that.
or depending on the atmosphere, it could be lower. I mean, it's just there's so much atmosphere you're looking through over
Well,
hundreds
this
of
is
miles.
what they say. Absolute
Yeah.
position is always higher than apparent position. So if it's at 20, then the actual position is probably 40.
Yeah, so Bombo Clat, what is your opinion on that one?
So it's not really 20 degrees off the horizon. It only appears to be that way. That's the answer.
Oh,
Yeah,
listen.
I want to hear
Due to
Bombo's.
refraction.
Listen.
I want to hear Bombo's opinion on that one.
I can make you guys a promise that when I reach $1 million, I'm gonna build a spaceship for you guys to see Earth. All right.
Yeah, motherfucker
Earth
lives.
is round.
What do you mean by spaceship?
If we
Man,
could
a
just
spaceship, man.
listen,
So we can go
if
to
a
space.
private entity could do that, I'd already be building my fucking
Bro,
rocket right
you're
here
not
on the
that
farm.
rich. You're not that
Like,
rich.
do you mean like Battleship Yamamoto with space thrusters, and we just go into outer space like that
Oh,
anime,
it will
or
be,
My
what?
it will
car
be you
collection,
farting
kid.
with your mom. That would be the engine.
Because spaceships, that's like science fiction and shit, isn't it?
All I can tell you is,
I mean,
I'm gonna
Elon's
make you
trying to
guys
build a
listen now,
starship,
dead ass.
but
Listen.
that'll never
Don't get
fly.
me banned out of the server, boys. I'm gonna come back in 1 year and be like, boys, are you guys
Poo
ready to go to
Poo
space?
Clot. Wait, Poo Poo Clot is the same account as Bombo.
It's not
Bombo
actually. I'm
Yeah, you're the same fucking guy.
Oh, I am. Oh no.
Yeah, why are you
Why
coming
my
in with
name
two
changed?
different accounts? Because you're too scared to actually address
Somebody changed his
everything that we
name,
talk about.
dude.
Yo, whoever changed
Oh,
my
my
name,
bad.
your
My
mom is
bad.
a hoe.
Yeah, somebody changed his name. Poo Poo
How
Clit.
can you talk about me and call me weak when your daddy smokes coke and your mama's a freak?
I mean, she is, bro. She would eat
You
you.
know, but to be honest, Michael, exactly what you were talking about. You know, with and what was brought up by who brought up the 20 degrees thing first? Was it Cyrus?
Yeah, it was me, my boy.
Yeah, bro, man. I mean, there's
You
so
need to
much
run your shit.
atmosphere that you're looking through. Anyway, but yeah, man, that's why.
Fuck? Are you good, my boy?
Yeah, when you look straight up, you're only
No,
looking
I'm
through
just I'm being
one air
facetious.
mass. When
You know,
you're
with
looking
it.
at a 45-degree angle,
Let's
you're looking
see.
through 2 air masses. When you're looking through a
You're not from
30-degree
Ukiah,
angle,
are you?
it's 3 air masses, and it goes 1.5 air masses for every 10 degrees of angle there on out.
Well, I
Yo, bottom line, you
don't
want to
think
work
it's
for me?
that simple. I don't think it's
And
that simple.
Helios, you guys want to work for me? Dead ass.
Well, it is. You're looking through 7
Listen,
air
You
masses.
don't want to
Alright,
go to
You can
Ukiah,
think that, but
California. Trust me.
Helios, you're gonna be talking
there's
shit
a formula for that.
to a bunch of customers.
Okay,
I
well,
need
there's
them.
no formula,
I need customers to come to know. So I need to like record some voicemails for me.
Indian
And
accent.
Madam, I need you.
I charge double, buddy. Indian accent. I charge double.
No,
I am
you're good.
from Delhi.
But Madam,
I sell you
I need you to
Microsoft,
clean my
buddy.
toilet if you don't mind.
No, buddy.
I
It
should
is
go, man.
below my pay grade. You understand? Pay grade?
No,
That is
no, I
below
don't.
pay grade. No, I don't
No,
understand.
I
I
don't.
don't clean.
Oh,
I don't
are
clean
you?
toilet, buddy. You shovel toilet me. Understand that, motherfucker?
Well,
Understand
so
that shit.
Bamba, are you a marketer? Are you a marketer, or you just want like voiceovers or something?
Yeah, like I need you to be like, yo, guys. I'll give you a script later on. So what do you need to say? What do
How
you
much
think,
you pay,
man?
buddy?
I'll pay you. Listen, depends how good you do it, man. I've had people have done it for $50 each line, man. I would say a paragraph $50. What do you think?
I take payments in goats, buddy, and camels.
Well, shit. I mean, if you give me $50 to read a couple lines, fuck yeah, fucking give me $50.
Deal? No bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, we'll send me the contract or whatever.
The going rate for my voice acting is $25,000
shit!
for the
Never mind.
retainer.
Never mind, Joshua. You're the one. I forgot about you, man. Can I send you a friend request, dude?
$25,000 for the retainer and another $600 per 1,000 words.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
That's my rate.
Well,
that's the going rate for voice actors too.
Well, keep working out of 5, then, man.
Huh? What makes you think I work 95?
Man, I was gonna give you a good opportunity.
What makes you work? What makes you think I work 95?
Why I'm here, man, to give you guys opportunities.
What makes you think I work 95?
What do you mean? Because you're here in the 24/7 Discord, man. Only lazy people would do that.
What makes you think I work 9 to 5? Those are
doing
banker
lazy
hours.
work. Hey, if you pay me $50 for a 30
Helio works 9 to 5. Those are banker hours, man. Shit, I don't work for no union.
Banker's hours. Does that help you sleep at night, Helio?
Well, I don't make any money off of this shit anyway, so whatever.
Man.
Yeah, I don't make no money off of this shit either.
Nobody.
It's just entertainment.
This is just laziness.
Well, no. It's not entertainment. It's information. And
no, talking
from
to
my perspective,
it's stupidity
is
entertainment.
The 24/7 Discord is information. It's not entertainment.
Listen, I'm offering 2 jobs positions here. One to clean my toilet, and one to fucking be my voice recorder for some promotion I'm trying to do, and to talk to my customers. Come on.
All right. Well, I mean, you have to set the contract before me, and whatever. Yeah.
Nah, I'm good.
A short contract could be like $50 to $100 just for a short contract. Just
we can work with
one-time deal.
I might need to talk to my
lawyer.
But
if for a long-term deal, that would be a lot different.
Listen, do you have a lawyer yourself, man?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. You read your own papers yourself.
Yeah. I mean, but I'll say I don't have any offers, and I'm not even out there that way.
I'm telling you, I sent you a friend request. I need you to send me, man. I'm joking. I'm gonna offer you $500.
Oh, shit! Look at
well,
this.
I mean, a lot of people say things just like, "Hey, man, your voice sounds great. Do this, do this."
I mean,
but I don't actually have any offers out there that way. Because
this guy's trolling you. Stop entertaining him. He doesn't own $500 first base.
No, sure, but to be honest, I mean, I think I could actually do it, but I would just have to have. I would have to have a script, and I could actually do it. But
don't worry, we can work. We can work with it, man. Don't worry, I got you. Yeah. We can work something.
Nah, how about that? How about you pay me how much that turkey cost?
What turkey?
You mean the turkey I bought at Walmart last week?
I'll give you my 2 nuts if that sounds good.
But the turkey at Target cost $123,199.80.
You need to work for that and stop being lazy in a Discord group. You can't just say I can give you a turkey, man.
No,
You
how
need to
about
work for
you
that.
pay me for what that turkey's worth?
No, man. Money doesn't grow out of the tree, man.
Because you don't own any money.
I
Hey,
don't.
when I find honest work,
Exactly.
that's
See,
when I
people.
find
Hold
honest
on,
work,
Helio.
that's just gonna pan out always.
Man,
People usually say,
It
"Oh, I
hurts.
need my money." They
It
always talk
hurts
about
when you're
my
young
money and that money
and
and their
successful.
money, right? The
Take
thing
that
is
as
it's not their money. You
inspiration,
don't
man.
own the money. It
You
doesn't
need to
belong
take
to you.
inspiration. Take that as inspiration, man. Not hate.
No
Money
jobs
isn't
would
real.
But dead
exist on a
ass.
globe anyway.
Dead ass.
Yep.
Y'all need to get a fucking job. Stop being lazy talking in a bullshit Discord. Please.
You are
Now,
so.
why don't you
Yeah, your
go
attitude
somewhere
and
else?
spirit is so fucking far behind me, Bombo. Even
Bomba
though
clap.
you might be making a lot more money than me, but your spirit
Listen,
is
I don't
so
need.
negative. I could
He's
give
not
a
making
fuck
any
what you
money,
think about me. I
I'm
think
not
you're a
trying.
dick.
Listen, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm trying to make you feel inspirational about it. I'm trying to make you go out there and be like, I want money, not talk shit on the Discord. Come on, man. Dead ass, bro.
All right.
Dead
Why,
ass.
why do you love money so much, man?
Because I believe. Listen,
Because
the
that's all
thing
he
is,
cares about.
money.
That's all he loves in the world. That's
Hey,
his
listen
God.
to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
What's up?
Money
That's all he
brings
cares about. He
peace.
don't care about
Hey,
what
Wow.
Earth
When
you
is.
hear
All he
my
cares about is money.
when somebody tells
Bombo,
you,
you hear my velvet voice? Don't you really think that if I really gave a shit about all that, I'd have already done it?
I'm not trying to make you give a shit. I'm just
Okay,
giving you the
well,
information and the advice.
I'm
so
not
you
trying to
you want.
make you believe in flat Earth or whatever
That
the
was
fuck you,
man,
however you
listen,
would
I don't
found
give a
your way
fuck about
here.
that, man. Being a flat earth is not going to
I
bring
know
me
you don't, and
money.
that's been obvious to everyone for
Like
the
that's
past
just going to
couple
bring
of
me
hours.
stupidity and retardation. I'm trying
No,
to tell you
Hey,
is.
I
flat
didn't
Earth is
find
not stupid.
Helio, hang on. I wonder if Bombo Clock realizes that he is in a cult.
A cult.
Yeah, heliocentric cult.
Oh, not retardation.
Have you ever looked up the heliocentric cult?
You tell me, please.
No, I want you to look it up. It would
Why
do
would
you
I?
better.
You're the
It would
smart
do
guy
you
here.
better
Please.
to look it up than it is if I were to tell you what it is. Because if you were to actually look
It's
it up, then
fine.
you could refute it.
No, it's fine. You can do it for me, man.
Just
You'll
look
be
up
working for me
what
soon. It's okay.
heliocentric cult is.
You give me the definition.
See, you're
I'm
not
gonna.
going to do it because you don't care. You're a nihilist.
He doesn't even know how to do it. How to be
I
honest
don't
with himself.
exactly. I don't
He
even know
doesn't
how to
even know.
Google.
He's a
He doesn't
perfect
even know how to
poster
be honest
boy,
with himself.
Dude, for real. I need help with
poster
that.
child of the disingenuous ball side. And they're absolutely
Exactly.
fallacious, retarded reasoning.
Listen,
Yeah.
do you know something? Yo, Cyrus, you remember what I said earlier?
No, it wasn't even
Don't worry,
Cyrus.
guys.
Flat
No.
Earth Solar is trying to
Wait.
school you as well. I mean, you feel like you're like on top, going, I can make
No,
money doing
listen.
so and so, and being dishonest and exploiting the system.
Listen.
When I can when people that are flat earthers are actually trying to tell you that they've exploited you,
Listen.
even though you can make money. No,
funny
you
thing
listen to me, God damn it! You asked me
Bro,
to talk.
chill,
You've
bro. Life
been
is short,
asking
man.
me all night to
Life
talk,
is
and
short.
I'm trying to
Life
tell you.
is
I'm trying to
short,
tell
bro.
you how you've
Life is short. No, don't scream, man. That's
all
no
right.
bueno.
All right, all right. Be honest with us. How have you come across the information, and maybe you're successful in whatever endeavor you have? Tell us about it. Go ahead.
I wouldn't lie to myself. I don't do the believe it until you make it or believe it until you sleep. You know what I mean? Listen to this, please. Do you guys are aware, right? There's
No, you're supposed to do a positive story
yeah.
about you.
What the fuck does this have to do with the flat Earth, Bumbleclot?
No,
No
listen.
bueno. Does what you have to say have to do with the Earth?
You guys
No
are aware
bueno.
that there's trolls in here that are actually mods, right?
No.
Listen to me. Listen.
What
Don't
the
worry.
fuck do
I know
you
one of them.
think
This is
the shape
over.
of the Earth is?
You're over, bro. You're over.
Bro, listen. Cyrus, tell him what I told you, bro. Listen.
Bro, I don't know where this
actually mods in here.
from.
Okay, then you need to go to another chat because this is reserved for speaking
Bro,
about the
you're not
earth, not speaking about finances, not speaking about
Bro, I'm trying to save
altruism,
your
not speaking about
time.
philosophy.
I'm
Do you
trying to save your
understand, clown boy?
time. I'm trying to save your
Do you
time, dude.
understand,
Life's too
clown boy?
short.
It's
No
okay if you don't. You can
bueno.
say you don't
Get
understand.
a job, dude. Go out there, make money.
You
Don't
can say
talk
you don't
shit.
understand.
But listen,
The thing is what you're speaking of
Who are you
has
saying
nothing to
doesn't have a
do
job?
with the fucking scope
Oh
of this
my
text
gosh, bro.
or
Unless
this
you're
chat.
old and retired, you can be here chilling, talking shit like Battle Mod. But what I'm trying to tell you is that there's a lot of people here who are actually mods, who are trolls, and you guys are convinced, and I have proof, but I'm not gonna snitch you out. Don't worry. All I'm trying to tell you is there's people here for the
You
pure
already
entertainment
did.
of trolling, right? And you
We
guys are all
snitch
being
on
trolled by a
all
baker
you
troll.
trolls.
You guys are being trolled by a baker troll, okay? You guys are not aware of. Don't worry, don't sweat. I know you're here and you're listening. I have pictures of you, man. I sent you the screenshots. But listen,
Buddy,
you're
you sent me a
fine.
screenshot of
I'm
7-Eleven,
not
buddy.
I'm not that guy. But just tell
Oh my
you,
God, no
you
bueno.
guys are being trolled
Chinga
by
tu
the
madre,
trolls.
benche
By the
punto
goated trolls.
maricón.
Maricón, buddy.
Seriously,
Yeah, I know
That tells
maricón.
you right
you just
there
don't
that you guys
understand.
are actually
You're not
listening to
even
what
talking
I'm saying,
about the
dude.
scope of the
Get
chat.
a job.
You're not even talking about the scope of the
Chingano,
chat.
eh.
Job, dude.
Do you
Chingao.
realize that?
Job.
Chinga tu
You don't
madre,
realize that,
benche
do you?
punto
I'm
maricón.
offering a
Chinga tu
$500
madre,
job, dude. Come on, man. Nobody have ever done that in this Discord, bro. I promise you.
No bueno.
What
Buddy,
does
tú
that
eres maricón,
have
buddy.
to do with the earth?
Maricón.
You guys are wasting your
Tú
time.
eres maricón.
Stupid, bro.
Tú eres maricón, buddy.
Helio.
How the fuck do you ban this guy and put him in cog dis?
Yo,
No,
Somebody help
do
me.
not put him in
if you
cognitive. No
ban
bueno.
me, you're a
Do not be communist.
whoever bans me, you can't hear the truth. You hate the truth. And it's true. You
I
guys
mean, I
know
don't
when you
want
go
to.
to
I can
stream.
server ban you, but I want you to go to cog dis for a while so that you can just soak.
I will let him out. No bueno.
No bueno.
I will ban you, Chris.
Chris, buddy, you Chris peanut butter.
Oh,
What
maybe
is
it's
it?
Chris is a bake control. Chris
Chris,
is a bake
dongle,
control.
dongle, buddy.
He's worried. Listen, Chris was the first one that fired. He's worried you snitched on him.
Buddy, I see him at your shop in aisle 3 all the time, buddy. Aisle 3.
Hey man, I think I did.
And we all agree, though, that this is
He's
a waste
still
of
here.
Oh
time.
my God.
All right, well, I'm gonna.
I told him to Vaseline.
Yo,
He had
Helio.
cocoa butter in it too.
Fucking shithead.
He bought two for
Helio.
the price of 3. He got one free. You have used one.
Fucking asshole.
You have 2 left. I have 5 if you would like a refill. I think this guy's funny as fuck, yo. Why are you guys even letting him get emotionally to you?
No.
What lesson can we take away?
I used him. I used him, and exploited him for funny stuff, but at the same time, I mean,
that's
if you want
debatable.
him back in, Mike, so you can exploit him some more. That's fine. If you
I already let him back in because he's just trolling you guys.
I don't know. Whatever.
Bamme clut.
Boys, come on, don't censor
This
me.
has been a test of your local troll attitude station.
Listen. I love you all,
But
right?
he might deter a lot of people from coming in because he's a time waster.
And it's 3 in the morning.
Are
dude.
all humans in here. I
Is there
love every
somebody else
single
here?
person in this room. We're all child of Earth, right? But
At least
what
you
I'm
didn't
trying to
say
do
Rainbow
is spread
Warriors.
awareness of your time, guys. 24/7 Discord.
Buddy, I don't worry a rainbow, buddy. No.
Oh my God, this shit is getting deep.
Go out there, make some money.
I don't
Glasses. I said they get glasses in Iowa.
Is it just me or does he sound like George Takei?
Yeah.
There's no
Yes.
George Takei.
Do you guys
Little
agree,
bit.
though?
Mm-hmm. You sound
I
like
don't
George.
know George's, but I have a poo.
I love every
This
single listen here.
This fucking
Listen,
guy.
listen,
Track.
Helio,
This
like,
fucking
don't be
guy.
mad, man. Listen, life is short. Like I keep telling you, bro. Don't be
Yeah, it's
mad,
Mr.
man.
Sulu.
You
Buddy,
tomorrow will
life is
die.
short
I
like
could
a
die
string,
tomorrow.
buddy.
Let's not listen. Let's all love each other and comprehend and understand.
Like a somebody.
All right.
He
It's
sounds like a
okay.
sober branch to me.
You sound
okay.
rich. Hey, buddy. We need donation for experiment. You rich man, I need 100 grand. What do you say?
I mean, I
You
don't know
talk
what to
rich.
say, man.
What's
I
up,
need
buddy?
you to
talk
help.
rich.
Oh, this is
You over
Show
you
me
over
the
fluffing
by the
money.
way.
Yes,
Whoever
buddy.
put
You
Bum Bum
were
Flat
fluffing
as
wings
my
5
name is
minutes ago.
Bumble
Now
Flat with an
I
A
want
at
to
the
see
end
wings
and an
fly.
N instead of an M.
Come on, man. Reach in
Please.
that purse of yours and give us
Come on,
100
yeah.
G's.
Come on,
Can
right?
somebody
You
fix
got,
my name, please? It's
man, you
Bumble
make
Flat.
200 a year, bro. Man, you know what I'm
I
saying? You
know.
was just
Hey,
saying you guys want to
200
work for me and
G's.
shit. Oh, you just
That's
drop
a
a handsome
And let's
donation,
just
bro.
hope. Can there be a
200
hope here that I
G's.
can make
That's about 3
300
cars
next
deep
year?
or 5 toolboxes in my
Let's hope
garage.
I can make 300
Buddy,
next year.
I don't have good job right now. You give
By
me
the end
100
of the
grand, my
year,
life is
let's just
good,
hope I
buddy.
can make 2.5
Yeah?
already. Okay, boys? Cyrus,
What's up?
They're pin all your hopes on money until they devalue
I
the
love you,
currency, then
man,
you're
but
effed.
the Indian accent is just not it right now,
I'll
Yeah, you
man.
don't
still
like
be
it?
able to.
Alright.
It's true. No,
I'll
no, no,
still
no, no,
be
no.
able to
No, I
build
love it,
shit
man.
with my
You ain't digging
Teflon
it?
Hey,
tools.
Cyrus,
Okay.
is this on the
The
level?
thing is, what I'm trying to tell you is
No, he's not on the level,
awareness.
yeah.
It's the awareness. I love
It's
you
the
all.
awareness. Okay,
Is
okay.
he's on the
I'm trying to tell you, man.
I don't. I'm not gonna say I love you too because like
Trying to tell
brotherly
us that
love.
we're
Okay,
children of
but
the
you
planet
The
Earth.
dude doesn't want to understand that I love him. I want him to see it and stop talking shit on the Discord. I love you, all of you.
Oh my God, you're so bro. You're emotional right
Why?
now. What's up with you and your love, man?
Because life is short,
Oh my
guys.
God! I think he just hit this glass
You
stick.
need teddy bear. I
All
have
right,
teddy bear selection.
Life is short.
so
You just hit
Rub
the crack pipe.
Life is short. We all need to take advantage of life.
Rub Clit wants to talk to us again here.
Rub,
Clit.
Who?
Oh my
Man,
bad.
what did I walk
I
into?
read it wrong. I read it wrong.
You got to lick it
Oh my God, where
before
the fuck
you
did you see
stick
that?
it. You got to
Give me a
get it
second.
wet
I need to go
before
throw.
you hit it.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a shake, boys. Please don't ban me. All right. I love you
Oh,
guys.
hey, I gotta pause on that. That's just gross.
Hey, who
Yo,
are you stealing that
Adam,
shit from?
are you
Where
gonna come clean my toilet?
are you taking? Listen, bro.
Can you just leave it in the toilet? Don't take it anywhere.
I'll be back.
Hell no, I
guys.
ain't
I need to
gonna
go take
clean
a
your
shit. Actually,
toilet, bro.
don't ban me. So whoever
Tell
bans
your
me,
mom
I'll
to
curse
clean
you
my
for the rest of your
knob.
life. Okay. Whoever bans me, I curse you for the rest of your life, and you a bitch. So I'll be back just in case somebody bans me.
I like that role, man. That's a nice
I
role.
don't think God will hold it against me. You know, at the end of the day.
So that guy worships planet Earth? Is that what it is? He's a child of the planet Earth?
He doesn't know
Oh
what
my
he
God,
believes,
I
and
think
that's why he's
he missed the show.
Sounds like he's a couple cans short of a six pack.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I have 5, 6.
Man, I have 5.
Get them, boy. They know bye. Bite their ass.
But you remember what I was saying the other day? You know, these
No.
people, they deify the planet Earth. They think it's their mother. They worship it. It's freaking mental illness.
Oh wait, hold up there.
Yeah, I was
Earth
going to
does
say
give
it's not
life to a lot.
necessarily the wrong. But
Listen, you don't have to deify Mother Earth to say she gives life to a lot of different species of life.
Yeah.
She does. So we could go from the plants, the trees, the bugs. They all get a habitat from Mother Earth. Without soil, without her water, they couldn't live here. So that makes a Native American sound like he's saying the Earth is a god, when actually what he's saying is she's likened to a mother when she gives birth to everything. Seeds in her soil are akin to a child in a womb.
Oh,
So-
speaking of seeds, there's
And
this
our
cactus
life
plant.
comes from them, their life. We're sustained by the plants and the animals and the water. So it's more of a kinship for some people that say Mother Earth. I'm not saying Gaia when I say Mother Earth. I don't know who Gaia is, but Mother Earth is the ground under my feet. The water that rolls over the waterfall and gathers lakes and ponds with fishes that I can eat from. The forest that grows where I can hunt animals and feed my family.
And Patra or Padre is the seed.
So when they call it Gaia, they deify it. When they respect it for what it is and call it Mother Earth, they're not deifying it. They're basically saying this is an ecosystem that stems from the earth we live on. It gives life to life, which sustains life.
And what else is there?
Yeah, what else do we know?
I'm not calling Earth my mother because it's not. I know who my mother is, and I don't
didn't
worship
say
the Earth.
Earth is my mother. I said Mother Earth. She gives life.
No, I'm not going to call it that.
Yeah, that's cool. That's up to you. But she does give life. And if she didn't, you wouldn't have life.
No, Yahweh gives life.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. So I believe in God too. Do I believe Yahweh is a name? No. Because I understand translation.
Patra or Padre is an equilibrium with Mother Earth. It's the seed that brings the balance.
We got this cactus type plant out here. My mom has one and my grandma has one. It's like blooming right now. It's the ugliest fucking flower. It stinks, dude. Right,
Doesn't matter
flies
what
are
it looks like,
always
though,
over it.
right? Right. It could be beautiful or
Well, I just posted
ugly.
pictures of it. The flies are always all over it. They lay their maggots in it and shit like that. So that should tell you right there that not all flowers are sweet smelling. So just because something says it's a flower doesn't mean that it's what you expect it to be. Just like if somebody says, well, I'm a member of the human family just like you are. Remember that. They could be that shithorn. I mean, there's like differences everywhere, but the thing is what would the fucking purpose of this be? Through evolution. There would be no purpose for this through evolution.
There's no ugly thing when it comes to creation.
Well, no, I'm talking about the giving off the stench of like dung instead of flowers. I mean, yeah, it attracts the flies, but the flies don't pollinate it. It's crazy.
Oh, it's because evolution is not true. They're lying to us about it. It's all part of the heliocentric deception.
The thing that pollinates those are moths.
Well, it goes deeper though.
But bumblebee and mason bee pollinate very good.
Bumblebee and the mason bee, the what?
Pollinate very good. Pollinate. You know pollinate? Better than honeybee. Pollinate.
I was watching these bees the other day. We got these leaf cutter bees, and then we got this other kind of bee that looks weird, dude. I ain't never seen a bee like this before. It has like a big ass fucking dome, dude.
Yo, guys, good night. I gotta go. My mommy just spanked me for being too late.
Man.
Yeah. Yo,
That
tomorrow
bike is
I
fucking
gotta be
fun,
back
man.
tomorrow, boys. Come on, all right. Don't ban me, right? I love every single person here and dead
That's a
ass.
6-seater.
Your old lady not to be so rough on you.
You heard? I love every single person here. I'm gonna give a donation of $2 tomorrow. I promise.
Buddy, you are broke. You are broke, buddy. $2.
hey,
I thought 200,000.
Boost the server.
Hey, if you're listening on the YouTube channel, send me as much money as you can. I have the PayPal link in the YouTube channel.
What do you guys
send
do?
Me, send me.
You donate 2, I donate 20, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah, go
I will
ahead and
double up on your
donate
donation.
there on the YouTube channel.
Wait. Can you
Whatever
send me
you
the PayPal?
can.
Wait, send me the PayPal.
PayPal. No, it's in the YouTube live stream link.
What the fuck is
He said it's on the YouTube.
Yeah, it's all up in it's
He's taking a
man,
accent, bro. He doesn't know.
y'all can give me some money. I'll up into YouTube. You know
This is
what
not a
I'm
fucking
saying?
job. Why would I do it? This is not a fucking job. This is a fucking lacing shit. I'm not donating
I
for no
mean,
job.
YouTube demonetized
Hey,
my fucking
Helio,
YouTube
I
channel
sent
a
you a
long time
request
ago,
of
bro.
$20. You heard? I sent you a request of $20. So please give me $20.
Request.
Wait a
Request,
request.
By the way,
I
I gotta
ain't
go.
sending
I love
you
you guys.
shit.
Tomorrow I'll be back.
I've sent
Hop in
people
here,
money
Mr.
before,
Million.
but I'm just like,
You
I'm
did.
just saying. I mean, reciprocate. If you enjoy this stream, go ahead and friggin' send me some money because I actually spend money to make this happen. God damn it!
He
You know who he reminds me of?
reciprocated you.
Big L.
What?
I know some people in here know who he is.
What was? I didn't catch.
His name's Big L.
Oh,
Big
what?
Big
Big
L?
L?
Is that in the Bible? What's the?
No,
Big L?
he's like an online troll, flat earther.
No, wait. Big L's not a troll.
Yeah, he is. Dude, I've been
Wait,
dealing
wait,
with him
wait.
for the fucking past 7 years, dude. The motherfucker's a troll. He trolls me every fucking chance he gets.
He don't like you. I used
No,
to
he
get
don't like
along
me.
with Big L, man.
Yeah, fucking Eric. Yeah, fuck Eric.
Okay, whatever. We can have a lot of fun though, man. If
He's got
he
nothing.
actually joins, it could be fun because Big L. I used to talk with him a lot. He's a fun guy.
I've sent the link a couple of times, and he goes, "Well, you finally on the flat Earth?" And I go, "What the fuck ever, dude? Shut up. Just join."
Yeah, I mean, it's just like some people are a waste of time. It's just like, holy fuck, I wasted 2 hours with this fucking guy. Just like with whatever this shithead was. He's not even in here anymore. It was like 3 hours with this.
Bondego?
Yeah, the bombity bomb guy.
Oh my god.
Like,
Oh my god. Oh my god,
like, I
it is
tried
El
to ban him and
El
he
Shaitan,
came back
run.
to another channel and it's just like,
El Shaitan.
Man, it's like that word was meant to be spoken in a fucking Indian accent.
And Andy came in. He came in and he's like,
my buddy.
I want to talk to
He kept
Helio.
going,
And
Mama
it's like,
and I go, "No, it's Mama Clot."
well, he came in and he's like, I only want to talk to Helio. And then, so I was talking to him for a while. And he's like, what the entire fuck is wrong with you? And so, it's just like, God damn.
Should I tell this guy a little secret, Mike, or should I not? Nah, fuck it. What do you think?
Tell him the secrets.
At least in
Should
my
I?
DMs.
But it is the secret. Let me see. The Helio. No, I don't know.
No,
Chris Henry's a troll. He said Chris was a troll and he had the perfect proof. Yes. Oh, that's secret. Oh my god.
Oh,
I told you
don't know
twice and
about
they
that
did not believe me.
Oh,
I
yeah,
haven't even seen the secret. I mean, which secret are you talking about? I mean, holy
Bro,
fuck.
I told you twice.
It must be major.
I told you twice I had that dude troll you and you guys were trolled.
All you guys got set up hard, bro.
What? You sicked them on us, Michael? You sicked them on us?
Well, the live stream was boring, so I just got my buddy from this other server to come on over and troll you guys. Oh my god, as polite as he could, he was trolling like a motherfucker. He was trolling left, he was trolling right, he trolled stiff-armed.
Distracted, I had other shit to do.
Bro. He trolled you hard, Helio.
Oh, I did co-pilot. Yes, I did. With the petroleum jelly and the cocoa butter. We were slipping and sliding. We went all the way.
Hey, not
it was.
It's like people
so fucking hard, bro.
What's funny about that, and I totally trust you guys. When it comes to this, in a shorter thing, and for we've been known each other for a very long time.
I even told him to troll me for some
Like,
clout.
if I take the piss out of you, Michael, or any of you guys, I'm gonna do it on purpose. I'm gonna do it on
I'll never
purpose.
get mad.
I'm gonna do it on purpose, and I'm gonna
You will
make
never
it
top my
funny.
troll game. I've got a
Yeah, I'm
power.
gonna make it
I will
funny.
bring 30 motherfuckers in here to troll you on shifts. And then come this weekend, motherfucker, I will have teams of motherfuckers.
And I'll be proud of you if you do it well.
You'll hear them come in.
Troll
All
the
right,
shit out of
first shift.
me.
All right,
All
first
the
shift,
flat
you can go.
earthers,
We got
you're
this.
welcome to troll me, and if you do it well,
What's our level?
I will
About a
fucking,
fifth and a half. Get him,
laugh
boys.
the whole time. I love it. If you guys fucking take the piss out of me, I'm fucking.
That shit was funny as hell. He said, well, why the fuck you only want to talk to me, motherfucker? He was like, bitch.
He kept saying, well, I ain't selling it.
But I was fucking serious. It's just like, and it's the same story we all say. It's
Oh
like,
my God,
nobody's
buddy.
selling
I am
flat
not
earth.
buying
I
it.
ain't buying it.
Nigga.
I ain't buying
I
it.
am not buying it.
So you guys set me up. All right,
Oh,
cool.
man,
I like
yeah,
it, man.
that
I
was set up,
fucking
bro.
love it, bro.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Hey, I don't know what these Philistines are talking about, Helio.
Oh my God. He is
It's
not
all good.
buying it.
They already know how to
Everyone's
trigger me.
thinking
See,
it.
these guys have
was a troll.
known me long enough how to
Josh
trigger
was
me,
so
bro.
in on this.
They already know how to trigger me, bro. They already know how
So
to
was Roger.
When I heard Josh was
That's
fucking
why
breaking
Roger
up, I knew.
bowed out.
Oh, that's why. All right. He was like, "Fuck
Roger's
this
like,
shit."
oh, okay, later.
Oh man.
And Helio's like, how come nobody's banning this guy? Just like,
Right? Fucking quiet in the background running my 7-Eleven, man.
Damn, am I that shallow? Is it that hard to fucking trigger me, big? Fuck it. Or easy to trigger me?
no.
Whatever.
Actually, it took about 20 minutes for you to get mad.
Yeah,
like,
it's just
what
like
the
I always
fuck?
have my guard up, I'm just like listening. And it's just like, oh God. So this is what's so cool about this platform. It's just like, I'm gonna put this little trigger
Cyrus
here.
has done it to me.
Put this little trigger here. I'll put this little trigger in. It's just like, God damn it! This motherfucker!
Cyrus sent 2 dudes in here and they come in asking me for a date. And I was like, what the fuck? Hold on. Am I getting fucking trolled here or what? And then I was like, I said, man, you sound real familiar. And he said, Michael. I knew. I was like, man, that's that Testarian dude.
Yep.
But he never really, Testarian don't troll me that bad. He trolls other people. And he gets mad because once I figure out it's him, I just get rid of him. But
Yep. He calls you a boomer every time. You're like, yeah, that's like.
Well, it's like most of the time I'm distracted because I'm doing something else, but I'm still listening. So I'm just like listening to you guys, and I'm painting, looking at Facebook or listening to some
I
other
like to have
Discord
fun,
videos.
man.
And
You know.
then when I hear somebody say some shit, but I'm still involved in the conversation, then I'm just like, no, man, that shit ain't gonna cut it, and then I'll jump in, so that's where I'm at. I don't necessarily want to disrupt everyone's conversation while everything's going on, but did you guys fucking hook me into freaking I don't know, it sounds like what you're saying. What? Okay, it didn't happen.
What?
I don't even give a fuck if you did anyway, because it's
I'm
golden.
not saying I
It's,
did this or anything.
It's fucking
but I
golden
might have
anyway. I
used
don't give a fuck.
that guy Big L's email address and signed him up for Grindr. So now he's getting a bunch of Grindr messages. Totally catfished on his profile because it's a gay dating site or gay dating app. Yeah, it's funny.
I was gonna say Grinders is one of them freaking Well, hey, man, nobody here encourages someone to catfish.
I'm not saying I did
somebody
that or anything.
on Grindr. Okay, well, I'm glad you are saying you didn't do that because I would never do that.
I'm not saying I didn't either.
Well, I'm not saying you did. So, I mean, I think I recommend we should not say that you did or didn't.
I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking.
Well, and let's not do that either because we have other shit to talk about. We're not. To be honest, my vitriol against the people that are active inside the Discord and on the YouTube channel, if I'm pissed off at those guys or if I'm, actively talking to them, they know.
Oh shit, that's scary as fuck.
They know when and where that I'm talking to them. And if you come in here start talking about other platforms like fucking like dating sites and shit, we're not about that. Talk about flat Earth. Flat Earth. We have several platforms we do live streams over. We're not going to spend much time talking about dating platforms. Really?
Well, you're the one that's going on about it, Helio. I would just like try to make a joke.
Hold the fucking phone. I'm not the one that brought it up. You did.
I don't know
I'm
why
just
you
trying
got
to make a joke
triggered
about
'cause
it.
he brought it up. He said he trolled a dude and you went all off in some bullshit.
I'm not even part of those dating platforms.
I hear what you're saying, Helio. I agree.
I don't have a profile on any dating platform. So good luck finding me on any of those. So
Holy shit.
Sorry I brought that up.
Oh, that Indian clip was pretty fucking funny, man. Got to lick it before you stick it. That's some funny shit.
Wasn't that Don't Be a Menace?
No, booty call.
Booty call, yeah. They had to get saran wrap.
Yes, right. Yeah, that's what I just clicked on. I've never seen this before. It's funny as fuck, man. Saran wrap. Oh my god, he's good. It was just funny as fuck. Yeah, their accent is fire. That's for sure.
So how's everyone going?
Pretty good.
I'm sick as fuck, but thank God it's going good.
Haven't you been sick for like 3 weeks?
Bro, no, I got sick again. Like it's crazy this time, and it's like worse. Yeah, I was sick. You're right.
It's
Like
all
3
that
weeks
dust
ago.
from those books
Went
you've been
away.
reading, dude.
Yeah, right. It's in the ancient books, bro.
Yeah.
Then I don't know. Maybe I got the vid, bro, or something. Then it's like severe past few days. And the onset was kind of intense.
Yeah.
Sore throat onset was so quick. And then it went away in the morning. It's like, what the fuck? But then the sickness did it, though. I don't know.
Sure it wasn't the weed.
Pretty sure it wasn't the weed.
Clean?
Yeah.
It is. It is
Is your
not.
bong water cleaned out?
No, you know what, dude? I'm staring at my bong water as she said that. It's like, is she on to something?
Pretty funny.
Kelly,
She might be on to something.
Watch this. Since I bought this bong, I never cleaned the water. I never replaced water. Fuck.
Gross.
It's clear. It's not cloudy. It's kind of cloudy, but it used to be cloudy. But then all that shit settled. I reacted away. All right. Okay, I'll replace it.
Sounds like
That's
that stinks, man.
What up, Chris? What up, man? It does not, bro. It does not. See, it smells like oil.
Whoa, shit.
So drink it.
Fuck that shit. No, thank you.
Hold it.
No.
Yeah, you see that little lung butter that's in the bottom of that thing?
I'll pass. How you guys
Yeah,
doing?
imagine what's on the inside.
I'm not a real stoner. What?
You won't drink the bong water. You're not a real stoner.
You drink it, bro. I'll pay you. Here, I'll send you some. I'll bottle that shit up for you.
All you have to do is just recline back in the chair and go to take a hit and not realize that, you know.
Is he real button for everybody or just me?
Me?
Me or?
Well, I hear you fine, but Joshua's real butting for me. But my wife said not for her. Maybe I'll leave and come back in.
Yeah, he sounds pretty good.
It could have been roboting. There was like a bug zapper frying a moth or some shit.
Yeah. About that tea, right? My lazy ass. I should go and make
Nah, if you don't drink the bong water, you're a small person.
A small person.
Whoa, what does that mean, man? Small.
You're short.
Probably. I'd say 90%. What's the correlation there, though? I don't get it.
What between drinking the bong water and being short?
There you go.
Thanks
for that stuff. Nice. Soothing tunes, man.
It puts everything to scale, you know? Just brings everything together.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. I love it, man. I like it where it's like played like this, right? Not just a song, just and everyone is just muted, but some like, where it's live. Why'd you go quiet, bro? Come on now. Where's the music, man? Hello? I'll just take another bong hit. Should I replace the water first?
Yeah, maybe.
Replace the water.
Replace it. You're gonna have a big week.
Alright. Replacing the water now. Take you guys with me. Man's best friend. Glass bong.
You need to get some, what is it?
US made.
710 cleaner?
710? What the fuck is that?
Yeah. It's oil upside down.
Oh, oil day. Acetone is great.
Well, no, it's like 420 cleaner, but it's like 710 cleaner. It's like a special thing.
420 cleaner. I got solvents, bro. Like I don't want 420 cleaner. I don't want to clean the oil out of my bong. I'll keep that resinous stuff for as long as I
you
can.
do, because that traps things, man. That reclaim, can't use
Oh,
that for
bro,
shit,
they reclaim
man.
What? I put it in the oven, bro. I put the bong in the
Dude, you
oven.
can't
upside
use
down.
that reclaim for nothing, man.
Yeah, and I smoke it all the time.
No, dude. So
the reclaim that's in the water, I smoke it all the time. I just dry it out on my hot plate. All sophisticated over here, bro. Laboratory.
And you're wondering why you're sick.
No, I haven't smoked reclaim though, so I haven't been smoking it. It has nothing to do with it.
All right, then just get like some Everclear.
Yeah, alcohol.
Yeah, and like just
like
get
isopropyl.
like a half pint or whatever, and like just wash it out with it. That way, it's all dissolved and in there. So you just have to evaporate the oil. That way, it stays sterile, at least.
Right, I get you.
Yeah.
Oh, in the oven, it gets pretty sterile because
Yeah, I know. In the oven, it gets sterile, but in the meantime, it's just sitting there incubating the whole time that You're percolating, and when it's just sitting there. That's what I was saying. Like if it's
I
clean, it's a
know.
cleaner hit. And
I've grown mushrooms before, so it's like
in your bong?
no, fuck that shit. But I mean, like, I'm
That's
familiar with one
exactly
guy.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
In your bong?
Hey, bong, man. No,
That's fungus, man.
Oh my god.
It's mold.
Man, I got the blue oysters, man,
You
in my
grow
bong.
mushroom and bong water. We sell.
You can smoke. I got blue oysters, buddy, in my bunk water. You want to smoke?
We could sell. Double the price.
The Indian accent just makes everything better, bro.
that
Everything.
shit was well worth it.
That was so good, man. That troll, man. Hats off, bro. Good call, Mike.
Oh my god, he is mad at me now.
Is he?
My buddy. That is no good. No good. My buddy is mad at me.
I'll even
Oh no,
set
buddy.
But I think I've been working out way too hard, and I think it was just way too much for my body. That's why I got sick again so quick. Like I usually, whenever I get like that seasonal stuff, that seasonal flu, I'm good for like, God willing, the next 6 months or so. But in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, like what the fuck's this? I've never had this sort of shit before. So I don't know. So I'm assuming it's just me just pushing my body way too hard, so my immune system dipped, So.
Okay, so
how's
is
your leg healed?
Thank God, man. I'm walking on it, no brace. I'm even doing leg day twice a week. No, to strengthen my legs. Just everything in general. So yeah, I'm good. But it's still pretty bad. Like, as in it's fat. It hurts. It's got no mobility yet, but I can easily injure it. So, I'm not trying to play basketball or anything like that on it.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Prediction?
Oh, go ahead.
Davey's going to bitch at me within about 12 hours saying, hey man, unblock me. I go, I'm not the one that muted you. Yeah, I invited Davey here. I dragged his ass in here. I made the account for him because he couldn't figure out Discord.
Oh my God, that guy from like 2 nights ago or whatever. Yeah. Right. Damn.
Dave, are you still there? Yeah, he's passed out.
Did he ever out-rap Mike?
No.
Or not?
No.
Davey, if you don't wake up, I'm going to sneeze at you.
I'm already sick, so I don't give a fuck at me.
Yeah, next time I get a chance, I'll tell him, or actually have him like screen share it and go through how to change his sensitivity or at least put push to talk on.
Bro, my sensitivity is literally the lowest it can possibly go. My mic just stays open constantly. Do you want to hear the air in Australia? Hear that Australian air? That's what the Chinese put in bottles and ship to China.
What?
Like fucking Lorax or something.
That's crazy, dude.
No, I just have it open so I can go at it while I talk.
Yeah. Oh, I guess Davey can be muted again, but I'll tell him why he was muted. Because when you're not talking, hit the mic button to mute yourself, buddy. Oh, wow. Bumbot Clot sent me a friend request. So did Sasha.
He was gonna hire you, man. Remember?
Sasha Ivanov.
Oh, that guy. Oh, he wanted to be on band. I remember that shit. I told him I'll see, and I forgot to get back to him. Shit, I'm terrible. I forget, man. It's just Discord, man. It's like, gonna be on band, huh? It's like, all right, I'll get to that one day.
You know, I didn't mind listening to him. I mean, it did get a little inappropriate there, but I just wanted to hear more about the Earth. But he was definitely obfuscating.
Sasha or the guy tonight?
The bum clot dude. Yeah.
Bum Clot.
Somebody had changed his name to that.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
He was trolling and checking, and Mike. He was like, let's unleash him on a live stream, and I was like, oh shit, good idea, man. Let's do it. I love it. Especially on Helio. Like, troll the shit out of Helio.
I welcome that shit. I mean, just take the piss out of me. I have. You wouldn't believe how thick my skin is at this point.
Oh, bro, dude. Much love, man. You already know. We know you can handle it. Come on.
I love you guys, man. You guys are freaking.
Oh man, we love you too, bro. You already know, motherfucker. Or else we wouldn't troll your ass.
It's like it's just like one of my favorite things to watch on YouTube and shit. One of my favorite things to watch is all the roast of people on YouTube, like comedians just roasting people. Again, roast the shit out of me. It's freaking.
Dude, I hopped in here once. I put on a little Indian accent, not too much. You didn't recognize my voice, and I just trolled you for a little bit, man. So someone was like, "Bro, you realize you're talking to Cyrus, right?" Yeah.
Well, it's like sometimes. Sometimes I just, when the talk goes on, I don't even realize who I'm talking to or whatever, and so I just like start talking shit. Yeah, I mean,
you bloody fucking.
Buddy, my 7-Eleven run 24/7.
Yeah, fucking hell, just fucking roast the shit out of me. I don't care, man. I'm freaking. It's like people are too sensitive, man. Freaking like.
Have fun, man.
Yeah, man. To be honest, we're in a situation where we have to, if you're too sensitive, then you've lost control of your own cognizance. So it's kind of like where are we supposed to go from there? If you can't handle being roasted, then you've lost your own self-control. So it's kind of what the fuck are we supposed to do from here? Yeah, Jeff Ross is the best roaster, bro. Jeff Ross is the best roaster. If you can't handle a roast from Jeff Ross, then you're fucked.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, who the fuck is Jeff Ross?
Passes the future. That is, I just watched that roast yesterday or day before yesterday. If you're Charlie Sheen, if you're Charlie Sheen and you can't handle a roast from Jeff Ross as Charlie Sheen, then just you just can't handle it. Because he really freaking, he roasted his bro, man. Watch that video that Past is the Future just watched or just posted. And if you can't handle a roast like that, then you ain't in the game.
What's the name of that guy?
I don't fucking know.
What guy?
Bro, it's the ABBA song. Fucking hell.
Why are you whispering?
I just couldn't be bothered talking at like a normal volume, so I just went down to whispering mode because it's just much easier.
No, but dude, this roast, I'm pretty sure I just watched this video 2 days ago. Again, I've watched it several times.
Helio, don't you know?
This is the best fucking roast of anyone, and Charlie took it like a champ, bro.
Yeah, but Helio, don't you know, like when you're sitting there talking to like a dog, then all of a sudden he goes, confuses the dog, and his head like turns to the side, and he's like, huh?
I love it when dogs do that. What?
Huh? You see the little twist of the head and the ears poking up.
Believe it or not,
Yeah.
humans
So
do that
cute.
shit too. Humans do the same thing. I do it a lot. The
Sure.
head tilt.
Sure.
Yep.
It's like, what?
We do it.
You talking about me? You talking about me? All right. What you got?
It's like this is some new stuff here. What's this? What's going on here, man?
I tilt my head when I eat a taco.
Like, dude, I love a good roast, man.
civilized.
I get roasted all the time, so it's all good, man. I love it, man.
You know, a lot of people want to sit there and say, you know, their favorite
That's
Mexican
on
food
the
is like
chin.
tacos, but tacos isn't even fucking Mexican, it's Texan.
Okay. I know that.
It was invented in Texas.
Taquitos. Is that in Texas?
And taquitos were like different, but I'm saying
Those are rolled up. Taquitos are rolled.
Well, you got is it taquitos or flautas?
I've got no idea, bro.
Dude, flautas are bomb, dude. Instead of a corn tortilla, it's a flour tortilla.
Okay, what are they called?
Deep fried flautas.
Flautas?
Oh,
Yeah.
chimichangas?
No, not chimichangas. Those are burritos. These are like little taquito type things.
Yeah,
but they're
they're rolled in corn tortillas and fried.
No, they're not crunchy like a fucking corn chip, dude. It's yeah. You know how
a friend of mine told me.
You know how okay I served
they
too
cook-
said chimichanga. It's like chimichanga.
They cook their food in lard. Is that correct?
No, not always.
Yeah, flautas done right are good.
Okay.
Yeah, oftentimes we get mixed up between the Mex and the Tex-Mex, right? So.
What? What's that?
Yeah, original Mexican.
Oh, Tex. Okay.
Yeah, and the Tex-Mex, which is the mixture of the two.
You guys ever had sopa?
Nope.
Sopapillas?
No,
They've
sopa.
had sopa in their mouth.
I think that's what your
soup.
dad
It means soup.
When you say bad word, they put sopa in your mouth. They put soap in your mouth when you say a bad word.
No, it's soup. Sopa is soup.
Oh, my bad.
Just
fucking
like,
right.
yeah, sure
And they have
reminded me of like
jalapeno, which is a little different.
Gonna get a
Sope
Vegeta,
is
please.
a little crunchy, like tart type
Yeah,
thing, but it's like a
sopapilla.
corn, like masa type thing, and it's got like meat inside of it. Oh, it's good.
Yeah. Sopapilla is. This is like I used to go to the Mexican restaurant and get a sopapilla. It's just it's like a deep fried flour thing where you put honey on it and you eat it. with honey. That's sopapilla. Which the ILM is more like. I don't understand the entire Mexican or Spanish. I mean, there's a difference between Spanish and like
Mexican Spanish.
yeah, there's Mexican Spanish is different than
the real Spanish. I think.
Yeah, the original Spanish.
Well, that's what the Spaniards and those guys think, or people from South America.
Oh, it's definitely true.
We don't
though.
speak
I mean,
Spanish. We speak Castillo.
Talking Mexican, like what the fuck is that?
Well, that's why they call themselves Latino instead of Espanol. They're Latinos instead of Espanol, which whatever. So yeah, you have Latinos and Espanol.
It's
like if you're from Spain, you're Espanol. If you're in South America or in any of the other districts that were taken over by the Spaniards, then you're
if you're in
Latino.
South America or like south of United States, then you're Latin American.
That's what I said, Latino or
So that doesn't mean Spanish descent. That doesn't mean fucking French descent.
Sure. Yeah.
What does it mean? Latin descent.
Usually it has an O at the end.
Rome, man.
It has an O at the end of the.
It's a big melting pot down there.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
There's actually lots of Koreans and Japanese as well.
Yeah. Did you know that there's there's white American descended Chinese people?
Hey, did you know there were black people in America before the slave trade?
There's Japanese speaking Nazis.
Did you know that there are actually it's actually quite interesting. There are Chinese people with Scottish accents.
Yes.
Okay.
Just
they
picture
live in Scotland.
Just picture that. Just picture it.
And the Chinese people that lived around the Gobi
it's
Desert.
hard for me to picture Chinese people with Scottish accents.
Around the rim of the Gobi Desert was a melting pot because it was a trade. That was the type of eye of the needle. It was just a crossroads, so it was a melting pot. So it was that part right there around the Gobi Desert in Indochina. It's like you have all sorts of different types of phenotypes that become present. Like, the green-eyed, red-headed Chinaman.
No, I get you, man. I come from a place where we got all eye colors and hair types and hair colors.
Yeah, it's melting pot.
Yep. I come from the old supreme melting pot, the old school, old world genetics.
Oh yeah, man!
30. And I'm 30 and I'm falling apart. It's like, holy smokes, man! They might be on something.
Is this Scottish Chinese thing have anything to do with the Silk Road, or is it some other thing?
No, what I was talking about had to do with the Silk Road. What Finch is talking about has to do with something different. Pateria.
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean that's the Yeah, I get you on that one. But see, I mean, I guess it's baby steps when it comes to getting to that. Because someone said something about Chinese people with Scottish accent. That's what I was talking about.
I did say some weird shit, huh?
It's like that world of Tartaria may have been broken down into different territories, which obviously has been. And that's sort of what I was talking about with the with the Spanish and Portuguese influence in South America, and but that's more modern, and some of that can be attested to the European takeover of certain parts of North America. They call it a New World, but it's so disgusting what they did. But it do what it do. It is what it is. We have to deal with it right now. We're never going to go back to it, so there's no reason to. But
Sorry for hot micing. I'm sorry. I know it's loud.
I don't think you were hot micing. I think you sound okay. I mean, if you want to
Okay,
speak.
all right. Cool. That was awesome. That was pretty loud on my end. Just feeding my cats.
No, it sounds fine. I didn't hear the background noise. Yeah, it's really a lot. It's a lot for people to understand. It's like, hey, well, we have the United States of America, we have Mexico, we have Canada. These are governments, right? And then we're sold a bill of goods about history. And it's like, this is how this all came about, and these lands weren't uninhabited, because obviously there's natives in these lands, but
Hey guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Y'all have a good night.
What do you mean you go to bed? I didn't say you could go to bed. Did I say
Yeah,
you
it's
could
like
go to bed?
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock in the morning, man. Good night.
Catch you, bro. Have a good one.
Yeah, it's almost 3 for me. I'm not far behind you. Yeah.
What? It can't be 3. What time zone are you in again, Helio?
I'm in Central America. I'm in Arkansas, so yeah, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I have to be at work at 7.
That sounds fantastic. Is that likely today, or?
Oh,
bro, he's a champ. He's got this.
Yeah, I mean, when I came home from work today, I slept for a couple hours, and I got up and then I got on here, and then I watched a couple of series. What movie? Or that's a new series. 4400.
Making a record of this.
What the shit? Oh, my bad. Yeah, I watched a couple of the 2 episodes from 4400. It's a new series on CW, which they had this TV show 4400 that came out several years ago, and they canceled the series, but they just put out a new series, and they put 2 episodes out. Watched those first 2 episodes. Then I come on here and started talking to you guys.
The gentleman named Black Dick has asked me to ask you to be unmuted.
Asked me to be where?
To be unmuted.
Oh, is he in the room here?
Hi, mate.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up name.
So I just I'd like to learn from you wise people.
Well, how about this? Hey, bro, if you want to participate here, I'm going to have to change your username.
Oh yeah, it's all good, bro. I just want to learn. I just want to know why the Earth's flat. So
what? I'm gonna change your profile name.
Oh, I can change it, bro. What do you want me to change it to?
Anything but that.
I can't even change it, actually. Yeah, can you
I
just...
can. Now, before you talk, we're going to have to change the name.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. How
Just
about...
change it to young sex lord.
No, we're not. It doesn't have...
All right, just change it to...
how about Big Black?
Yeah, Big Black. Big Black, bro.
All right, Big Black. How about do that?
Big
You
Black.
sound like you sound like you're from
right.
sound like you're from Geelong, mate.
No, I'm not from Geelong. I'm from Brisbane.
Nah, you're definitely from Geelong.
No, I'm definitely from Brisbane, Redcliffe, Woody, 11 Georgina Street, Unit 2. That's where I'm from.
All right. So what do you want to talk about? Is this your first time here?
Yeah. I just want to know why the Earth's flat.
Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen the curve, Big Black?
The curve, like when you look into the sunset? Yeah. Feel like I have.
All right. So when you see the sun move away from you and it sets, that's because you're moving away from it, and the curvature of Earth is blocking the sun, and that's why you see the sunset.
All right. So, but what about gravity?
You didn't answer my fucking question, Big Black.
Sorry, mate. What was your question?
When you watch the sun move across the sky, and when it reaches the horizon, is it because the sun is moving away from you, or is it because you are moving away from the sun and the horizon, which is in your...
It's because
the Earth is curved. That's the curvature of the Earth blocking the sun, and that's why the sun sets.
So if the Earth's flat, right? You're saying the Earth's flat.
Oh, don't even start with me. I asked you a question, and you didn't answer it.
Well, what I don't. Okay, yeah. The Earth's...
Don't ask me if the Earth is flat. You come in here making a claim, and now I'm asking you to...
I just wanted to know.
All right, well, that's not true, though. You said that the curvature of Earth is blocking the sun when you see the sunset.
I never said anything like that. I just said, can you tell me why the Earth's flat?
I didn't make that claim.
What do you think the Earth's flat?
Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. Now, do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So when you watch the sun set, when you see the sun move, if you're standing on the shore of anywhere, when you see the sun move away from you, is the sun moving or are you moving?
We're moving. We're spinning.
Who's we? I'm asking you if you think you're moving. I don't think I'm moving. I don't feel myself moving.
The Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning.
Okay, well, who told you that?
School, the internet. I don't know, just like everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I was told that when I was younger. But when you experience the sunset and the sun is moving away from you, is it because you're moving, rolling backwards around the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, because we're on the Earth, which is spinning.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I have a question. All right.
If
the Earth is flat, then why is the sun not flat? Because last time I looked at the sun, it's not a rectangle. Doesn't have a right angle, mate. It has a circumference and radius.
Really? Based on what?
Based on looking at the sun and the moon, it's pretty circular.
From where?
From, I don't know, I can walk outside my house right now.
All right, so you can tell the radius of the sun from where
but I can tell pretty clearly that it's a circle and not like a square. Because the moon does not have.
Have you ever heard of flat earthers say that the sun is a square?
Okay, but if if literally everything else in the whole entire solar system is a circle, why are we flat? That makes no sense.
What solar system? Where?
Fucking Jupiter, the sun, the moon, Pluto.
What is this? I'm about to start getting racist against Australians. This is weird.
Go on.
They always ask these dumbass questions when they first come in.
Tell me why is this the moon like a circle inside the sun, but we're flat? Makes no sense.
Wait,
because
where do you think you are? Hey, is there any flat Earth Australians in here that can help me out? Finch is Australian. I mean, he's not a flat earther, but I mean, Finch has been here a long time, bro. Fucking A, man. Come on.
I don't know what I'm saying is so confusing.
Your questions are pretty shit, not gonna lie. I came in here trying to do those same questions, and I learned pretty quick that.
How is it stupid though? Like everything else is a circle. Why are we different?
That's the questions you ask when you kind of first start thinking about this sort of stuff.
What? So you think the sun is just an optical fucking illusion, a visual glitch, and is actually a square and flat?
Well, the general consensus for a lot of people in here with the
we're not in Minecraft, mate. We're in IRL.
Well, it's kind of, you think of it like Minecraft, in a way. If Minecraft had circles, if someone has the GIF or the picture and could put it into the Livestream voice text, kind of would help me here. But pretty much just think of it as Antarctica as we know it is the border.
Right. Hey, Big Black, is this your Earth?
Right, so if the Earth is flat, what's stopping all the water from...
Hey, Big Black, before we continue, are you looking at Livestream voice text?
Huh?
Livestream voice text. Right above this voice channel, we have a room associated to this.
No, I'm not. I'm actually on Steam looking for games, but... Yeah, anyway...
If you want to have a conversation with it, you're going to have to follow along with Livestream voice text. We're going to be posting
all right, I'm looking at it.
I'm
looking at it. All right, I still have a question. So, if the Earth is flat, why is water not just rolling off the side of the flat Earth? Is there
well, that's like I was saying. Where do you think Earth is? What do you think Earth is?
I don't know.
Do you think that Earth is the third disk? You think flat earthers think that the Earth is the third disk from the sun? It's flat,
No,
but
I think
it's still just rotating around the sun. No, I know you think it's a globe. I asked you, do you think that flat earthers think that Earth is flat, but all the other planets are round, and that we're still the third disk from the sun, and it's just rotating around the sun and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, I do believe flat earthers think the Earth is flat, yes.
Well, no, as far as where the Earth is, you think that we think that all the other planets are a globe, but the Earth, the third rock from the sun, is flat, and it's just a disk in space rotating around the sun. Is that what you think that flat earthers think?
I don't know what you think. What do you think?
So why are you asking questions if you don't know? Wouldn't you be like, hey, can you explain your model so you do know? And then once you've
I do know. I know that the Earth is a globe. You know, it's called not being a fucking retard.
Yeah. Well, go have fun with your life and see where that takes you. You will perceive a flat and stationary Earth your whole life.
So I have a question. Why would the government tell us that the Earth is a globe when it's...
who the government told you that?
Yeah, Big Black. Hold on, Big Black. Bro, just chill for a minute. I mean, are you curious about why people think the Earth is flat now?
Yeah,
how would we come across this information? Hold on, bro. it seems like you're really pissed off or whatever that people.
Oh no, I just really want to know. Like,
All
I'm
right,
very
cool.
curious.
So you came to us to figure out why we have come across this information and come to our conclusion. Why are you so stubborn? I mean, aren't you interested in why? How we have come across this information and why we've come to this conclusion?
Yeah, I just
All
want to
right,
know.
well, be patient with us then. Stop fucking, just every time someone starts talking, you start talking over them.
All right,
Please stop doing that. If you're really curious, then let us give you our information. Then you can come to your own goddamn conclusion. We've been doing this for a very long time. It's not very hard to figure out, man. After you get our information, we're not trying to convert anyone here. You can come to your own conclusion at the end of the day if you understand the evidence that we present. So chill out, bro.
So what I want to know.
Go ahead, Crit. I want Crit to continue. I don't want to hear from you until Crit finishes what he was going to say.
Yeah, okay, so your understanding of flat Earth is something in your head that's not anyone else here thinks. Then you're asking people to explain your version of flat Earth as if it's my version of flat Earth.
All right,
You see how that is not possible, right? I cannot explain your thoughts to you. Right away, I'm just in the abstract. Does that make sense to you? Okay, so the Earth to me, it presents, I observe it as flat and stationary. It is also measured as flat and stationary, and it's used as flat and stationary. I'm not going to then say it's a lava-filled, water-covered space ball in the vacuum of space spinning around a giant ball of gas that's 93 million miles away. Do you see where I'm coming from now?
So
I'm talking, one more thing, I'm talking about the really is level. I'm not going to look up at a light in the sky and be like, you know what, I'm a light in the sky too. You got to follow the logic first, and then you want to ask, well, where's the edge? I don't know where the edge is. It'd be the same thing if I said to you, hey, in your space, where's the edge? You'd say, I don't know. I go, good.
Hey, Crit, though, he hasn't asked that question yet, though. So
he asked about water falling off, right?
Sure.
I did ask that question. I said, why, if it's flat, what happens to all the water at the edge of the Earth? Is there like a big wall blocking?
What edge? What edge are you talking about? Did I mention the edge?
Is the Earth infinite then?
Possibly, yes. That's one school of thought. It's infinite. It's an infinite plane that goes on forever. Who knows where the end is?
That's kind of certainly implausible, but because we can only study what we observe, right? So when we look at Earth, it presents itself as a stationary plane. Now, if you have evidence to the contrary, bring that shit up. We'll observe it, or we'll go from both sides of
right.
What you see is, I mean, it's like when people come in and say, "Well, the Earth is a globe because we observe, Polaris moving toward, or the moon does this, and the sun, moon, and stars do this," but when flat Earth is, when we observe Earth, it's a level stationary plane every single time.
Huh. All right. So if the Earth's flat.
No, not if.
Okay,
not
the Earth
is flat. We observe the Earth as flat when we look across Earth.
Okay, observing the Earth as flat. All right. Explain.
Okay, here we go. Let me
see. This is where he gets all discombobulated. Just like he thinks the Earth is not flat because what he sees in the sky.
You're still stuck, okay? Because you want to say this: if the Earth is flat, explain the globe. Can't be done, okay?
No, that's not what
I'm saying. I'm saying this. Pay attention. Pay attention. It's real important, okay? Because the positive claim for something to exist is a burden of proof would be on you. So at any time in history, from ancient times until now, do you know of anyone who directly measured the curvature of Earth?
I don't fucking care that much to look into it, but
Okay,
no.
then why are you here presenting something you haven't even looked into yourself? You
So,
think you would
it's
know.
pretty obvious that, yeah, it's a globe. But I
Okay,
have
how? How is it obvious? Where is the curvature of
I
Earth?
don't know, maybe because we've been taught it since I was like fucking 4.
Okay, people teach you a lot of fucked up shit, alright? And number one is you should have used basic logic and reason to understand the path of humanity. That flat Earth came first by thousands of years. It wasn't until a couple hundred years ago the Catholic Church said, hey, check it out. It's heliocentric. And people are like, no, that's not true. And then
Alright, why would they tell us something that's not true,
dude,
though?
yeah,
Like,
people tell you things are not true all the time. If you want
yeah, but
examples
like,
of
why
why,
would pretty much the whole world tell you a lie?
okay, here we go. How about in Australia? Have you heard of stolen generations?
Yes, I
Okay,
have.
was that a lie or were they?
I've heard of that.
You heard of what?
The Marbo case.
Okay, yeah. So when the government did that, were they telling lies or were they being honest?
About what? About stealing children,
Yeah.
little Aboriginals running around. Obviously, they would have lied because they're fucking stealing Aboriginals.
Okay, so now you know that the government lies, and now you want to say,
Okay.
well, NASA
Right.
doesn't lie to you, right? NASA's the only one that's ever presented.
What do they gain out of lying about the Earth being flat?
Well, in America, right, NASA costs $26 billion every year. That's more than the other 7 space agencies combined. If you combine them, okay?
Yeah.
It's upwards
So
of
what do they
$100
gain from
million.
lying?
It's $100 million every 39 hours. And you can't figure out why they would lie.
Okay, how does them saying the Earth is a globe make them more money or some shit?
It's all about these black site weapons testings. It's about money. The whole thing's always been about money.
Alright, but then
how about this? How about prove me wrong, defund it, do a peaceful, joined, like space program led by you or other people like you, and go have fun with it. Don't ask me to pay for something that is based on a lie. That's just because. How about this? If you cross-reference the countries that claim space agencies, how many of them also have nuclear weapons?
What?
Like, do you think is there one?
I'm asking how they make.
Yeah, I'm explaining it to you. If you just gotta follow along with a line of logic, that's why I stop and ask you something to see if you're still following along. If you're not following along, I have to go back to a lower education level. So now I'm talking about
Yes, please
geopolitical.
lower your education level. I'm very confused.
Okay, so right now I'll pare it down. Okay, I started at 5th grade level and started bringing it up, but once I got to about middle school level, you fell down.
Go to about grade 3, mate. Go to about grade 3. Just make it possible.
Okay, there it is.
You're
Grade
just talking
3.
about fucking.
Grade 3 would be like a kid like you. Another
Yes.
kid said, "Hey, Santa Claus is a lie," and the kid says, "Why? Would all the parents be in on it?" It's not possible for all the parents to be telling a lie. Do you see
Santa
how that
Claus
works?
is fake.
Yeah, Santa Claus is not real.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to bust your bubble,
Since
little
when?
Thurgood.
All right.
It is a conspiracy.
Does Santa Claus have anything to do with NASA saying the Earth is a globe and making $10 billion
Yep.
off that?
To your 3rd grade education, it's about the money. It's an economic thing.
Yes, but how do they make money off saying the Earth is a globe? Like, seriously?
Yeah, with black sites for testing weapons, the same as the other countries who claim space agencies. They all have advanced weaponry, nuclear weapons. They all threaten each other. It's all about geopolitical positioning.
And how does that relate to the Earth being fucking flat and globe or whatever?
Okay, so which part didn't you get? Explain back to me.
Okay, you said...
You asked why they would lie. I broke down to you why they would lie. Not only that they do lie, I gave you reasons for why they would lie. And you asked me how does that relate to the globe?
Why would they lie about the Earth being flat? That's what
Vic,
okay.
you started
like,
talking about
can I-
nuclear weapons.
Yeah, exactly. This is what they're doing with the money. They're not exploring space for the betterment of humanity. If you think governments out there really spending money to advance the human condition, that's what their goal is. I mean, you need to wake up. Santa Claus is not real. There's no one in government who's going to help you put your consciousness into space so you can find green alien shit and talk to them.
All right, so let me just get this straight. You're telling me, all right, you're telling me NASA says the Earth is a globe, which makes them money, and then they lie about using it for
no, man.
just
No,
make
listen
weapons.
this. No, that's not the point. Listen this.
No.
Is that what you just said to me?
All right, well, hold on. Let me interject. So he was telling you, and you brought up like third grade, right? It's like, bro, all of us, in third grade, we know the Earth is a globe because, I mean, where's the background noise coming from? Hey, I serve when I am. You're hot micing. Can you mute yourself, or I'll mute you? That's forthcoming. I serve the one I am is going to be muted unless.
Right. So, wait, do you live in America?
Hold on. I want to make sure that there's no background noise before I go through this point. Anyway, so.
Do you live in America?
Yes, I live in America. Now.
And is it daytime right now?
I don't give a shit. No, it's not. It's dark now. Hold on. You're about to make me lose my point.
All right, go
You
on.
were talking about history and how you were taught about the globe, right?
Yes, the
it's
globe.
Like you knew it in third grade, right? I remember like third to fifth grade. It's like, hey, you can make a model of the solar system and all that kind of shit, right?
Right.
Okay, so they already told you, sun is the center. Earth is the third rock from the sun.
Everything goes around the sun, yes.
My very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas. That's the 9 planets, right? Mercury, Venus, Earth, Jupiter, Saturn.
8 now.
All that shit. All right, cool.
Now it's 8. They're saying.
Either way.
Yeah.
So you're on Earth. You observe patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, seasons, everything. This is what you observe. But you don't know much about history when you're in 3rd to 5th grade, 6th grade, even through high school. You don't really get to understand the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, and what they mean throughout history, even all the way through high school. They more teach you about geopolitics and shit like that, and it's just really, it's a really shallow.
They definitely don't tell me the Earth's flat. That's for sure.
Well, why would they?
Because it's not flat.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you can see it's flat, can't you? Can't you look out? Do you see a curve anywhere? If it was
out and
not
see a
flat,
circle moon, mate. Look, I'm gonna open my window. Yeah, I can see a circle moon, mate.
So you're a moon.
Oh, so you look at the moon and it's a circle, and that means the Earth is not flat.
I mean, the sun's a circle too.
Really? So the sun's a circle, the Earth is.
Why would we be flat if everything else is circle?
Oh man!
And why would
Man,
we?
if we go to the restaurant and all of us drinking whiskey, why would you drink milk?
Fucking, I wouldn't.
Why not? Because you like milk and you want milk, and
so you think Earth wants to be flat?
No, I'm telling you this. This is the simple. Yes, why would they lie? I ask you now a question. Why would Earth lie? Because you didn't. Oh, maybe easier way.
Hold on. No, check this out. when you observe Earth as you are a person on Earth, when you observe Earth, does it look flat?
I'm on Earth.
Hold on.
Look at
Yes
Earth
or no?
from space.
Yes or no? No, you, when you observe Earth from where you are, looks flat, doesn't it?
Well, fucking yeah, because it's about fucking 700 times my size.
All right, so how big is Earth?
Fucking pretty big.
All right, well, tell me how big it is.
How the fuck am I supposed to know how big it is? You want me to go get a
I
ruler?
know how big it is. I can tell you exactly how big they claim the globe is.
All right, let me go do a quick Google search.
Don't Google it. Don't Google it. See, you're a believer. You don't even know how big the claimed ball Earth is. And you're just a believer.
6,371
Just like,
kilometers.
hey, I'm looking at the moon. It looks round. The sun looks round. Earth must be round as well. And I don't even know how big the Earth is. You probably don't even know how far away from the sun they claim the Earth is, or from the moon.
All right,
And
no,
now you're
I
just
do
going to
know
sit here and argue with us about this shit all day? Okay.
the radius of
Don't
Earth
waste our fucking time, bro.
71 kilometers, mate.
Okay, and what that mean?
You wanted to how fucking big the Earth was. I just told
Do
you.
you know what that means? 6,700 kilometers. That means that
Yeah, you had
every
to Google it.
12 mile that Earth need to drop 8 inch per mile square. That means 8 inch. That's 20 centimeter per mile square. You know, that's the math.
Yeah.
That means with that given size, Earth must have to drop 8 inch per mile square. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, then we go to the nature on the water, because they're
He's
saying water
lying
is
about
curving.
that. He doesn't
And when
know.
we make it's okay. When we go to the beach and when we want to make sure that rate, that drop existing, there is no that drop in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to see that?
Yes, show me.
Okay.
Did you say you'll
Can
show
you
me?
see? Yeah. Can you see the live stream voice text? I will post now the picture. I don't know if you have. Can you see the live stream voice text?
No, I can't.
That's a lie. He was looking at it earlier. He knows where it is.
No, I literally can't. I lied.
It's about
Oh,
this.
wait, no, I can. 24/7 live stream, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, I will post now.
Yeah, where you're talking here, right above the big red dot, live stream. Then right above there is live stream voice text. People are posting images and GIFs and information about exactly what we're talking about. If you
Can you read now that what is above the picture?
Which one do you want me to look at, mate?
The last picture above there, where is Simpson, and then you have.
Bro, he's not in that fucking chat, bro.
Oh,
he said he was earlier, and he actually confirmed it.
Doesn't have the role to look at it, you fucking spurg.
He needs a VC verified role, I think, to see it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know he didn't have VC verified. Hold on. Who is it? This dipshit.
All right.
Oh, big black.
What time is it where you live?
Hey, I'm going to give you VC verified role, big black, and then you'll be able to access this room that we're talking about. Yeah, right above this voice channel, you should be able to access it now. Called live stream voice text.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't realize you didn't have the VC verified role. Apologize for that. It's all good. You see where we're at now?
Yeah.
Live stream voice text. Okay. Sasha, do you want to explain?
Do you see? Yeah. Do you see that picture with the oil rigs?
with Kevin Hart.
No,
With
the one right
with
above it.
Sasha posted 24 minutes after the hour.
Yeah.
Do you see that two oil rigs?
Yes.
Okay, can you read now that text above the picture, if you want, that we can hear all of us?
If
Or I
P,
can.
all right.
Okay.
Holy Schnikes, this is going to leave a mark by modest villains. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. What? If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon that's bullshit. You know why that's wrong? Because I go onto fucking Google and I say, how big is the Earth? And the radius is 6,000, mate.
Yeah,
that is 6,000 kilometers. This is in miles.
that's the
man.
conversion. It's the same thing. Yeah.
Wow, dude.
It's
You are
miles to kilometers, man. It's the same fucking measure.
You can convert numbers.
Okay, this is in miles, okay? This is only conversion. Can we go on? Can you read again? Because
Dude, I was like, oh, he's gonna read it out. Ooh, most people don't even want to read it. Read it again. I want to hear
with
you
a
read it.
radius of 3,959 miles. P, then every horizon distance measurement must be more than 1.2.
No more than.
No more than 1.225 times square root of observer's height in feet. Q, geometric horizon curve calculators. No, what the fuck is this?
Can you tell me now where is the horizon in this picture?
What?
Can you tell me where is the horizon on that picture? In front of oil rigs, in between oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
Fucking behind.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Now listen. Now I will read you again. If the Earth is a sphere with that radius,
Wait,
then
I have a question. Is
listen
this camera
again.
like half submerged?
Listen, man. Again, man. Do you want to listen? It was
Yeah, I
good,
wanna
Tira.
ask.
Okay, listen now again. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.22 miles. Okay, first platform is 6.2 miles. The second platform is 9.4 miles. Can we say that horizon at least it's 10 miles away?
What is 10 miles away?
Because the second oil rig, it's 9.4 miles away. Can we say that horizon at least is 10 miles away?
How do I know that's 9.41 miles away? What? Doesn't look that far.
Because that is the mark distance to that oil rig, man.
Does not look like that.
Doesn't look like. That is from video what guy made it, and that oil rigs existing on the beach in America, Santa Barbara. That is the real oil
So
rigs.
those oil rigs are 9.41 miles away from each other.
No, man. From the observation from the guy who made it, the distance to the first oil rig is 6.2 miles. The second oil rig is 9.4 miles. But I'm asking you about horizon. Can we say now that horizon, because it's behind, at least is 10 miles away?
Sure.
Okay. Now let's go back. With this size, what you said, Earth is big. With this radius, what they given to us, what is the size of the Earth? Horizon cannot be no more than 1.22 miles. We have horizon 10 times further than should to be. How do you explain that?
I don't know what you said.
It must be curved there, man. It should to drop after 1.22 miles. You cannot see horizon 10 miles away if Earth is a sphere. Do you understand now?
Okay.
That's one example. Do you want the other 1,000?
Other 1,000 examples.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear every 1,000 examples you have,
Okay,
mate.
then listen this. Type this: quantum eraser, Geronism, ODD. Look in their channels, you know.
ODD?
And You said you want other 1,000 example.
Yeah. Pretty sure
I am
ODD
telling.
is order.
Okay. Quantum eraser, Jeranism. Can somebody help me with other channels? He can look into that. He can look
You
in
just say
observation.
terrorism is a reason why the Earth is flat.
What?
Is that what you just said?
Okay. Do you want another example? I will help you because this was too near. From aeroplane. Can you see curvature from aeroplane?
Oh no, I haven't been on an airplane in a long time. I don't really remember.
Okay.
Right.
I'll post you another video.
Why? I have a question.
Yeah.
Why is it like nighttime in some places of the Earth?
Okay.
The complete opposite time of day on the other side.
Because where is the dark, there is not the sun, and where is the day, there is the sun.
Yeah, but there's one side of the Earth is daytime, the other side is nighttime. How can they be different when the sun is?
Because on that side, where is the sun, there is the day. On the side where is not the sun,
But the
it's
sun
night.
is 300 times bigger than the Earth. So I'm pretty
How
sure.
do you know that? How do you know that?
Oh, because it's fucking on Google, mate. Learned
It's
it.
on Google. It's on
Also
Google
learned it
also.
in
That
school.
I told you now. Listen, this on Google. It's also saying that, and you can see from the space that Earth is curving. But listen, this when you go to nature.
It is the sun.
And when I show you, man, with the black swan, with that oil rigs example, that Earth is not curving anywhere.
Right. Like, what?
I show you with that oil rigs that horizon, what must be geometrical and must drop on 1.22 miles. It's not dropping. We can see that horizon even on 10 miles. People has
Right,
on
so-
20 miles.
So is the Earth bigger than the sun then? What do you reckon?
I don't know what sun it is. I don't know how sun big it is. I don't know
Oh,
distance
you
to the
just
sun.
said the Earth's
And
bigger than the sun.
I said that Earth is bigger than the sun. When I said that.
No, this guy, the past is the future. He said, yes, it is. So are we
Are you speaking with me or with somebody else?
I'm looking at this live chat fucking thing.
Yeah, he's stumped on the black swan. Okay, he doesn't seeing too far isn't good enough for him, right? You're saying that if you can see up, over, and around the curve of the Earth, is that not proof for you enough that it's flat? That you can see too far?
I can't say that far, mate.
Yeah, you can see that far.
What
There's
can
a
I
picture showing it. There's a picture showing. There's actually pictures showing further than that. That's just one that can't be argued because those oil rigs are plotted on maps showing how far they are. They report their distance, where they're located. So you can use those as mile markers or distance markers. And you said, even yourself, you said, hey, I see the horizon past the second oil rig. That means the Earth is not curved. It'd be flat. You're seeing
Big
too
Black,
far.
it's very easy. You said it's big. Okay, it's big. Let's see how much is big. And you said the radius, it's 6,700 kilometers. We said in miles, doesn't matter. That's the size, you know? That's the size, not Google, that's the size what they're giving to us. Okay, let's check that size. Because this is sphere. It's not cube or something. Because of sphere, it must have drop on some distance. You know, it must drop down because it is sphere. Do you understand that?
Yeah. No. What?
If you are on the sphere, from you, Earth need to drop on some distance. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Water. Why we take water like example? Because water keeps level all the time. And when we go to check that, okay, now we need to have drop. And every observation showing that we can see more and there is no curvature.
Right.
And that's the point of this flat earth. We cannot say how all entire earth it look like, but we can say one thing: there is no curvature, there is no globe. Because if you can see from the space, from the NASA, from TV.
No,
look,
I can't
there
see
is-
from space because I'm on Earth.
No, yeah, of course, but you can watch on TV and you can see the ball. Okay, great. That means that ball, what you can see from the space, what NASA is showing you, must be also on the ground. If it's sphere,
They literally have a video of the fucking Earth from the moon or some shit.
Where?
I don't know, don't they? Swear they do.
No, they took 2 photos.
What fucking
1972. Have you looked at the 1972 photo? Does it look like? Does it look right to you? Does it look like what they said the globe is?
Show me. No, I have a question. Still, this is like I still can't get over this. Like, if the Earth's flat, what's happening to all the water? Why can people sail around the whole entire Earth if it's like fucking flat?
Okay, you just walk around your kitchen table. Did you just prove your kitchen table's round by walking around it?
So you're saying they go to the end and then they turn back?
No, you're just circumventing or circumnavigation. You're going around a circle around the center point.
So you'd have
At
to
no point did they go straight lines here. Those lines are curved. Those travel lines. They're reorienting themselves to north. Do you understand the cardinal directions? North, south, west, and east? Do you get that?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know which way is south?
Well, fucking compass.
Okay. Then how does the compass tell you what direction south is?
I don't know. Probably a fucking magnetic shit or some shit.
It
wasn't
points north, right? It points to the north, and then you know the opposite direction. That's what you'd call south.
Yes.
So all directions are determined by what?
Wait, so you're telling me?
No,
that
listen. I want to make sure you're tracking, okay? How do you determine what the directions are? Your cardinal directions.
A fucking compass.
And the compass tells you what direction north is.
Yes.
So then how do you know what direction west is?
Wait, what? What'd you say? I was fucking reading something.
Okay. So I'll slow it down even more. So this is like...
No, I was reading something. Say it again.
Well, try to pay attention. Otherwise, just move on to somebody else. If you got the memory and attention span of a goldfish, that's probably why you don't even know the globe they taught you.
No. I just fucking know that fucking Earth is a globe because it's just
How do you know this?
Okay, if the Earth is flat, why is fucking water not just going off the
Okay, great. Listen, this I will interrupt again. You said if Earth is flat. Let's go back. If Earth is a globe with the given with the given size, that means that every measurement of horizon must be on 1.22 miles. But it's not. It's more.
Fucking what?
We watched it like 15 minutes ago. I show you one example, about horizon, and you want to ask if Earth is flat. I'm asking you again now. If Earth is a
there like
globe,
a big
how is
wall
it possible?
around the Earth?
No, I'm telling you, if it's Earth, look, this is an even better question. If Earth is not
How
curving
big is the
anywhere, what
wall?
it is? If Earth is not curving anywhere, simple question, what it is?
All right. But if the Earth
I'm
is
asking you a question.
it's
I'm
stopping
asking
all
you a
the water,
question.
is there a big wall?
Earth is not curving anywhere. Can you answer what it is?
You fucking haven't even answered my question. You just asked another question.
Okay, what's your question?
Is there a big wall around the Earth?
I don't know.
Why not?
Is it now question for you? Is it a big wall around the Earth? The same question. How do you know that?
Well, he's debunked because if you Google it, they say the ice wall.
Because if
there
there
is
was a
ice
big
wall.
wall around the Earth, then the Earth would be
Yeah,
flat.
that's
It'd be right in the
yeah.
middle of the Earth.
Yeah, you can Google ice wall because you don't even know your own model again.
You saying love?
Again.
All right, so you're saying there's big ice wall.
Yep, go Google it and come back when you're smarter, kid, because you don't even know.
So there's a big ice wall.
It's
Why is
okay
no
at
one
the end
seeing
of
the
the
big
day.
ice wall? What
Here's
happens if you climb the ice wall? Do you fall off Earth?
Here's where he's coming from. At the end of the day, it's just like, hey,
does it go into space?
Why don't you guys believe what I believe anymore?
Because I don't see a big fucking ice wall.
All right, hey, check this out. Big Black Bro.
You're gonna show me a picture of the ice wall.
No.
Yeah, this is what
we
you
don't
you
need.
Googled it
hold on,
before.
hold on.
Google it again. Your whole
I'll Google
worldview
the
is
ice
based
wall.
on.
Can you
Yeah,
hear
just
me,
Google
Chris?
ice wall.
Isn't the fucking ice melting, bro? What if the ice wall melts? That shit's
No,
gone.
sure.
Yeah, what about global warming?
Hold on. The overarching idea, with globe versus flat or whatever, it's very easy for us to go ahead and say, hey, the general consensus, here's the globe, boom, and here's why we think the Earth is a globe, and it points at the sky. But when we bring up, it's just like, hey, well, the globe, the idea of Earth, when third rock from the sun, when we do tests across the Earth, and they give us a number, 3959 miles or 6,400 kilometers or whatever it is. I don't know the kilometer measurements exactly. Now, when we try to look across Earth and compare where the horizon, if that is the curvature of the Earth, which is obviously not, where it should be, it's not there. So why would you, when we test this, and we've done this, flat earthers have done this multiple hundreds of times, when we can't find this curve that's supposed to be there, and it's not there, why would you defend this measurement of the globe Earth that's supposed to be the third rock from the sun that's in this gravity model? Why would you defend that? I can tell, Big Black, that you're not actually familiar with this. You kind of brand new to the topic, so just kind of listen a little bit.
He's so
did he
dog.
leave? Did he leave?
No.
Okay, cool. So why would you defend something that you're really kind of ignorant about? Ignorance is bliss, I guess. It's just like, hey, I used to believe it, man. To be honest, I used to believe it too until I actually looked into it. And it cannot possibly be true with the dimensions that they gave us.
Wait, who discovered the Earth was flat? Let me check. The fucking.
Here's what's going wrong with your line of reasoning. You're asking the wrong questions. You're not actually directly answering our questions. Yeah, what you're trying to
fucking
do.
ask me a question, it's about math and science and fucking the square root of fucking pi times the radius of fucking Jupiter. I don't give a fuck.
No, we're actually directly. Hold on, we're not asking questions about Jupiter. We're asking questions about Earth. So quit projecting. I know that you've been through math classes in school there in Australia. You understand how to do geometry, right? Geometry is straight lines, right, bro? This is really simple to understand. It's not hard.
You want to find who discovered the flat Earth. You always asking wrong question. Discover who discovered globe Earth. ask that question. Who measured the curvature from ancient time till now?
Why would I know that?
I will tell you the answer. Nobody.
Well, who told you you couldn't actually see this for yourself? When you go outside, you see the flat earth. It's right in front of your face. When
I go outside, I also see a fucking circles in the sky.
No, you see circles in the sky. The moon and the sun, Mars and Venus. I saw Venus last night.
Like if you look at a telescope, everything else is a circle.
Black, again, you using telescope and watching the sky. Now, take that telescope and watch the earth.
Yeah, how the fuck am I supposed to watch an Earth? What am I gonna fucking point out?
I show you the fucking example about one. I showed you example. The horizon is 10 times further. People has even horizon more further than it is. What
But
that
how are people
mean?
able to
But
sail
listen,
about the Earth?
this is
I don't
nature, man.
understand.
I'm not speaking about books. This is nature. You can go and check this math if it's working. That means, of course, maybe you don't have the photo camera or whatever, but some of your friends, if has then a good camera with good zoom, you can find out that Earth is flat. You don't need to go to space and look other bodies in the sky. You can check yourself, because you cannot go to the space, but you can check yourself if this math is working. Not only is math is working, you can see yourself if it's curvature there, and must be there with this given size.
Yeah, Big Black is the when you look across Earth, do you think that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
I don't just walk outside and fucking think about the Earth being flat. I walk outside, go and do something. I just came to understand what kind of fucking shit you cunts are on.
Yeah, well, you just found it out tonight. You just found it out. We've explained it to you.
Yeah, you try to give me a full fucking.
Ad nauseam. All right, cool. Well, all right. So you don't like it because you want to look at the moon and think the Earth is a globe because of the moon.
But why is everything else a circle, but we're just a fucking thing? Oh,
okay, well, the Earth might be a circle, but we don't know. Bro.
What is the circle?
What is the circle? God damn.
Fucking round. I don't know. I could probably draw a circle.
What is the circle? Tell me, what is the circle? Why we don't have a ring? Why we don't have a ring?
A ring?
Yeah, like a Saturn.
Fucking
the same like a Saturn.
That's kind of non sequitur.
It's bullshit. But he want to compare because they are circular Earth. No, it must be circular. Man, if your light, it's a how to say sphere. You have the light sphere on your ceiling. That means that your floor
have
is
rings because they're fucking.
Listen, man, if your light on ceiling, it's a sphere board. Light, you have ceiling, you have light in the room, and imagine that it's the sphere one. How you call that? I don't know how in English. Light, bulb. Is it your floor also now sphere because of that light?
My fucking light's not a sphere.
Man, you believe that it's sphere. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I was in the YouTube chat earlier. I was just calling out all of the Globers in the chat, in the YouTube chat. I was just like, guys, just believe. You're just believers. You just believe because it's like, hey, well, just like he was saying, oh, well, I see a round moon and I see a round sun with round is, subjective anyway. And so Earth must be round because I see a round moon and a round sun.
It must be. That's cool. That's all right. It must be. Listen, this people. It must be because all things on the sky, but it isn't.
You're comparing a light bulb to a fucking planet.
But listen, this moon is spherical. You say, but we cannot. But okay, you say everything. It's It looks like a circle. Earth must be also. Okay, must be. Let's go to check. And look at this. It is not.
What is not?
It is not spherical in nature. In nature, man. Do you hear me? In nature. This, in reality, I'm saying. In reality, Earth is not curving. Earth is curving only on TV and in that globe in the class.
Hey Matt, I've got a question, right? So if like all the stars and planets and stuff, if they're all just lights, then like what is the sun like a massive light too? Like where are we in the universe? If we're not a planet floating through the solar system, then like where does that place us?
Geocentric.
How I can know that? How you can know that?
Yeah, geocentric, Earth-centered.
Or maybe if you want to, maybe this is the time for the gas pressure without a container, that you want to know why space
He's
doesn't
probably
exist.
never going to get that, but I think we're on the right track. Go ahead. Let's not bring that in yet.
Yeah.
Wait, so I'm trying to think how to word this. So like do you guys believe that we're like on an endless plane with like
We
ice
don't
at the
believe
end?
anything. Listen, we don't believe anything.
Then what do you believe?
I can tell you, I believe in unicorns. I believe whatever. You know, I can tell you my beliefs. What that give you? What that will give you? My beliefs. My beliefs have nothing with this flat earth server.
So there's no space then. Like the space isn't real.
There is
solar
no
system isn't-
vacuum of space.
There's no what?
Vacuum of space.
Well,
Okay, what's happening to all the spaceships flying into the sky?
Which spaceships and where are they going? Hold on.
For example, like the SpaceX ones that go to like the international space stations in order to like
Like the one yesterday, they had like a Dragon capsule again. A second Dragon capsule came back.
Where do you think the ISS is? You think a space? That's like outer space. Don't Google it. Just shoot off your head. How far away is the ISS?
I don't know.
If I told you about 200 miles away,
And I can post the SpaceX Dragon capsule that went to space yesterday. You want to see
that's
it?
not in space. It's just.
Listen, this information.
You believe in story.
Why am I having to post this instead of him for evidence?
He doesn't know it. That's why. He read the headline.
No, we're asking what happens to all the spaceships that literally fly straight into the sky.
They don't. They've a parabolic arc. You can look that up too.
What do they do? Where do they go?
To the sea.
To the sea.
So they just send. Why would they do that?
If you knew everything government did and why they did it,
then we will know
what figure it out. You will come here and tell everyone, hey, government did all this happy horseshit, and here's why. But you can't explain anything government does, but yet you want to make it seem like they're going to space. Even in their own model, they're not going to space. They're only going up 200 miles. And that's bullshit too. You can tell by angular resolution. The ISS is roughly the same size as a jumbo jet. If you see them side by side, they're still about the same size.
How do you know they just go into the water?
It's called a parabolic arc. They don't go straight up. And then when you get there, why would you stop? How would you stop? How about that? How do they get exactly 200 miles, 250 miles-ish, and they just
Years
stop?
of calculation, missed
just
trials.
calculate. Okay, so now we're back to just calculating, right? You can just calculate your way to space?
Well, say the Apollo mission, it took them all the way up to 13 tries to get a successful launch to the moon and back. The
Listen
trials
this now.
before that
You're giving good example of moon. That was 240,000 miles. They went in 69. Listen, this very careful. 7 times they did. That means 480 because they come back. 480,000 miles they did with that 7 times on the moon. Do you know how much distance we can do today with ISS?
No.
1% of that distance today.
What?
Why?
Today,
Yeah,
we can
well,
go
why is that?
1%.
Is there's so that we're very limited?
Listen, I will repeat, Helio. Today, 2021, ISS it's 1% of that distance, and we cannot go further because we don't have technology to do that.
Why? Because they
Isn't the
destroyed
whole
the
Mars
technology.
mission happening now, though? Are we more advanced now than we've ever been before?
Yeah. But 50 years ago, we went to 240,000 miles. Now we can go 200 miles.
I'm pretty sure we can go a lot further than that. They sent out.
1,000 miles. Listen, this let's say 1,200 miles. This is the Earth orbit that they're saying 1,200 miles. That's the limit. They went to 240,000 miles 50 years ago. Now we can go even less than 1% of that distance.
But why would we only be able to go less now
Why?
than back then?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what Flat Earth is asking. How is that possible? Riddle me that, Batman.
Yeah, I mean, they went to a quarter of a million miles, in the '60s or late '70s. Why can't we actually achieve that distance now?
Why we cannot half of that distance, Helio? Why
Yeah,
we can?
no shit. That's what we're asking.
Yeah.
Oh, that was you, Sasha. I'm sorry. Yeah, big black.
The point was, is that big difference or small difference? That 1%, is that big or small difference?
Wait, what?
That is something like this.
He's
Let's say
totally ignorant. He's totally ignorant. I mean, Sasha.
But the moon is 384 kilometers away. Right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, you said miles though.
Yeah, miles. I mean, sure. I mean, it's about 400 kilometers, or 400,000 kilometers. Sure, I mean it's about the same distance.
100,000 kilometers and 3,000 kilometers now, 2021.
The moon is 230. Oh wait, no, wait. What the fuck is this?
238,000 miles, approximately 400,000 kilometers. Why can't they do it anymore?
They've been to the moon. What are you talking about?
Really? They have.
Really? But why 2021 we can go only 3,000 kilometers? And 50 years ago we were 400,000 kilometers.
If you don't mind me asking, like,
Listen,
what's your
400,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers, 400,000, 3,000.
What's your source to say that we can only travel that now?
ISS.
No, they tell you they can't go back. They destroyed the technology.
It's 400.
What is my source?
ISS is 400 kilometers.
Here, Don Patet, the spokesperson for all the astronauts here in America, they asked him, why won't you go back to the moon? Direct quote, we destroyed that technology. It's a painful process to build it back again. That's why. NASA tells you they can't go back to the moon. That technology has been destroyed. And they can't build it back again. It's too painful.
Apparently, we can't build the shielding again for the
It'd
radiation.
be really cool, for all the space fans and everything, that love space and just all that shit. It's just really cool. But, what would be really cool is that them to show us how they built the space station. That would be badass.
See, that was Dragon, right? Right there. Look at the live stream. Here's a direct quote. They're interviewing him. They say, hey, what's going on? Why hasn't humanity been to space in over 50 years? He's like, well, I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. There's a problem. There's a problem with that, though. It's a video. You can see the words coming right from his mouth. If you don't believe me.
No. Yeah, he need to watch that. Can you watch that video? It's short, I think.
Go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Is that a good enough source for you there, Dragon?
Huh?
Yeah, there was another guy was asking, like, who's the source saying that they can't go beyond low orbit or low atmosphere? There's your source, right there, NASA. They tell you right from their mouth. The spokesperson, okay, for all the astronauts. This guy, Don Patet, is considered the oldest active astronaut. He speaks for all of them, for all their grievances and does interviews and whatnot. He's telling you they destroyed the technology to go to the moon. They destroyed it.
But then if we can't go to the moon anymore, how can we still go to places like Mars, and how drones and cameras?
Good
Oh my
question.
God.
We're
How
not going
how about
there.
we was not in first place?
Do you not see the
Sorry.
absurdity, Noodlefish? It's all a fraud. We're not going to any of those places. It's a fantasy. It's science fiction. They're showing you computer generated images, and they're fooling the public, people who are incapable of accepting reality the way it is and who only want to believe things they see on their TV or computer screen. It's animation. It's a fantasy. We didn't go to any of those places. There's no
But
verification
in that same light, could you not view
any of those places?
in that same light, could you not view the whole concept of flat Earth as an absurdity too? Like,
no, because
as
we
a-
have
as
direct
reality.
evidence. No, because we have direct evidence, laser tests, and long distance observation that show that it's absolutely impossible for us to be living on a globe at the dimensions claimed, aka a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is a radius that was never measured, that is a number just pulled out of thin air. That if that were true, objects would disappear in the distance out of your view at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared behind this imaginary curvature, which they never do because we can see things such as Chicago across Lake Michigan.
You're all
in addition-
packies, mate. I don't know who you're talking to, dickhead.
I'm talking to Noodlefish. I don't know who this other rude person is.
That was Abe.
Noodlefish asked a good question. No, flat Earth is not a fantasy. Flat Earth is reality. It's where you live. If you'd never seen any of this science fiction indoctrination, you would realize you were born onto a flat and stationary
flat Earth
Earth.
is a load of
There was no
fucking
spinning globe.
waffle.
Can we mute? Can someone?
Talking
Who is
shit.
this rude person?
Yeah,
Can
mute him.
someone mute them? Do I have to really? Who is it? I'm going to keep talking to Noodlefish. They sound like they might have a brain in there. We might be able to get through to this Noodlefish.
Thanks.
Noodlefish. Flat Earth is the default position. The fantasy spinning globe is what they try to put in your head despite zero scientific evidence for it. There's no scientific proof for it. Science involves making a natural observation. There's no natural observation of the globe. There's only fairy tales they tell you on TV.
I mean, thanks for the answer.
Noodle, do you
Anytime.
think,
That's why we're here.
Noodle, do you think there's any actual evidence of a globe, something that can be verified and tested? Would you assume that there is evidence?
I would assume so. We're living in 2021. We've come a long way from what we used to be. And I come from a family of pilots, of aircraft, ships, shit like that. No, sorry for swearing. But, so it's just been very heavily ingrained into me that it's engraved into everyone that this is like the stuff we have to do. Like currently I'm in senior school I'm in my final year of high school. I'm about to go to college, university next year, and in math in this year we're learning about geometry and stuff like that. So this is something that I'm taught, and so I'm just questioning it.
So
Great.
let me
Do you
ask you a
do
question.
in your geometry class? Do you do proofs? Such as the modus tollens forms. Are you familiar with
If P, then
Ask him about
Q.
tangents.
If not Q, then not P. That kind of proof. Are you familiar with that form of proof in your geometry class?
Slightly.
Okay. Because we can show you a proof that it's impossible for you to live on a globe of the radius of 3,959 miles. Have you seen that since you've been here? I don't know how long you've been here. It doesn't seem like you've been here very long.
Oh no, I've been here for like an hour. But
Okay, well, if you look, can you see the live stream voice text? You see that? If you're into geometry, this is perfect for you because geometry means that, like I said before, there's the geometry of a sphere, which indicates that if you're standing on this sphere, your view will be limited when you look off into the horizon. And
It's laggy.
what? Anyway, some people have the
Someone kick that
misconception.
guy.
Who is this person that keeps talking?
He's a troll. We got any mods in here?
Yeah, I'm a mod. I just need to know the name of the person.
I don't know. I
Anyway,
think
I'll just continue with
BTS
Noodlefish.
meal, maybe. Sorry, Daniel.
Okay, yeah, I
think
don't know.
it was BTS meal. I don't know. BTS meal.
Okay, I'll just keep looking that person, I guess, while I'm talking. Anyway, if you're on a sphere, there's a misconception that you wouldn't be, that the Earth's too big for you to be able for the curvature to make a difference in your vision. To the contrary, if there were curvature, objects should be disappearing from your view and it should be visible. So if you look at this image here, do you see the image of the two oil rigs, Noodlefish?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so hopefully they still teach geometry the way they used to. Geometry used to be all about logic, when I took geometry. I don't think it is anymore. I mean, I know it isn't because I am a certified math teacher. I know that they've moved to just like sitting around in circles and talking about shapes, but it used to be serious. And so when it was serious, this would be a common thing for geometry students to understand. If P, then Q, not Q, then therefore not P. That's just a logical axiom that you use to decide if something that is defined in a certain way meets the definition. If it doesn't meet the definition, then it's not the thing. For example, you could say, if a figure is a triangle, then it has three sides. That would be your Q, would be the three sides. Then you count the sides. You find out, no, it has four sides. Therefore, it doesn't have four sides. It doesn't have three sides. Therefore, it's not a triangle. That's the concept. We use this to apply to the geometry of the sphere. And we do the calculations based on the numbers they give us. We're testing their numbers on the mainstream WGS 84 model. If the Earth is a sphere with the radius 3,959 miles, that's your P statement, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's your Q statement. And then you can use it says their geometric horizon curve calculators. You can use various curve calculators to find out how much drop there should be on this sphere based on what distance that you're looking. So what we find out when you look at this particular image here, do you see the horizon being the apparent location where the sky meets the water as being behind the oil rigs or in front of the oil rigs?
Well, it's different because of the angle that the photo's taken.
Has nothing to do with the angle that the photo's taken. The horizon is the place where the sky meets the water. Do you see that location as being behind the oil rigs or in front of the oil rigs? There's only one place.
Behind?
Yeah, it's behind the oil rigs. That is correct. So, and this is just one image taken from a still shot from a video taken in California, which you or anyone could go and see. You sound like you're possibly on the island of the formerly known as Albion, now known as the United Kingdom. So there's multiple locations we could show you where you could go to make the same type of observation. The horizon's behind the oil rigs, so therefore, since the furthest oil rig is 9.41 miles, the horizon's behind that oil rig. Therefore, the horizon distance is much greater than it should be, which is 1.22 miles, the square root of the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height, which is 1. Square root of 1 is 1. 1.225 times 1 is 1.225. So over 9 miles, probably 10 miles, probably more, is way more than 1.225
222 miles. So you do not live on a sphere of the dimensions claimed. You can, then go from there and reason about where you do live. There is no scientific evidence that you live on a globe of any kind, and definitely not of radius 3,959 miles, which you cannot then change the radius either and say, oh, maybe it's bigger or whatever, because then it messes up all of their claimed calculations, because all of their theoretical astrophysics is based on this number, and all of it is a complete fantasy, as I mentioned to you earlier. If you look at the next link about the observations, that shows you some of those are in England, if that's where you are. Like, for example, you can see Calais from Dover, which you should not be able to see on a sphere of this size. You can continue to live in the delusion that you live on a globe. There's just no scientific evidence to prove it.
Wait, so if it's all just flat, then if you're standing on top of a really tall building, why can you not just see on forever? Like,
because the atmosphere is not transparent.
Oh, okay, thanks.
It's
Sleeping
translucent.
Warrior.
Yo.
What's up, dude?
So good, man. Just listening to this kid coming in. I've just got a question for the kid, if anyone minds.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, please ask him.
If you go into the back garden and stand and look up in the night sky and you see all the pretty stars, regardless of how far away they are, we're told that they're in the vacuum of space, the deep vacuum of space, because they're light years away.
Yeah.
We're breathing gas. We're breathing air. What gas law is it that allows the gas to stick to the outside of the ball?
Can you ask that again? Sorry, I'm a bit stupid.
Which gas law is it that allows the gas in the vacuum of space to stick to the outside of the ball? Because there's a gas law that describes the opposite behavior. It's called the free expansion of gas law, and it states that gas molecules will move randomly in all directions at high velocity, bouncing off anything in its path with perfectly elastic collisions. In other words, if you make it,
it's the ozone.
The ozone is the ozone. What is the ozone? Tell me.
It's like the layer outside of the globe.
And does that layer of ozone, does that keep the atmosphere here?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, that's an interesting belief. I've not heard that one before. Have you got any supporting evidence for that?
Mate, I came in here to ask questions. I'm not the most knowledgeable on this subject. I'm like,
Yeah, Sleeping Warrior.
It's like
the ozone.
Can you
ozone
explain
layer
it to him?
Listen, the ozone layer is not a surface that gas molecules can bounce off to stay here. There's no gas law that describes the behaviour of gas that's required for your model. But if you're here to ask questions, when you leave here, just do us a favour and go and find out which gas law is applied for the Earth to exist in a vacuum of space with some sticky gas molecules that don't conform to the free expansion of gas law. That's what you need to look into, because once you realise that there isn't one, then your logical question has to be, well, what's keeping the gas pressure here? And there isn't anything. So the only conclusion you can come to is that we must be contained.
Can I quickly ask a question?
So do you guys like believe? Because I've had a fair few people tell me that like stars and all that type of stuff are all just like lights on the ceiling. Is that like
right?
That's right. All right. So you think there's like a roof that's all the way like fucking? Sorry. There's like it's like ages up. Then what do you think it is?
Those
like
lights
how are there
in the
lights
sky.
there? Yeah,
Those lights in the sky are nothing more than lights. The ancients used to call them wandering stars, but we have not visited any of them. We have not done experimentation on them. Yeah. So all they are lights in the sky, and they seem to be connected to a bigger sort of clock, sky clock, let's call it, because they are, perfectly in sync. You go every year, the stars will be in exactly the same place. So there is something that they are maybe sitting on. There is something they may be sitting in, but none of us know that, and none of us are willing to talk about that because we have no evidence. In this room, we only care about stuff that can be proven. So we know the Earth is flat, and we know there
what's
is.
this about an house? Oh, mate, you're waffling. Who wants it?
What? Yeah, so did you
it's
hear that, mate?
Avery's the rude guy, so I'm going to
Avery, I
mute
said
him,
who
so
wants
can't do
it,
it
lad.
anymore.
Yeah, just block him or whatever. But yeah, do you understand that the stars will not be able to prove the shape of the Earth, but you can have experimentation on the Earth to prove the shape? This isn't a debate. This is, as a flat earther, we know it's not curving. Do you understand that?
Kind of. I just remember I saw this experiment ages ago, and it was these two guys. They like you'll probably know what I'm talking about as soon as I bring it up. But like they're standing at two different points, like a little bit of a distance each other away, and they wanted to prove the Earth is flat. So they're on a flat surface, right? Like no curve. It's as level as you can be, and they had a light, and they were shining at each other, and they had this whole idea where if they had two boards with a hole in them, if they shone a light through the hole, it would go perfectly through it, and you'd be able to see it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm familiar with
that's
Do you
that
know
hit
what the
piece on Netflix.
Do you know what the distance was in that thing?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like I
They
can't.
don't
really
reference
remember
the
actually seeing
distance.
Because we've done 21-mile observations over the surface of flat standing water over a lake to see whether or not two observers can see each other over 19 and 21 miles. And they're like a foot off the surface of the water, and they can both see each other. But over 21 miles, the geometric horizon at a foot above the water, the Earth starts to curve away at 1.2 miles. But they can see each other at 19 and 21 miles. That's 10 times further than the geometric curve, the obstruction, the wall of water that should be in front of you, because you're supposed to be looking below that wall of water to see your friend. That's it's 10 times further. Well, more than 10 times further. So when we try to test and validate the claim that's made that the geometric horizon is 1.2 miles away at the beach or wherever, it isn't. It doesn't work out. Now, you can think that it does if you want, but if you actually go and test it yourself, you'll realise that you can see far further than what you're meant to see, given that it's supposed to be a ball.
Right. Right.
But you can believe you can believe it's a ball if you want to. But if you actually go and test it yourself and go with people and get involved, and you'll realise that, hey, we're seeing 10 times further than what we should. What's the explanation for that? And they don't have one. Because when you account for the refraction that they claim, that 1.2 mile horizon becomes 1.3 miles. And it doesn't account for the 20 miles that we're seeing. So how much further do we have to go to debunk the claim that the horizon, the geometric edge that boats are going over, how much further do we need to go before it becomes ridiculous? Because I would say at 20 miles, it's 10, 15 times further. I'd say we're already at that point. I mean, but you can believe it's a ball if you still want to. But in the real world, if you actually go and test it, it doesn't validate.
Can I ask who said 1.2 miles?
From an observer height of 1 foot. That was the black swan. So that's the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. And then
But like I was asking, like source.
Metabunk curve calculator. It's based on the geometry. So if you can put yourself the target distance of anything you want, and then drop your height down to 1 foot, and it tells you what the geometric horizon is. It's 1.2 miles, and the refracted horizon is 1.3 miles, and we've got observations at 20.
All right, thanks.
That breaks the globe model. The globe model is broken because of that.
But if you want to think it's a globe, you can. But it's in your head. It's not in reality. So there's a distinction between what you think, what you believe, and the real world. And when you actually go and test it, you'll realise that that which you think isn't actually the real world you live in. But you can think it. It makes sense. Logically, you can calculate it. But is it true?
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to all this noodlefish, we understand that, and we don't expect anyone to change their mind right away. You should take some time to look into this. I linked you to the FE Core experiment description PDF, which hopefully you can take a look at. I think that is the one that Sleepy Warrior was talking about. Is that the one you were talking about? Laser test?
To be conspiracy one.
So anyway, I mean, if you can take a look at some of these things, we also have a bunch of information channels at the bottom of the server, and just make up your own mind and decide. Like, we're not here to replace one belief system with another one. We want you to do investigations and so on. And if you do, and if you're an honest person, who is really wants to find out the truth, I mean, you'll be led to reality, which is this globe has zero basis in reality. You've never seen it. You've never experienced any motion. There is no scientific proof of either curvature nor rotation. Neither curvature nor rotation. It lies upon you believing in these authorities, which have been. It's not only that they've been proven to be fraudulent, which they have multiple times over. They're liars, but also they come right out and tell you what they're doing. On their own NASA.gov website. Robert Simon tells you there. And he tells you in an interview that he photoshopped the image of the Earth, that he took flat maps, wrapped them around the ball. There is the quote right from NASA.gov in the Livestream voice text. And he did this to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. Right on NASA.gov, it tells you they create these images to match your expectations. Basically, you can live in the fantasy globe world, and we know it's easier that way because that's what most of the people around you are going to be telling you, and so on. But if you're interested in reality and what's really going on, and if you would like to reclaim your brain and maybe use it for more productive purposes than just feeding this nonsense CGI fantasy world, then you're welcome to stick around or research on your own and find out more about the reality about the Earth where you were born. Not the one on TV that's created for your entertainment.
No
Hey,
worries.
Noodlefish.
Thanks for answering my question. Yo.
I've put 2 links in the live stream chat for you. You'll see them. It says one says Utah, Idaho, 19-mile flat Earth laser test. The other one says 21 miles null curvature. They're the 2 things that I'm referencing. They're like a foot off the surface of the water. I'll give you 2 feet. But no matter which way you want to argue over any part of it, the fact remains that they can see each other, and there's not a wall of water in the middle.
Yeah.
Now, what that tells you is that if it's a curve, then it's much, much bigger than what we're being told, and it's practically flat, or it is actually flat. But in any event, there isn't the bulge of water between you and the observer and you. Now, if you only do it one way, somebody could argue, well, it was refractive events or conditions at that time that allowed you to see him. But if you're seeing him and the refraction is so favourable, then he wouldn't be able to see you because it would be inversely proportionate for him, and he would have no visibility whatsoever. Yet they can both see each other. Now, I think that these are 2 of the strongest pieces of evidence that go against the ball. There's lots of evidence that goes against the ball, but if you want something that's simple, you ultimately have to decide, do you accept that a straight line is straight? Or do you morph a straight line into a curve to suit your perceptions of what you believe the Earth is? Because there's no getting around that 1.2 mile horizon. They're that low that it's 1.2 miles away. You can have a 5 mile horizon or a 10 mile horizon. It doesn't account for the evidence that we can see. So that this evidence really, it throws a spanner in the works, because if you don't see the contradiction between the claim and the actual evidence, then you're not ready for the topic. But if you do see the contradiction, there's only one conclusion that you can come to, and the ball Earth model cannot be right because it nowhere near matches. Not that you can squint your eyes a little bit and see it's a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't work. It completely destroys it. But if you can't see that contradiction, that's fine. And if you ignore it, but you do see it, but you ignore it and you want to believe it anyway, that's also fine. You can believe anything that you want to believe. But in the real world, when you look at it, it's not a ball.
All right. Thanks for your time, mate.
I hope you look at them, though.
Can I just ask something real quick?
Fuck.
You mentioned earlier that the globe should be way bigger than what they're telling us. Based on research, like your research and measurements that you guys have done, how big would the Earth have to be to align with the measurements you guys have done? How big would a globe have to be?
Bigger than the sun. Like, so BMSLB...
Really? That's incredible.
BLMSB, or whatever his number is, 69's recent Black Swan, he's got a 31-mile horizon that's behind known target distances, and in the background, what you would ordinarily interpret as clouds is actually just land that you're looking at through the medium of air. But on that day, you could see it because it was clear enough. But it's all squashed and distorted. But ordinarily, you'd think that it was a cloud. But when you realise that you're looking at the land and the contour of the land behind it's 31 miles away, and there's nothing else it can be, then you realise that you have to be looking at down a flat plane. You're looking down a tunnel. Now, not all the time the conditions are favourable for that. Everybody accepts that you can't see 30 miles every day. Some days it's foggy, some days it's raining. But the point remains that on the days when you can see it, it's lifting the veil so that we can see far enough to debunk the claim that we live on a sphere.
Yeah.
But again, you can look at it and say, it's just favourable refractive conditions on that day. And that's totally fine. If you want to accept that as an explanation, you can. You can believe it if you want to. But it's done over and over and over again. So either the refraction is very convenient frequently, and we're getting these all the time, or it's just not a ball. But you can believe it if you want to, but the reality is the real world doesn't match up to the claim that we live on a sphere, because we've tested it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What Sleeping Warrior says is important to realize, because if you do look into this further, I mean, if you want a convenient excuse or an escape route and you can't handle the truth, you'll hear the word refraction or you hear the word mirage, even though the way it's just said like that, as if that just explains everything. It's a magic word that explains all of these, actual sightings, observations, and measurements away. It doesn't hint. It's not the way light works. Not that no one ever has an explanation or ray diagram to actually show that this is what's happening. They just say that, and they count on people's scientific literacy being low enough that they don't actually understand how refraction works or how mirages work. And so people will just accept that as an excuse. That's all it is. It's not a scientific explanation. It's just a magic word that people who want to continue to believe in the fantasy globe use to try to explain away these observations in laser tests. So, at this point, now that you've been presented with the information, people who really want to find the truth will continue down that road and are able to accept reality on its own terms and not just believe the voices in their head, as they used to call insanity, would be listening to crazy people tell you things that go against what you're actually experiencing, and then believing those voices in your head or in your television over what you're actually experiencing in reality. So it's your choice which way you want to go. It's a lot easier probably to stay in the insane asylum and believe the little voices in your television over what you're actually experiencing in reality, because you are in a mass hysteria, mass delusion society where you will be more accepted if you accept the mass insanity. But if you wish to accept reality instead, we're here as a small minority for sport, or, do it on your own. It doesn't matter. Just, it's your choice, basically. Is what
Reality
he's
should
saying.
be
He said that
testable.
very well.
Yeah, reality should be testable. What do you think of this?
Good question, Matt.
Somebody has a question. I don't know if you were
Hold on.
asking Ghetto Bomber. That was a good question. Big Group, I think, was asking. I don't know if you were asking Noodle or Ghetto Bomber what they think of it.
Yeah, I was asking Noodle what his thoughts were on what you just said.
I wasn't in the room. I was grabbing some food.
Oh.
Can you summarize it for me, please?
What was said basically is that in reality, what is testable goes against all of the so-called evidence of the globe, and the best argument that they seem to have is the refraction argument. But refraction has there's many different types of refraction, and none of them can loom a horizon up, back, behind objects further. So the question is, what are your thoughts on, this whole point that in reality, you cannot prove a globe, you cannot find curvature? What's your thoughts?
I mean, as you've all proved, I'm not as knowledgeable on this subject. I just came in the server as curiosity, so I can't really comment, if I'm being honest.
What do you think about the idea that gas pressure doesn't stick to the outside of a surface in a vacuum? Do you not think that's a bit difficult to accept, given that you do breathe when you walk outside?
Well, I honestly don't know, mate.
Can I ask how the gas pressure, how that works under flat Earth theory?
Sleeping Warrior.
Like, how does the atmosphere work under flat Earth theory?
Same way that a steak does in real world. Like if you get a lump steak on your, like say you get ribeye or sirloin or T-bone steak on your plate, you don't need to know where the cow came from. You don't need to know what its name was, what colour it was, when it died, what field it lived in. You don't need to know any of that. The fact that you've got a lump, like a big lump of steak on your plate, means that there was at some point a cow. Because we can all agree that you can't have the lump steak of whatever kind it was without the cow. You've got to have the cow.
Well, what's steak on your plate got to do with flat
But
Earth?
isn't it curious? Aren't you curious as to why there is an atmosphere and why it behaves as the way it
Hang
does?
on. I haven't finished.
He's making an analogy.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I haven't finished. Let me finish. So if you accept that the steak did exist because there was a cow at some point, then the fact that we're breathing gas pressure at all means that there has to be a container for the molecules to stay here. Otherwise, they're going to disperse in line with the free expansion of gas law. Now, with respect to the pressure gradient that we live in, that's explained completely, comprehensively, by the biogeochemical cycle, which is powered by the sun, and it's a collection of gas behaviors or molecule creation behaviors. That is, one of them is like the hydrological cycle, one of them is the nitrogen cycle, one of them is the carbon cycle, but it's a collection of about 12. And all of the gases are created at ground level, but caused by the sun. So what we have is, imagine a fire. The fire is the heat source, is the concentration point of the heat. Well, the ground is the concentration point of the gas development. So all the gas is being created at ground level. So the explanation in a flat Earth model is that we must be contained to keep the pressure, but to get the pressure, you've got to be contained as well. But it's caused by the sun, because all the gas molecules are being created at ground level, be it water or the ground. They're all coming out the ground, and they're all rising slowly because there's air above it. It's not a vacuum. But if there was a vacuum above it, like they tell us it is, they would just carry on rising and there would be nothing to slow them down. But because there's the creation at ground level, and we got taught this in primary school, right? We got taught about the hydrological cycle. We got taught about condensation and evaporation. And we got taught how it goes round in a cycle. But for some reason, that doesn't stick in people's heads when we talk about this topic. It gets completely forgotten. But when you go back to what you were taught in school and think about it, the convection currents that we describe with the biogeochemical cycle, the hydrological cycle, etc., they're not possible on a sphere. Because if the sphere's in the vacuum of space the way we're told it is, they don't come back. The convection currents and all that, they don't come back. They might be getting formed, but they disappear, and entropy will always increase. So because entropy is increasing, the water will eventually evaporate off. It will continue to evaporate, but none of it will come back as precipitation. But we were all taught that in school. But for some reason, as an adult, there's a disconnect between what we were taught in school and what we believe as adults. And that disconnect is caused by television, by the media, by newspaper articles, by NASA, by whatever you want. From a flat Earth perspective, how it is that we're breathing is easily explained. It's just people refuse to consider that it might be the truth because they're brainwashed.
Sorry to interrupt you, Sleeping Warrior. I would like to suggest you to make sure that he knows the word entropy, the meaning.
Yes.
Okay.
I was about to say that.
Okay, so do you know what entropy is?
Talking to me, sorry?
Sure, yeah, you were the one that asked the question, right?
Right. Sorry. I think I have the general idea. It's the tendency for a system to move towards disorder.
Yeah, so it's basically decay. In one word, you can use the word decay to describe it. So a car, if you leave a car in a garage, the rate of entropy will decrease compared to leaving a car outside. It'll rot away quicker if you leave it outside, but if you put it in a garage, it'll generally preserve itself a lot better. Nonetheless, entropy will still take place on the car in the garage. Entropy always increases, decay always increases. So pressure going to non-pressure is an example of entropy, because pressure going into the lower pressure, you're losing the state that you previously had. So it's decay. Everything's decaying always. And that's the fight of a house. You have your house, you've got to try and keep up with this, the basic repairs, because entropy will take hold. You've got to fight all these things, right? It's a continuous battle, and you've got to keep putting energy in for it to work. But if you're putting energy in...
my slime. I got a quick question real quick. Hold up. So if the earth is flat, then why did the niggas stop picking cotton?
So if you're continuously putting energy,
Just ban
And
it.
then if you're continuously putting energy
Was
in,
that Big Black?
never getting anything out of it, then the only thing that you can
Oh,
conclude
no,
is
it's not
that
me,
energy
mate.
is not being lost.
I have a question.
You guys
though.
are going to make me go to the live stream. Can anybody tell me who that was? Otherwise, I'll just go to the live stream. If nobody
He already
knows,
left.
it's fine. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
I do have a question. All right. So
How does? Oh, sorry.
You guys.
Oh, mate. You go.
How
mate.
does gravity affect all this?
Define gravity first.
Francis.
Pull towards the Earth.
So that's not even the current position in science for what gravity is. So that instantly stops. That position changed in 1915 with Albert Einstein's theory of the general relativity, in which he defined gravity to be the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass. In essence, in short, it's the perception of an acceleration when there actually isn't any acceleration. That's what Einstein described gravity as, an effect. So if you think that gravity is a pull or a force that's pulling or attracting, that's not the current position in physics or science anymore. So the short answer to your question is it doesn't, but for different reasons for what you think.
Then why do things fall?
So give me an example of something that you think falls.
Good question.
Like when you drop a pencil.
Okay.
It's a
Now, if I
very
dropped
good-
if I dropped a pencil in water, would it still fall?
No, because it has buoyancy.
Right. Well, no is the answer. Now, the reason for why it doesn't is where we disagree. So, but you said because it has buoyancy. Buoyancy requires gravity to be a force, and Einstein defined gravity since 1915 as an effect. So if Einstein's redefined the force of gravity to be an effect, what does that do to the buoyancy claim, either mathematically or practically? What does it do to that claim?
I don't know.
Well, it means that you can't multiply by g, because he's changed the g to an effect. So you can't multiply by an effect, because multiplying by an effect isn't something that you can do. You can only multiply by a force to make it into a Newton, right? That means you can't have buoyancy anymore, because Albert Einstein changed all that. Now, again, you don't have to accept it, but that is the position in science today.
Yeah, that means gravity is not the cause of buoyancy or density. Gravity is not the cause.
Gravity is not the cause of buoyancy. Density is not related to gravity.
Yeah, but he said that simple example. If you take the pen and drop, can I ask you a question? Who caused it to that drop of the pen?
Well, to be honest with you, I think the medium point that we established, if we dropped it in water, would it fall? And he said no. We're halfway there. If he accepts that it doesn't go down in the medium of water, we're halfway there. So, for example, Newton's apple. This is where it all comes from. Newton's apple breaks its stalk, it falls from the tree, and it hits the deck. It hits him on the head, apparently. But if the tree was growing in water, the apple would fall up. So then Newton couldn't have his perception that he then couldn't start calculating by g4, mass times acceleration due to gravity, because that's what he basically did. He calculated for weight and he calculated for force. He used mass times he used weight equals mass times the acceleration due to gravity, and he used force, meaning mass times the acceleration due to gravity. And using those two formulas, that was how he concluded that there must be a force. But Newton never considered the medium. Newton didn't consider that there might be a relative state, because Newton thought everything was absolute. So he applied an absolute perspective to it, and that's why he got the absolute maths that he applies. And that's why he got Newton's first law of motion, which states that an object in motion will remain in motion, or an object at rest will remain at rest, unless acted upon by a force. So you should know that one. You must have come across that one before. But what Newton didn't consider is the effect of the medium. Because if his apple fell in water, he wouldn't then be able to say, well, an object in motion would remain in motion unless acted upon by a force, because he's just changed the medium, and changing the medium isn't a force by his definition. So when Einstein came along and changed it and said, well, gravity is not a force anymore, it's now an effect of the curving of bending of space-time, Einstein was basing his views on a state of relativity. Everything was relative to each other. Now, from the perspective of mass, Einstein got that right, because mass does interact with other mass. Why? Because he said that energy and mass were interchangeable, applying E equals mc squared. You've heard of that. So Einstein understood that mass interacted with other mass without any forces at all. It was just by virtue of its existence, because a golf ball and a ping pong ball are the same size pretty much, but behave very differently in the medium of water. Einstein understood that mass had magnitude. Newton didn't understand that mass had magnitude. He didn't think it was an absolute, a relative state. He thought it was an absolute state. So Newton only looked at it purely from the objective and the absolute perspective, and he applied forces. However, Einstein understood that there were no forces. Mass has magnitude, and it's that magnitude that causes interactions with each other that we would calculate using F equals ma, and conclude that gravity must be doing it. And that's the short answer. I could give you a long answer, but I won't bore you.
And on top of this, Newton's gravity is not good for determining the gradient in pressurized gas containers. We are using totally different kind of formulas to calculate that.
And pens are not falling. If you move the pen from the equilibrium, then it will fall to the medium, what is less dense, that air. If you drop the pen in the air, it will fall down because it's more dense than air. And you move it from equilibrium. If that pen was on the table, you use the energy to move that from equilibrium, and because of that, it's falling down. If you drop. If you don't drop, it will stay in your hand, and it will stay again in your. It will not fall down. But you are using energy. Yeah.
Yeah. What he's saying is, if you put energy in to lift the pen up, when you let go of the pen, entropy will increase, and it will seek its equilibrium. And because it's in the medium of air, there's a direction to that we perceive, that humans perceive, that we call down. And when we call these down, if you ascribe down to mean to the center of the ball, yeah, you can think of it that way if you want. But if you understand that if I'm hanging upside down off a tree and I'm watching you drop your pen, your down now becomes my up. So straight away that bit ruins that idea that there's an absolute down, because I can just be upside down and see the same thing and just say, well, that's now up. Equally, I can lie on my bed and I can be laying in a horizontal position. And if you said to me, can you point down? Which way are you going to point? Because normally you would point down to your feet.
Well, that just depends on your perspective.
Exactly. So that makes the point that it's relative to the human, because it's depending on how you interpret it, governs the perception that you apply, or the definition that you apply when someone says down.
But relative
Does that
to
make
the
sense?
Earth. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Relative to the Earth, everything's falling down. So even though you're hanging upside down in a tree and you see the pen going upwards, relative to the Earth, the pen still.
It's not true.
Man, again, what is falling down?
The
hang
pen.
on, hang on. Relative to the Earth.
How pen is falling down if it's on the table?
Hang on. Relative to the Earth, he said everything was falling down. Okay.
Relative to the Earth, for example, you said if I drop a pen and I'm standing upright, I'll see it go down. But if I'm hanging from a tree, I'll see it go up. Well, that doesn't matter, because relative to the Earth, the pen's still following the same motion. It's just that you're upside down, but you're still being pulled towards the Earth in the same way.
Okay. Yeah, so if you let go of your pen, hang on. If you let go of your pen and I'm upside down from the tree and you say it's still going down, what if I let go of a helium balloon and you're hanging upside down from a tree? Which way does that go?
It goes upwards.
So it's not going down then, is it?
There is a force that is exerted on the helium balloon that is going down. The reason it's going up is because of buoyancy. The air around it, the air that it displaces, is heavier than it.
Right, so you're applying Newtonian principles.
The gas pressure inside the helium balloon is much higher than the air that you breathe.
But that doesn't matter. All that matters is that the air it's displacing is heavier than the balloon. Because then if that's the case...
How do you know the air that you breathe is heavier than the balloon, the helium?
Because when I breathe in helium, my voice goes up.
Have you weighed helium?
I haven't personally, no.
Yeah. Pour some helium gas in your hands and pour it on a scale.
How do you expect us to do that when it floats upwards?
Well,
Yeah,
You
can you do
would
that
need
with
a
any gas?
vacuum, wouldn't you? You would need to get a helium balloon in a vacuum and then put it on a scale.
it
Right,
will
no,
explode and
in
fill
a
the
balloon, right?
available space.
In a balloon, right? So what if you didn't have the balloon in a vacuum? What would then happen? And you had the helium. What would happen then?
Well, it would explode, but assuming assuming a
So you've just
indestructible ball.
So if you think about what you've just said, you've got to accept that we must be contained, because if the helium in a vacuum chamber would explode the way you said, why does it not do it in Earth?
Because gravity is keeping it down.
But you're applying the Newtonian state of gravitation.
Gravity is not.
It's been superseded, and it's not the current position.
But Einstein said everything with mass affects everything else, and air has mass, so therefore the air is being affected by the Earth.
Yeah, what's the center of mass of the air that you breathe? When you say it has mass, it requires a center of mass.
Well, it's comprised of a bunch of really small particles.
Right.
Yeah, what's the center of mass for that?
Well, the center of mass doesn't make sense if you're not quantifying an object. If I take a volume of air, I'd be able to say, well, there's a center of mass. But if you just take the atmosphere, there's no way of saying a center of mass because you're not quantifying an object.
Get to listen to this atmosphere. Atmosphere.
Right, because it's surrounding the Earth. It's a sphere.
Yeah. Okay. Gas has no shape. Do you know that?
It takes the shape of the container.
Something surrounding a sphere is not a sphere.
Are we in container? Are we in container?
Yes, gravity is containing it on the Earth.
Gravity never proven, man.
No, it's not even. No, right. Stop, guys. We're allowing too much obfuscation. Right? Gravity has been superseded. It isn't a force. It doesn't pull gas molecules in any direction. Gas molecules move freely in all directions, demonstrable every single time, and there are no violations to it. Now, given that we're in a gravitational field and we do have vacuum chambers, if we remove all of the air from the vacuum chamber, given that we're in a vacuum chamber, if we put in a single molecule of any gas, what do you think should happen to that gas? What do you think will happen, and what do you think should happen?
Sorry, can you repeat the last little bit again? If you breathe in gas.
No. We have vacuum chambers, and we are in a gravitational field. If I was to exhaust the vacuum chamber of all of its medium and just put all of its matter and just put one molecule and put that in the vacuum chamber, what do you think it will do, and what do you think it should do?
Well, I think it should move in the direction of gravity. I think it should fall down, as it would.
Okay, so where's the evidence that that's true? Because I agree with you, that is what should happen according to your model, and that evidence needs to be available to demonstrate it. But we do have gas molecules in vacuum chambers, and they fill it freely in all directions, bouncing evenly off the walls of the container, applying Pascal's law. Pascal's law states that the collisions, the pressure that is caused on all surfaces of a container is always the same in all conditions. So in other words, there's no directionality to it. Pascal's law states that it's even pressure across all of because they're perfectly elastic collisions. Now, if you think that the gas molecules go down, where's the evidence that proves that that's true? Because there's loads of evidence that proves that it's not.
Well, in a container, let's say the container is maybe a meter high at best, if that's a big container. If you put a container down, you're not going to be able, there should be theoretically a gradient with the air. The air down the bottom would be denser and the air at the top would be less dense. But because it's so small compared to the Earth, you wouldn't be able to tell. If you theoretically got a really big container, like kilometers high, you would be able to measure the air at the bottom denser than the air at the top, because there should be a gradient.
But we can compensate for that, because if you agree that gas molecules, if they're going to have a downwards bias to them, like you're saying that they do, then they must lose energy over time with inelastic collisions. Would you agree?
Well, no, because the environment is at a constant temperature.
It's a vacuum, isn't it? So there's no temperature in there.
Are we talking about a vacuum or a chamber filled with air?
No, we're talking about a vacuum chamber. We've removed everything out of it. There's nothing in it. We put one molecule in it, and you think that it's going to be, because of the height of it, it's not tall enough. Well, okay, but then you must agree that over time, it must lose kinetic energy. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So you think it slows down?
Well, yes, it would slow down and it would come to rest at its most stable position, which should be on the ground.
Again, where's the supporting evidence? I accept that you think that, but when I'm asking you for the evidence that supports that, because we've got evidence that shows that that does not happen, the gas molecules will continue to bounce in all directions, not losing any kinetic energy at all, because they've got inelastic collisions. They don't lose kinetic energy.
All right, I haven't got any evidence for you.
That's great. But as long as you acknowledge that you haven't got that evidence, that's all you need to acknowledge. Because if you haven't got it, because that's one of the key pieces. What does gas molecules do in a vacuum? And the answer is it doesn't fall down. It continues to bounce around in all directions randomly, and it doesn't lose any. This is the key bit. It doesn't lose any kinetic energy because the elastic collisions are elastic, perfectly elastic. There is no collision. There is no loss in kinetic energy.
And it will have more collision on the bottom of the tank container and less collisions at the top.
No, Pascal's law applies, and it'll continue to bounce randomly in all directions, applying an even pressure on all surfaces. Because otherwise, you would lose the molecule pressure. Like he says, it would fall to the bottom and it would run out of energy and stop like a car. And it doesn't do that.
They can't fall because that is condensation.
The point is, there's no loss in kinetic energy caused by a loss of anything. It maintains its kinetic energy. But the bigger issue is in the vacuum of space and the air that we're breathing. He accepts that it bounces around off all the containers, and that's what keeps the molecule there. But in the Earth, there isn't no vacuum chamber to keep the air that we're breathing. The gas molecule will carry on flying past Jupiter, and we'll never see it again. But there's nothing that stops it. Now, he thinks gravity, and we've explained how gravity has been superseded by Einstein, because Newton applied an absolute reference frame, which was relative just to the object in question, didn't consider its relative state. Einstein did consider its relative state, and in doing so, changed all the modern understanding of gravitation as we know it. The problem is, we didn't get taught that as kids. We were taught Newtonian, and we weren't even told that there was Einstein. Which is the reason why this man comes in thinking that there's an absolute force involved, because he wasn't told that there's a relative state that's now the current position in science.
And every citation about gas pressure saying that we need the walls of the container. Why we don't have anywhere written that gravity is walls of the container? Because in every citation about gas pressure, it's written we need to have the walls of the container. Why is not written we have the gravity like a container?
There is no such academic claim, citation.
But why?
Yeah.
If gravity is container, why is it never? If gravity is container, why is not written in any citation that we need gravity for the gas pressure?
Are there any planets that have atmospheres aside from our own?
Are there any planets?
How we can know that?
Have an atmosphere. They're all in the vacuum of space, and that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have gas pressure in a vacuum without a container to bounce off.
So there are not any other planets with an atmosphere.
The only thing that we can conclude,
planets in the sky, which you call them planets, they are actually wandering stars.
Yep.
And when you look at night at them, you see them, you perceive them as tiny dots, lights.
The only thing that we can say with certainty with regards to the lights in the sky is that they're lights. But what we can say is that they're definitely not what they're telling us they are, because you can't have gas pressure that'll stick to the outside of a surface in a vacuum, because we've got vacuum chambers and we can demonstrate that the opposite is true. Always. There are no exceptions. You need a container to contain the gas. Now, ultimately, if you're going to say that these are gas giants in a vacuum, you're going to have to prove that gas can exist the way that they say it does in a vacuum, and we can demonstrate that it doesn't. But they can't be what they're telling us they are.
If it was impossible with current technology to prove that, and we actually had to, for example, send a probe or something to one of these planets, would you be able to consider that evidence? If we just sent, for example, a probe to Jupiter or Saturn, and we actually observed it and we proved that there was gas being held in by gravity, is that enough evidence?
I know way too much about internet to know that we can have virtual machines doing and behaving like they literally travel around the world virtually.
We have that.
You can send a signal, radio signal, in that point and place, and you will get a reply from that point and place.
Right, but we have extensive computer programs that map the atmosphere.
It's not actually really there.
Ghetto, did you listen Sleeping Warrior in the last half an hour?
I was just going to say, let me answer your question. So your question was, if we could send a probe there, would you believe the evidence or accept the evidence, right? It's not sending a probe there that would cause me to accept the evidence. It's demonstrating that gas pressure can exist in a vacuum without a container. Listen, let me put it to you a different way. You should be able to go outside and you should be able to create a pocket of the vacuum of space in your back garden with a machine of some kind. You should be able to create that vacuum, because if they want us to accept that the Earth exists in the vacuum of space with 14.7 psi against 0 psi practically, then the inverse must also be possible. You must be able to create a globule of low vacuum without a container in our world. The opposite must be possible, and it's not. You have to have a container to create the vacuum, and we can create the vacuum. You just need a container. So the inverse must also be true. If you could demonstrate to me that that was possible, then the probe that you're asking me to accept can then possibly happen. But until you do that, all you're doing is you're begging the question that a probe can go out into the vacuum of space to a planet that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Before we even, that's not fair for you to ask me that question until we establish that the medium that you claim it exists in can exist the way that they tell us it can. Because it can't.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question. This guy who asked about the probe being sent to other planets. I'm standing outside the house and there is a blue sky with a little bit of clouds. When I look up at the sky, I see no piece of it looking like what I see when I look down to the ground, where I see grass, and beneath the grass I can see earth, dirt, mud. They don't look the same. When I look at the sky does not look like that, like the earth. I see no planets, nothing. It's just clear blue. And this happens also at night. Whenever I look at nighttime at the sky, I see no piece of dirt, mud, soil. I don't see soil in the sky. I see tiny lights at night.
But would you be able to see something that isn't glowing if it's that far away? Because the dirt and grass don't make light, but everything you see in the sky does make light, and that's why it's visible.
Well, can you...
All right, well, thank you for your time. I gotta go now.
Yeah.
What happened?
The stars is the problem. One of them is 10 light years far away, and a different star, the other star that you see next to it, is 100 light years far away, and the next one is 1,000 light years away. And the next one is 100 million of light years away, and actually that star doesn't even exist anymore. We see the past. This is what they are saying. That star is shining, but it doesn't actually even exist in present time.
The guy didn't get it.
I mean,
Explain him.
someone who died, I can't ask him, let's go have a beer. Nobody that I know that died, I cannot go to see them anymore. I can't see them existing. They are buried deep down in the ground, 2 meters below. It's not a person that I interact with anymore. It's the exact thing they are saying about the stars in the sky. They are dead. They don't exist anymore.
Yeah, it's just another way to get people away from thinking about and accepting the reality that's right in front of them, and thinking that they have to go with these theoretical explanations and so on, rather than just enjoying the beauty of nature. It's right in front of them, as people have always done for generations and generations, and it even had, magical fantasies about them or thoughts about what they might be and so on. All of these things have been shut down, especially children. Where used to be children were allowed to just kind of dream and imagine about things, which is very healthy and important for their development. Now they're being, starting in like kindergarten, they're giving them all these theoretical notions that are just not only way beyond their grasp or their ability to evaluate, are just patently false and not based on any kind of scientific evidence. It's just cruel that these children's childhood and imagination and fantasy world is so often being robbed from them.
Child abuse, basically.
I don't know why. I was in school and I learned that gravity. I don't know why people now putting gravity like an example. Gravity always was a theory, always. How I learned, and never was like a scientific theory. It was a theory, and theory and scientific theory is two different things. And they're saying that it's like a scientific theory. No, it was theory. Theory means that I can theorize everything what I want, and that is like an assumption, nothing else. It was a theory. And
yeah,
now
just like saying I'm having a beer at the bar with a dead friend, long-time dead friend. That's a theory.
Yeah, but they put it in theory like an idea, like a fact, like a let's do it this because this is good theory. Let's say.
Yeah.
Like we can theorize everything, and say this could be good theory. Somebody said also flat Earth theory. That was wrong. What is flat Earth theory?
I can still remember as a child thinking that clouds were soft, puffy pillows, just like they look like, that you could go up there and bounce around on them. That was really fun. Like that, I was old enough still thinking that, that I can remember it now and enjoy and think about all those wonderful ideas that I had. Nowadays, like, I wonder how old a child could get and still be allowed to think that without being like, they are not soft puffy pillows. They are gas that you would fall through and crash to the ground. Don't you dare be thinking anything that's not, scientific. I mean, that would be fine if the science had any. I mean, in the case of clouds, it is true. I understand they're not pillows. But they're also doing the same thing with the globe, and they're just putting this into these kids' head when they're tiny and not even letting them explore the real world where they live. And, just having to like immediately expose them to this nonsense. It's very sad that so many children now don't even have the chance to come, because I feel like in the old days we did more. They were not pushing the globe anywhere near what they do now with it being in every cartoon, every, space, everything space or dinosaurs. You experienced the world as flat and stationary for a long time before anybody started throwing that stuff in at your face. That was not thrown in your face at every second. It was there, occasionally people had globes sitting around, but it was nowhere near the level of propaganda it is now.
Yeah, that was very fascinating and interesting what you said, Mary Mom, about the clouds. And I would say that you were actually, in that period of time, you were the closest to reality. I kind of conclude this from the Bible that in nature, the righteous place for water is at feet level, below our feet. So when we look at the splendor of raising clouds, it's kind of insulting because that's the place where our feet should be, walking on top
I mean,
of
but
that.
didn't the Bible also say waters above?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibilities that water could go up.
No, not the water that we drink. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just wonder if people spend, I can remember spending hours laying on the ground just looking at the clouds. And that's one of the reasons why I knew, when the geoengineering started happening hardcore, that, and I would even talk to people that I knew grew up in the same era as me. Don't you remember? The clouds never looked like this. And we had planes back then. It's not like we didn't have planes, It was never like that, And so I remembered what clouds really look like because I spent hours watching them. I also think it helps you kind of ground to the earth. The earth was not moving. I was laying there on the non-moving ground watching the clouds move. I just think there's a real lack of people just kind of being in touch with the earth in general. I think that's part of these people's problem that come in here and I think some of these people literally can't think outside the computer screen, or the TV screen. That is their reality. I don't know. I'm not familiar with what people's habits are. I should start asking people like those two guys, Noodle and whoever the other started with the G, Ghetto something. Ask them how much time do you normally spend outside, on a given day? I should start asking people that, especially people who are recalcitrant, who can't seem to even take in the information or even the possibility that this matrix they're living in is not the real world. I should start asking people that. I'm going to try to remember that.
And just to not stray away from the topic too much, I actually wanted to, how do I say this? A discovery I had. Have you ever been to a plain field where you could see the horizon, like a flat horizon?
Yeah. Yeah.
And have you seen the clouds who were approaching the horizon, in the distance?
Yeah, they're flat.
Yeah, and what I want to say is those clouds are perpendicular. If we lived on a globe, we would need to see the clouds at a tilt, at the bottom of the cloud. But what's actually happening? We're actually seeing the side of the cloud, which is parallel to the horizon, which shouldn't make sense under the globe model.
What was the question?
No, it simply explains a discovery I had. so it wasn't really a question.
Sorry, I missed it.
So, long story short, why are the clouds not tilted at the horizon if the Earth is a globe? Can a globe?
Because Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, but it's in the globers.
That's a good point.
Like, the globers always come in here and ask, like, if the Earth is flat, and like stuff like that. I mean, I thought like we could switch the roles, like ask them about their model.
Yeah, they need to stop to ask that question if Earth is flat. If Earth is globe, they need to start with that. If Earth is globe, and then you have all answers there.
Yeah, because they have the burden of proof. They're making the positive claim, so there's no if with the flat Earth. Like it is flat until it's proven otherwise, and nobody has been able to prove the Earth to be anything else but flat. So
Yeah, we can stop them if they start with that. If Earth is flat, stop. Earth is flat because of blah blah blah. Don't start with if. You can start that question with if Earth is a globe, but not if Earth is flat. That's it. Simple.
yeah. So that's what I'm doing. Like I'm basically switching to roles. Like I'm taking the offense rather than playing the defensive side over and over.
Yeah, Nedonia, that is actually a very good question about the clouds. But I tell you that none of us have been prepared in the school system, in the educational system, to answer such a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cloud basically. I mean,
Yeah.
I think what you're saying, like the clouds, basically, they should be setting or like going as like a ship, allegedly goes over the horizon. They should be like, kind of like halfway out of the view and then kind of disappearing, right? And they don't actually do that. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm more
That's not what
talking
you're
about the
saying.
tilt, like the angle, more than like what you're going under. Like what I'm saying here is like, for example, take your hand, right, and try to make it parallel with the floor beneath you. If you move your hand over a, how do you say it, a flat plane, in the distance, you would see the side of your hand. But if you move your hand over a globe, parallel, like with a 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground, at the horizon, you should see the bottom of your hand rather than the side of
Correct. Yeah, correct.
But
And
yeah, the
that,
clouds
Okay,
should be
I
curving.
understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Then, thank you for explaining.
Oh, it's well.
that's what I was saying. Educationally, they have not been prepared to picture this in their mind. They can't comprehend it.
I mean, they can,
Yeah.
but they don't want to admit.
Yeah.
It's basically
Yeah.
proof for the flat Earth. That's what it
Yeah.
is.
In school, they tell you also what are the silly questions. And if you hear anything outside of that, then you can't really have a conversation with that person because he's not prepared.
Yeah, like they're hypnotized, basically.
Yeah.
Like they're under a spell.
Yeah.
So, Ghetto Bomber, are you new to the topic of flat Earth, or have you been looking into it for a while?
To be honest, just heard the fringes here and then about it, but I really just tonight I looked at it, and I'm here now tonight.
Okay, what do you think about it so far?
It's very intriguing. Like, I don't think you guys get enough credit.
Oh, that's interesting you say that. Yeah, I mean, that's when I first started looking into it. That's basically what I did not. It did not. Well, the geometry of it, the 8 inches per mile squared, I did not find because when you do most searches, you don't end up finding that information. At least back then, when I was looking into it, I didn't come across that at all. As soon as I found that, it was not difficult for me to understand it and to realize it was true. But I'm actually happy. I'm not happy, I shouldn't say, but I see the blessing in being forced to be in that kind of limbo for a while, where I could see, oh gosh, there's a lot of questions here that I can't answer. Like, this globe is not proven. Like, there's a lot of thought experiments and so on that I don't have an answer for. And this is, I didn't have the blessing of seeing the laser tests or even the long distance observations. None of it. I just saw certain thought questions about why can't a helicopter, if the Earth is turning, why can't a helicopter not have to do any forward motion, just go up and hover and wait for the Earth to turn, and so on. Various things like that intrigued me. But anyway, once I started looking into it, I did a term paper on it when I was getting my master's degree. That's why I started looking into it. And then I kind of put it on the shelf because I didn't have good sources of information. I didn't take the time to figure it out fully for myself. But I knew, this thing that's going around in the media about flat earthers being retards, stuck in the dark ages, so on. I knew that was a complete lie. It's not like I went around making fun of them, but I did think that's why I even did the paper in the first place, was to explain to people why the Earth is definitely not flat. Why these misconceptions on Twitter by these rappers and so on are wrong. We have to tell children the truth. That's why I was inspired to do it. And then I realized, oh no, there's actually something to this. Like, these people have arguments and this is not easily explained and there's no scientific proof of the globe. So I knew that I could know. And hopefully you'll be the same, Ghetto, even if you decide not to keep looking into it, even if it's just a passing fancy for you. Hopefully you'll at least be like me, where I knew that it was not, that was not an easy question. There were no easy answers. I mean, I now know actually that there are easy answers once you look at the actual mathematics around it. But at least I would hope people coming away from here know that it's not that flat earthers are mentally deficient. It's not that we're stuck in the dark ages. It's that we are scientifically minded people looking for actual evidence of these things and not just believing claims that we see on TV that have nothing to back them up by obviously mentally deficient. Some of them are mentally deficient people, like Don Patet, who was shown to you earlier, saying we can't go to the moon anymore because we, lost the technology. Like, obvious mid to low wits. I mean, like, definite problematic people that we're supposed to just take their word for it. But even some of the people that seem to be able to string a sentence together, that seem to have a brain in their head, like, Neil deGrasse Fraud Tyson, and his friend Bill Nye, the non-science guy who makes money off of lying to children, they can't even keep their stories straight between each other. They contradict each other all the time. Oh, Earth's too big for you to see the curve. Oh, but those ships are going over the curve right over there, a mile away or whatever. It's, they can't get their stories straight. And also, as we've explained before, they're just basic frauds. But the point is, they are the problem, and they are the ones making the positive claim, like someone was just saying. I guess it was Get Big. I can't remember who just said that. Like, the globe is the positive claim. Like, we don't have to back. I mean, we can and we do back up what we're saying by long distance observations, laser tests, simple geometry, and so on, logic. But this is the positive claim is the spinning globe. They don't, when you're children, they acknowledge that. They say, oh, you feel like it seems like it's flat and stationary, but it's really not. And let us tell you why. And then they go into their theories that are based on nonsense, no measurements, no observations, no real scientific data. So yeah, I mean, that's the fact that you're even willing to look into it shows that you're at least have, this some spirit of scientific inquiry remaining. So it's a good sign.
Thanks. Yeah, it's always really intrigued me, just because it seems from the normal perspective, like it sounds completely outlandish from a normal perspective when you hear about it, just on, for example, news and stuff, or hearing it pass the tongue. But it's just so crazy to think that there's so many people who apparently have jobs, apparently have teaching, so many people that are all frauds.
Not everyone has to be a fraud. I mean, that's the thing. I was a science teacher for many years, and I pushed the heliocentric model because that's what I was told to do, and I assumed it was backed up. That's why I told you I had a real problem when I started realizing it wasn't. One of the reasons I started volunteering on this Discord was to do penance for all the times I was spreading this misinformation without knowing it. There's very few people who have to actually realize they're perpetuating the fraud. Even in NASA, it's been shown by whistleblowers and so on that many of the low-level people have no idea what's going on there. And even though and it's interesting because we obviously have compartmentalization. We obviously know that in the government there's levels of security and even more things they're able to keep secret now because of the fraud of 9/11, which allowed them to, here in the USA, pass the Patriot Act, which allowed them to keep even more things secret. So obviously they keep secrets. I mean, nobody can deny that. But there's very few people that have to actually know. People prefer to be deluded. Because I made a statement the other day, which somebody here corrected me, which I really appreciated. I said, probably the film crew that's on Devon Island in Canada, which is where they filmed the Mars, missions. It's shown that the topography is the same. And there's other locations. I'm just mentioning that one. I said, probably the people who are on Devon Island filming the fake Mars missions, they must know that all this is a fraud. But then somebody pointed out to me, which is totally true, they don't have to know that. They can just be told, we can't act, we are going to get there, it's there, and everything we said is true, but we're just having some glitches, with the technology, so we just have to do this, for national security, to keep people, happy and make Russia know that we're still the best, or, whatever nonsense they can tell them and pay them the big bucks, and even those people can keep believing in the space fantasy, which I loved it that somebody told me that, because that is so totally true, because it is much easier to believe the mass delusion when you're living in a society that is basically under a mass hysteria delusion, and if you are not part of it, you're going to get a bunch of flack for it. So, especially people who are raking in the bucks, they're going to keep believing. So my point is, Ghetto Bomber, you might think a ton of people are obviously there are a large number of people who know the earth is flat. There's all the people here. Then there's the people who are, at the very top, obviously have to know, because they are perpetuating the fraud. But many of the lower level workers, there's no reason for them to know. They just live within the construct. They were taught this, just like I told you myself as a science teacher was taught the heliocentric model, passed it on the way I was taught, assumed somebody had actually proven this. I mean, there was my mistake, and came to realize that wasn't the case.
Right. Just assuming and not checking for yourself. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, Ghetto, what you see here, the people you see here and you're speaking to, this is a result of scrutinizing the information and looking for the support that the heliocentric model is ever claimed to have, and then you find it has none of it, so you end up here. This is what happens. But most people in life, they just they take what's handed to them, some idea, some ideology, and they look around and they're like, oh, okay, I see everyone else is running with this idea, and they don't scrutinize the details. They don't really pull it apart to verify it, and yeah, they just run with it. They're not frauds. They're not intentionally lying. They believe it to be real. Everyone here did at one point. We all believed the heliocentric model to be reality. It's because we never scrutinized the details. And that's why flat earthers, inside joke within flat earth is, forget it now, it's went over my head. It's something along the lines of, the only way to become a flat earther is to investigate the globe. So yeah, and you know, when you're thinking about them things, just ask yourself: are you a fraud? You know, have you every time you've spoken about some aspect of the heliocentric model, you know, exoplanets, black holes, all this far off stuff that gets thrown in our faces, you know, they apparently discover new ones of it each and every day, some way. You know, every time you spoke about things like this in casual conversation with someone, have you been intentionally lying? Have you been out to deceive people? No, you thought it was real. You think it's real. I don't know what your position is exactly, but you know, that's all it is. Ultimately.
Can I just add as well? I don't think any of us wanted to become flat earthers. I think, you know, it's not exactly a desirable position in society to go against such a fundamental belief. So it's, you know, there's no benefit for people to tell people the Earth's flat. Sort of
there's no benefit.
happens.
Like, there's no benefit in regular society, but there is a benefit. I mean, I found a great benefit just in my thinking process and logic and just basically, I don't know, everything, energy level, ability to get things done, just kind of like leaving behind the cognitive dissonance, right? Where you're actually accepting reality on its own terms. So I think it does personally have great benefits, but I guess it depends on the person, because some people aren't like, I guess, rely more on society for like affirmation or like whatever, you know, like acceptance or whatever, which I've never been a person who cares that much about what other people think. And I know that it's true that some people really do care about that. And I accept that as a reality. Like, if you're a person who cares a lot about what other people think, then it might be too much for you to take on, like, as, you know, openly, or just, you know, whatever. I don't know. But I recommend it. I think it's been great, you know, for me.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really be part of the scientific community if you're going to care hugely about what other people think.
Well, that's something we try to explain here to people that come along with arguments such as, there's no peer reviews to support anything said from flat earthers, etc. You know, we say, well, that's the exact point. What you said there is, if you're a scientist and you believe in flat Earth, of course, you're ousted from the group. You know, the scientific community, academia. And that's the very reason why there will never be any peer-reviewed papers supporting flat Earth, because it's just a religion. It's just a group of people at the end of the day that are fixed in their own belief systems and have a lot riding on them belief systems. You know, in fact, their entire life, their entire psyches. So they're not going to accept something that crumbles the entire foundation of it, you know, and is going to just change everything, essentially. So, but yeah, there's no benefit to being a flat earther in wider society. There's not financially, not professionally, not academically, nothing. Not at least currently. You know, maybe in the future things will change, but right now, you know, it's still the fringe, you know. And but as Dandelion says, it does bring a lot of benefits to your own person. You know, you do learn techniques of how to think and process information, and a big thing is identifying fallacious reasoning. You know, you learn all about that, and this is of course the type of stuff that we should be taught how to do in schools, but we're not, and that contributes to why the heliocentric model has gotten as far as it's gotten, because nobody actually has them processing skills in the first place. And that's why these scientism priests can just float things past people and you know, with no resistance, basically, because they don't know how to break down claims that are being made towards them.
Yeah, and we're not the only ones challenging the mainstream science ghetto bomber. I mean, that's the thing. It's just anyone who challenges the mainstream view, which is, as obvious it be explained, is basically just a superstition. It's just a religion that they've indoctrinated people into against their will. It's a cult. That's all it is. It has no science behind it in terms of natural observation. So on, testable, repeatable, observable, which is what science should be and was once. Anyway, for example, people question the dogma of evolution. People, non-flat earthers question the dogma about the sun, such as Pierre-Marie Robitaille. There's many people who question this whole dark matter thing and who say these physicists are full of it. They're just making this up because their stuff doesn't work out. It's just a cheat. There's many non-flat earthers who are saying this. They're just saying it quietly. I don't know if you've heard of any of them, but I don't know. What is your interest or background in science? Are you a person who is interested in science, Ghetto Bomber?
Well, currently I'm in year 12, finishing the year right now. And for the past 2 years as a senior, I've been taking physics as a class. So I'm really interested in science. I'm taking physics and chemistry, senior physics and chemistry. So I'm really interested.
Hello, do you know any flat earthers in real life? And how did you get introduced to the subject?
Well, no, I don't think I know any flat earthers in real life, but I know a lot of people, and I don't like. The thing is, would they say it openly? That's the question. I don't know if I know any flat earthers.
Hey, Ghetto.
Yeah.
You said that you're in year 12, did you say?
Yes.
Is that first year college?
No, that's last year high school, so that's senior.
You're in a really, really cool position. Because when I was in your position, I didn't have any interest in physics at all. I just saw it as purely mathematical. I saw it as boring, didn't have anything new to learn because it was all discovered. And I didn't know that this topic was contentious. Right? I'm now 40. I have a postgrad diploma. I have an undergrad degree. I have a postgrad diploma. And I've spent 25 years of my working adult life not realising that this shit was contentious. You're now in the position at year 11 or year 12 that I am in now, but you've got the next 25 years for you to think about this stuff. So you're 25 years ahead of me. If I'd have left school at your age, knowing what you know now, that this shit's contentious and that current science is taught to kids as Newtonian when it should be Einsteinian, if I knew that then, what you know now, my whole outlook on physics would have been it would have been radically different, because I'd have been like, hang on a minute, so why are we getting taught this? And I'd have been asking all the questions that you will now naturally ask. So what I want you to realise is, even if you disagree with the alternative claims, you're in a much better position than what virtually everybody in this room that's now come to start asking those questions was ever in, because we weren't ever told that it was contentious. We were told that it was all sorted, that you don't need to learn anymore, and this is how you all calculate it for whatever you need to know. At the age of 40, I realised that that's not true. You're 16, 17, whatever you are, and now you know that there's an issue there, that you can research for yourself and come to your own conclusions based on your level of understanding of knowledge of physics and science and evidence and cause and effect and all that kind of stuff. You've got 20 years ahead of you now where you can question all that. And you might not agree with us. You might think that you know that all the answers make sense. But at least you know it's contentious. We didn't have that knowledge. We only came to it in our, whatever age, 36 for me. And I was like, hang on a second. And then it started to make me ask questions. So I appreciate that what you've got at your age now, we didn't have that. And I regret and I miss not having that. I'm literally writing an email to the Secretary of State at the minute for education, explaining how kids not being taught Einstein, or at least being mentioned at some... Kids are getting taught Newtonian physics, right? It's not the current position in science. It's expressly prohibited. Section 406 of the Education Act 1996 states that children cannot be promoted partisan political views in the teaching of any subject in the school. Okay? Now, the promotion of partisan political teachings is essentially what they do when they're getting taught Newton. Because they're being promoted only Newton. He's not based in science anymore. The lead case in this matter is Dimmock against the Secretary of State. And it was to do with Al Gore's video, An Inconvenient Truth, and whether or not it should be played. And the issue was, it's scaremongering. But the judge said it was based on science, so it was okay. Well, Newton's not based on science anymore. based on antiquated science, and it's now Einstein. So Newton shouldn't be getting taught to kids. And I'm literally writing out to the Secretary of State now how it's wrong that the kids are getting taught this shit when it's Einstein that they should be getting taught. Now, I'm not saying that they have to learn all the maths, but I am saying that Newton should be taught as a historical argument, as a historical reference, and he should not be the spear front of the teaching of physics in schools, because it's not true. Now, when you're learning all this in physics, you're going to learn about everything from the singularity. You're not going to be learning it from the perspective of relativity. So from the singularity, when an apple accelerates, a force is required, F equals ma, and it's Newton's first and second law of motion. But you're not considering the medium. So when you're doing all your maths in your next few months and years in your study for physics, notice how Newtonian gravitation, Newton's physics, Newton's laws of classical mechanics, physics, doesn't have any reference to anything else around it. It looks at it from the singularity. Whereas Einstein said, hang on a second, we live in a relative state. Whatever that state is, and he might not be right because he's not right, but whatever that relative position is that we live in, we do interact with our medium, because a human can float quite easily in water but can't swim in air. Why? Because we're more dense than the air. But if you put yourself in salt water like at the Dead Sea, you can't dive in the Dead Sea, you float because you're too buoyant, as you would say, but it's because you're less dense than the medium that you're in. So when you're doing your maths and your calculations and your knowledge and understanding, notice that A, it's contentious, and B, Newton's perspective was in the singularity. It didn't take into account anything relative. It was always the singularity. And notice that Einstein did talk about the relative state that we live in. And Einstein did get that bit about mass right. E equals mc squared is correct. Mass and energy are the same thing, because mass has got magnitude. But you won't get taught that in Newtonian. You'll just get taught F equals ma. So if you can calculate the force, and then you ascribe that it's buoyancy or gravity, then that's perfectly acceptable in Newtonian or classical mechanics physics, because that's the way it is. Doesn't make it true, though. So just be aware that calculating forces into existence using Newtonian's first and second law of motion doesn't mean that it's true, because that's not even the current position, but they're teaching it to you anyway. Now you know that. I hope you go forward and think, I wonder what flat earthers would say about that. And I hope you come back and say, oh, I got told today in school this, that, and the other. What do you say about that? Because that's the kind of conversation that we want to encourage. Because we want to know what the kids are getting taught. Because we want to say to the kids, go back in and ask your teacher this. And it's a lot of the time it'll be, how is it we're breathing gas pressure in a vacuum, sir? And then he'll come back to you and he'll say, gravity. And then you go to him and say, sir, Newtonian gravitation was replaced by Einstein in 1915, and it's the current position in science today. And he won't have a response. And that's the kind of thing that we want to encourage, because it's not being disruptive. It's just asking why we're being taught stuff that's not the current physics anymore. Aren't we meant to be getting taught the current physics, sir? Well, this is what we get told to teach you. It's in the national curriculum or whatever it is, syllabus, whatever. And then you say, well, it's not the current position, sir. It'd be interesting to see how teachers deal with it when you get kids that are actually seeing, like yourself, that there is a contentious element to this. It isn't settled science. And now that you're aware of it and how they treat you as a result of it, when you start asking the questions that put them in awkward positions because they can't answer it. And the answer is you can't breathe gas pressure in a vacuum unless you're contained and there's enough gas in there for you to breathe. But they want us to believe that the Earth exists in a vacuum of space, but somehow the gas sticks to the ball. It's not what science says. Science says it does the opposite. It freely expands in all directions, applying the free expansion of gas law. So my point was, just enjoy what you're going into, but realise that you know stuff that we didn't know when we learned that kind of stuff. And you're going to benefit greatly because you should have an element of critical thought now, where you think, everybody else before me didn't know about this, and now you're going into it critically looking at it and thinking, well, what's the alternative to this? And it won't be obvious straight away. You won't have an immediate answer, but come back to us and tell us and say, how do you guys explain this? And if you catch us out on something, it'll form the next debate for the next 3 months while we work out what's going on. But most things are covered. There is an equal and opposite interpretation of all the things that you're going to get taught. And we didn't know about them when we were learning them, but now you do know about them. So just bear that in mind as you're learning, because you're not being taught the truth, mate. You're just being taught stuff that they used to believe because it made sense and mathematically worked out. Just not true anymore.
Very interesting. Yeah, and I guess biggest question I would have to arise is, did Einstein not say anything about gravity?
Yeah, he redefined it. He said it was no longer a force of attraction between mass. It was the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass. And it was an illusory perception of the observer in the inertial frame of reference. It's not a force of acceleration between the masses. It's the perception of an acceleration of a non-accelerating matter. It was demonstrated by the Eddington experiment of 1919, where he viewed stars that were supposed to be displaced by the curvature of space-time and put them behind the sun, or in slightly different positions. It needed the eclipse to be able to block out the sun so that we could see it. It was then further supported by LIGO in 2015, when it detected its first successful gravitational wave, which it's now detecting all the time, it seems, based on the current position. But Eddington and LIGO both clearly refute Newtonian concepts because Newton didn't have gravitational waves. So the fact that they're detecting them at all, regardless of where they come from, means that they're detecting something that Newton never had in his model because he didn't have gravitational waves. So Newton's not right.
No, he didn't have gravitational waves because he didn't know how gravity worked. He also thought gravity was instantaneous.
Both are pseudoscience. That's the problem.
They are both pseudoscience, that is correct. Yeah. But you're right. Newton didn't know what was going on. He thought it was instantaneous action at a distance. Einstein said nothing can move faster than the speed of light, so therefore there would be a delay. And by virtue of that delay, they claim that gravitational waves proves that Einstein's correct. But that changes the whole perception of Newton, because Newton thought it was instantaneous action at any distance. Well, if whatever that it is not instantaneous, then Newton's wrong. So that means he's got to be wrong about the it that he refers to as well. And he is wrong about the it, because Einstein redefined the it. Einstein said it was no longer a force between masses. He said it was the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass. So Newton's wrong with his premise and also his description of the it. So this is why Newton's clearly gone. Now, in this topic, they hold Newton up like he is their god. But he's no longer the current position in science. But in this topic, they need him to be. So they completely ignore and reject Einstein because it's an inconvenient truth to Einstein, to ball earthers. They don't want Einstein to be true. So they talk about him as though in a derogatory, right? Even though he's the current position in science. And listen, we don't think that Einstein's right. What we're trying to do is point out that Newton's position has been replaced by Einstein. So you guys have got to be talking about curvature of space-time, not forces between massive, attractive forces between masses. That's what we're trying to point out. But they will not move away from Newton because they need Newton, because otherwise they haven't got any way of holding the atmosphere to the Earth. So they need Newton. But the fact is they haven't got Newton anymore. It is Einstein. And that doesn't explain how we've got gas pressure and how we can breathe gas pressure in a vacuum. But this is the conversation. So if you know that and you're about to go into physics, you're going to start thinking, well, what would they say about that? And that's very productive. It's constructive because you're realizing that it's contentious, that there's an alternative view, and that needs to be explained. And if you can bring something new to the topic, then that's great. We'll talk about it. But I don't think that many of them will do because none of the ballers have been able to bring anything. So it's unlikely that any of the kids in school will be able to bring something. But if they can, that's great. Let's talk about it. But it's just a brilliant day to be in education at the minute once you realise that this stuff's contentious. But if you weren't told that it was contentious, it is indoctrination.
That mean of Einstein, if you can prove Einstein that it's right, Geto, that means that we can prove that also that love is bending, freedom is bending concepts, time is bending, space-time. That's concept. That's not real. That's abstract.
We have experiments that are done very recently in modern times that do verify Einstein's theories. We have very accurate clocks that we...
Can you manipulate it with the time? Can you manipulate the time?
We can dilate time by speeding up objects.
Yeah, but what is time?
Well, time is relative, but we can dilate relative time by speeding up an object relative to something else. We verified that part of Einstein's theories.
So if we can change time, or if we can vary time, or whatever it was that you just said, does that mean that we can then prove that Lorentz contraction is actually true? Or
yes,
by varying... Really? So do you think that there's evidence that supports Lorentz contraction in real world?
Well, currently, I don't think we have the technology to observe at relativistic speed something contracting. But everything else we've pretty much been able to verify. We know that when we accelerate particles in the Hadron Collider close to the speed of light, they gain thousands of times their original mass. We know that
if you verified space-time.
I'm just trying to explain some of the things that have been done to
Yeah,
try
but you
and
said we can
verify
verify
relativity.
everything. Did we verified space-time?
Space-time predicts these phenomena which they're trying to prove.
What is space-time?
Yeah, what is space-time?
What Einstein said is space-time is this four-dimensional structure.
Yeah, whatever he said, but what it is, what is proven that it is, what we verified.
When Einstein predicted what space-time was, his equations predicted all this phenomena.
Equations predicted numbers. I'm telling you what is the space-time, how Einstein verified space-time.
Einstein
telling me
couldn't. We can.
Okay, how you can verify space-time?
Hang on,
we have taken clocks, very specific clocks.
Hang on,
and
stop.
We
need to define. Hang on, we need to define it first. What is space-time by definition?
In simple terms, what Einstein said as space-time was this four-dimensional structure where you have 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. And any matter that is in this space-time, you can imagine like a stage where the universe unfolds.
Is that physical?
Any matter in this space-time would warp and curve it. So changes in space would also happen.
Oh, stop. So you've got that wrong, right? You did get the first bit right. You said 4-dimensional, but then you said the word structure. It isn't 4-dimensional structure. It is 4-dimensional, but it's mathematical concept, not actuality. It's mathematical concept. By definition, it is both abstract and it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's not physical. It's not got a physicality to it. It's conceptual and abstract. So by definition, when we talk about space-time, we are bringing into an existence something that doesn't actually exist in the same way that we talk about Father Christmas. He's not an actuality, but he is something that we can all relate to and we can describe. And we all know he's not true because he's abstract and conceptual. Space-time is the exact same thing by definition. It is conceptual and it exists only in mathematics.
It's a meme.
How do you explain distances? How do you're refuting the existence of space? How do you explain space?
No, I'm refuting the definition or what is the definition for curved space-time or space-time. I'm refuting that existence. So in other words, we're describing Narnia because space-time and Narnia are similes. They mean the same thing.
What Newton said is that space is completely fixed and it is abstract. It's just where things happen. What Einstein said is space and time are connected and they are something that can be toyed with. They are something that can be manipulated.
Yeah, space and time, yeah, but space-time is a defined term in Einsteinian gravitation. It's a defined term. Should we get it on screen? I think we might need to get it on screen so that we can agree or disagree on its defined term because it seems that you're not familiar with it. Space-time. If you just go to Google and type in space-time, and it takes you to the first result, Wikipedia. It says, in physics, space-time is any mathematical model, not a structure, a mathematical model which fuses the 3 dimensions of space-time, the 3 dimensions of space and the 1 dimension of time into a single 4-dimensional manifold. So it's a mathematical model. Now, when you look up what is the definition for mathematics, you'll see that is both conceptual and abstract. Now, if there's something that's conceptual and abstract by definition, it doesn't exist. So yes, it might make sense mathematically, and you can come up with the formulas and equations to describe it, but if it doesn't physically exist, and it's only mathematical, by definition, it's reification.
But the math explains what we see in the real world. So it doesn't matter if you can or can't see it.
Yeah, it does. It really matters, because you can describe the behavior of anything and say mathematically that the description of what you're seeing mathematically matches what we see. But if you think that the maths is proving that what we see is true, then unfortunately you are reifying, because the way to prove something scientifically is to adhere to scientific method and prove the cause of the effect. So, for example, the cockerel crowing on the fence every morning before the sun rises. it makes sense that you could think that maybe the cockerel crowing is causing the sun to rise. And you can mathematically calculate that using the Boltzmann equation, the probability of when it crows, how much behind the crow will it be when the sun arises. And you can calculate a probability distribution graph using the Boltzmann equations and predict when it should happen. And every day it's within that band of probability. And you say, wow, this is mathematically supported. And you could even call that science. Until someone goes down and says, don't be silly, you can't do this, chops its head off and the sun still rises. And then your Boltzmann equation's out the window then, because it was just a probability calculator, right? Well, that's the same as science. Sorry, that's the same as space-time. When you're calculating these things, yeah, okay, it seems to work at some level, and if you can argue about how accurate it is, but ultimately, is it actually causing the effect that we perceive? And that's the difference between Newton and Einstein. They both calculated the same effect. One's a little bit more accurate than the other, and one of them is, and they're both fundamentally different. Yet both of them lack empirical experiment to prove what is the cause of these things that we see going on in space. Yeah, we see these stars. What are they? We see them. They appear to be orbiting things. Are we in a heliocentric model? All of these questions aren't really scientific questions. Yet there is space-time that's defined by Einstein and it's presented mathematically to explain all this. But that doesn't make it science. But when we're arguing over whether we see this, that, or the other, and whether it's Newton or Einstein or not, it doesn't change the fact that we're still using calculations to establish what are perceived to be facts. And that isn't science, because you need experiment for science, not just observation and mathematics. You need observation and experiment. And by definition, space-time, you can't do any experiment to it, because it only exists in mathematics. So you can do a mathematical experiment, but it's not science.
Like I have 3 apples minus 5 apples. It's minus 2 apples. Is that
Can you
true?
show me your minus? Can you show me your minus 2 apples?
I can show you that math, and it will work. 3 apples minus 5 apples is minus 2 apples, and that everyone can make that result, and it's correct. But if I take the 3 apples in nature, in reality, and I want to give the sleeping warrior 5 apples, how I can give him 5 apples if I have 3 apples?
You can't.
Which is the problem with using mathematics for models.
You cannot use some abstract stuff and to use like to use doing some physical stuff. You have 3D, and you're going now 4D. We are not living in 4D world. We are living in 3D world. What is that 4D? What is that space-time? This is concept.
Einstein added time as a dimension because you can move forwards. We're not sure why you can't move backwards, but you can move forwards. And it's clear that you can move forward at different rates. And it's also clear that time is not, it's related to space, but it's not, how do you say?
Time is only relative to the human. It's not relative to it.
Right, but I was just saying that time is considered a dimension.
It is considered to be a dimension, but only in space-time mathematically, right? Time is a concept. Time doesn't actually exist because we measure time in, minutes and hours or arc seconds as the sun moves across the sky and minutes, whatever. It's an arbitrary thing that we ascribe to describe the passage of time. Now, time itself, you could use any units that you want. You could develop these things called, I don't know, Nathan Oakleys, and there might be 50 Nathan Oakleys in one quantum eraser, and that would be how we could legitimately describe the passage of time if we all understood those terms. But overall, time is arbitrary, and we decide what is that arbitrary value that we give it, and we give it hours and minutes and seconds. But the reality is, the only thing that's true is that passage of time occurs. But time itself is conceptual. We invent that convention because we're humans and we need to communicate with each other so that we know how to get to places at the right times and stuff. But
exactly,
overall,
it's all relative. Just as I can say 1 second relative to a clock or 1 hour relative to someone else. 1 hour, you're right, means nothing when you're not talking relative to something.
Yeah, but it's relative to the human. Because if you're in a job that you hate Every day takes forever.
It's relative to everything. Everything moves relative to something else within some sense of time.
It's only relative to the human. Because like I can be doing a job I hate and you can be doing the same job alongside me and you love it and your days fly, but my days drag from my perspective only, and that's the only perspective that matters here. It's my perspective versus the world. Is time absolute or is it relative to me? And it's
but that
always
example's more psychological though. You can't
relative, not psychological. Not psychological, relative.
Right, but it's a different kind of relative because me, if I'm doing something that I enjoy, I'm not going to be thinking about the time that much. And so for me, it's going to seem like it's going to go by faster. But if you talk about the physical properties of my body, for example, how fast I'm aging, that's not going to be different to you. Like what you're talking about is a psychological phenomenon.
No, I'm not talking about a cycle. I'm talking about how time is relative to the viewer, the person. We have a 70-year lifestyle, right? If you have 70 years in poverty, your life's going to drag. But if you're 70 years and you're in affluence and richness, then you're going to find that you're bored because you've got nothing to do and you've got no reason to get up in the morning and every day becomes boring. And that's what rich people say. They need something to occupy the time. So the existence and the passage of time does exist. But the concept, the convention that we put to it with minutes, seconds, arc seconds, however, and if you're going to talk about the Hafele-Keating experiment where they put two atomic cesium clocks on planes that went round at different directions or whatever, what that tells me is that one of them went slightly off course and the other one was slightly not on course. And then when they came back, there was a difference between the journey times. But you can say, well, time varied for them. Okay,
but
well, I see it different.
What was the Occam's razor in that example, you know?
Right, the simplest explanation is most often the correct one.
Well, if we apply Occam's, if we're going to use Occam's razor as a standard, then your heliocentric model violates that because nothing's simple in your model. Everything's got mathematical correction to it. That's why, like for instance, when you look south in the southern hemisphere, you guys don't see the rotation point due south. You have it off south, and you have to adjust for that with something called magnetic declination, and then come up with a just so story to explain why it's valid. And we look at it and go, yeah, it's still not south though, is it? So then you go, yeah, but it's explained with magnetic declination, and we say, yeah, Occam's razor, and you go, no, not Occam's razor at all. Magnetic declination is absolutely necessary. So it depends on when you want to apply Occam's razor to support your narrative, and when you don't want to apply it. But we would say, well, Occam's razor, you're not looking in the same direction as each other, and that's essential on a ball.
We
on you go, Roger.
Yeah, I just fell in, but did we conclude that the Earth is a ball yet, Ghetto? Did you provide any evidence of the Earth being a ball yet?
Well, I think I mean I'll go the one thing I'd fall back on is gravity pulls everything towards its gravity pulls mass towards itself. So if you're going to have a shape,
one second, Ghetto. I just came in and you were talking about space-time, so you know that gravity isn't a force, right?
Gravity is the phenomena.
That's called doublethink.
An effect,
right?
What it's called is regression. He's regressing back to an earlier state in the conversation because he doesn't like the current position.
Right. So if you want to call gravity a force, and I like this one, Sleeping, you have to deny LIGO then. All those billions of dollars poured into LIGO. Wow.
And
yet here you are.
And the claim that they detected something.
Yeah. So here you are.
Fucking nonsense around
space-time.
that.
So funny thing that the only thing you can think of which makes Earth a ball is a magical, invisible thing that nobody can prove, right? Even the heliocentric priests will tell you, well, we don't know what gravity is. We can look at it, we can drop shit and measure how fast it falls, but we don't know what it is. So whilst when you go into reality, right? Whilst you go into reality, Ghetto, and you try and validate the globe claim that it has a radius of 3959, that falls flat on its face. Nobody has ever measured this. No curvature.
Yeah, we have.
Well, present them.
How did you measure it? Talk us through how they did it.
One sec.
Because obviously, to measure curvature, you've got to have a flat datum point to measure the curve against, because you want to know the deviation from straight. So where was that done?
He's totally changing his tune. Is someone like DMing you, giving you stuff to say, or what?
I
You
know.
don't even sound like the same person anymore.
So it's either DMs or Cognis is really.
I know.
Yeah.
The first thing I thought was somebody's in his DM. Ghetto, is somebody in your DMs?
It's okay if they are. It happens all the
It
time.
doesn't
No?
matter. I mean, he's as you said, whoever's DMing him is just regressing him because we've already covered all this.
Why do you think we need some sort of flat point to measure a deviation if you're measuring a curve?
Well, how would you know it's a curve if you haven't got a flat datum to reference it against?
Because
That's
you can
like
get
saying-
two people, walk them far enough, and understand that they can't see each other because they're going over a curve.
Awesome.
Oh,
so let's.
We've tested it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
How many places was it tested? I remember hearing there was some guy who measured 30 kilometers. Is that 30 kilometers consistent depending on where he goes?
Ghetto. Let's use a laser. Would you agree with a laser?
I would if it was done in proper scientific method.
Oh, brilliant! We can give you a whole.
So measuring stuff isn't scientific method, right? That's not how that
You
works.
can measure something wrong. I'm definitely. It's possible to measure something wrong. Just because you're using a laser doesn't mean you're going to get an accurate result.
Okay, so lasers, right? 41 kilometers. Would that be sufficient enough?
Well, we have limitations on a sphere. We need to talk about the limitations first.
I know.
So I've got something to show you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So if you look in the live stream voice chat, I'm just going to put a picture in there. It's predominantly black, so it's easy for you to notice. And there's a thin blue line right in the middle of the frame. Can you see the thin blue line?
Yeah.
Okay, what we're looking at there is a laser over the surface of a lake at night time, so we can see it, because it's not easy to see lasers during the daytime. And the ambient temperature of the air is almost the same as the temperature of the water. In other words, it's freezing. It's very cold. He was out in a thick anorak, and his intention was to see whether or not he could see right the way down the lake to his friend. Because if the Earth's a sphere, then there's got to be a hump of water between him and the friend, and they shouldn't be able to see each other. And he was about a foot off the surface of the water, and when he did his observation, they were both able to see each other. That means that the effects of refraction are working conveniently both for the two of them, and they're not, because usually if one can see refraction, the friend from the argument of refraction, it means that the refraction was favourable for him that way on that occasion. But the converse must be also false, because then the effects of refraction are not favourable for the other guy, because he's looking in the adverse, the opposite direction for the refraction. But the point is, he's able to see. Well, because if the temperature, well, it doesn't really matter, because in this instance, the effects of refraction don't explain it anyway. So what he's looking at is he's looking down the barrel of the gun. He's seeing the light source, but can you see the blue vertical line? The light source is right at the very top, like the lollipop, and the line is the reflection on the water. Now, if the Earth was a sphere, there wouldn't be any reflection on the surface of the water. But here's the best thing. You know how far away the laser light is, the target laser light is that he's looking at?
How far is it?
Well, at the height that he's at just over 1.5 feet. So we'll say 2 feet. It's just over 2 miles. The horizon, the geometric curved edge is just over 2 miles. And he's seeing 19 miles. So he's looking 10 times further than what the geometric earth curve geometry claims that he could see. And look at the reflection on the water underneath. So that tells you that not only is it too far, but he's getting a reflection off the water all the way along the line of sight. Now, if you don't see the contradiction in terms there for the geometry of the Earth relative to the distance that he's observing, and I can give you the link, you can go and watch the video yourself if you'd like, and then you can come back to us with an explanation for how this works. But when we take into account the effects of refraction, the standard refraction of your model, it doesn't account for it by a factor of 10. So one of two positions is true. Either the Earth's significantly bigger than what we're told, which we don't think it can't be because they've plotted out the solar system based on that because they did it with Eratosthenes. So that would mean that the whole of the solar system scale would be wrong. Or your model is wrong. Do you see the contradiction in the problem?
Yes.
It's a 19-mile horizon observation at night time when the temperatures are all similar, and it should be 1-point-something miles, 1.9 miles, I think it is, at its height. You can go and do the geometry calcs yourself in the thing, but I'll put the video link in the chat for you to go and ponder. He did it again because people didn't believe it. He went back and this time he did it at 21, and he's planning on going back and doing it again. But the point is that the horizon is a geometric limitation for the sphere that we're supposed to be on, that Galileo claimed that boats were going over when he used his first telescope. So if boats are not going over the horizon because it's 10 times further than what it should be, then Galileo is wrong and your model is wrong, because these guys should not be able to see each other 19 miles away. They should only be able to see each other at 2 miles away, and even then they would be right on the horizon. Bit of refraction, they could bring it back, but maybe 1.5 miles. They should only be 1.5 miles and they can see each other. But he's 19 miles away. So that needs some explanation. Now, again, you don't have to accept it. You can ignore it. You can deny it. And you can believe whatever you want. But if we test it real world and it doesn't match the claim of that we're living on a ball, what's the only conclusion that we can realistically come to?
So can I just ask, make sure I got this correct? There's two people standing at 2 points, and it's an ideal condition because it's water. And one of them has shown a laser to the other one, and the elevation for both of them is under 2 feet, and the receiver can see the laser.
Both of them can see each other, like they're both looking down the barrel of the gun,
Right,
and they can
so
both see each other.
There's two people. What distance did you say?
19 miles.
There's two people 19 miles away, and they can both see a laser pointed at each other.
Yes.
All right.
But if it were a sphere, that would only be possible at 1 point. I think it was 1.7 or 1.2 miles. I can't remember. You'd have to double check the maths. It's been a while since I've seen it. But people didn't believe that. They all said that, oh, it's a fluke. Go back and do it again. So he went back and he did it again. And there is the video now. I'll just post it in the side chat for you. He went back and he did it from a similar position, but he went and pushed it out a little bit further to prove whether or not it was possible at further distances. And I'll show you again. Let me get you a screenshot from this one. There we go. So copy. Now, bear in mind, when you describe the water conditions as, quote, ideal, that's the standard we're looking at to see whether or not water curves. Because when you say ideal, you make it sound like it was cherry-picked. And I don't like the inference.
No. It's not cherry picked because, if there's terrain, it can get in the way of a proper observation, and you're not worried about the terrain. So an ideal condition is when you're removing all the variables that would affect it negatively, because all you're concerned about is a perfect spherical conditions, and water would obey that because water would be, for all intents and purposes, perfectly flat. So no, I'm not trying to say anything was cherry picked. I'm just saying this was done under ideal conditions, so it's less refutable.
That's the beauty of it, right? One second. So whenever you look at water, you yourself as a human experience water as flat and level. When it's in your glass, in your bathtub, in your pool, in a small lake, big lake, or sea or ocean, right? To you, the water is always flat. But we get these pictures, these composite images of orbs, balls with the water sticking onto it. Right? So when you go out and measure the water, and the water is always flat and level wherever you go, because this isn't the only laser test that has been done, right? Even better, you can do this yourself. So if all of the water measures flat and they claim that 70% of the earth is covered in water, it cannot be a ball, Ghetto. Go ahead, Sleepy.
So
why can it not be a ball if 70% of it's water?
Because it's level 70% of water.
You're looking at it. So the two black pictures that are sent to you are done over 19 and 21 miles. If at an observer height of 2 feet at 21 miles, the geometric curve, that leading edge of the curve that boats are meant to go over, the geometric horizon is 1.73 miles away. And if we account for the refraction, the refracted horizon is a 1.87 miles away. But you can see real world evidence there that it's 19 and 21 miles away, and it is a factor of 10 out. So, and that's when you've got, like you say, it's at night time, so the temperatures are about the same, so that you're not going to get massive temperature inversions. The water, the waves on the water, it's not tidal, it's a lake, so it's relatively flat. Yeah, you're going to get wind and undulations, but you're not going to get big peaks and troughs that you get in the oceans. You're getting relatively flat water anyway, so you've not got the waves to obstruct. But the point is, you've got 21 miles of positive flat Earth evidence there that demonstrates that the horizon cannot be the leading edge of a sphere if it's a geometric sphere, because that geometric limitation is governed by geometry, it's defined, and we can test it. But when we go out and test it and come back with the evidence, it just gets flipped off flippantly and said, nah, it's still a ball. And we say, real world doesn't indicate that it's a ball. Real world indicates that it's out by a factor of 10. So that would make us bigger than Jupiter. But they ignore it. They come up with excuses. They say he's lied. It wasn't. He didn't prove it with his camera properly, or some reason to dismiss it. But when you guys present evidence from NASA and we see things flickering in and out of existence and rodents on rocket burners and stuff like that, when we point that out, that gets completely ignored. But when it's the other way round and we haven't made any errors, you guys conjure errors that you think we've made to dismiss the evidence we're presenting in the real world. But you don't see those errors when it comes to NASA and us pointing out that rodents can't exist on the top of a rocket booster whilst JAXA or whatever it was, SpaceX, were setting off one of their rockets. So there's a total double standards. But real world, we can test the claim. And we've tested it, and it doesn't seem to support the claim, and it's repeatedly over and over and over again. Not just once, not just twice. Many people are doing it. We've had the Black Swan argument. Have you come across the Black Swan argument yet?
No.
Oh, someone taking through Black Swan. I'll give way.
Yeah, sure. I will. Okay. So, I've just posted an image in the live stream voice text. Bomber, Ghetto.
Yeah.
Do you see? Yeah. Okay. So, do you see the image of the two oil rigs?
Yes.
Right. So it's modest tolerance. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every distance to the then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet Q. Not Q. Horizon's distance greater than 9.4 miles, therefore not P. So when we look at this observation, right, it's a still shot from a video. Somebody will post the original video. You see the guy walking on the beach, and then he drops down on his belly, and he zooms in on these two oil rigs. And we can clearly see that the horizon is beyond the second oil rigs, 9.4 miles. Yet the globe Earth geometric limitations dictates that if you are at 1 foot observer height, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles, because they claim it is a ball with physicality, right? So it has to curve away from you at a certain rate because they gave us the radius number. They told us it is 3959 miles. Right? So with this radius value, we can calculate where the horizon must be. And when we go out into nature, and this observation alone proves that the Earth is not a ball, because the horizon is almost 10 times further. I need to take this call.
But these oil rigs, they're very large. I wouldn't expect you to be able to see, for example.
Ghetto. Listen, this. Don't. Oil rigs are distant marks. Only.
Right, but my point is, they're very tall.
Listen this again. The oil rigs are only distance marks, nothing else. That is not argument. Argument is horizon. Where is the horizon?
Right, but you can't see the bottom of them.
Yeah, but where is the horizon?
It's irrelevant.
The horizon.
We know the distance to the oil
That's the
rigs.
key answer. Where is the horizon?
Yeah, are you not hearing them? It's like there's a sign in the water that says 9.41 miles. It's just a mile mark. It has nothing to do with how much you can see of it. The horizon's behind them. You can see the horizon behind them. Meaning the horizon is further than 9.41 miles. It matters nothing about the shape, how they look, how much you can see of them, how tall they are. None of that matters. It's a sign in the water that says 9.41 miles. We only use those because the distance to those has been measured. So the horizon's behind them, which is impossible on a globe with the dimensions claimed.
You can't see the bottom of them.
There's many reasons
because
why you
there
can't.
is water in the
Okay,
water.
let's see again. Where is the horizon? You are saying that we cannot see a bottom of the oil rigs. That's okay. But where is the horizon?
Built in the water, like on stilts or something? I mean, what is even your point that you're even trying to make? I don't even understand what he's trying to say. What are you even trying to say by saying that? Even though we've explained it to you a bunch of times, it doesn't matter. It's where the horizon is. I'm sorry to get hostile toward you. It's just like an hour ago you were saying, this really sounds interesting to me. It's making sense. And now you're just becoming like really nitpicking contentions.
I never said it made sense.
Yeah,
So it was
that's fine.
interesting.
Okay, so explain to me why you think it matters if the bottom of the platforms are missing.
Because it does. And it doesn't matter that all you've been saying is the
Explain
landmarks
why
don't
it
matter.
matters, not just say it does. Explain why.
Yep, I asked why.
Because as the curvature becomes more pronounced, as an object moves further away from you on the surface, you should be seeing less and less of it as it.
What are you talking about, man? The curvature rate is fixed. It does not become more pronounced.
No, but if I'm staying in one point and I see something moving, it's going to slowly, from my perspective, it's going to slowly disappear beyond what we call the horizon. It's going to slowly disappear because as it's going away from me, it is curving away from me.
Yeah,
so we can see the bottom of these tankers. Because if I were to keep on moving these tankers further away, they'd be eventually become invisible. You wouldn't be able to see them. They'd eventually be.
You have come here to listen to the arguments and try to listen to the people when they are explaining you. When you say that it's disappearing behind the horizon because of the curvature, that's actually false. That phenomena happens because of the atmospheric index refraction.
Among many
That's
other
what
things.
causes
visibility
things
conditions,
to disappear from
the laws
bottom
of
up.
perspective. There's many
angular
reasons why
resolution,
things,
of course.
yes, many reasons why things, as they move further away from you, no matter their size, they will eventually disappear from your field of view.
But they disappear bottom up.
Okay, do you
Yeah,
not
that can
understand
be explained. We can explain that without the need of curvature.
Do you not understand the concept of, the horizon can't be more than 1.22 miles according to the geometry of your sphere. So if that were the case, you would not be seeing those oil rigs. You would not be seeing them at all. They would be behind the imaginary curve, and they're not. They're right there. I have to go, guys, but good luck with this guy, Ghetto Bomber. I hope you stick around and come back after some of this has sunk in some more with you. Nice talking to you.
Double think, Ghetto.
Mom.
Double think, right? Lasers can shoot 21 miles over flat water, but stuff disappears over the horizon. That's again double think. Stuff disappearing bottom up can be demonstrated live by you on a flat surface. If you go to a large warehouse, a large hallway, and you lay your eye on the floor, and you have a friend holding a brick, and he slides the brick over the floor away from you, at one point you wouldn't see that brick anymore because the angle from the floor to the to your eye and the object becomes too acute. Right? When you raise your head again, the angle becomes greater, so you can pick up the object again. When you go lower, the object will disappear from your view again. When your friend then starts stacking up bricks on top of the bottom brick, right, you will see the top bricks again, but not the bottom brick. So this is stuff disappearing bottom up is not exclusive for a ball Earth, right? It happens and can be demonstrated on that surface anytime. So how would you then claim it is the Earth curvature that is making stuff disappear bottom up, whilst you looked at the 21 laser test and said, well, yeah, that's strange, right? That's crazy. And now stuff is disappearing bottom up due to curvature, which is doublethink, right?
It's cognitive dissonance.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You made the point that in a warehouse, for example, if I'm lying on the floor, did you say that? And my friend has, for example, a brick on the other side of the warehouse?
Yes.
Right. But warehouses are made by builders and by designers to be flat.
And that was my point, right?
You're saying if I lie down on the ground... Sorry.
Yeah, but was my point, right? Stuff disappearing bottom up can be demonstrated even by you, right, on a flat surface.
I'd still be able to see the brick.
What you're describing
You wouldn't.
coincides with what we are claiming.
On 1 mile, we will be able to see brick.
So
on 10 miles, you will be able to see. No, wait. On 10 miles, you will be able to see brick.
Well, if I had a telescope,
No. Let's take a brick on 10 meters. Can you see the brick on 10 meters? Let's
10 meters, yes.
Let's put like this: me and you standing on the street,
Yeah.
on flat street, and I'm going away from you.
Yeah.
I'm 10 meters from you. You can see me. I'm 1 mile away from you. You can see me maybe. I'm 10 miles away from you. You are looking only with your eyes. Am I disappearing bottom up?
On a sphere, you would be.
On the flat street.
Right. On the flat street, no, you're not disappearing feet upwards.
Really? Really?
No, you're not.
How I am disappearing?
If we're assuming, for example, you're in an app.
Let's take this experiment. Go take your friends, take the camera, and then your friends can go away from you. Put the camera down and see what is going on. Where on the flat surface, where you will see that friend forever, or his legs will go down. You will not be able to see anymore his legs.
If we live on a flat Earth, then I would see him slowly fade because my eyes can't see, and my eyes can only see so far. I would just see him fade. I wouldn't see him disappear from the bottom up.
No,
not true.
Assuming.
Get a bomb.
Assuming.
Just give me 2 seconds, obvious.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. Can you see in the live chat? I've put 3 pictures in the live chat.
Yeah.
This is Zach testing whether or not a flat surface, like a warehouse floor, because they've obviously got reach trucks and they need flat surfaces to work along. He was testing whether or not he could cause obstruction from the bottom up as a function of distance on a flat plane. And you can see the second image is the target he was looking at. It's just paint tins, lids of paint tins, and he's got circles on them. And then the third image, over 460 feet, you can see that there's obstruction from the bottom up. The things are not being able to be clearly seen for 460 feet. Now, if he was to push that out to beyond the extremities of the building he's in, you can clearly see what's going to happen. He's not going to be able to see the bottom of the paint tins anymore, even though that they are on a flat surface that's not curving. But how would you address what the physical phenomena that we're looking at, or the optical phenomena we're looking at, is there? Because it's not obstruction caused by the shape of the floor. It's an optical effect that is called diffraction. But do you see the contradiction or the problem? We are causing obstruction from the bottom up just as a function of distance.
Right, but in this, the bottom is becoming blurry. In real life...
That's obstruction. Is that not obstruction?
Well, the obstruction we see in real life, is it
yes
being
or no?
behind
Yes
the
or no? Yes or no? Isn't that obstruction? Yes. So again, I've also posted a YouTube channel called Sky Free with tons of these demonstrations, bro. So you're basically denying reality. This happens on a flat surface. I don't know why you're so rigorously trying to ignore or deny this. This is just reality that stuff disappears bottom up on a flat surface.
Yep.
And I know why you're doing it, because if that's the case, then you can no longer claim that only a ball Earth would cause this phenomenon, right? And that is why we're so hammering down on the horizon, right? Because the horizon has to be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. Because of the physicality of the globe Earth, it cannot be further. You cannot look around corners, right? A corner is a corner. You cannot look around them. It's a physical obstruction of the globe Earth at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height.
Yes, but it would also depend how tall the object I'm looking at is.
Man, you're looking at horizon. This picture of black swan, what we are presenting to you like in half an hour. You're not looking at an object.
Yeah, I'm glad you conceded, right, that the Earth needs to be a physical object and stuff needs to be physical obstructed, but and that necessitation would be the dimension of the globe Earth is 3,959 miles at 1.225 miles. The horizon cannot be the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot. I'm glad you conceded, but you then added but, right? So you again are denying this, right? You're denying it.
Sorry, what did I say but to?
Yes, but you're not you're not taking into account the height of the object, which
Yes,
is
because that
not
matters.
the argument. The argument is that the globe Earth with a radius of 3959 it has to have this horizon at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. That is
I'm
the
sorry,
argument.
but you're misunderstanding the argument from scientists. That's not what they're saying. That's not what anyone says.
Man.
So then you have no geometry of Earth. Then there is no geometry of Earth.
Yes, because if we explain Earth as a sphere, as you move away from something, you should see it disappear bottom up.
Man, but listen this. We show you the horizon 10 times further than should to be, and you are still speaking.
Yeah, it's doublethink. It's doublethink, right? He knows that the globe Earth with a radius of 3959 needs to have this horizon at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. And then he says, but it can also be further, right? Double think. So you're
It doesn't
holding.
need to have that.
Yes.
It doesn't need to have that horizon.
So then there is no geometry of Earth. The Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959.
That was
what matters more here
is
you can imagine the angle that two people are away from each other.
Man. Listen this. This is a simple question. Does Earth has radius of 3959?
Let me check what Google says real quick. Are we talking kilometers or miles?
6,371 kilometers or 3,959.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, we know the heliocentric model in and out, right? This is not the first conversation we have. So that is why we are hammering down on this fixed horizon, right? The globe Earth is a ball with is claimed to be a ball with the radius of 3959, and then therefore the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. That is what it is. if it is a ball. And if the horizon is beyond that geometric limitation, it is not a globe Earth with a radius of 3959. Simple geometry.
But I just feel I'm not being heard. If I have two objects, let's imagine I just have two sticks, for example.
Yes.
And I'm going to move one stick away from the other stick, but it's going to stay facing parallel upwards. So parallel away from the center of the earth. As the stick moves,
yes,
it's going to be angled away from the other stick. So if two sticks are together, they're parallel. But as I move it across the surface, it's gonna increase in angle. The reason
that's never been shown that stuff slant away from you.
There are bridges. I will show you the citations.
Oh,
bridges
yeah,
that are designed.
The Italian bridge, right, where the top will be 1 centimeter apart.
Well, it's more like a millimeter, but yeah, it still had to be considered.
So can you provide me the building plans of this bridge, right? And then provide me where they measured the curvature from point A to point B, right? Again, this is not the first time somebody brought that up. So you found one article that states that an Italian bridge was built due to curvature, and you look at the picture and you see the water below it laying flat, right? And then they claim the top of the bridge is 1 centimeter or 2 centimeters apart. Bro, that could be also be done because iron and steel work, right? When it heats up, when it cools down, it works.
It dilates.
You mean warp,
it
Roger?
Dilates and
warp.
contracts.
Right.
Yeah.
So then we're off to show me the building plans of that bridge where they explicitly use the curvature of Earth to build that thing, right?
If I could come back in a year with the blueprints of that bridge, like if I could find anyone who was part of the team designing that and get the blueprints for it, I would happily.
Ghetto, what about that you don't go to that bridge? What about that you go to Santa Barbara, where there's oil rigs, and put the photo camera on the beach on the 1 feet observer height? And what do you think about that you do that? And you need for that, you don't need to go to Santa Barbara. Go to the beach, any beach, and find out if you can find how to say any distance, if you get some object or island or whatever, but you need to know the distance for sure. That is the distance, I'm looking some island, that is the distance. Can you do that?
You're misunderstanding what people say when they say observer height. When they say this, what is it, like 1 point, or is it 2, whatever, however long it is, at a 1 foot observer height.
Yeah.
This is
that is not taken into consideration.
Guys, can I please ask him a question? I'll be very quick. I have to go to work soon and I don't have much time.
Sure, I understand.
Ghetto. We have all sort of instruments and tools. And for visibility, we also have. Do you know what's the name of the instrument that determines precisely how far we can see?
I have no idea what that's called.
Refractometer. Okay. Yeah. This is the device which measures the refraction index of the air or liquids. Yeah. And it tells you how far you can see with your naked eye. Precisely.
Okay.
It tells you precisely. And guess what? When that refractometer is telling you that you can see a certain distance and you look with your naked eyes to the horizon, it will be there at that distance. And if there is a boat or ship, anything at that distance, That's where you start, when you start seeing it disappearing from the bottom up. This is what refractometers do. They tell you precisely where that phenomena of disappearing is going to be taking place. When that boat is that distance, certain distance far away from you, you will see it. Next day, if you repeat this test and you have a lower atmospheric index refraction, it means that you will see much further away, and it will tell you precisely how far you can see. And you will see that far in that day.
You don't need any fancy tools to be able to notice something that is disappearing from the bottom up.
Well, this is the tool that tells us, the refractometer. No other tool.
So you've just ignored, or just, I don't know what you just did, but we had all these examples, live demonstrations, real life, right? About stuff disappearing bottom up on a flat surface, right? You're just ignoring that, doesn't fit your narrative. What's there
I am
about?
ignoring that because it is stupid.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, can you tell me
you're
on that picture where Earth is curving on oil rigs example?
You want to know why the Earth's curving in the oil rig example?
So where is Earth curving on that example?
Yes.
Where?
You can see the curvature of the Earth in the oil rig example.
Where?
Because
Can
you
you tell me?
can't see the bottom of the oil rig.
That's
great.
bollocks.
Okay,
You can't,
okay, great. Now listen
And
this
it's not
now.
just blurry,
Okay,
it's completely obstructed. You cannot see any of it.
Great, man, great. Which oil rig?
Both of them.
Both of them. Okay, great. That means that's 9.41. Okay.
Well, yeah, the 9.41 mile is severely obstructed.
No. Great, man. Great. Okay. How much drop we need to have on 1.4 miles?
How much drop at 1.4 mile?
Yeah. Can somebody make calculation on curvature? I think it's 66 feet, something like that.
No,
10 miles, yes.
10 miles.
No, 10 miles. 10 miles, 66 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, 9.4. Let's say it's 50 feet.
Want something 50 feet away from you or 50 feet tall?
No.
50 feet tall. Yeah. Drop. On that distance, on this rate.
This is nonsense going into the oil rigs.
No, he wants to speak about oil rigs. He don't want to speak of horizon.
I know, but he's just going to run this around in circles. It's a waste of
how
time.
much tall it's oil rig?
Sorry?
How much is tall is oil rig?
How tall is the oil rig? I don't know. Haven't cited anything.
It's not about the oil rig.
It's not about oil rig, George. I know that. But he wants to point it about oil rig because it's blurring down. But where is that 50 feet
entirely
blurring?
about the size of the oil rig.
But
It depends on how tall it is.
Do you know that oil rig must be 50 feet covering?
Get Obama, you understand if you're claiming the Earth's curvature is obscuring the bottom of both oil rigs, so the closest one is being obscured at the bottom. You understand the second one would have to be floating in the air, right? But you can see it sitting in the water. You would not be able to see that
the
water.
horizon should obscure both oil
where's
rigs,
the horizon?
and they're not. So you're just double thinking
They're not,
again.
The
thinking.
horizon isn't obscuring the entire oil rig. It's
Where's
obscuring
the horizon? Where's the horizon in that
Seems like you need
observation?
to be able to define horizon.
Where's the horizon? Where's the horizon?
The horizon is as far as you can see on the water.
Where is it in the observation? Hyper-specific. Where is it in the observation? Where?
Let me give you is it before, after, or in between the platforms?
Well, it's in front of them.
It's beyond the second. Yeah, it's beyond the second oil rig. Everybody can see that. You're just being dishonest. Okay? Beyond the second oil.
Oh, you're looking at that. Oh, yeah. No, that's not. No.
What no?
What does that mean? Can you
The
translate?
horizon,
No, that's not. No. What does that mean?
horizon is. You are saying that
That's
horizon is not behind
that
the.
is clearly an illusion.
Oh,
Oh,
So it's optical.
which type
here
of
we go.
illusion?
So the horizon is optical then, not actual, not geometric. It's optical. It's
All
illusory.
the water up to the very bottom of the platform at 6.21 miles, that's water. Anything past what you're seeing there is an illusion.
So it's optical then, right? Not geometric. So we're not seeing the Earth curvature as you claimed. We're seeing something illusory or optical, correct?
We're seeing illusion past the horizon, but we are seeing the horizon.
Oh, but where is the horizon? Because we can see the horizon.
The horizon
The calculations
just
here.
before the close platform.
You understand you shouldn't see water up to 6.21 miles at 1 foot observer height. You get that, right? You should be saying everything beyond, what is it, 1.22 miles should be mirage or illusion.
Oh, my mistake.
So
the horizon's before
So now
that,
it's
then.
1.22. Where is it? 1.22 miles.
So, well, from the picture, all I can tell is it'd be where the dark line ends, where the dark water patch ends.
That's not the definition of the horizon, though, is it? It's defined.
No, but you see, the thing is, that's where the water is
apparent
actually. Everything else
Hang
is
on,
an illusion.
Ghetto.
Everything else
No.
beyond
Everything
that is
else
an illusion.
you are
Ghetto,
saying everything
bear
else
with me.
already is in the air. You are saying.
Ghetto, just bear with me. The definition of
Are you
horizon is
saying
the
that
apparent
already
location.
is holographic?
Sasha, just give me a sec. The definition of horizon is the apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground or sea.
Yes.
So the apparent location is not where you say it is significantly higher up the picture, isn't it? Because that's not the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the sea.
Correct.
So then we're not seeing the geometric horizon, are we? We're seeing the apparent horizon that you've admitted is apparent. So we can't say that we're seeing the curvature of the Earth, can we? Because it's an optical effect. Illusory, perhaps.
Right. So this entire picture, therefore, is irrelevant because we can't discern anything.
No. It proves that the horizon is optical. It's not geometric, which is the whole point. You guys believe that the horizon is a geometric point where the sky appears to meet the curvature of Earth. But it's actually... Yeah, but it's not, though, is it? Because it's in the wrong place. It's like 10 times further than what it should be.
But it's not.
Yes, it is.
Clearly is. If I was your friend and I just came along to you with this image without any of the text on it, just the image of the sea, the rigs, and the horizon at 10 miles, and I asked you, where is the horizon? You would tell me, oh, it's there behind the second oil rig.
Yeah.
I would say that because with no numbers or discernible measurement, that photo means
you
nothing.
would say that for this simple reason, that it has no unbearable implications to your entire worldview. So you're not intellectually honest with us here because this observation crushes the heliocentric model.
One picture going against insurmountable evidence.
This is just the one we like. There's thousands like this.
I took you through the black ones before.
And
Do you not remember?
thousands of fraudulent images.
Ghetto, I took you through the black ones before with
they
the blue
went
laser.
from illusion to fraudulent now.
Well, yeah.
Can you pick something on at least?
You are saying that Guinness record distance photo shot is fake?
Yeah, let's stay with this. Let's stay with this.
I can't say if it's fake or not.
But its Guinness record is 275 miles.
Can I get citation for that image?
Yeah.
Can I get source?
Roger, do you have that image about that Guinness?
Yeah, just posted it.
No, I mean the oil rig image. I'm still looking at.
Oh, sure. Let me get a.
Yeah, the original video. Sure.
1 second.
You can get the oil rig distance from the shoreline through Google Maps. You can verify it yourself. And if you really feel inclined, you can go all the way to California and actually perform the observation yourself.
Well, it looks like I might have to.
Does anyone has the video about showing the island behind that 21 miles? I think.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah,
we've already had them.
You don't need to go to California, bro. There's bodies of water everywhere. all over Earth, there's bodies of water. You don't need to go to California.
Correct.
Gents, just give me 2 minutes. Just give me 2
You
minutes,
can
Asher.
watch.
Just one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can watch now videos. Yeah.
let sleeping.
Do you not remember when we went through the back image with the blue laser on it, and I showed you that it was 20 miles away, and it's supposed to be just 1.7 miles at the height he was at?
I looked at the I'm glad you brought that up. I looked at maps. Oh, sorry. I looked at the image on Google Maps, and is the two observers sitting on land?
Yeah, the shore of the lake.
Right. They're not on the water, are they?
Well, like I said, they're about a foot, maybe 2 feet above the water.
Right. So they're on land, which means that there is obvious terrain implications that come into the picture.
Of 1 or 2 foot.
It's quite possible that the level of the lake went down and that the people were able to see each other.
How is that possible? Explain that one to me.
Because it's a lake.
Said
It's
to
a
us,
secluded body of water.
You are down and seeing even more.
Since the people were on land, they were on either side. Sorry, the water level varies. The land does not.
Okay.
The water level varies. It's a lake. It's not tidal.
No, but it evaporates.
It's nighttime. There's no rate of evaporation at nighttime at cold weather.
What I mean is, you can evaporate the lake, water level goes down, and since the water level is not tied to the ocean, you can't. Sorry, it keeps cutting out there. You can't say I can look across this body of water.
Why can't you? We're trying to get a level datum point, which would be a line of sight with lasers to measure whether or not there is a bulge over 21 miles, which is needed to be there for a geometric shape that you believe is a ball. That geometric edge has to be there. So we've took you through the black swan. You admitted and accepted it was It was an optical illusory effect. And when we applied that, it meant that it wasn't in the position that you thought it was relative to the Earth's curve. But we'd already been through the laser one that showed at 20 miles when there's no refraction in there at all because it's dark, it's nighttime, it's not evaporating. There's none of the optical phenomena that we see during the daytime. You still think that you now think that the water seems to be convexing rather than concaving?
No.
Rather than
the water level, if the lake was tied to the ocean, yes, but the water level is not the water level is not a dependable. It's not a dependable thing that you can look at. The ocean. If you have, and
even if we entertain your fucking delusion right now, and we give you this, how much water do you think is evaporating in the space of, say, a 3-hour laser test?
But it doesn't have to evaporate then. It just has to evaporate before.
No, right. Ghetto, explain to me why we can't use the water, the lake, as a reference point.
Because it is an independent body of water. It's not tied to the ocean. So if the water level...
Wait. Why does it need to be tied to the ocean for it to be a reputable reference for us to use?
Because... Hold on. You can't say that the water in the lake is variable. It can go down and up.
No, it's not tidal. It isn't variable.
It is not tidal, but it is variable because it can evaporate.
But yeah, this is an example of ocean on Santa Barbara. Listen, man, this is an example of Black Swan on ocean. We are not speaking even about lakes, and it doesn't matter. You can put lakes on mountains. Yeah, you are right. Maybe with this, but we are speaking about sea level. You know.
No, we're not speaking about sea level. We're talking about the variables in lake water that's standing. It isn't tidal. It's not evaporating because it's nighttime. It's very cold. How can we not use that reference point to test it to see whether or not there's an obstruction at just 2 miles away? Why can't we do that?
I didn't say it was evaporating during the experiment. I just said the water level is variable. If you have water level variable, but the shores are not variable.
No, Ghetto, it isn't variable. It's a lake. It's staying exactly where it is.
Yes, for the experiment, the lake was staying exactly where it was. But you can't say that my friend is not obstructed, therefore there's no curve. Because the
Why?
water level, all right, is variable.
No, it isn't variable. And if let me ask you the alternative. If it was the case that that test was unsuccessful because we couldn't see each other because they were behind the curve, maybe, and that was the reason why they couldn't see each other, would you then say that? Oh, you would say that would prove nothing. So then what you're now saying is we can't test
that is a bad experiment. It does not prove the globe, or it does not offer evidence for or against the globe. It is a secluded body of water that, for instance, could be low enough. It could be low enough for you to see to the other bank, to the other side of the lake.
Yeah. So if I give you
said it yourself, Ghetto. You said, if you're on a ball, two people walk away from each other, one is going to go behind the horizon.
Yes.
Demonstrate curvature. So
because he's on the water.
To falsify that, we need to be able to observe the person walking away. And if they're still visible beyond where they should have went below the horizon, the geometric curve of the Earth, the spherical Earth, your claim's falsified. It's out the window, man. You said it
even
yourself.
if I give you, so the claim is 1 foot. Sleeping Warrior gave you 2 feet, right? 2 feet was the claim. Even if I gave you 80 feet, right? That's 24 meters above the water. The horizon should still be at 17 kilometers, right? So there would still be obstruction. You wouldn't be able to see your friend at that height, at 24 meters.
Are we still talking about the lake?
We're still talking about the laser 1 foot
if there's
over
land,
the water.
if instead the two people were looking at each other over land, I would have no problem with that. But it's over water.
So remember the first time I talked to you, you said, well, water is great because we don't have the land. We don't have the land, so there's no obstruction. We can measure over water. That's the first thing you said to me, right? Again, you're entering double think. Over water is good, but it's not good. Double think.
I said water was good in the example that you're looking at the horizon, over an ocean.
No, it was lasers. Lasers, water, lasers. I started with you with lasers. Then Sleeping Warrior came in with the 21-mile test. Double think. You're doing it over and over again. You're holding two contradicting beliefs in your head and making them true. Both of them.
Yeah, I just like to say before I go, because I'm not going to be able to keep listening to this. It's you're too disturbing, Ghetto Bomber, frankly. But I am saying stuff about you in the text, which I have no problem saying to your face. Remember when I told you that I was like you at the beginning, but I didn't get the 8 inches per mile squared information or the obvious, logical arguments that come from the long distance observations and the laser test, which once I saw that, I would never have in a million years thought of arguing with people about it. I mean, it just is what's out there. You need to do some investigation or something, because I can give you, and you're new to this stuff and so on, but you really got to open up your mind, or for you because you obviously have some raw intellect going there, to be like going up against this like this when you do not know what you're talking about. And you told us this is the first day you've looked into this. You need to just take a step back and think about the big picture here, because you're arguing for a model that you can't provide any evidence or proof for, that we're trying to show you how we falsified the model. A mathematical model only needs one piece of evidence to falsify. That's all it is. It's a model. It's wrong to really even call it a model, because it's not based on anything. It's just an invention and a fantasy, a superstitious religious belief that you've been tricked into promoting, and now you're promoting it even though you're being shown clearly the evidence to the contrary. So I would just hope that you take a deep look at what's going on here, because if you're not consciously deceiving us, then you're the one being deceived, and you are being laughed at because you are using your mind to promote this nonsense when you should be using it to go do some real science or some real discovery and find out what's really going on. So if you're wasting your brain by defending this globe nonsense fairy tale, then the laugh's on you. But if you consciously know you're doing it, then I don't even want to have a word with you ever again. Then you're just a disgusting human being. So you're either a fool or a disgusting human being. Its choice is yours.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Yeah, I gave you that advice for free. Won't even charge you.
That wasn't a compliment.
I'm aware.
So which one is it? Is it that you're dishonest? Is it that you're disgusting?
No. I genuinely think that the Earth is a globe. I'm not trying to be ingenuous. I genuinely think the Earth is a
Good
globe.
for you. There's children out there that genuinely think Santa is real. So
Okay, so I overestimated your intelligence. I apologize for overestimating your intelligence. That's fine. You're a fool.
Apology accepted.
Ghetto, we've just gone through two big key pieces of evidence. One that's subject to
refraction. Evidence, though. You haven't shown me anything falsifiable.
Yes, it is falsifiable.
You're not showing me anything convincing.
Sleeping,
Dude,
that's all right. I think this is enough. I think because
what do you understand the word falsifiable
he said
means?
Sleeping, this is not proof. That is enough. I think.
What do you think falsifiable means, Ghetto?
I think it's enough, man. Because if you think this is not a proof, this is what people are telling you in the last 1 hour. For me, that's all right. You know.
Ghetto,
you cannot reach that, and you need to move in your life. Yeah, that's because if you go on now, you will. How you will sleeping? What proof you will present after this proof? Which one you will now present?
Yeah, Ghetto. What do you mean when you say it's not verifiable or falsifiable? What did you mean by the use of that word?
What do I mean when I say it's not legitimate?
No, you said it was either not. I think you said it was not falsifiable. You might have said verifiable, but they practically mean the same thing. What did you mean when you said that?
What I meant was the evidence you've presented is too flawed, and it doesn't present a model that's consistent.
Well, that wasn't the point that you said. You said it wasn't verifiable, right? But let me contrast what I understand.
It's not verifiable, no.
Well, let me contrast with something that I consider to be not verifiable to something that is verifiable. You can go to stand on the shore where that guy was yourself with your camera, and you can do the same test, right? That makes it verifiable. What you can't do is go and stand on Mars and look back on Earth. That's not verifiable. You can't go in a space shuttle because we can't get to them. These things are not verifiable, but you believe them. But yet you think this is not verifiable, yet you can go and stand on the beach yourself and physically do the same observation.
Right. Yes, I made a mistake. It is verifiable.
Excellent. So if it's verifiable, and we've established that with refraction it's optical, and then when there's no refraction, it's still 10 times further than what the geometric limitation of living on a ball would be.
It's not a limitation.
Yes, it is.
It is exactly a limitation.
No, it's not. That's not what
then you
people,
don't understand geometry, bro. You don't understand geometry then.
Right, so if the horizon is meant to be 1.2 miles away, and it's actually 20 miles away, then the limitation of the 1.2 curvature isn't there.
No, the horizon is the distance you set away from it. The reason you can see something, even if it's beyond this horizon, is because it is tall enough for you to be able to see it.
Right, but the issue is not about how tall it is. The issue is about where it is with respect to the horizon, and we can see that we can get 10 times further than the geometric claim of the horizon. That means that we falsify the claim that we live on a sphere.
Was the evidence you're talking about for 10 times over the lake?
Was the evidence I'm talking about
for
the
black swan is 10 times?
It's on the ocean.
Either. Yeah, over a lake. Yes. So you're now going to make the issue that lakes. So this is right. So this is where we have an issue, because we say that lakes are less choppy than the oceans. So therefore, wave height it plays a critical role, and that's why we can use lakes. But you're saying that we can't use lakes because what? What's the reason? What's the problem with lakes?
The reason being, you can imagine the lake as one big container, right?
Yeah.
There is nothing stopping the water level going down far enough for you to be able to see the other side. There is nothing stopping that from happening.
Yes, there is. Water doesn't behave like that. Water sets its level, right? That's why spirit levels keep things level, right? So if you're going to say that, water can do something that water can't do. You're going to need to support
I'm not
that
saying
evidence.
that. I'm saying the physical quantity of the water in the lake can change. And if that happens, the water level will go down. And if the water level goes down, you will be able to see the other side. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the curvature of the Earth, the rotation or the curve of the water in front of you over 19 miles, even if it was to move up or down, is still going to be curved over 19 miles. It might be 18.9 miles or it might be 19.1, but it's still curved and it's still an obstruction that stops you from seeing end to end.
Yeah, I wanna see a citation, Ghetto, where somebody has measured a lake dropping in the water dropping in height within 3 hours.
I didn't say it dropped within 3 hours. If it dropped within the 3 hour time frame of the experiment, you would get different results as you're doing the experiment. All I'm saying is you can't say I can see across this lake as
you can.
quantifiable proof. You can't say
Of
that because the
course,
water
yeah,
level can
sure.
go down and therefore
Yeah.
you wouldn't be
How long
obstructed.
does it take?
It was not going down. It was quiet, Ghetto, in that moment. That mean what?
I want a citation of him showing a lake draining in 3 hours.
Yeah.
It doesn't
regardless,
have
though.
to drain in 3 hours.
Yeah.
Regardless, like Sleeping Warrior was saying, whether or not the water level goes up or down, it doesn't affect the curvature that's supposed to be curving that water. It would still be curving.
The water would still be curving, yes, but the water level would be low enough that you'd be able to see the other side.
It doesn't matter. No. What are you talking about? You if that's what you're concerned about, you lower the laser to get rid of that variable that you keep talking about. But regardless, there would still be obstruction. That's what you're not getting.
That's why I'm asking for a
Sup,
citation.
Not
much what's going on,
at
guys.
20 miles, that laser should be hidden behind, 266 feet of curvature. So you think
assuming
even if we're giving you this fucking nonsense that the level of the lake is varying, you think it's varying by that extent to reveal the laser? 266 feet.
Yes.
What?
Okay, right. Yeah.
That is
I think your brain has fallen out for today.
Are you in coke this? So big coke this?
That's 81 meters, Ghetto.
The water level of the lake is never high enough
that
for
you
it to
cannot
obscure.
function now. Ghetto, are you in so big cognitive dissonance that you cannot even function now?
Or the water level of the lake is never high enough to
Are you
obstruct your view.
saying that water level is going down for 266 feet?
Well, I said that originally, but now thinking about it, you doesn't even have to change that much because you could be all year round low enough for you to see across the other side.
Yeah, but where is the curvature?
The curvature is still there, but you can see over it.
Where? But now, where is the
because
curvature?
the water level is not sufficient.
No. Listen, it's no sentence. It's there. Where it is?
Where's the curvature?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure if you go across the lake, you could measure it. But that's not what we're asking. We're asking if the curvature of the lake can obstruct the view.
It is not there. You said water is going down. Okay, great. Where is curvature then?
The curvature is the water is still curving, but you can see over it because the water level is low enough.
Yeah, that's a nice sentence. Where?
Water can curve.
Can you show that in reality, please?
That water can curve.
Yeah.
Yes, water can curve because it's curving around the surface of the earth.
Somehow show that I can see that.
Yeah, can you prove your claim? That's the point.
You are saying that is there. That's great. Now I need to believe you. How I can believe you?
Are you saying that water?
Man, you're saying that curvature is there. I need to believe you now. Yeah, but that's great. Where now you need to show me in the nature, in the reality, where it is. Can you show me that, please?
Can I show you in nature water on the surface of the earth curving?
No, yeah, of course.
Prove that water can curve.
Yes.
Water can curve.
No, don't tell me. Show me, man. It's all right. You told me now that
Let's
it's
not
curving.
get
Can you
dragged
show me
back
now?
into gravity and all that.
Can you show me now?
I'm sorry, if we can't find common ground on gravity, then we're really not going to be able to ground anything.
No, man. Why are you speaking
That's
about
not what I
gravity now?
meant. You
spoke
can't even
about curvature.
understand
You
basic
said
long
curvature
distance
is there.
observations.
You said the curvature is there. You're with your sentence.
The
Now
water
show me.
level curves. Yes.
But that's all right. But can you show me now that?
Yes. I could
Okay,
instead have two boats on the ocean.
That's great, man. All this, what you want to say now? Can you show me now?
You want me to go to you directly right now in person? I don't know what you're asking.
Man, we show it to you that horizon it's further than it
you
should
want
be.
pictures?
Listen, we show it to you that horizon it's further than should to be. That means that
Sorry,
Earth is
you
flat.
want pictures?
Listen, you said
Want a
picture.
citation?
I want curvature in nature.
Cite it.
No, we don't want a citation. We want a demonstration.
Demonstration. All right. Again, anything I show you in
There's an
Discord.
objective world outside of words and your imagination, right?
No, show me in Discord.
We want you
Great.
to refer
Show
to
me the
that
curvature in
objective
Discord.
word because you can
I
sit
can't
here
show
for
you in
weeks
Discord. That's the
with
point I'm making.
endless
Anything I
word
show you,
salad.
you can just say, "Oh,
okay. Listen,
that's
this.
fraudulent."
Why I can show you that Earth is flat in Discord?
No, you can't.
I can because I can show you the horizon. It's more further than it should to be. That means if Earth is not curving, that means it's flat. I think. Do you think?
No.
Let's put like this. No, let's put like this. We don't know what Earth it is. Let's put like if I will put if Earth is not curving, what it is?
You're asking if the Earth's not curving, then what is it?
Where's the horizon in the image? I'm pretty sure me and everyone else in this channel right now is tired of your bullshit. So, where's
the horizon? Is before the two oil rigs.
Okay, you're not. Yeah, you're not.
Someone just fucking mute him. Or call this him or something. He's just wasting time.
That's all right. I'll leave. Good night.
Yeah, bye. Good night.
So, are we
sorry,
referring
I had
to
to
this?
cut that off, man. It's
Another
been hours,
shameless clown.
So
that's all he was.
Are we talking about this oil rig with the two oil rigs? This image here, I believe.
Yep.
The live stream.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm new here. I was here just listening earlier. I only just now got.
Are you Australian, by the way?
Oh yes, I'm Australian.
Oh.
So Arya, can you answer this? Where's the horizon in that observation? Can you answer that?
So where the horizon, where the sky meets the water,
yeah,
is behind both oil rigs. So.
Thank you.
Yeah,
behind it.
Yeah. So I'm here. I've looked into. I'm gonna go out by saying I don't know. I don't know if the Earth is round. I don't know if it's flat. Obviously we've been told for. Yeah, it's the thing is,
ask you one question now immediately. If I tell you that horizon it's in front of oil rigs, what you will tell me?
It's not.
At least you're honest, man.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's great. Thank you. I want to only to see how honest you are, because everyone who is human being, if you look the picture, you can say, okay, it's behind, nothing else. We see that picture, that's it. But people don't want because of argument to say that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I see that. So just give me a second. Okay, so with this image, you're saying that I don't know how to explain this. Okay, so with the claim that the Earth is curving, you deny. Well, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to claim it as a fact, but on the statement that the Earth is curving, you would deny that. So what am I trying to say here? So what you're saying is that, if I'm sitting at 1 foot, then at the distances that these oil rigs are, then I should not be able to see them. Is this what the claim of the image is? Okay, so we can obviously see them. So what you're saying is that the horizon should be in front.
No, the horizon is too far. It's too
yeah.
far.
So we're saying that according to geometric, the geometry behind this, that we should not to see. The horizon should be in front.
No further than 1.22 miles. That's the furthest it could be on a globe Earth with those dimensions. The furthest you could ever see it.
So on the Earth, with the claims of the Earth size, magnitude, etc. 1.22 miles on the okay.
On 1.22 miles, it needs to start to drop.
Yeah, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. But if we were on a globe Earth, given the numbers we're given for the radius, 3959, the oil rig at 9.4 miles, for example, 660 or 66, so thereabouts of 60 feet should be obscured, the bottom of that. So that's at least the entirety of the legs of the.
Say, if we take into account we shouldn't be able to see it. Okay, so say that we I can't speak. Sorry. So we're just saying that if the horizon were to be given that the geometry is true, that it is claimed to be, the Earth should then be much bigger, and the curve should be much more subtle. If it were to be curved, then the curvature would have to be much more subtle. Okay.
Given this particular observation, sorry to cut you off, the Earth,
like a factor of 10, close to.
Yeah, give or take.
Given the observation in hand, the Earth would have to have a radius of something like 260,000 miles for this observation to fit, say, on a sphere.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So
which is insane, right?
Yeah.
Arya, this observation is 100% mistake. Not 2%, 3%, 100% mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This observation, that the same observation now became 2,000% because people can see more. Even they made some 31 miles. You have
and we're just rounding the horizon out to 10 because we can verify the distance to that horizon. We know it's further than 9.4, so we're just rounding it to 10. It could well be 11, 12, 13, 14 miles, which all makes the if we're supposed to be living on a sphere, makes the size of that sphere exponentially bigger every mile it ticks up.
Yeah, larger than. Yeah. No, I see that. So. Yeah.
So
as I said, it's baffling.
It's a globe killer, dude. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
It's a globe killer.
Yeah.
It's all you need is
so this,
I would.
This image itself is tipping me, quite to believe.
Well, don't just take the image though, man. My advice to you is you live. Clearly, you're an Aussie. We've got fuckloads of water around us, man. Go do your own things. This is what I did. I'm on the Gold Coast. There's a shitload of water here. Did my own observations. I didn't just take everyone's word in here either. Like, they made some compelling arguments. I came in here as a glober, but dude, I just went out there, took the arguments here and put it to the test, verified it like everyone was trying to tell that other guy. You can verify this shit. What you can't verify is these space observations. They're unverifiable. Absolutely unverifiable. But you have the ability to make your own observations, man.
Yeah, I'm not going to, because I originally was going to come in here with because I wasn't sure. I was going to come in here with some arguments, but I overheard the skepticism about NASA. I'm completely in agreement with the NASA and government skepticism, editing photos, and I am quite well aware that NASA and other government bodies would be paying for financial gain. So, and given that, I really have most of my arguments that would be to prove, a globe really don't carry weight. Given that, I really can't trust What they're saying. So, in terms of proving and verifying, I did hear about the laser over the lake experiment.
Look at Wolfie 6020. Look at Wolfie 6020. He went to Bathurst Lighthouse and he observed it over an expanse of water. I can't remember the exact ins and outs of it, but somebody on our side went back to repeat the observation to see did they get the same effect. And basically everything that Wolfie claimed was evidence of Earth curve. On a different day, under different conditions, it did not do the same thing, and it was unverified. It was completely opposite. But the point is, that it's basically the same argument as Black Swan. Black Swan basically it shows that the horizon is not geometric. It's apparent. It's optical. It's illusory. So therefore, how could we ever know whether the shape of the Earth was spherical or not? But what we can say is it's not the geometric leading edge of a sphere, and that's fundamentally the most important bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, also one thing I was going to say is that would I be incorrect in saying that you believe that there is no verifiable, testable proof to show a globe Earth?
It doesn't exist, so
it doesn't exist. Yeah,
shown.
yeah. So you say that none exists to prove a model where the globe is round. And likewise, so I'm assuming that
it's
then
like asking if there's a testable, verifiable experiment to prove fairies.
Yeah. So, likewise, I would say that all of the evidence that what I've heard and what I've seen coming from this Discord is testable. To some degree, I can test and verify my results and contrast it against
CGI images from space, pretty much, because that's all the globe side has.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. I was going to say, is there any other similar to the
sextant?
Sextant. Okay.
Yeah. Try to navigate globe with sextant.
I don't know if I could. I'm not very skillful in terms of navigation and other.
What I was only used for the navigation on the flat surface.
Yeah.
On the ocean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I would say similar to the that those two oil rigs, that image and that proof. Does that have a name I can refer to? Is that the Black Swan one, or is that something else?
Yeah, that's the Black Swan.
Okay. Yeah. Is there any other?
Yeah, you have like 1,000.
We have the long distance observation and laser test information channels down at the bottom.
Okay.
Old dude's linking you them in Livestream chat.
Okay.
Mountain Fuji, 125 miles. I have also a video about guy who is making only P1000 zoom, and he's not flat earther, but he made Black Swan.
The reason the Black Swan's so prominent and that we use it so often is because of the clear demarcation markers. The distance markers. Yeah. They're just uncontestable, and they're a 2-year-old. I mean, a 2-year-old couldn't, but I mean, what I mean. They're very comprehensible for anyone. You look at that and you're just like, okay, 9.41 miles. Okay, where's the horizon? At least you were on. It's not like that other bloke. He was just like, oh, it's in front. And it's like, yeah, what? You need to, go to Specsavers, dude. Clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man. And that there's lots of have links.
You're roboting, dude. I didn't catch that.
1,000. Oh, sorry. Is there? You guys would have a lot more. Do you have a link or a list of proofs that I could go through? Because I'm not here to debunk. I'm quite interested because I did overhear as well.
Can you see the voice text?
Yeah, voice. Oh, so everything would be in here.
Because people
posted a lot in last half an hour for sure.
Yeah.
And you have, yeah.
Also, I'm gonna try and reason something, but I was here earlier when we were talking about, someone was saying something about the atmosphere and air, and how due to free expansion of gas, free expansion of gas says that gas should move randomly and violently in a vacuum. Correct? Would I be correct in saying that?
Yeah, Sleeping Warrior was talking about it.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna just think before I say this. But so we say that that obviously the atmosphere is being held at some distance above surface level, and that's actually no, it makes sense. That makes sense. No. No.
What are you trying to figure out?
Oh no, I was going to say that I'm trying to think of the difference between, because we were saying earlier that the atmosphere is being stuck, is contained within some distance above surface level, and I was going to ask how you can reason that in a flat Earth model. However, I just realized it would probably be something similar, or if not the same, in the globe Earth model that we have. Because
it's quite simple. Refer to any container of gas in the real world. It's the same principle.
Yeah,
The
that's what
atmosphere
it
is
just
contained.
came in through my head now. It's the same principle. Okay, well, so I was only here for a short time, but I think I'm going to go take some time and just go through this live stream. The text channel to go look through some of these.
Yeah, man. Sounds good, man. Well, thanks for your honesty.
You've got other channels down the bottom too.
Yeah, thank you. If I do have any questions, I'll be back here to ask. But yeah, thanks for your time.
Thanks for your honesty, man.
I send it to you message. Some
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely gonna go have a good look through this.
Okay.
Alright, well, thank you guys. Probably talk to some of you guys later, but yeah, cheers.
Yeah, man.
Take care.
Come on, I just came in. Don't go all quiet now on me.
Well, fuck you want.
Fuck you, man. Who do you think you are, bro? I'll slap you from here to Croatia, bro. Don't mess with me. What's going on, bro?
Nothing. I have some flu.
Oh, is it like beer?
It's
the beer flu?
I don't know. I feel like shit. I don't feel anything, man.
You don't feel anything, huh?
I'm eating. I don't feel how to taste it.
Oh, you can't taste it.
Only weed.
I was gonna say, if you can't taste it, then don't bother eating, bro. People tend to eat just because of taste. So if you can't taste it, don't worry about it. Just go hungry for a bit.
Really? That's the only reason people eat? Jeez.
Oh, apparently, this is the demented world that we live in, bro. If it doesn't taste like
true.
it's demented.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
You're actually
we've
spot
got
on.
to hear. Yeah, bro. Oh, you're from Australia too, bro. You know how it is, yeah. It's kind of, this place, this is great stuff. It tastes great. It's not like, is it any good for you? Is it healthy?
Yeah.
This stuff
Is there any
great.
nutrition involved? No, it just tastes good. That's why I ate it. You're right.
It's lovely. I love this stuff. This is just beautiful. You should have it and eat it all the time. It's beautiful.
What is Australia?
Well, in Australia, nothing, bro. We've got nothing, but apparently everything tastes good. You know, you put sauce and ketchup and just eat, corpses and stuff. It's all good for you.
Yeah, to be honest, the food here
Whatever
is
they say on
pretty
TV.
shit.
Oh, it's pretty. Yeah. it's pretty rank, bro.
It is. It's compared to cuisine around the world, and you can't compare anything here. Like, especially where I am on the Gold Coast, dude. There's fuck all.
Oh, you're on the Gold Coast. I'm in Melbourne.
Yeah.
It's all right here.
Well,
but
at least you
still.
have you have more of an option there, and But here it's just like now.
Yeah, but you guys over there are much more politer than here, bro. You guys say, hey, hello, how are you? When you walk past each other. Over here, people like spit on you, if you're lucky. I swear, it's retarded.
Yeah, well, it's similar to, I used to live in Sydney, so I can imagine it's something similar to that.
There we go. Sort of, Melbourne's it used to be a lot different, bro. Like, in the 80s, used to be a lot different. 90s, walk past on the street, hey, how are you? This, that.
Yeah.
But after probably 2010 or something, it just went all retarded.
Yeah.
Just bad. But I loved going up to Queensland, bro. It's like I was walking down the road. I had this old guy say, "Hey mate, good morning. How are you?" And I'm like, I had to look around to see if he was speaking to somebody that he knew.
That's it.
I'm like, hey mate, how are you? He's like, yeah, good, thank you. So I'm like, and it was just, I used to do it here. You walk past an older guy and you say, how are you? You're respectful. But
that's right.
even they have gone out of the tradition of saying hello back because they don't know if you're a fucking nutcase.
Yeah.
So
that's a shame.
It's pretty bad.
Don't get me wrong, there are definitely assholes up here as well. Probably just not as many as there are down there.
Mm-hmm. How's it up there? Is it all right, or they're still? Because I don't watch the news and shit.
Yeah, well, it's apparently everything's as normal as it can be until 15th of December, where we're going full Melbourne as well on everyone here. So
is that what they say?
Yeah. Well, that's what the Premier has just come out and said. Yeah.
What's the reasoning behind it?
There is none. She's like, cool. This is. Well, apparently it's because
it's a dictatorship.
We have too many, unjabbed people here. Apparently, so that's the plan. The plan is to get us up to speed with the rest of the country because no one here's. Well, not no one. I mean, there's a shitload of people that have fallen for it, but I mean, we're not up. Apparently, according to the statistics, whether you can believe that shit or not.
That's a lot of bullshit.
We're not up to scratch. So come the 15th of December, there's going to be medical apartheid here as well. So,
they're trying to. I was saying this, bro. I was saying this a while ago. What they're trying to do is make the people go against each other, and then in the process, to kind of fucking, I don't know, break shit along the way, as in the shit that they were doing in America. Break our own stuff, break our own houses. Go out and torment each other because other pricks are tormenting us, so we should torment each other. It's a bit of a logical fallacy, but people fall for that kind of game, and that's the point. If people just realize that there's no difference between men, if you want to describe yourself as from a color or from a religion, that there's no difference, that there's certain people that are just feeding us fairy tales. If people can just come together on that level, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. But this is the problem where you have certain people have been put, and I've realized, I try to do shit about it, but people get put in certain movements, because for some reason people like to look, if somebody's black or white or pink or their, political views, which is all bullshit either way. It's all made up. But Yeah, they get put in there and kind of make men go in a certain direction. It's not organic, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
It gets subverted and shit. It's pretty crap.
Yeah, well, the division is almost tangible now. Yeah, I mean, when you see people walking through the streets and they get shouted at by the ones that have taken the hit, you get shouted obscenities like, what country is this? Like, I don't recognize it. Like that. That's never happened to me anywhere anywhere in the world, and I've lived in different areas of the world. People shouting things at you and shouting things that you wouldn't wish on even an enemy. I hope you end up in the ICU. I hope you end up on a. What the fuck are you?
Yeah,
that's the world today in Australia. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, how the fuck do you reason that in your head?
Yeah.
To shout that shit out at a complete fucking and utter stranger.
Exactly.
To say, I hope you die, and your parents and your mum and your family. It's like, dude, you don't know me. You don't know anything about me.
Exactly.
Fucking, you're wishing death upon me, man. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I know, man. It's unrecognizable at the moment. Honestly,
bro.
We haven't really been as touched as say you guys have down there and in Sydney with it, but I'm starting to not want to live here anymore. And this
I'm in Melbourne, bro. I'm looking to get out. I'm looking because I find the people are retarded.
Yeah.
I'm
The
being very
people, the government is just the whole lot is just it's making me not want to live in my own country. It's fucking I never thought I'd say that, like honestly.
Bro, I would say this country could probably be the best place to live on Earth, but
maybe it once was.
They've messed it up so bad. Yeah, and they've messed it up so bad, bro. Like in the 80s, you could if two people with just a normal shitty job, like the lowest paying job, if they worked really hard, the husband and the wife, they could pay off the house within 5 to 7 years, bro. Now, no chance. You can't pay off shit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, with all the money that the government has printed and given away to people, whose wealth are they stealing? It's clearly ours.
It's ours. Yeah,
they're printing money and devaluing the dollars that we work for. And I mean, the amount of people now on Centrelink and what they were paying people before, like when it was happening, when it was full on. I'm like, what? It was unheard of. Like, I would talk to people in other countries, and they're like, "What? Okay? We get the occasional stimulus check here, but you guys, like, it was at one stage the Centrelink payment was like something like $1,200 a fortnight. Like,
yeah, I heard that too.
Like, how is that sustainable? I mean, I know they're just basically stealing our wealth, and people are just like, okay, free money, but. Dude, they're stealing your wealth, your children's wealth. Your dollar's going to be worth fucking shit all when it already is. It's already just propped up,
To be honest, bro, everybody's meant to be getting paid. I think $800 a week, even on Centrelink.
Yeah,
because I was looking through. I studied law and shit, and I was looking through all this stuff and. The people that are getting paid, on disability and even on Centrelink, what is it like? It's like $300 or whatever a week or $600 a fortnight. They actually meant to be getting paid around $1,600, but they're not. They're actually taking that money from the people because it's not like a thing where you a thing that you get for sitting home and doing nothing. That money will still go back into the economy, but these guys are just pocketing it. I'd rather have the normal people have it and spend it than these bricks up the top.
But I'm thinking, where is that money coming from?
Oh, it's all ours, bro. They've got that much money. It's not funny. Like I've got.
But it's not even ours. Because it's quantitative easing. They're just printing it. So they're creating by creating this money that they're giving away to people for fucking nothing. They're stealing the wealth, like I said before. Because the more they print it, the more they devalue it. The more your whatever job it is that you do, the less that's worth at the end of the day.
Yeah,
so it's not even our money. It's nothing. It's fake money. What is our money is our wealth. What our ability to create wealth.
Yeah, exactly right. At the end of the day, even all money, even if it's lawful money, gold and silver, it's an abstract concept. It's so that trade is made easier. But this is what people don't realize. Once they take your ability away to earn, or even go out and hunt, you have a hunting license or this or that, whatever it is. Once they take your ability away to earn money, you're fucked. And people haven't realized that yet. They're like, oh, fuck them, they're not needed, or these people are needed, whatever they fucking call them, people, with their jobs, what's the label they put on them? They label them, like people that are needed.
Essential workers, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry, I forgot the fucking terminology. I had a brain fuck. Yeah, essential workers. What the fuck does that even mean? My work is essential to me, you motherfucker. I need
exactly
you to
right.
live. Essential workers.
Not your food is on the table for your kids. That's not essential. That's not essential.
Yeah, that's not essential food. You know what I mean? What the fuck is essential to me? You dickhead. I need to live.
Exactly. Nah, we deem it not essential. Therefore, just sort yourself out somehow. Or let mummy and daddy government, help you out with it's. I like I said, it's still peanuts. Centrelink is peanuts for what the cost of living in Australia is, but I get it's still stealing your wealth. It's still like somebody's got to pay for that, but no one's paying for that. It's just printed shit. It's not even printed anymore because it's just numbers in your Centrelink account or your bank account, whatever it is. So they've even cut that cost out.
Yeah, they've since the digital shit thing was introduced. So it's been like this for minimum, I think it was the last time I was checking, for like 30, 40 years or so.
Yeah.
The bank really doesn't have any money in its actual. It's not a reserve. It's RE serve, so no serve, but they don't have any paper money in there. It's all has been digital for 40 years. It's been quantitative easing for 40 years. They're just admitting it now. Quantitative easing. He's like, dude, since you've had digital shit, money's appeared from nowhere since fucking the digital shit has been on it.
Credit creation, the bank's best invention.
Yeah. Well, credit. The word credit. Its Latin means to believe.
Yep.
Creditare. Right. Yeah. People don't get it. They put it out there. It's fucking. It's shite, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't see the end in this. I was actually speaking about it today. Like, how do we fight? Like, there's no fighting this. How? If there is, I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear the solution.
If we just all walk out, all the men, if there is any proper men, you don't need a weapon. Everybody just walks up, you grab them by the ears and you throw them in. You know what I mean? How much men is there, and how much government is there? There's we'll just say 500 politicians and another, 10,000 police. You got 1 million men.
That's right, but I mean, like to the logistics of that, to actually get cohesion for people to actually do that,
Well, yeah.
What would that take? I mean, I love that idea, and I think that could be a solution. But I want to be realistic at the same time, and the people around me, like my close family members, we're all in the same boat. Like we've all, a lot of us have the same mentality. But I look at everyone when I go to work, and I don't see much hope, to be honest. And this is in Queensland. I can imagine down there, like it's. I think
100%.
Yeah. I just don't see it happening, dude. Like I don't want to be pessimistic about it, but I'm just being realistic. Like
it's the selfishness, bro. It's the
greed. Don't worry, guys. America's going to invade Australia soon to bring democracy back.
Yeah, that's what I've been waiting for. We're waiting for the troops. Where are the troops, guys?
They did it once.
They've invaded other countries for far less. They're
and we're going to oil though, man. We've only got what? Gold,
no.
lead,
It's about your
iron.
freedom and your, your comfort, your standard of life.
That's what it's about, apparently.
Yeah.
It's about helping the oppressed, right? There's a fuckload of having the US policymakers seen all the people in the streets, the police abusing people, grandmas indiscriminately just fucking people up. I think it's like that's a sign of oppression, is it not? Send in the fucking troops.
Yeah.
I'll welcome you with open arms. You can stay at my place.
Well, this is the problem, bro. They can't fix up their own fucking backyard. They're going to fix up somebody else's, you know. There's the logic behind it, you know.
Never
You
about
look at
fixing up backyards anyway, so.
That's the problem, bro. You know what I mean? They've got people there, and that place is rich, and there's decent people there. But unless the decent people stand up, you know, that's what the failure is. And nobody should be out in the street. Full stop. You know, I don't care. You know, call me whatever, communist, socialist, whatever. I don't think anybody should be in the street personally.
Yeah. Well,
that's just my personal view.
The
I don't
things
get
that I
stuck in
saw
the
in Melbourne,
communism.
dude, like those
Whatever.
scenes that I saw in Melbourne. I mean, to me, I was actually shocked to see the police come out and just start indiscriminately just shooting people. Like what the what? Where's in Melbourne? Shooting people with rubber bullets. I mean, obviously not killing people, but you know, you can get killed. You know, those like the. That's right. If you get hit in the wrong spot, like there was the one guy that got hit in the lower abdomen, and had he got shot a little bit higher, that would have been the end of him because of the distance he was shot from. It was like within 15 meters.
At least they're shooting you with rubber bullets. In China, you get shot with real bullets.
Well, it goes around, bro. This, you know, people didn't realize that when that shit happened with Mao. That's just the precedent saying that we can do it, and it's going to happen either. You know, if it's going to happen, you know, nothing's stopping them from using whatever they want. The problem is with you know, it's the people's reaction to it. Are people going to get pissed off?
It's also they're getting the police used to firing their weapons at the crowds, so you never know when they're going to switch to live.
Well, if you listen to Max Egan, he doesn't even think that the troops that are on the ground in Australia are Australian nationals. He thinks it's foreign.
Oh, I'm not a fan of Max Egan, but he makes some valid points. We were invaded by the US here in 1966, and it's been US democracy ever since. Not that I am for a queen or any type of dumb shit concept like that. I'm just saying there's been interference from outside the whole time. You know, look at every single what's it called? Army has been privatized. They're all privately owned corporations, so that should tell you something. That's why when you go to the army, they say you must listen and shut the fuck up and obey the order. You know.
Yeah.
Morals get thrown away for some reason, because apparently morals fucking count for nothing. I don't know.
Have you spent like a minute talking to the average army dude? They're all like IQ as low as like 60. They're all dumb. Like, of course, they
Can you speak into the mic a bit more, bro?
You're coming in really low, bro. Yeah, sorry.
Hang on. Is that better?
It's a bit better.
Yeah, a bit better. If you can a bit more, that'd be great.
Let me check my settings. Hang
I've got you at 200 and.
Is that?
Yeah, I've got it maxed out.
Is that any better?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, because I've got you maxed out. But yeah, I think that'll have to do.
No, I was just saying, like, talk to the average army dude. Their IQs are like 60. They're all rocks. Like, I spoke to one guy, and he was telling me, like, oh, you know, because I was saying, oh, where'd you go to the army to? And he said, oh, Afghanistan. I'm like, oh, okay. Do you see any action? And he's like, yeah, mate, I fucking killed an Afghani. I spat on his corpse. And I was thinking, oh, well, that's the normal thing to say in a conversation. Like, they do it because they want to kill. That's why they're in the army, mate. They don't, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we had the big scandal, bro. What's it called? The so-called Royal Australian Army, with the whole bullshit, you know, people just killing other people in, you know, whether it was Afghanistan or Iraq or whatnot. And it's just a degenerate way of thinking. What's that movie called? Full Metal Jacket. Watch that by Stanley Kubrick, and it just says it all.
Well, there was all those
good movie.
came out from our boys over in Afghanistan. It was all like it was like photos of them drinking beer out of prosthetic legs that they took from
Yeah.
dudes. Like this stuff's all documented. It's pretty well documented. But yeah, like I think Australia's you're saying Globus that you don't want to sound pessimistic, but I think it's pretty much done for, mate. I don't think there's much you can do other than like a total.
Get the fuck out, I say.
But the only thing is, if we're gonna get violent, there has to be a goal, and if there's no goal, there's no point. It's just anarchy, and I don't know if that's what people want.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, man. Yeah. They've got the organized robots on their side too, so what do we have besides a whole bunch of people? Sorry, go on.
No, finish. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're good. You're good.
I was gonna say, I think this is like the biggest bluff they play on the people, because there's only like a couple of options, and it's, as you were saying, you get 1 million folk together that are united and know what needs to be done, and they're going to get it done at any cost, And the tyrants, they only have one option: is they start gunning you down in droves. And if they're going to start gunning you down in droves, well, what? They're just going to wake up millions more. It's not going to make their. It's either you stay alive, you live in a place where you have tyrants that will gun you down if you go too far, or you actually stand up, get gunned down, die for something real, and leave all the fucking zombie drones to continue their existence in this fucking dystopian
100%.
existence.
100%.
So it's like, yeah.
Yeah,
but I think it's a bluff. I don't think it would ever come. I don't think they would ever gun down 1 million people. They couldn't possibly do that.
Yeah, I don't think so too. Because most of those people there don't have the stomach.
That would be an incident that would ripple through fucking time, man. That would never be forgotten. 9/11 was 3,000 people. You think 1 million people are going to be gunned down by their own democratic government, and it's just going to disappear, or the media's just going to be able to hide it? You know what I mean? The outcry from the ones that are censored on YouTube, Twitter, and everyone would break through that shield that the mainstream media holds over information over such an incident. There's no way it wouldn't get out to the world and cause massive ripples in people's interpretation. Yeah, so.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you speak up, bro? Please.
I can't even tell
a bit more.
if it heard or not. My mic's so shit. I was just saying, does the degree of oppression matter? Like, they've already done the most dehumanizing acts they could probably think of. Like they've already stripped our humanity away. Like, this has been going on for like the past century, and it's just been going on and on and on. And this is sort of like, this could have been it, but it wasn't. Like, there were so many opportunities for people to just think, oh yeah, this is it. I think I should wake up now, but no one's taking up those hints. So I don't think there'll ever be a time where people just wake up.
People will wake up when they become more scared of their governments than changing.
Yeah. People don't have a line in the sand, bro. That's what it comes down to. People talk about morals. People don't have, a realistic line that you say, as you have in life. If your wife cheats on you, then you piss off, or if your boss treats you like crap, then you leave your work. People don't have a line in the sand. People need to be shown, I think, a gun to the head to start doing something. And then it's a bit too late.
My line was when I had to put a uniform in kindy. That was my line. Like already there was a line for me, and I think this system has already been so controlling already. Like I don't think people could have a gun to their head, and I don't think that would even matter anymore. Like people are so, like some people don't even have internal dialogue. Like they don't even have conversations with themselves in their mind. Like they're that robotic.
Yeah, I feel that way about most people too.
Yeah, then
I actually I was playing soccer with my mate on Friday, last Friday, and I was just asking him about this because he's, you know, seems sort of intelligent. I was asking him, hey mate, you know, like internal dialogue when you're sitting on a bus and just having a conversation with yourself, and he's like, oh yeah, I didn't used to have that. I'm like, how do you not have that? He's like, yeah, when I was in school, when there was people putting their hands up to ask a question, he didn't have, like, he could not think of anything. Like, he'd just take all the information as it was given to him. As long as it was like someone in like an authoritarian position, he'd just take the information as gospel. Like, that's most people. Most people are like that. Most people are fucking retarded, excuse my language, but that's like the case, man. Like people are not gonna have this, you know, it would be neat if people did get up and get off their ass and do something, but as long as you give them a TV or fucking gadgets or whatever, they're gonna be sitting on their ass doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they really are as good as the average farm animal.
Do you guys have any idea what happened to us then? Like, why are we so different?
You have independent thinking, bro.
But why though? Because I went through the same indoctrination as
it's a gift,
most
bro.
people
Like
did.
once you get past the authority of government, authority of bullshit religion, authority of any authority, you know that the authority is bullshit. Like, you know the saying when they say, oh, when the government comes up to you and says, we are here to help you, you better fucking think twice, you know what I mean? When, same with religion, if somebody comes up and says, I have the answers for life, you better fucking run twice as hard. So there's all this authority to capture people's minds and souls, whatever you want to call it, whether it's they believe in the physical or the metaphysical. The stuff is put there for you to be trapped. Once you get past it, if you're truly past it, then you can think, I think, freely and speak about it as we are speaking about it, you know, right now. You need to get past that.
I would say it probably is just a case of we've all recognized our own existence beyond just the meat suit, you know. We all have like an observer of our own thoughts, our own dialogue, you know. There's something
100%.
Yeah, something like that, you know, and that's what other people don't. They're just sorry, life, you're really low, man. Didn't know you were speaking.
Yeah, right.
Sorry. Again, my mic is so shit. I'm gonna have to go to the store tomorrow. I was just saying, when did this start for most of you? Like, I know it started day one, but I just want to know for you blokes, when did it start? Like the independent thinking.
I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I can't honestly remember a time where I wasn't thinking for myself.
Exactly.
I was always rebellious. I was always fighting against things. From the youngest age, when I started to actively know that something was up with the world, and that what we're being told is we're being fed lies and deceptions. That was like 13, 14 for me with 9/11. I started to look into 9/11. And I'm 30 years old now. So.
The independent thought has always been there. It's up to each and every one to stick their hands out and grab it, bro. That's what people don't do. As I said, there's always an authority there for so-called authority to guide you on your path to something that is internally in you. It's how do I put it? It's a gift. Like I don't need to ask anybody that if I don't eat, I'm gonna die. If I need to shit, I need to go to the toilet. I'm not gonna do it in my pants. I don't need anybody to tell me that there's more to life. I don't need to go to a reverend or a government official for any of that shit. It's there for everybody to, I think, to realize. It's just if you want to let go of, people so-called holding your hand or, so-called people that have the answers. You look through history, they've had to answer people which have been wrong. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
Which is why us, because it's definitely there is a big distinction between us and those other blokes or other ladies, deals, whatever you want to call them. There's a big difference, man. Like, I don't even put myself in the same category as most people. Like, when I look people in the eyes, when I'm talking to them, like, say I'm at the markets and I'm talking to them, I'm thinking, there's nothing going on behind there, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing in there, and it's just so different. And you spot people like us, like a mile away. I'm just wondering, like, exactly what Clovis said, the why us? Because it's definitely what you said. Sorry, looking at your username. How do I say your username? IGZ.
Iggs.
Sure.
Yeah, Iggs, mate. Yeah, it's like, it's definitely that's the case, but it's just like, why has it always been intuition for us? Because it's like these people never had that at all. They probably can get it. It's going to a lot of work for them, but it's always been like, I've always had this repulsion to these mainstream things, and it's just such an interesting question that Globus put forth, because I don't have an answer. I don't think anyone does.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to know why, like how, and to me, for me, it started with, I think 9/11 is, I definitely knew something was wrong there. But prior to that, I was I'd say pretty close-minded, very programmed. But I think I always always had this ability that I have now. Like it's it's not like it's always been inside me.
It's good to hear. Yeah, it's beautiful. Everybody's got this. There's this dogma attached to, if you know something, that it must come from some man or a woman or some bullshit book, that it's not self-actualizing. That's, again, I don't subscribe to that nonsense.
Yeah.
It's a form of control, bro. You have to go to the government to whatever, or you have to go to the reverend for whatever. It's inside. Yeah. Once you have that internal dialogue, as you were saying, Globus, and same with Obvious, you have that inside. It's always been there. It's either you switch it on, you turn it off, or you can dial it up or down. You can numb it, or switch it up, and it gets amplified. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, those are my thoughts, anyway.
I agree.
I think it's whether you feel like you're entitled to know or find out things about this reality, compared to people that think they're, they, and that comes down to how you see yourself, your self-esteem, your confidence, if you value yourself, do you seek validation externally or internally, all these factors,
Definitely, yeah.
Yep.
And I've always felt like I'm entitled to answer. If there's answers to be found, I'm entitled to know them.
100%.
So
why aren't you?
I'm not saying we'll ever know the truth of this reality, but if we could ever get to it, I'm there first in line, and I have as much as right to be there as anybody around me.
100%. And that's the mentality you need to take. This when you hear everybody's heard it here. Oh, let us, the scientist knows, or Bigfoot knows, or the government knows. It's like, all right, they know, and they're entitled to know because why? Because of national security or whatever. It's like, what the fuck? Makes no sense. You're a part of the nation, but you're not allowed to know what happens in the nation. It's It's fucking just. It's retarded. I don't know how else to put it. It's fucking really bad.
Yeah, I don't really believe in nations anyway, because it's like just man-made borders. Like I know that cultures exist and all that, and it's like it does have an effect on you, but it's like to me, there's so many layers of control, and that's just one of them. If you have like this strict, it's not even like there's no line in nature that says this is Australia, or let's say like states, for example, because we don't really have countries around us so much. There's no like line saying this is Queensland, this is New South Wales, this is Victoria. That's all just man-made. Yet you have people who like say like watching footy or whatever, and they're like full on, yeah, Victoria, or yeah, New South Wales. It's like that's all just nonsense. It's not even real. It's just delusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people.
Yeah, they're all fictional lines, bro. There's nothing dividing any people, bro, except in their fucking dumb imagination.
Yeah.
There's no division between New South Wales and Victoria. Fucking, you're on the land you're living, and this concept of statehood or whatever, it's that's another whole
I
thing.
think the social manipulators of our reality have done it this way. They've given people as many possible options to take pride in, you know how it is. Like people take pride in fucking coming from like west side of a city compared to the east. It's like, come on, for fuck, So they've just sliced everything up into its smallest possible, instances, and that lets just. You can latch on to anything, and as soon as you latch on to something, as soon as you start taking pride in something, that's when you divide yourself from other people.
Yeah, 100%.
When you start seeing, that's when you start building your inferior and superior spectrum, and start placing people on it according to your own interpretation of things.
Yeah, the IMR complex. Yeah. I am Australian. I am whatever Christian. I am a lawyer. I am is, dude, like.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not that. That is a concept made up. You're not that. It's fucking simple to understand. For me, anyway.
No, I mean, pride's a funny thing because it's good to be proud of things you've achieved, but things you have achieved, things you've sweated over, Don't be born into a fucking country and be like, oh, I'm so proud to be an Australian, for example, or an American. Look at all that we have achieved. It's like the the truth of the matter is that you had fuck all to do with 99.999% of everything that made the country be. It's a collective thing. It's just blind pride in things like that.
Oh, it's just like when people discuss football, for example. Oh yeah, we beat you back then, and we smashed you. You didn't smash anyone, bro. The people paid to do that.
On your fat ass, man. Fucking
yeah, exactly. You had fuck all to do with the win.
Yeah, you're eating a hot dog and drinking a Coke, you motherfucker. Shut the fuck up and sit on your fat ass. Keep on cheering for the guys that get paid millions of dollars to fucking do their job.
Right.
Oh, it's hilarious. Bro, I played, pro soccer, yeah? And I never understood why people cried at a game. I'm like, why are these motherfuckers in the stands crying? Like, nobody did to them passed away. Like, they're crying because somebody fucking lost the game. And it's a mental disease.
Oh, yeah, totally is. Yeah.
They probably had like 20,000 on y'all, man.
It's like empathy taken to the extremist levels. You know.
Yeah, but it's empathy put in things that don't even exist. Like it's there's this I was gonna get into that, but I was just gonna say like the things that the controllers of our reality, as you said. Hang on, I've got to look at your username. What's your name? Obvious B. Obvious what? How do I say your name? Your username? Obvious.
Obvious to be.
Obvious to be. Yeah, like people from like Housing Commission, for example, really live up Housing Commission. They all like they wear the fucking TNs and Nike and all that. They make that their entire identity. Everything like it's the same thing with like other social economic backgrounds. Like people.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably cry about lost $30,000 I bet on a team that lost.
Yeah. So there's like all these people who really live in these social economic. It's just their whole identity, and it's not based in anything real. Like it's like Obvious Beat said, it's not anything they accomplished, and then they just live it, and it's really weird to see. Like it's like when you're walking around, you're not even walking around. It's like you're in a movie, sort of. Like they're all actors, and you're the only one aware of it. I don't know how else to describe it, but that's probably a good way of putting it.
Yeah, it's been like that the whole time, bro. It's good that you've realised that people go ahead and how do a lot of people control whatever they put on actors. One actor can do many jobs. You know, that's why makeup was invented. Now you have costumes, now you have wigs and whatnot. It's all there for people to see. And then you just look at what your government has done, and you realise they're full of shit too. You look at, religious institutions, they're full of shit too. There's a lot of shit out there. A lot of stuff to navigate through.
I just can't imagine giving that much of a shit about sports.
Yeah, but it's a programming though. I think a lot of like for example, I was brought up with that, South American parents and soccer, football, whatever you want to call it. I call it football. And they're the country that my parents are from. There are two main teams, right? They win everything. They monopolize the league. Basically, they've got all the best players, the most money. We would have fights as kids over this shit. I don't know if our parents realized what they were doing to us, but we would fight. My team did this back in fucking 19 when I wasn't even born, and I would bring up arguments.
It between kids,
Yeah.
Kids.
I mean, yeah.
Even when I was a kid, and everyone knows you fight.
Yeah, but I mean,
dumb stuff,
Yeah, but you grow up with it. So
grown ass fucking men, as I was saying, crying at football games, and their entire life revolves around it, and fucking marriage is falling apart because they can't stop themselves from hanging out with the lads for every possible game. What shit like this, It's just like that level of passion for something that's so pointless.
It comes from the childhood. That's my point. I'm not saying that. I think it's a gradual process of programming. You're programmed to feel those emotions. The people that cry at football games, I could guarantee that they've been fans from a small age, and that was brought onto them by their parents. So you're programmed to feel this way about things that don't matter. But it's all to me it's a massive program, and it starts with the parents.
Yeah, and these are the same fucking clowns that come in here and tell us the horizon is fucking in front of the first rig. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
yeah.
Oh, really? They dip out from just fucking watching a brainless football match and then come in here and think they know anything about the real world, and they want to tell us how it is.
They don't even know that the world isn't spinning around them. They don't know that they've never seen curve. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these people are psychotic. That's the only way to put it. They're just psychotic. they cry at fictitious people, like a fictitious sort of ballet where people are kicking a ball around. Like that's like a disconnect between like internally, like their cry, like that's their emotions, which is like what their soul is expressing through their body, is that screwy that they cry at the sight of men kicking a ball around. Like,
Yeah.
this is how they don't realize that no, they're not on a spinning ball. They're not circling around the sun at however many freaking hours. They don't get that simple concept of, or like just simple common sense observations, right? Like, obviously that's not happening. So why do you believe it? But the same people are crying at fucking football. So I don't think there's much else you could convince them of. Like, you have to sort of deprogram them so diligently. There's so many steps that have to be taken. It's a burden that I don't think anyone wants to bear.
I mean, the only reason they have so much energy and thought to devote towards sports is because they have it all figured out, you know? They have all of life figured out, you know? They saw the globe on TV, you know? Fake ass pictures. Oh, it's a sphere. Water clinging to the outside, yep. That's reality. Let me go watch my game, you know?
Do you think they're depressed though? I would think they would have to be depressed.
Depressed. Yeah, I think most, like I always say, I think if the internet goes down kind of indefinitely, we're gonna see a massive fallout in like just crazy behavior in people, because it's like waking up sleepwalkers, you know. They're like, you know that video of the kid in the back seat. He's like, oh, he's totally drugged out. Is this real life? You know, everyone's gonna be like that, and they're gonna be scared shitless because they're so detached from real life now. You know.
It's like,
yeah, I think most of these people are horribly depressed in their existence. You know, and people could say that's why people are so easily blindly walking out and taking these V's. You know, because most of them deep down they want to die. You know. And that's just the gruesome reality of it, you know. They want to die.
I don't think they'll take down the internet, because that's a massive form of control they don't want to give up.
Yeah.
They can't give it up, because if they give that up, then there's chaos, and then there's too much chaos, and then they can't control it.
Yeah.
I get what you're trying to say.
The internet's the biggest tool to maintain docility. Like, it's so fantastic for them. But that's what I'm saying. Imagine the main tool that's allowing people to be so docile and disconnected just disappearing in an instant. People would literally lose their fucking shit. You know.
It would be like taking a TV out of the main room of like a prison, like the I don't know what room you'd call it, but like the area where they all kick.
Yeah, the rec room. Yeah.
Yeah, the rec room. There you go, mate. Yeah, it'd be like taking the TV out of there, like all of a sudden, even if they just did nothing wrong, there'd just be a fucking riot. Like, I don't know what kind of riot, because all these people are so pathetic.
Yeah, because they would remember the reality that they're imprisoned like animals, and they'd want to, they'd want to just fuck shit up.
And they hate reality.
Yeah.
They were taught to hate reality. Like, they're all taught to hate traits about themselves, or like hate traits in other people that they have in themselves. Because like, we're all everything, in that we all have that in us to be a certain way. So this is why like they're so depressed also, and they just want to numb themselves all the time, because it's just they don't want to face themselves. So yeah, it's like I couldn't imagine like all my neighbors is like they thrown out, they'd be like drool hanging off their mouth, and he's where the fuck's the internet? What's going on? I couldn't. It would be pretty amusing at first, but then you'd want to get the fuck away, because that's going to infect you next. They're going to come for you. Yeah, I don't know how like people can live like that anyway.
That's the thing that confuses me about the average person is they seem to be obsessed with survival, but at the same time they're not. You know,
they can't do shit.
They're obsessed with survival because that's where all this worry about bullshit climate change and all that comes from. Oh, we need to fix everything. We say, man, we need to go over that country and kill them bad people, because they're obsessed with surviving and making sure the human race continues and prospers, whatever. But everything they do just only moves them further towards the, doom. They're totally
Because they don't
contradictory.
realize. Yeah, because what you do in another place, the hen always comes home to roost. People, if you haven't realized that by now, you're fucking you're fucked.
Yeah.
Because you can't be doing all this bad shit in other places and think that it's not going to come around, to your neighborhood. It doesn't work like that. And these people know this.
It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy with humanity. The more we try to prevent our destruction, the closer we get to it,
Yep.
And that's what the average people are involved in, and they don't realize it. The more they neurotically try to control every aspect of reality and civilization, the more they're destroying it. Just look at, nutcase lefties, They want to control what words people use and what's allowed and how many fucking genders there is, and they're just causing mass confusion and just decadence among society.
Mm-hmm.
But that's prosperity to them, apparently. You know what I mean?
I don't think even they believe that. I don't think someone who can look at themselves and say I have nothing against anyone, like personally. I mean, unless you did something to me, but someone who, and I'm just gonna be like straight up honest and just say, if you don't know what gender you are, there's something seriously wrong with you. Like you're damaged somehow. I don't know what it is. Maybe there was some trauma or something, but there's something up there. Like it's not all it's wired wrong. And it's not just me saying that. That's just like that's them too. I spoke because I was curious because I've never met a transgender before in my life. Like they don't get treated very well in like this rural part of Australia. Like that people don't like that sort of thing here, so they tend to keep closeted. But that's besides the point. Anyhow, the people like that. Like I talk to them online. I'm very curious. Every single one of them is damaged like irreparably. Like and it's just it makes sense. They just want an identity that the further they can get from themselves, the more they think it will work. Like they can make it stable. They're trying to survive, like you mentioned earlier, mate. They're not trying to live, not trying to experience reality. They just want to lie to themselves.
They're desperate to feel some kind of special, I guess, about their existence. Man, but these people think they're completely worthless, a speck of dust in an infinite universe, godless, all that. I think we're all, even though we all did buy into the heliocentric model at one point in our lives, I say that we're all here because we never really believed it to begin with. We just kind of humored it, accepted it, but in our souls, deep down, or our higher mind, or whatever, it never locked in for us. We never,
Well, I'll tell you what, mate. The main reason why I didn't really accept it was because I didn't actually go to school. Like I pretty much truanted it throughout primary, and I just got a little bit to year 7. I thought, fuck it, I'm not gonna. I just intentionally got expelled, and so I guess all those periods where I would have been taught about the globe, I just wasn't. So I didn't get that programming, but it's still there because it's on the TV or whatever. But like, it never soaked in for me. So I guess it's like for me.
Yeah, that's probably a big aspect as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it just didn't matter to me. Like, it was a bit easier to transition to the nonsense abstract globe Earth to what this is, reality, to stationary and motionless, it's a level plane. Like that's all we experience. But if anyone's gone camping, walks around, they can tell you that's how it is. But yeah.
I don't think you can deceive real souls. That's why I come to the conclusion that most people are soulless or something like that. That's why they can be deceived, you know?
Yeah, some's... there's a trigger. I think there's a
something not
switch,
there,
bro.
you know?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think
Some people say
they
it's
flicked
like...
on a switch.
It's
Sorry,
people that have lost their souls so much they've effectively just become robots, you know? That's what happens when you continually sell your soul over many lifetimes or something like that. You just become like animal level.
Yeah.
That's
Man,
a
it's
very
just...
interesting thing you just said there, mate. Because I'm gonna circle back to that. I'm just gonna mention one thing quickly, because I noticed, because like with my little siblings, I look at them, they're like in the eyes, they're very switched on, very aware of their surroundings. They think outside the box. Then like when they have a mate over, their mate is like fucking thick, and I don't mean to like be mean, it's just how it is. He's like objectively stupider than my sibling. Like it's just they're stupid, and I don't know how to.
And then your siblings will come down to his level or whatever. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but what you said about, I think you mentioning past lives there. Something like they've been dumbed down for so many lives or whatever that was.
No, they've just continually made the wrong decisions throughout many lives, and there's just no fuel left in the tank essentially to ever get out of the hole they've dug for themselves, karmically, spiritually, whatever, you know. I don't know. So who knows?
Yeah, it's one of those questions, mate, because it's like this, like we've been talking about it pretty much the whole fucking time. Like, what is it? Because there's the difference. Obviously, it's there. Like we've all acknowledged it. Something there, but we don't really know why. I don't think the more we just rattle it around in our brains, I don't think we'll get to it. But yeah, it is. It's still amusing to make fun of the people who are less fortunate in that regard. But then again, blokes, you reckon that it's a gift or a curse? Because I think it's a gift, having this like independent. Or would you think it's like ignorance is bliss? Because I know there are some people who think that.
You're kind of comparing being dead to alive, you know?
Yeah.
Is it a gift or a curse to not be dead? You know what I mean?
But there are some people who want that. I'm just curious as to what you guys think, because I don't think that, but there are some people who would probably want that.
I see it as a gift.
Me too, mate.
I can easily play the fucking game with these robots in society, you know, and get to where I want to go, you know. If I want to maneuver and work with them, I can do that. And if I want to just avoid them entirely, I can do that too. So
it's very predictable. Some people might find it overwhelming, like, because I've spoken to like I've had mates in the past that I just couldn't be around because they're like, I don't know how else to explain it. Their aura or their emotional energy was so intense that you just couldn't be around them anymore because it was so like it was switched on, but they didn't know what to do with it. You couldn't direct them, couldn't guide them or something like that. So they would rather be like dead basically because they just couldn't deal with all that they didn't know where to direct all of that. But I guess like
What do you mean by switched on?
because they were aware, but they weren't awake. And I think I'm gonna explain the difference right now. Like they were aware that there was an issue, but they were still stuck in between being like an automaton kinda, but they had sort of like where they don't know how to articulate it in a way. So there's a lot of frustration there, and they're sort of in between these stages, and I think some people get out of that, but some people don't. And the people who don't, like, probably end up in prison because all that intense energy never gets fixed, never gets put into, like, they probably would have, if they discovered flat Earth or something like that, they probably would have found this solution, but some people don't, and that's why sort of guiding can be helpful sometimes for some people because they get, even if you think, oh, that person is just like, I don't want to be around them, their energy is all weird. I think some people do have like that ability to get there, but like they're it's still stuck at stage one or something like that. I could probably think about it more and then put it into more I don't know how to say the word, comprehensive thought, because I haven't really thought about that before.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I guess that's kind of like when people discover flat Earth, you give them all the information, they accept all the information, and then they walk away saying, well, it doesn't matter anyway, you know? And then just bury it. And then they just keep themselves in that place, you know?
Yeah, I guess there's those people.
So,
yeah, that would be bad if it was that hopeless. I was cheering when I first discovered flat Earth. I was like, oh fuck, I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, I remember because I just went out. I looked up at the night sky. I was like, oh fuck, look at everything so differently. I was like, I was under just fucking laid down on this field. I was looking at the moon. It looked like I just looked at everything differently. I don't know how someone could discover this major thing and not have sort of this epiphany. I don't know if that's the right
yeah,
word.
it gives you your sense of wonder back, you know?
Yeah, I feel you, man. It's whenever I look at the moon, I always ask myself, I wonder what the fuck that thing is. Like, what is it?
Yeah, it makes you look at it heaps different, eh? Because you think now it's not, nothing's known. It's all mysterious to you now, and all the people, all the fucking frauds who told you that, like, oh, it's this, it's that, and you'll get spoon. Because I never trusted them anyway, but like now you sort of have that like washover of relief. It's like I don't know how anyone could like realize flat Earth, because I think you could sort of get it a little bit. Maybe you've read about it, but you don't understand it. I think there's a difference there. I don't know if you guys agree with that. Like you can read about it online or watch a video and you kind of get it. You go, oh, yeah, there's no curvature, there's no motion, whatever. Like that sort of thing. Yeah, we like obviously, but like really understanding it, because you get, it's like this whole world opens up to you, because now like, oh, the maps aren't the same. Probably there's some cool islands that haven't even been mapped out yet. Maybe there's like, yeah, probably people in power are using them. We already know of one that was using using one island, but yeah, no, it's crazy, man. I don't know if any of you had that same thing where you just look at the sun and think of it totally differently. It's like that for me.
I'm always just in awe at the harmonious design of our reality,
Yeah, the intelligent design.
and essentially how magical it all is. Ultimately, you know.
Yeah, like I've always had that sense that you're talking about. Like it is magical. Like if you're going bush bashing, you're out in the bush and you can't really explain it. But then once you like discover flat Earth, it becomes more familiar. So like it doesn't just feel like leaves and a tree. Because before, like I'd even go, oh, it's just leaves and a tree. None of it really matters anyway. Like who cares? It's just I don't know if that was use or whatever, but it's like now you go, oh, that tree is so awesome. It's like you start even thinking, oh, that tree is living. Like I don't know if you guys had that too, but you just think of like everything around you because it's put together perfectly now. You can see that. It's everything. Everything not only makes sense, but it's just yeah, it works better. Like it's just like harmoniously, like that word you use.
Yeah, I mean, Globers like to. I think there was a Golden Globey. Like some guy said, the heliocentric model doesn't make me feel insignificant. Quite the opposite. I mean, the idea that there's infinite worlds out there and we can go and explore them and settle them and all this, that's just amazing. And it's like, the heliocentric model just dilutes down the Earth. It makes it meaningless, you know. There's nothing unique about it. Nothing's special. You don't need to appreciate it, you know. But when you come to the flat Earth understanding, you realize that you realize that everything you experience here is completely unique in and of itself. You know, there is no replica of it anywhere else. You know, this is all there is. You know, and then you start to appreciate what's actually right in front of you instead of your mind being waiting for, you know, to go to whatever exoplanet 1,000 light years away, you know. Pay attention to what's right in front of you.
Yeah, I noticed that too. It's like the direction.
So now you're telling me we're not going?
No, we're not going.
Oh, for
We're done.
Well,
none of that, flat man can. I'm going to turn this planet around.
Cancel the trip to the spaceship.
Turn the planet around, reverse it. If I can go backwards. We need to go back a bit.
Yeah, we're there yet.
You guys heard?
Yeah, no shit.
Say like, oh, we're all monkeys on a space rock floating through space or something like that. Like, I remember when I think I was 9, I got picked up by my grandma from school like early. I faked being sick because I hated being there. But anyway, that's a different story. She's like trying to, oh, if you need cheering up, just remember that we're all just talking monkeys on a. It's like that doesn't make me cheer up. Like, just makes me think it's all so ridiculous that none of it even matters. Like, so it was just adding to that point you were just saying that it does make it special once you realize that this is it. There is nothing other than it, at least that we know of. Like that
It
direction.
gets people thinking in a certain way.
Too right, yeah, too right. Like it's just there's no out there because it's like it's just here, and that's good. It gets people thinking whatever's in front of them, and I've noticed that too. Like whatever's in front of me is more important. I value it more, and I think Globe Earth does the opposite.
In a far, far world.
In their mind, it doesn't matter how much we mess up Earth, you know, because there's always another planet out there to go and terraform. So keep looking forward, never look back at the destruction you're leaving type thing for them.
Part of it, nihilism.
Yeah.
Nothing matters. Just stardust, mate. Meaningless. I can't even, like, even if I was a glober, which I don't think I ever was, because I never thought of it like that, I guess. But I already mentioned the reason why, but I could never just look at something as meaningless. Like, it has some meaning, even if it's not for me. There's some meaning to some, like, I don't know, like, fucking looking in front of me, like this mouse, my computer has meaning to me. Like, but the global would just look at that, oh, it's just materials that make up blah 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 blah. Like, they can't just think of things they give them joy. Even I don't. Just that everything has to be sort of dismantled, and it sort of removes the joy of life.
Yeah, I've got my own ideas on what the meaning of life is, but I can't say for sure. But something I am sure about is that something is going on. That I can say.
There's more. There's more.
Something is going on. Absolutely.
Bro, they can't figure out this place, and somebody's going to attempt to explain to me what's going to happen outside of this place. It is the most illogical thing ever. Like, I still can't. I still don't understand how people still buy into other authorities, which proclaim to have the answer to the afterlife, where they don't even have the answer. They're not even close to having the answer to this place. It baffles my mind, to be honest.
Yeah, they can't even sort out their own issues, like in their own safe place, I guess, like the home or whatever. Like, they've got issues at home, yet they're gonna lecture you about what you can do in life. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, it's it's more nonsense to add on as a pile of absurdity.
Yeah, I mean, some of the most stable people I've ever spoke to are right here in this server. Everybody in here seems fairly damn stable. But I take a walk outside and I see unstable people walking around all around me, wearing their masks, if I can get out my way when I'm walking too close to them. It's like, you guys are fucking mentally ill, please. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is like, I'm gonna listen to you lecture me about life, you know what I mean, or where we exist on. It's like, you are insane. Yeah.
You've got a nappy on your face, bro. Get the fuck out of my way. I don't trust anybody wearing a nappy. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. The face masks is a brilliant thing, man. You can identify these fucking insane people coming a mile away.
True. I think that's why they were made. For the ones that have a brain, for them to realize, like, even these people who are fakers that say, they have their brain switched on, they really don't. And you can just, like, you don't even need to speak to them now. You just look at it, you see the nappy on the face, you see the muzzle, and it's like, all right, I know what time it is. And
yeah, just get rid of all the mask mandates and needing it for anywhere. But if people want to keep wearing them, go right ahead. It tells me in half a second who I want to avoid,
Yeah. Leave it up to personal choice. You want to wear a mask, you want to wear nappies over the top of your clothes, whatever. Up to you. Just makes it easier for me. But don't force people to do it.
It's been 2 fucking years. Jesus.
Yeah, bro. That's what I've been saying. Like, how far do you need to be pushed, bro? Like, does somebody need to come to your house, kick your door down, start, like, kicking you in the head for you to realize something? Like, this is what I'm trying to, I don't know, psychoanalyze whatever, maybe, but I truly don't get it.
To Ariel, man.
Yeah.
She's the psychoanalyzer.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there has to be a way to sort of, I don't know, make an attempt to communicate to these people, because, put it this way, there's a shift that needs to occur, like a percentage for us to move forward. But if we have these
we need
demented,
to form the fucking national TV smashing group and just all kick about with baseball bats and break into people's houses and smash up the televisions and smash every damn television that's in existence right now. And then go and smash the fucking factories producing them. We need to get rid of this evil fucking device, because that's the whole problem. People are living in the fantasy world and not reality, you know. People wearing masks for 2 years straight. They've been talking to the same damn cashier for 2 whole years and never stopped to think, wait a second, a cashier sees more unique fucking people in one day than a nurse, you know what I mean? And they're perfectly fine. Come on.
They touch everything I touch, and then I go home and I'm fine.
It's fucking bad.
You know what I mean? The cashiers, you get there, you put all your stuff on the counter, they touch everything you touched, and then put it back in the bag for you, and here you go.
How does COVID even work? Like, I know that probably most of you are intelligent enough to realize it's a scam. I'm just saying, like, what is even the claim? I haven't even bothered to check. Like, is it?
We shouldn't go too deep into this topic on the live stream, just so you know, live.
Oh, I can't hear. I can't hear good. I can barely hear the Australian brother.
I know.
Yeah, whoever.
It, but my bad.
Yeah, whoever that was, you're coming in very low, brother.
Me? Was that me?
Yeah, you're coming in on the low side, bro.
Yeah, my mic's.
Yeah, you got to turn up your volume or something.
Yeah, I think I turned it up all the way. Is that better now?
It's better. Yeah, it's a lot better than it was before, bro. Like, I've got you amped up to the max, and like the earbuds are in my brain.
I have to get a new pair of headphones, boys. I'll get that tomorrow. Yeah, it's been bad the whole time. Has it been like this throughout the whole conversation?
Well, right now you're actually a lot better than you were before. Before, I think you were like, it was very, very low. But right now, whatever you're doing, you're coming in a lot better, I think, anyway.
I've been like holding it almost, like I'm pretty much touching my lips right now. That's how close I've got it. Yeah.
Well, that's why it's probably coming in better. You might need to just go like 7-Eleven and just buy like a dodgy one.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'll get that done quickly tomorrow. Yeah. No, someone mentioned a live stream. Something about record. Like, are we getting on YouTube or something?
Yeah, it's live stream, bro. It goes directly on. Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, everything's recorded here, bro. That's why the people here, when they speak, is you don't speak out of turn because there's a record of it. You know what I mean? I can't be saying this is this and this is that.
There's some things that we don't talk about that we're not allowed to talk about in here.
Right. Okay. Sweet. Understood, mate. That's
Yeah.
what I was asking, because that's when I.
Yeah, so we avoid the V. You know what I mean? The Mexican beer thing.
Yeah, we can't talk about the unicorn. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. Otherwise, all other things are okay.
Is the unicorn a new thing? Is it? Are you talking about the jab?
Yeah. They're just the whole lot, mate. Like.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if we're like. I thought this was just a regular yarn, mate. I didn't even know I was being recorded. I'm famous now, boys. No, I didn't.
Bro, Channel 10's gonna come and they're gonna want an interview with you with fucking what's her name, Sandra Sully or some bitch.
You're good, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
What channel will it be uploaded to?
It's Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. That's what the channel is called.
Oh, wait.
So if you just Google it, it will come up.
Check it out now.
Guys are going to send bananas.
Oh, there she is. Subbed.
What about bananas?
They're for monkeys.
Okay.
I like bananas.
Oh, 23 watching. Honestly, I wasn't even paying attention. I thought I was talking to like only 3 people. I'm so tech illiterate.
Just released voice chat to everyone.
Hey, Bauli, can you thank you for muting him?
Yeah.
So
yeah, bro. So whatever.
You're lucky. You're
whatever
lucky.
is
I'm
said on
not
here.
fucking. I would have fucking muted you a long time ago. just saying.
Before Unicorn? Oh, I forgot.
Live, love it. I don't know if anybody else can hear it, but you got static coming in through your mic.
Is that me?
Yeah,
you've got a lot of static coming through your mic.
Oh.
So like you're lit up all the time. It's like your sensitivity's super low.
Yeah.
But then it's hard to hear you as well. I feel like you're proper seriously low.
What's up?
Right. I had to turn him up.
What's up, Mr. Villain?
What's up, brother?
Not much. Just thought I'd say hi. Heard your voice. Perked me up. Sitting in my recliner with my eyes shut. I heard that all familiar voice, and I thought, "Oh shit! I better say hi to Crackdown."
How is it, God? Can you good, brother?
Yes, sir. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm all good, mate. I'm all good.
Good deal.
Long time no speak.
Yeah, it's been a minute, Craig Villain.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I haven't been too good. So, no, it's been living life. How are you doing anyway? Enoch?
I'm doing okay. Yo.
Yeah.
Staying alive, keeping myself alive.
Staying alive.
Good.
Staying alive. That song.
Right.
Well,
No.
things seem to be getting just a little bit worse every day. I can't wait. It's gonna be a
What was that?
Things just seem to be getting worse every day, like always.
Oh right, yeah, that's true.
Fuck.
By what? By what, Guy Rick?
Just all this bullshit that's going on. Stuff runs out, and just the world, and by and large, the world has just
right. The Earth being a sphere.
Yeah.
All the bullshit.
They've gone completely bonkers. The entire fucking population of the world.
Oh yeah, man. They don't know the difference between reality and fiction. Yeah.
I wish I could go back, man, and just be a dummy and just like, oh, everything's fine.
And just ignore everything.
Like that episode of The Simpsons where Homer can't get hurt at work, and the other guy's freaking out because no matter what he does, he's not getting hurt.
Yes, flat man can. How was it, bruv? You alright?
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty toasty this morning.
Pretty toasty this morning, or you sat in front of a fire?
About my third dubage by now. Fourth.
All right.
Nice.
He's overbaked.
I'm not baked enough. I'm about to get right now. When you were talking about that Homer, it brought back that memory of you know how I feel like the flat earthers are in the reality, and every flat earther is trying to hit a glober, and they turn out to be like Homer that comes into reality. Have you seen that episode where Homer comes into the reality world?
No,
I don't know.
I don't
You know,
watch,
like
watch
he
TV.
arrived and he was like inside a garbage, like a dump garbage, and he was like, "Oh,
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah."
I don't know. Maybe I should go back to watching TV. Maybe that'd help tip me over the edge.
I can't even trust Discovery channels anymore.
You just have
that
to
would
be
give you the
selective.
last spoon.
Just be selective about what you watch. Like, watch 24/7 Flat Earth Discord for sure. You should spend some time watching that every day. But be selective of what you're watching on the telly.
Yeah, like Ancient Aliens would be a good one to tip me over the edge. Let's see.
All right.
You know what I mean? I can't hardly think of anything on the TV anymore that would not.
Or how about the Black Swan on Netflix?
Sure.
Yeah, the Black Swan is on Netflix as well.
To be fair, Netflix is alright. You can watch stuff on there. You won't feel too crazy. Just don't watch anything that's too like superficial. You know.
Like Marvel movies.
Yeah, like shit like that. Yeah.
My buddy came over last night and he says, "How come we can't watch nothing on your TV?" And I said, "Well, I got a Roku right here." I said, "If you want to hook the fucker up, go ahead." So he hooked it up, put his passwords in it, this and that. I'm like, "Oh fuck!" Now I'm gonna have to listen to this shit in the background.
That's too funny.
Fuck.
Wait, so I wouldn't have told him about it. I would have just left it away. If you didn't want it out, you don't get it out.
Yeah, and I've known him for over 40 years, Crack. He's my best friend. He could do what he wants around here.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
You know what I mean? I mean, there's just certain cases, certain people that you just have to tolerate whatever they want to do,
and just accept. Yeah.
He's one of those
guys.
It
is true. It is true. I've got friends that let them do whatever the fuck they want to. Yeah. Yeah, man. They could come in and clean a gun out on my table that they just shot someone in the face with if they want.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, we've been through some shit too together.
Allegedly shot someone in the face.
Allegedly, yeah.
No, I imagined it. I imagined that I shot someone in the face.
I'd rather it not be allegedly. I'd just rather it be the straight fucking truth and just go with it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to. I don't like living in fucking fantasy world anymore. It's so hard to get away from, though. I mean, it's every fucking where. Fucking clown world.
Well, it seems a little bit worse, obviously, because of the clown. Well, again, it's clown world, not just due to obviously the fact of the shape of the earth. It's to do with what's happening right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
They're fucking coming out with. I heard just this morning that some dude said they've weaponized the word flat Earth. And actually, and he told a story about how this guy was a flat earther, and because of that, they like lumped him into the basket of the complete fucking morons that are spreading fucking misinformation, and they need to be eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, they're saying that we're targeted people. They can't be having people like that running around the earth spreading misinformation, and it's not good for the world at large. And people doing that need to be eliminated.
They're the ones that are doing that are spreading false accusations and false fucking shit.
Obviously, that's
doesn't matter, does it? It's just what the mainstream holds, is the actual narrative. I've heard this loads of times. I've heard this. Yeah, God Rocking, this isn't nothing new. This isn't anything new, though.
I know that.
Like, no, but I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
it is new.
Today, though, that if you are a flat earther, you need to be fucking eliminated. You need to be,
fucking bring it.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah, bring it. But obviously, at some point, there's gonna someone and something is going to start a fucking fire that nobody wants.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, 100%. There's gonna definitely be a war soon. I think people don't realize that, but there will be.
Yes, there will.
That's not me threatening anything. That's just me observing what's happening.
Right.
I'm telling you right now, I'm ready to fight too, bro. I ain't gonna just let them walk all over me like that.
No, but I'm telling you, that's what I'm trying to say, brother. Right? Is that I can sense in people when they've had enough.
Yeah.
But I would always say, if you haven't studied war very much, go and do so, because I would say the last step is always warfare. It's a lot more difficult than people would anticipate. Yeah, it's already happened. That's what I mean. It's already started. Yeah,
right.
So
chemical warfare, we're going back with that. I mean, that's going hard and heavy at the moment. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. But it's not constituted as such, right?
No, but we know that's not. That is definitely what's going on. Even though it's not constituted as such, like you say, but that's obviously they're not.
It's obvious that it is. Yeah, I know that, but
well, to us it is. Too many people are just so blind to everything. So, you just don't
look at cancer. Look at cancer. It exists. Cancer wasn't really a thing, really. Not that it wasn't a thing. Anomalous cells, but cells that malform and etc. etc. This is a newer phenomenon, really. On this scale, I'm talking about.
And and then they say they're going to cure cancer, and you look up the word cure, it means preserve.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So
legally speaking, if they don't cure it, you could use the definitionary basis as a way of.
Nah, you can't use it in a legal term, because then you're threatening to do something that is against nature. You cannot preserve something that is ill. That's why I've been saying that people use the wrong terminology. So we're going to cure this. That's why you get taken to court, because you're threatening to preserve a disease.
Right.
You're not allowed to preserve diseases. You're meant to treat them or get rid of them.
The English language is set up to do that exact thing, though. I learned this about a year ago about how the English language is designed for that purpose specifically. And I thought, that's a little bit out there. But then I started looking at it and started, studying up on it a little bit. And I'll be damned if that's just not, it's fucking truth, man. I mean, the language itself has been designed for that specific purpose, to be misleading, to be fucking, to tell you the wrong fucking thing. You think you're being told the truth, and and maybe you are, but it's like, we're going to cure your cancer. Okay, we're going to preserve it. That's definitely what they're fucking doing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, of course. They're giving it their bounds to continue. They just give you another form of cancer, right? At the end of the day, as well. right?
Yep.
Instead of going to strengthen your system to destroy the thing, let's destroy the whole base, and let's hope that the terrorist that lives within the base can no longer find sustenance.
Yeah.
And hopefully you will out over the cancer. So it's like a battle of the wills against cancer in the way that they treat it, let's say, which is disgusting.
Exactly.
You know, more money could be put into better means of treating cancer, is my point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it doesn't ever work. There are cases where it does work, you know, especially with young people. Or people that have an extreme strength of will. But then they put people on opiates at the same time, don't they? So, you know what I'm saying? That makes a hell of a difference in terms of the pain. But at the same time, like, let's say they're lax with the prescriptive nature of the opiates and they don't give you enough opiates, that in and of itself could destroy your will at the same time.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You could end up in a position like withdrawing every single day, and all you've got is enough medication to just keep you just out of withdrawal. So you're actually in agony all the time, right? Because your tolerance is going through the roof.
Yep.
Me and you know about that, God rocking. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I know all about that. Personal experience, brother. Yep. Not good. They give you all this right at first. You go to a pain clinic or something, and they write you these huge fucking scripts. I mean, fucking huge.
Yep.
Yeah. You're out of your fucking mind. You're fucking loaded up all the time, and then all of a sudden, oh, we got to cut you back. Oh, we got to cut you down. We got to cut you down. And then they bring you down to a level where exactly where you just said. You're in constant fucking withdrawal, constant fucking agony. Just the situation. Just if it doesn't kill you physically, it kills you mentally because you're fucking just in agony and just constantly fucking battling and just frustrated and just fuck. The whole thing is sickening as fuck.
Yep. Pharmakia, brother.
Yep.
You ain't got a strong willpower, it'll kill you. Definitely do that.
It's amazing how much fucking power that pharmakia has too in the world. I mean, not just the pharmaceutical world, but in everything. They are fucking power to be reckoned with. I'm telling you.
100%. Synthesis.
Yeah.
Anything that can be synthesized from precursors that are cheaper than natural resources, like, you know.
Yep.
It's dangerous.
Yep. And exactly what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. So they talk so much shit on heroin. I'm like, wait, how can they talk shit about heroin? Do you know what I mean? Like, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so bad. Like, they're selling all of the crack cocaine variants of opiates left, right, and center. When I say crack cocaine, I'm talking about how quickly they last in someone's system, right? Like, and they're allowed to sell equipotent drugs and more potent drugs that last less time in the system, that fuck people up more, than the actual opiates. The opioids they sell are much worse. How was it, bro?
Well, not just that. They're not as effective, and like you said, they're terrible. I mean, the whole thing is just fucked up, man. I mean, heroin. I mean, if you look at it, it's the most effective painkiller. It doesn't, it works better than all the other ones, and the withdrawal symptoms are bad, but they're not as bad as these synthetic ones, like you said.
It can't kill you.
Yeah, start talking.
You can't die from it.
Right.
People say you can, but you can't.
Oh, you can. There's people that have died from it, but it's rare. But
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Every time that someone's died of it, if you look at their toxicology report, right, and this is just me being serious, they've either had benzodiazepines as well, or they've had so they're withdrawing from another CNS depressant like alcohol or benzodiazepines or a synthetic opioid that they'd taken previously in that week. That's my point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Benzos are bad. Withdrawals from benzos are fucking atrocious. They're like alcohol; it can kill you.
Yep, 100%.
Yep. I know I had a prescription for Valium like 35 years ago or something. Oh my God.
Oh wow.
Let me tell you this fucking nightmare I had, dude. Trying to sleep, couldn't sleep, but finally fell asleep, going through fucking Valium withdrawals. Okay? And it was this fucking nightmare, dude, where there's 3 of us in this room, in this house, okay? One of them was an Indian, full-dressed Indian. This dude had the fucking baddest ass clothes on you could ever imagine. His buttons were like polished bone and stone, and the pants were all laced up with the leather. And I mean, if you wore that get up today, it probably cost you 20 grand to have someone make it for you. This dude was fucking dressed to the hilt with the baddest fucking clothes I've ever seen in my life. And then there was this other dude, just some strange guy with dark hair. I'd never seen his face. So one of us starts getting sick, and the other 2 are like going, no, don't get sick yet, don't get sick, because as soon as one of us got sick, then the other 2 got sick, and we started throwing up. And so when we throw up, we would like boom, blow this fucking green colored puke out of our mouth, and it would like a stream of a fire hose and would hit the walls, and then it would turn into these gothic fucking images. And so we'd walk around the whole house, decorating the house with our puke, but it would turn into this gothic castle. As the puke hit the wall, it would like morph into some like gothic head of some creature or whatever, So we'd all walk around the house like
shit, son,
decorating the whole house. And then we all grabbed a fucking machete and we started fighting and we chop each other up. And I won every time. And I can remember one time I sliced a guy's head off about 4 inches down from the top of his head, and the top of his head hit the fucking countertop. I reached over and grabbed it and slid it across the countertop, and it slid about 15 feet along this big long countertop, left a big wide blood streak across the countertop, and then hit the floor. Boom. Anyway, and this went on and on and on and on all night long. As soon as I got done chopping them all up into pieces, and then all of a sudden we'd be standing in the house again, just standing there like talking.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Are we talking about our acid trip days, bruh?
and then one of us would start getting sick, and the others would go, no. It's fucking, oh, here it goes. Decorate and all this. We get the machetes out, whack, whack, whack. And then the very last part of the dream, this has gone on all night long. All of a sudden, there's a knock at the fucking door. I answer the door, and it's my kid. He's like,
oh no.
He's like 5 years old. Walks in and he goes, Dad, why does the house smell like blood?
Oh, that's not funny. That's terrible, man.
That is so bad, bro.
So he says, "Hey, come here, I'll show you, son." It's one of those basements where there's a flat part on the floor, and it's a door that just kind of tips up. Tip it up, and laying these up against the wall, and then there's stairs that go downstairs. So I reached down and grabbed the board and opened up the door. We walked down the steps. Dunk, 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 dunk. We got down there, and the fucking blood was so deep in the basement, it was up to my little boy's armpits.
Oh my God.
And yes, yeah, because I killed these fuckers so many times. And I'm holding his hand, walking him around in the basement. This is why it smells like blood, son. and it's like, oh my God. Anyway, I woke up right after that. I didn't sleep for 3 fucking days, bro.